Chen Ning was dumped by his ex-girlfriend, but he discovered that he had gained the money-back system, which returns 10,000 times the amount spent. Beautiful lady, let me buy you a bottle of water. Okay, thank you. Amount credited, 50,000 yuan. Seeing the notification, Chen Ning was overjoyed and shouted after the beautiful lady, let me buy you a house. How about a car too? Do you want to clear your shopping cart? Chapter 1 Chen Ning, let's break up? Zhang Tian said over the phone. Chen Ning, sitting in his university dormitory playing games, was stunned upon hearing this. The game suddenly lost its appeal. Why? Is there something wrong with me? Can't I change? Can we not break up? Zhang Tian firmly said no. You can't give me the happiness I want. I've already gotten together with Zhao Ming, so don't contact me anymore. Beep beep beep. The call ended. Chen Ning stared blankly at his phone screen. How can this be? This isn't how it's supposed to go. Fuming, Chen Ning left his bed, planning to find Zhang Tian at the girls' dorm to get an explanation. Upon arriving on campus, it was just the time for classes to end. Many students were walking around campus, heading to their respective classrooms. Zhang Tian, you have to explain things to me clearly today. How about you just tell me? What does Zhao Ming have that I don't? Walking along the path, Chen Ning continued to grumble. He quickened his pace and looked up to see the girls on campus. Name, Wu Mingdai. Age, 19 score, 94 valuation. Spending money on her can yield 10,000 times the return reward. Hey. Chen Ning was about to walk past, but upon seeing the interface that appeared before him, he turned back. Chapter 2, many students gradually returned to the area around the girls' dormitory. It was the afternoon with no classes, so they returned to their dorms to rest. Seeing Chen Ning standing downstairs with a bag, they were curious. Hey, stop looking. That guy's girlfriend is here to deliver a bag, and you don't have a boyfriend. What are you looking at? Why can't I look? This guy is pretty handsome. Do you know him? I don't know him, but he must be quite wealthy. The bag he's holding is worth at least a few thousand yuan. The passing girls all cast glances at Chen Ning. At the same time, they were curious about who the girl he was waiting for was. Soon, Zhang Tian came downstairs in her pajamas and slippers. Seeing Chen Ning, she looked disgusted. Didn't I tell you not to come looking for me anymore? How can you be so shameless? Let me tell you, we broke up. There's no chance of getting back together. Get lost. Chen Ning looked at the data above Zhang Tian's head. Name, Zhang Tian. Age, 20 score, 74 valuation. Spending money on her can yield 100 times the return reward. Only 100 times? Chen Ning felt a bit disappointed. Seeing Chen Ning's expression, Zhang Tian angrily said, what do you mean 100 times or 1,000 times? What are you talking about? I'm telling you, if you dare to bother me again, I'll have Zhao Ming deal with you. Chapter 3 Wu Mingdai still found it hard to accept, biting on a disposable chopstick and saying, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chen Ning, however, confidently replied, there's nothing wrong with it. You just helped me out, and now you're my girlfriend. I have to buy you this car. I have money. The last sentence was said with great firmness, causing other classmates nearby to look over. Wu Mingdai glanced around and pressed Chen Ning's arm, saying, hey, keep it down. I know you have money, but this car is really too expensive. Seeing that Wu Mingdai still wanted to decline, Chen Ning became anxious. If you don't want a car, how am I supposed to make money? If I'm going to be domineering, I need to be domineering. Chen Ning directly sat next to Wu Mingdai, swiping on a screen, and said, then let's buy a slightly cheaper car. How about a Mercedes-Benz B-Class? It's only 400,000. Wu Mingdai was about to cry. What kind of blessing did she have to encounter such a precious boyfriend? Thank you, Zhang Tian, that silly pig. How could she let such an exceptional boyfriend go to me? Seeing that Wu Mingdai wasn't speaking, Chen Ning directly placed the order and left his phone number. He would go to the store to pick it up later. Soon, a sales consultant from the Mercedes-Benz dealership called. Chapter 4, while classes hadn't started yet. Chen Ning stood in the back row and loudly announced, today I'm treating all the girls in the class to milk tea. Come find me after class to claim it. Upon hearing this, the entire class erupted. The girls were all extremely happy. The boys, however, looked at Chen Ning with disdain. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he only treating girls and not boys? A few boys who were friends with Chen Ning shouted, Chen Ning, why aren't you treating us to milk tea? Exactly. You're prioritizing girls over friends, huh? Chen Ning smiled at these roommates and said, I'll treat you all separately later. Upon hearing this, they smiled and replied, that's more like it. Other girls occasionally glanced at Chen Ning, sending him smiles. Only Zhang Tian had a dark expression, mumbling, you think I'm going to forgive you for playing this game with me? Chen Ning sat in the back row, spending 400 yuan to buy 40 cups of milk tea, which were to be delivered directly to the classroom. After class, the delivery person arrived with 40 cups of milk tea and placed them on the desk next to Chen Ning. The girls quickly flocked to Chen Ning's side. Chen Ning stood up, holding the milk tea with a smile, and handed it out. Here you go, your milk tea. Next, the girls in the back automatically stepped forward, smiling as they took the milk tea. Thank you, Chen Ning. Chapter 5. Zhao Ming quickly comforted her in a low voice. Don't worry, Tian, he definitely can't win. Look at him, he can't even scrape together 300 yuan. Why should I be afraid of him? Zhang Tian calmed down. However, Chen Ning ignored them, getting into Wu Mengdia's Mercedes-Benz and leaving the school to do things that only couples can do. The next morning, Chen Ning had Wu Mengdi drive him to the Lamborghini 4S dealership, planning to buy a flashy luxury car to show Zhao Ming what it meant to look down on others. The sales representative at the Lamborghini 4S dealership greeted them. Welcome to Lamborghini. Do you have a specific model in mind, sir? Chen Ning had done his homework and knew there was a very cool car called the Veneno. So he asked, do you have a Lamborghini Veneno? The sales representative paused. This car was typically unattainable for the average person. It could be said to be a price without a market kind of existence. Even if you had the money, you might not be able to buy it. The sales representative maintained a professional smile and said, Sir, the Veneno is a globally limited edition model, and we in Yangcheng simply don't have the qualifications to sell such a car. Would you like to consider a different model? Chen Ning shook his head and said, I want to buy this car. Chapter 6. Wu Mengdi was very understanding and said, Then let's go together. I don't mind. Zhao Caixia happily asked, Really? That's great. Chen Ning smiled and waved, Let's go. They were just short of hugging each other, but it wasn't the right time yet, so he could only wrap his arm around Wu Mengdi for now. Zhao Caixia quickly changed into casual clothes and followed Chen Ning and Wu Mengdi out. They got into Wu Mengdia's Mercedes-Benz and drove to a nearby restaurant. Previously, Wu Mengdi would only go to small eateries, but now that she was with Chen Ning, she knew he was loaded, so naturally, they should go to some high-end restaurants to match his status. Little did she know, this was exactly what Chen Ning wanted. The more he spent, the more he earned. The three of them arrived at a nearby high-end Western restaurant, ranked first in the city's food list. With an average consumption of over 8,000, it could be said to be extravagantly wealthy. Ordinary people really couldn't afford to eat here. Even for someone like Zhao Caixia, a luxury car sales consultant, this dining standard was beyond her means. Wu Mengdi got out of the car, linked her arm with Chen Ning's, and looked at the restaurant sign. Darling, how about we eat at this restaurant? Chen Ning glanced at the impressive facade and nodded. Sure, let's go there. Chapter 7. Zhao Caixia sat down and took a sip of water, still unable to contain her excitement. Although she was just a sales consultant, she had interacted with many high-end clients. The more she interacted, the more she understood the importance of connections and circles. No matter how capable a person is, they still need a benefactor to provide them with a platform to showcase their talents. However, previously, in her role as a sales consultant, nobody would pay attention to her. Even if they did, it was merely for her body and not for genuine investment. She was clear about this, but she didn't expect Chen Ning to be serious about it. He actually wanted to let her run a 4S dealership. Chen Ning put his arm around Wu Mengdia's shoulders casually and said, Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine. I never force anyone. Zhao Caixia quickly replied, No, I'm not being forced. Mr. Chen, I promise. I will do my utmost to run the 4S dealership well. Seeing her so serious, Chen Ning waved his hand and said, Relax, don't be nervous. Actually, I don't have any other requirements for this 4S dealership. Just hire more beautiful consultants for me. Wu Mengdi and Zhao Caixia both looked at Chen Ning, who innocently looked back at them. What's wrong? Chapter 8. Chen Ning casually waved his hand. Go on. Be more careful in the future. Li Kai hurriedly nodded. Yes, bro, take your time. After saying that, he took his people and left. After he left, Chen Ning cheerfully said, Come, let's eat. Wu Mengdi and Zhao Caixia were already hungry. Now that they saw so much delicious food, they couldn't hold back any longer. They picked up their chopsticks and started eating heartily, completely disregarding their image. Chen Ning watched the scores above their heads with a smile, not saying a word. As long as these two were around, he didn't have to worry about making money. Hey, wait a minute. Why did her score go up? Name, Wu Mengdi. Age, 19. Score, 95. Evaluation, spending money on her can yield 10,000 times the reward. The score was 94 before. How did it become 95? Just as Chen Ning was puzzled, the system spoke up. As long as the host raises the beauty score to 100, a special ability can be drawn. What the heck? Chen Ning was shocked. He didn't expect the scores above their heads had such a use. But how should I raise their scores? Chen Ning questioned. Please explore on your own. After saying that, there was no more sound. Chen Ning felt frustrated. Chapter 9. Wu Mingdai gently tugged at Chen Ning's sleeve. Chen Ning patted her hand. Don't worry, it's fine. After a while, a whooshing sound came from the sky. Everyone looked up. A large helicopter flew over, carrying a container. It slowly descended next to them, landing the container steadily on the ground. At the same time, 3 people got off the helicopter, dressed in suits, wearing white gloves, and with slick-back hair, they walked towards Chen Ning. Zhao Ming and the others were dumbfounded. What is going on? Whose container is this? Brother Ming, is this your delivery? Zhao Ming shook his head, not knowing what was happening at all. Many passers-by on the bridge stopped to watch, pulling out their phones to take pictures. Wow, this scene is indeed rare. Someone actually delivered goods by helicopter. How extravagant. The 3 men in suits walked over, and Zhao Ming and the others instinctively made way. They looked at Chen Ning, smiling. Mr. Chen, your globally limited edition sports car, Lamborghini Veneno, has arrived. Would you like to unbox it now? Chen Ning wrapped his arm around Wu Mingdai and said calmly, unbox it. The 3 of them replied in unison, okay, Mr. Chen. Chapter 10. Chen Ning looked at Zhang Tian, who had been beaten, and calmly said, good job. Once you ignored me. Now, you can't reach me. I'll give you 4 words. Take care of yourself. After saying that, he left with Wu Mingdai and Zhao Caixia. They got into the Lamborghini and drove toward the school, leaving Zhang Tian, who was left crying on the ground, in tears. Zhao Ming spat at her, damn. Almost got me in trouble with Brother Chen. Ugh. After saying that, he left with his group. Zhang Tian cried like a flower in the rain, repeatedly shouting, why? Why is this happening? Chen Ning drove Wu Mingdai and Zhao Caixia back to school, parking the Veneno by the roadside at the school gate, not wanting to draw too much attention. He planned to enter the school later in Wu Mengye's Mercedes. Caixia, go handle your business. If you need money, just tell me. I'll transfer it to you, Chen Ning said, standing by the road while pressing the car key. Zhao Caixia respectfully replied, okay, Mr. Chen, everything will be done as you wish. Chen Ning glanced at her score, which had changed from 80 to 81. It seemed that this score was related to their favorability. Every time their favorability towards him increased, the score would also rise. Chapter 11. Chen Ning clicked on the screen and spoke. The streamer is doing well. Here are 10 carnivals. After that, he sent over 10 carnivals, totaling 30,000 yuan. Congratulations to the host for spending 30,000 yuan on Zhang Yinhua, receiving a 10,000-fold reward of 300 million yuan. Bank of China account credited 300,000,000 yuan. Balance 435, 694, 660, 69 yuan. Not bad. Investing 30,000 and earning 299,997,000. This business can be done, Chen Ning said with a smile. His Douyin account, Ninggu, instantly upgraded to level 1. This is the power of spending money. While others might take half a month to level up, Chen Ning completed it in a second. This action immediately caught the attention of the streamer. Zhang Yinhua leaned closer to the screen, her face unable to hide her smile. Thank you, Ninggu, for the carnivals. Love you. After saying that, she made a heart gesture above her head with both hands. Chen Ning felt an overwhelming joy. This was the first time he saw a streamer on the internet actively talking to him, and in such a friendly tone. No wonder so many top donors were willing to spend money on internet celebrities. A beautiful streamer with tens of thousands of viewers only thanked him with her charming gestures. His vanity was greatly satisfied. The top donor, seeing this, became displeased. Chapter 12. The heat of the live broadcast room was completely stirred up. Seeing this, the top donor's emotions were provoked. All right, just you wait. I'm charging money right now. After saying that, he disappeared. The guild that Zhang Yinhua was part of also monitored this scene and quickly messaged her. Yinhua, you caused trouble. Hurry and end the broadcast. Do you know who the top donor is? You embarrassed him today. You need to apologize to him in person. Hearing the guild leader's words, Zhang Yinhua was terrified. Although she had a record of 80,000 viewers and someone had sent her 150,000 carnivals, she was still just a small streamer in the whole streaming community. She couldn't possibly go against a large organization like the guild. If they wanted to blacklist her, it would be a matter of minutes. Zhang Yinhua realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly said, okay, guild leader, I'll end the broadcast right now. This was also a method for streamers to deal with emergencies, simple and direct. The live broadcast ended. The 8,000 viewers in front of the screens all displayed this subtitle simultaneously. Hey, why did anyone end the broadcast? I was looking forward to watching two rich guys fight. When will the next broadcast be? We're waiting to watch. The previous top donor couldn't sleep that night. Chapter 13. Chen Ning then said, "Oh, it's that one from before. Let me think. How about this? Around 10 o'clock, you continue the live broadcast, and I'll send you 150,000 in gifts. This will boost the heat of your live broadcast room. And then you can publicly announce your withdrawal from the guild, no longer following their arrangements." Zhang Yinhua quickly replied, "Ninggu, if I do that, they'll make me pay a huge penalty for breach of contract." Chen Ning casually asked, "What's the penalty for breach of contract?" Zhang Yinhua thought for a moment and replied, 5 million. For a streamer at my level, if I breach the contract, I need to pay 5 million. Chen Ning scoffed, "It's just 5 million. I'll cover it for you." Zhang Yinhua paused for a moment. Chen Ning knew what she was thinking. "You don't believe in my capabilities, right? No problem. Once you start streaming, I'll directly send you 5 million in gifts to prove it." Zhang Yinhua quickly replied, No, that's not what I meant. Since Brother Ning values me so much, I have nothing more to say. Let's do it your way. After the deal is done, if you want." Chen Ning calmly said, "Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. After the deal is done, I just need you to keep streaming so I can send you gifts." Chapter 14. When Zhang Yinhua saw Wang Hai, she wasn't angry, nor was she morally blackmailed. Instead, she slightly bowed and said, "Mr. Wang, I am very grateful for your support and cultivation. However, I believe the most important thing for a person is to have principles. I'm sorry, but I cannot go against my own wishes to accompany you." After she said this, the number of viewers in her live stream skyrocketed from 30,000 to 50,000. Netizens commented, "Well said. Not many streamers like you have principles. For this statement alone, I'm definitely following you. Inua, I'm your diehard fan. I'm proud of you. I support you. Love you forever." Hundreds of comments flooded the screen. Wang Hai was furious. He typed in the public chat, "You ungrateful bitch. Today I've seen through you. How much have I spent on you in the past 6 months? Have you calculated it? If it weren't for my gifts in your live stream, would you be where you are today? Now that you've eaten your fill, you want to throw the pot, huh? If you have the guts, spit out all the money I gave you." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yinhua felt obviously embarrassed because she really couldn't pay back that money. Chapter 15. Zhang Yinhua saw that Chen Ning had sent over 300,000 again. She was extremely touched. Wiping her tears, she bowed to the camera and said, "Thank you, Brother Ning. I have nothing to repay you." Chen Ning continued, "I just heard them say that your mother is seriously ill and hospitalized. How much does the treatment cost? Send me the card number, and I'll transfer the money to you." Zhang Yinhua straightened up, feeling incredibly excited at this moment. Even when she joined the guild, they never treated her so thoughtfully. Name, Zhang Yinhua. Age, 21. Score, 100. Evaluation. Spending money on her can yield 10,000 times the reward. Congratulations to the host for raising Zhang Yinhua's score to 100, gaining the ability of a martial arts master. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Ning felt a jolt. A warm current filled his body, nourishing his limbs. Instantly, his mind was flooded with thousands of fighting methods and techniques. His bones and muscles were also strengthened accordingly. Slowly opening his eyes, Chen Ning felt that everything around him was different. It seemed he could punch a cow to death. He didn't expect that training a beauty to 100 points would have such great benefits. It seems he needs to work even harder in the future. Chapter 16. Chen Ning didn't disturb anyone else and casually hailed a taxi, heading to Zhang Tian's home. On the way, Chen Ning was excitedly looking at his hands. He never expected to become so powerful. He single-handedly overturned more than a dozen opponents effortlessly. This function of training a beauty to 100 points was truly powerful. He wondered what ability he would gain next. Arriving at Zhang Tian's doorstep, he found an old courtyard. He had been to her house before with Zhang Tian, but her mother seemed to look down on him. Once inside, she never even glanced at him. She didn't even invite him to sit down. She just asked a couple of questions and then sent him away as if dismissing a beggar. At that moment, several Mercedes and BMWs were parked outside their home. Chen Ning approached the door and heard Zhao Ming's voice from inside. "I made myself very clear. The bride price of 1,800,000 must be returned in full. Otherwise, no one from your family is allowed to leave today." Then Zhang Tian's voice came through, "Zhao Ming, I've already dropped out. What more do you want? Are you really trying to drive me to death?" Chapter 17. Zhao Ming followed Chen Ning out, grinning. "Brother Chen, where are you going? Do you need me to give you a ride?" What did Boss Chow want you for last time? He was trying to find out about Chen Ning and Chow Deshun's matters. Chen Ning stopped and looked at him. Zhao Ming quickly shut up, like a child who had done something wrong. At that moment, a Land Rover that had been following Chen Ning stopped at the roadside. Dozens of people got out of the car and walked towards Chen Ning. Zhao Ming saw this and thought they were Chen Ning's bodyguards, looking very imposing. He spoke loudly in front of Chen Ning. Brother Chen, just tell me what you need. I'll definitely get it done for you. I have some connections at school. He said these words loudly, wanting the bodyguards behind to hear to show their close relationship. But the leader came to Zhao Ming's side and coldly asked, "Are you in cahoots with him?" Zhao Ming paused. "In cahoots?" He looked at Chen Ning and firmly said, "Yes, in cahoots." Upon hearing this, the leader signaled to the others, and they immediately came forward to capture Zhao Ming and drag him into the car. Chapter 18. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming felt blackness before his eyes, nearly fainting. This Wang Hai appeared to be a businessman on the surface, but in reality, he was ruthless. No one dared to snatch the people he set his sights on. No wonder, brother, who sent someone to find Chen Ning? It turned out that it was Wang Hai's orders. This explains everything. Brother Chen, I know you have a lot of money and aren't short on cash, but you better not provoke this Wang Hai. He's a desperate man, and many of his subordinates are willing to die for him. If he takes advantage of your unawareness and sends someone to deal with you. Chen Ning interrupted him. Didn't you just say he is a businessman? Zhao Ming nodded. Yeah, he mainly does cosmetics business. Chen Ning smiled slightly. Then let's use commercial methods to deal with him. Zhao Ming's mind seemed a bit lacking. It was unclear exactly what aspect he was referring to. Chen Ning looked at Zhao Ming and said seriously, from what you've said just now, it seems you know quite a bit about Wang Hai. I want to give you a chance to make some money. I wonder if you're willing to do it. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming immediately perked up. Brother Chen, you say? Of course, I'm willing to do it. Chen Ning put his arm around his neck and walked towards the street, saying as they walked, Chapter 19, Understanding Chen Ning's Implication. The landlord just smiled and quickly changed the subject. Look at the lighting and decoration here. It's practically designed for a 4S shop. Moreover, I spent over 100,000 cleaning it up when the last tenant left. A yearly rent of 5 million is really not expensive. Chen Ning shook his head and said, I'm here to discuss a business deal, not to rent. The landlord was taken aback. Business? What are you buying? The house. Chen Ning said confidently. The landlord frowned slightly. Are you saying you want to buy my house? You've got the wrong person. I'm not selling this house. This has been passed down through generations in my family. We rely on this house to collect rent and make money. If I sell it, that's a one-time deal. Where would I go to collect rent in the future? Chen Ning didn't mind, casually found a sofa to sit on, stretched out his arms on the backrest, crossed his legs, and said, 100 million, will you sell? Hearing Chen Ning mention 100 million right off the bat, the landlord was somewhat surprised. This person looked young, but had quite the boldness, more so than any other big bosses I've met. The landlord still refused, not selling. Chapter 20. Driving to the entrance of the Maserati 4S shop. The sales consultant saw a black Lamborghini Veneno parked at their door and hurried out to greet it. Good afternoon, sir. Here to look at cars? This way, please. The VIP room is ready for you. I must say, the service was quite attentive. Chen Ning walked ahead, with Zhao Caixia following behind. Standing in the lobby, Chen Ning said directly, Caixia, which car do you like? Just buy it. The sales consultant was very happy to hear this. It seemed like they were a potential customer pair. They must be served well. Zhao Caixia nodded and excitedly approached each Maserati car, touching the doors, opening them, and sitting inside to feel the interior. Oh my, isn't this Caixia? What brings you to our shop? A heavily made-up woman in high heels came to the car and said. The adjacent sales consultant happily said, Manager Gao, do you two know each other? The woman looked indifferent. Yeah, she was my colleague when I worked at Lamborghini. I remember she was there to serve tea and water. Chapter 21. Chen Ning, however, was quite at ease, sitting there while Zhao Caixia made tea for him. Soon, Gaia walked in with a slightly plump man. Gaia followed behind, looking timid, and pointed toward Chen Ning, General Manager Chow. That person is right there. The sales consultants made way, allowing a clear view of Chen Ning. Gaia, with a proud expression, said to Chen Ning, Our boss is here. Why don't you get up? Chen Ning looked up at her boss, showing no intention of standing. Instead, her boss quickly stepped forward and looked at Chen Ning, asking, Is that Veneno outside yours? This question left Gao momentarily stunned, looking at her boss in confusion. What Veneno? What is going on? Chen Ning took a sip of tea and casually replied, Yes. What is the matter? The boss, upon hearing this, quickly sat down next to him, smiling and extending his hands to shake Chen Ning's hand. Brother, it's great to finally meet you in person. That car was coordinated for you by me. I'm Chao Deshan. Upon hearing this, Chen Ning was also taken aback. So, this is Chao Deshan, the owner of this Maserati 4S shop? Gao Yu was even more stunned, unable to breathe. The boss actually knew this person. Chapter 22, Chen Ning stood up. All right, Saixia, wait for me on the first floor. Zhao, Saixia nodded. Chen Ning followed Chao Deshan upstairs. Wanted to hear what he had to say. Hello, General Manager Chao. Hello, General Manager Chao. Upon reaching the second floor, the staff greeted Chao Deshan with nods. Chao Deshan also nodded slightly, acknowledging them. Along the way, everyone who saw Chao Deshan treated him with great respect because they were his employees. Their monthly salaries depended on him. Arriving at the general manager's office, Chao Deshan walked to his desk, poured tea. Brother Chen, make yourself at home. No need to be polite. Chen Ning looked around. This office alone was over 200 square meters. The overall decoration style was a tech gray. There was even a golf course laid out near the wall. It seemed Chao Deshan spent quite a bit of time here in the office. Truly knows how to enjoy life. After Chao Deshan brewed the tea, he walked over with the cup, handed it to Chen Ning, and asked with a smile, "How does it feel?" Chen Ning took the cup, looked around again, and nodded, "Not bad. This office design is quite impressive." Chapter 23. Su Qi heard this amount, but didn't show much surprise, only saying calmly, "I hope you're not bragging. Once I find out you don't have that much money, I will immediately apply to be transferred back to headquarters. Now, give me a list of the assets under your name, so I can arrange my schedule and start managing." Truly the Ice Queen. 3 sentences without mentioning anything but business. Everything else was off the table. Such a beautiful face wasted. Chen Ning, with his hands in his pockets, said, "As for assets, I currently only have 1 car mall, and it's not even in my name. I'm only responsible for investment. As for other assets, I might acquire a cosmetics company in a while." Upon hearing this, Su Qi frowned slightly. "So you don't have a single company you can manage right now?" Chen Ning thought for a moment and said, "Loanting Company is the parent company I just registered. It will make it easier to manage other companies in the future. From now on, you will be in charge of arranging and dispatching at Loanting Company." After hearing Chen Ning's words, Su Qi felt utterly defeated. How could she have encountered such a boss? You have to know, which boss in the wealthy club doesn't have hundreds of assets under them? Each one is rolling in money. Chapter 24. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Blue Sky in Clear Water. The bowing service is very attentive. Chen Ning slightly nodded and led Su Qi into the sales office. The decoration here is very luxurious. Marble tiles, golden crystal chandeliers, a spacious bar, and viewing area give a sense of extravagance. Chen Ning was pleased to see this scene. The houses here must be very expensive. "Hello, sir, I am your exclusive consultant. Which type of house are you interested in? Let me introduce it to you." The sales consultant spoke very thoughtfully. For clients like this, coming here to view houses must mean they intend to purchase because they have the financial capability. Chen Ning casually replied, "Mansion villa, the most expensive one." Hearing this, Su Qi did not react. She just wanted to take this opportunity to test the employer's financial strength. Although mansion villas easily cost tens of millions, those who can't afford this amount shouldn't even be served. The sales consultant was overjoyed at this moment. Today, he had encountered a fortune. "All right, sir, how about this type of house over here?" The sales consultant gestured towards a nearby model of the building. Chapter 25. After making up their minds, the two exchanged glances and understood each other's intentions. They immediately pleaded, "Big brother, spare us. Please don't hurt us. We know we were wrong. Just let us go." Seeing them admit their mistakes, Chen Ning grabbed one of them by the collar and lifted them up. "Bring my secretary back. Get her to agree to buy a villa here, or you want to get away with it. This is a business worth trillions. It cannot just end this way." Chen Ning released his grip and glared at them fiercely. The two were so frightened that they hurriedly ran towards the door. Just as they reached the entrance, Su Qi's figure appeared before them. The two were overjoyed. "Beauty, you're back. That's great." Su Qi looked at them coldly and said, "Now both of you disappear." Chen Ning also looked expressionlessly at the Guo brothers. Terrified, they quickly replied, "Yes, yes, we'll disappear," and scurried past Su Qi like rats crossing the street, glaring at her with the corner of their eyes, planning to seek revenge later. Once the two left, the hall finally quieted down. Chen Ning walked over to Su Qi and said, "Look, they've already disappeared." Chapter 26. Chen Ning called the sales consultant at the sales office to discuss the situation. The sales consultant quickly brought the manager to the community. Chen Ning sat in the car, turned on the music, and adjusted the seat, comfortably lying there. He was curious to see who was more arrogant. Soon, a long line formed behind a Lamborghini. However, no one honked. Wow, did I see that correctly? Lamborghini Veneno? Is this for real? There are only 5 of these cars in the world. I was lucky to see one at the International Auto Show last time. I heard it was airlifted here and left right after the exhibition. Oh my, is this owner from our community? Why is it blocking the entrance? The property management must have offended him. How dare they offend someone like this? They are so blind. They're going to suffer now. The drivers behind thought remarkably alike. People who can live here usually have tens of millions in savings, so they weren't in a hurry. They just wanted to see how this situation would resolve. The security guard, however, was anxious. The property office's phone was about to explode. Old Wong, what are you doing? Can't you see so many cars parked at the entrance? Hurry up and open the door to let them in. The gatekeeper quickly pressed the remote control to open the door while saying on the phone. Chapter 27. There were all kinds of comments from netizens. Chen Ning ignored them and directly started the carnival. Carnival 100, let us swipe 30 million first. Congratulations to the host for spending 30 million on Zhang Yinhua and receiving a 10,000-fold return reward of 3 billion. Nice. The 30 million spent just now was immediately earned back. Zhang Yinhua, however, was no longer calm. She covered her chest and leaned closer to the camera, saying, Brother Ning, please don't swipe gifts anymore. You've already given me enough. I'm very satisfied. What dance do you want to see? I'll perform a special one for you. Hearing Zhang Yinhua's gentle voice, the netizens' hearts melted. Little Hearts 100, Rockets 100, Glasses 100. Yinhua, when will you dance for me too? I want to see Kukai. Can you dance? If you can, swipe the carnival immediately. Upstairs, I advise you to give up. Brother Ning has swiped over 1,000 carnivals before. Can you do it? The person instantly fell silent. 1 carnival costs 3,000. 10 is 30,000. 1,000 is 3 million. Ordinary people really can't afford to swipe that much. Chen Ning commented, I like whatever you dance. I said, as long as you let me swipe gifts for you, that's fine. The rest doesn't matter. Chapter 28. The management staff at the nightclub also noticed the situation in the live broadcast room. Although the rewards kept coming in, it was still rare for someone like Chen Ning to swipe 30 million at once. At this time, the host was dancing on stage and was unaware of the situation in the live room. Unlike Zhang Yinhua, who could pay attention, she could only find out when someone told her. Welcome Brother Ning to the live room. Give Brother Ning some attention. The host shouted at the camera. Chen Ning's fans surged rapidly. At this point, there were already 8,000 followers. However, Chen Ning frowned slightly. Why hasn't my return come yet? System? What's going on? Is there a problem? After shouting for a long time, there was no response from the system. This made Chen Ning anxious. Could it be that the system malfunctioned? Chen Ning quickly found Zhang Yinhua's live room and swiped 10 carnivals for her. Brother Ning sent 10 carnivals. Congratulations to the host for spending 30,000 on Zhang Yinhua and receiving a 10,000-fold return reward of 3 billion. Fortunately, the system was still there. Chen Ning finally relaxed. However, Zhang Yinhua's rating had already reached 100, so there was no need to keep swiping money for her. He needed to find some beauties with ratings that could still be improved to swipe money. Chapter 29. After arriving at the hot pot restaurant, Chen Ning took Yang Li to find a place to sit. A staff member came over with a tablet to take their order. Chen Ning asked, Can you eat spicy food? Yang Li placed her hands behind her head, loosened her hair tie, and let her long black hair cascade over her shoulders, enhancing her femininity. All right, Chen Ning ordered a spicy hot pot and their signature dishes, including various meat rolls. The total came to 2,000 yuan, which wasn't too much. Okay, let's go with this. Chen Ning handed the tablet to the waiter and said to Yang Li, with your qualifications, you could totally go out on your own. Why work in a nightclub? Yang Li took a sip for a cup of sour plum soup and replied, I don't know anything else besides what I do in the nightclub. Chen Ning continued, you could do live streaming like dancing. I'm sure a lot of people would love to watch. Yang Li smiled and shook her head. I don't know how to stream. I've never done it. The live streaming room in the store was built by them. It doesn't really have anything to do with me. It seemed Chen Ning was right. Yang Li wouldn't earn a single cent from gift money. It all went into the nightclub's pocket. Chen Ning thought of Zhang Yinhua. She was an expert in live streaming. Chapter 30. The next morning, Chen Ning was awakened by the ringing of his phone. Upon checking, it was a call from Wu Mengdai. Chen Ning answered, Hello, Mengdai. What's up? Miss me? A sweet voice came from the other end. Yes, Chen Chen. Where have you been these past few days? You haven't come to see me. Have you been flirting with other girls? Chen Ning denied. No, I was just busy because Kai Xia set up a car dealership and is preparing to sell cars. Wu Mingdai quickly replied, I understand. You're but different from us. You must have a lot to handle every day, so I won't bother you. But today is my birthday, and I want you to accompany me. Is that okay? Hearing this, Chen Ning was jolted. Birthday? That's a great excuse to buy something. Chen Ning quickly got off his bunk bed, put on his shoes, and said, It's your birthday. Why didn't you say so earlier? Let's go shopping. I'll buy you whatever you want. Hearing Chen Ning's words, Wu Mingdai was already very happy. Whether we buy something or not doesn't matter. I just want you to accompany me. Chen Ning insisted as he went downstairs. No way, we have to buy something. Chapter 31. Chen Ning shook off Wu Mingdai's arm and looked at the sales assistant behind the counter, saying, You're impressive. Just wait. Chen Ning used the QR code function that Chao Deshan had sent him. This function could call the nearest club service provider. Almost all malls across the country were owned by members of the rich club, so they belonged to the same system. Soon, the manager of the mall came to the first floor, looking around as if searching for something. Finally, he spotted Chen Ning in the crowd and hurried over. Respectfully greeting him, Good morning, Mr. Chen. I didn't know you were coming. I apologize for the oversight. He was merely the manager of the mall. But when a member of the rich club called, he had to treat them like a lord. After all, members usually had assets worth hundreds of billions. They were the true big bosses behind real businesses. This was also the rule of the rich club. Whenever encountering a member, one must treat them with respect and meet any demands. The sales assistant from the jewelry store nearby was astonished by the scene. The mall manager was being so polite to him. Who was he? Chen Ning was also slightly taken aback, not expecting the rich club's functions to be so useful. Chapter 32. Chen Ning casually said, I met a streamer on Douyin, and I asked her to set up a live streaming room here to venture into the streaming world. Wu Mingdai perked up at this, stood in front of Chen Ning, and struck a pretty pose. What do you think of me? Chen Ning pinched her waist, of course. You can, but I don't want you to expose yourself out there. Besides, you haven't graduated yet. Just stay by my side. Hearing Chen Ning's obvious favoritism, Wu Mingdai felt overjoyed and wrapped her arm around his as they walked into the restaurant. Hello, sir. Do you have a reservation? Ho Hot Hall. All right, this way, please. The waiter slightly bowed and gestured the way. Chen Ning led Wu Mingdai to Ho Hot Hall. Inside, there were 4 tables, and quite a few people were already seated. They all seemed to be Wu Mingdai's classmates. Upon seeing Wu Mingdai, they all stood up. Mingdai, you're here. Quickly, come in. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Hey, who's this beside you? They walked over and surrounded Wu Mingdai, asking. Wu Mingdai held Chen Ning's hand and confidently introduced, This is my boyfriend, Chen Ning. Chapter 33. Mr. Chen Chen? Why is it you? Wu Mingdai's cousin's earlier bravado immediately deflated. Zhou Shernan looked at her in shock. Sister, what did you just call him? Do you know him? Chen Ning understood the situation. It turned out that Zhou Shernan's cousin was the jewelry store employee he had encountered earlier in the mall. He then said, I said that diamond was fake. Am I wrong? Zhou Shernan's cousin dared not disagree and quickly nodded. Yes, it's fake. It's definitely fake. Cousin, how could you say that? Zhou Shernan was about to explode with anger. The other classmates burst into laughter. It really is fake. How ridiculous. He actually proposed with a fake diamond ring. Luckily, Mingdai didn't agree to him. A guy like that is the most shameful. He'd use any means to win a girl's heart. Exactly. Stay away from him in the future. Hearing the surrounding girls, Zhou Shernan wished he could dig a hole and hide. How embarrassing. Sister, were you scared by him? What nonsense are you talking about? I spent a full 100,000 on that. That's money my mom gave me to buy a car. Chapter 34. They were all excited. Chen Ning, however, asked Wu Mingdai to take her classmates back first, planning to chat with Zhang Yinhua alone. After all, it was their first offline meeting, and there were many things to arrange. Wu Mingdai nodded in agreement, not feeling worried. She knew that someone as outstanding as Chen Ning would definitely have many women around him. If she forced the issue and tried to stop him, it would only drive him away faster. That was not the result she wanted. So she chose to be magnanimous and let time prove everything. After Wu Mingdai left, Chen Ning said to Zhang Yinhua, You've worked hard coming here so early. Let's go get something to eat first. Zhang Yinhua nodded excitedly. She cherished the opportunity to be alone with Chen Ning. Chen Ning directly opened a spot by the window in the lobby and ordered the most expensive set meal at the restaurant, worth 20,000. The food arrived quickly. Chen Ning picked up an abalone for Zhang Yinhua and said, Eat more, I already had my girlfriend's birthday celebration earlier, so I'll eat less with you. Zhang Yinhua smiled sweetly. Thank you, Ninggu. She took a bite of the abalone, and the delicious juice flowed in her mouth, making her very happy at that moment. Chapter 35. The waiters in the distance were stunned. They never expected the boss would treat this young man with such respect. Who exactly is he? Chen Ning also took Zhang Yinua's arm and returned to the dining table. Yinhua, I didn't scare you just now, did I? Zhang Yinua's heart was still racing. One was that the three people earlier had indeed surprised her. More importantly, Chen Ning's displayed skills exceeded her imagination. He was so capable, so manly. Her affection for Chen Ning increased again. Name, Zhang Yinhua, age, 21 score, 105, what the heck? How can this score exceed 100? Chen Ning looked at the score panel above Zhang Yinua's head in surprise. He didn't expect the score limit was in T100. It could be higher. This is so outrageous. But this is good. A beautiful woman can be cherished multiple times. Oh no, I mean loved multiple times. That's the right way. Zhang Yinhua quickly shook her head, showing a sweet smile. No, thank you for saving me, Ninggu. Chen Ning said casually, it's nothing. It's what I should do. You need to be careful when you're out alone. There are all kinds of weirdos outside. By the way, does your mother have someone taking care of her? Chapter 36. Seeing Yang Li's pale face, Chen Ning held her hand and comforted her. Don't worry. I will take you out. Encouraged by Chen Ning, Yang Li was able to perk up. The manager, however, put away the contract and said sternly, show them out. People next to him stepped forward, seemingly intent on surrounding Chen Ning. But Chen Ning was not afraid. He directly used the privileges of the rich club to call for the person in charge here. Soon, a young man with dyed, yellow hair came down from the second floor. Everyone present made way for him. Crow brother, Crow brother. They all nodded to this young man. The young man approached Chen Ning at a leisurely pace, sizing him up without any change in expression. You are Chen Ning. What do you want me for? His tone was unfriendly. Chen Ning was slightly taken aback. Logically, as a junior member of the rich club, shouldn't he be able to command all the business leaders? Why does this person seem unafraid of him? Chen Ning looked at the young man and said, your store signed a contract to sell itself. Are you going to handle it or not? If not, I'll report it to the headquarters of the rich club. The one who will suffer will be your boss above. Chapter 37. Reflecting on what had just happened, Crow was also somewhat incredulous. He charged right in front of me. From a junior, he directly upgraded to a senior member. Manager Yao, that young man has quite the background. Don't offend him easily, said the voice on the phone. Nonsense. Senior member, do I need to tell you that? But he closed my shop. This matter can't just end like this. I'll think of a way later. You don't need to worry. The other side hung up. Crow could only sigh. The gods above fighting is something he couldn't participate in. Chen Ning took Zhang Yinhua and Yang Li out of the nightclub. The weather outside was sultry, but Yang Li felt refreshed. It was a sense of liberation. Finally, she didn't have to work at this black shop anymore. Ninggu, thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I'd probably have to work here for the rest of my life. Yang Li looked at Chen Ning to express her gratitude. At the same time, she couldn't help but excitedly look at Zhang Yinhua beside her. Sister Yinhua, can you give me an autograph? I really like you. Zhang Yinhua smiled, of course. We are all Ning Ji's people now. He will take care of us. Don't worry. Hearing Zhang Yinhua's words, Yang Li felt a bit jealous. Chapter 38. The total rent for all the houses comes to 1 billion a year. Zhang Yinhua and Yang Li were shocked when they heard this price. They never expected renting an office building would cost so much money. This figure was beyond what they could bear. Chen Ning casually said, not too expensive. He scanned the code to pay. The boss personally brought over the POS machine for Chen Ning to complete the payment. Construction bank expenditure, 1 billion, balance to 140, 305, 945, 069 yuan. After the payment, the account still had over 200 billion left. Chen Ning waved his hand. All right, you can go back now. Contact me if you need anything. The boss collected the money, nodding eagerly. Yes, Mr. Chen. Call me if you need anything. I'm at your service. Then he turned to the property manager and said sternly, from now on, pay more attention. Sir, Mr. Chinwell. Understand? The property manager dared not show any resentment and immediately saluted. Yes, Mr. Wang. Chen Ning then took Zhang Yinhua and Yang Li upstairs. He also called Su Qi to come to this office building to see what her office space was like. The property manager followed closely behind, ensuring that all of Chen Ning's demands were met. This was something the boss had repeatedly instructed him before leaving. Chapter 39. What did I just see? Yinhua is with Ninggu. No way. Did Yinhua really go to find Top Brother? Look, Inua didn't have a live broadcast today. She would definitely be dancing at this time before. This confirms it even more. At this moment, Yang Li, caught up in the excitement, actually used a set of things from the nightclub. She directly threw off her top, leaving only a fitted short shirt. Chen Ning quickly stopped the live broadcast. All right, that's enough. Zhang Yinhua hurriedly called to stop. If this dance continued, the live broadcast room would definitely be shut down. Don't let this kind of behavior happen again, especially in public places like the live broadcast room. Understand? Zhang Yinhua picked up the clothes on the ground and handed them to Yang Li. In front of Zhang Yinhua, Yang Li looked like a primary school student, nodding vigorously. Zhang Yinhua continued, "You did great jumping just now, I saw it, no problem. And it has a lot of personal characteristics. As long as Ninggu gives you a little gift, your popularity should be good." Hearing Zhang Yinua's affirmation, Yang Li was very happy. "Thank you, Sister Yinhua. This is my first time dancing in front of the camera, and I couldn't quite gauge the limits. I still need Sister Yinhua to help me keep an eye on it." Chapter 40, just when Chen Ning was feeling proud, a couple entered the sales office. They were chatting and laughing, looking very affectionate. It wasn't until they saw Chen Ning that they stopped, especially the girl. She looked like she wanted to find a hole to hide in, because she was Chen Ning's ex-girlfriend, Zhang Tian. Tian, what's wrong? Why aren't you leaving?" The guy beside her asked. Zhang Tian pulled his arm, looking a bit flustered. "Let's buy a house somewhere else." The guy insisted on buying here. "It's here. I know the manager, there are discounts." Seeing Chen Ning looking at her, Zhang Tian felt awkward and didn't know what to say. Just yesterday, she had actively tried to get back together with Chen Ning, but seeing Chen Ning's attitude, she had to find another target. After all, a long-term source of income cannot be lacking. Soon she had a target. With her methods, she managed to win over Yi Qing. Although he couldn't compare to Chen Ning, he was still a wealthy man. But now seeing Chen Ning buying a house here too made her a bit uneasy. Chen Ning looked at Zhang Tian, sneering. "So quickly found a new master, huh? What's the matter, short on cash? Do you want me to spare you some?" Chapter 41, seeing Yi Qing's cowardly appearance. Zhang Tian was also angry that he was useless. She chased after him, shouting behind Chen Ning. "Chen Ning!" Chen Ning stopped and turned around with the two of them. Zhang Tian stood behind. "Didn't you just say you would spare me some money?" "I accept." She knew all too well that nothing was more important than money. As for face and feelings, they could all be set aside. Chen Ning sneered, took a coin out of his pocket, and flicked it with his thumb. Clang, clang, clang. It rolled to the ground. He then left with Zhang Yinhua and Yang Li, leaving Zhang Tian with a face full of regret. "Am I really that detestable? Am I really that useless? Is there really no feeling between us? Chen Ning, you're so heartless. My heart hurts so much." Chen Ning took Zhang Yinhua and Yang Li to get into the car, planning to take them to see the new house. On the way, Zhang Yinhua asked curiously, "Ninggu, who was that girl just now? Do you know each other?" Chen Ning decisively replied, "I don't know her. A woman like her is not worth my affection. Watch out," Yang Li shouted from the side. Suddenly, a car rushed out from the side, heading straight towards the front of the Lamborghini. Chapter 42, Chen Ning let Zhang Yinhua familiarize herself with the new house. He then drove Yang Li to the rental house. On the way, Yang Li called the landlord, saying she wanted to terminate the lease. The landlord was furious. "The contract period hasn't ended. What are you terminating for? I cleaned this house thoroughly for you, and now halfway through, you don't want to rent it anymore? Where am I supposed to find a tenant? Who will bear this loss? Hurry back and clarify." Yang Li had no choice but to hang up the phone. Soon, the two arrived at the rental place in the old town. The landlord was already waiting outside with crossed arms, looking very angry, making anyone who saw him want to avoid him. When he saw Yang Li coming with Chen Ning, he pointed and scolded. "I was wondering why you weren't renting anymore. Turns out there's someone outside." "Huh? A little kept man, right? So, you found a place to stay? You think my place is too small? Let me tell you, there are people lined up behind waiting to rent." He tried to provoke Yang Li with his words. Yang Li didn't care at all. She just wanted to take her luggage. Everything else didn't matter. Chen Ning, however, felt wrong for being scolded as well. This was too unfair. "Why do you talk so harshly? What do you mean there's someone outside?" Chapter 43, since she was a big star, her popularity was naturally higher than that of ordinary streamers. The number of people online in the live broadcast room reached 100,000. The likes for this session exceeded 500,000. Moreover, the number one spot was occupied by several big names in the entertainment industry. In the face of such a lineup, Chen Ning's entry had no impact at all. "Ming Ming, I love you. Ming Ming, will you be my wife?" I'm your diehard fan. Can you send me an autograph? Yang Ming was tying her hair in front of the camera and did not respond to the comment from the viewers. Gifts kept coming in below. 99 glasses, 99 rockets, 100 yachts. Yang Ming sat there without speaking and received hundreds of thousands in gifts. This is the difference between celebrities and ordinary people. Seeing the tenfold reward floating above her head, Chen Ning couldn't help but send gifts as well. Carnival 100. Congratulations to the host for spending 300,000 yuan on Yang Ming, receiving a tenfold return reward of 3 billion yuan ice. A wave of 3 billion back. Indeed, sending gifts is the fastest way to make money. This operation caught Yang Ming's attention. She looked closely at the screen and said, "Who is this Ninggu? Just entered the live room, didn't even follow me, and sent me 100 carnivals." Hearing Yang Ming's words, the viewers below exploded. Is there something wrong? Which rich guy? Chapter 44. Chen Ning replied quickly, "Okay, you set the place, I'll treat." Soon, Yang Ming sent a restaurant address. Chen Ning smiled slightly and got off the bed. He found his roommates discussing Yang Ming. "Hey, Brother Zhu, have you heard? Yang Ming came to our school." "What? You mean that Dainan near Shun, Yang Ming? Is it true?" "I heard it from others. Her agent team has already set up a stage on the playground. Should we go take a look?" "Of course. We have to go." Chen Ning interjected. "What's the rush? The speech is in the afternoon." The others looked at Chen Ning in unison. "How do you know?" Chen Ning smiled mysteriously. "Yang Ming told me." Cut. A few people spat at the same time, expressing disbelief. How could such a big star possibly invite a student to dinner? Chen Ning didn't force the issue, put on his shoes, and said, "I'm going to have dinner with Yang Ming now. Don't be jealous." His roommates cheer one by one. "Go, go. Give me an autograph. Take a picture with him." Ha ha ha. They completely didn't believe Chen Ning's words. Chen Ning also didn't bother to explain. He went downstairs, got in a car, and drove to the car mall. Chapter 45. Chen Ning quickly stopped him. "Hey, don't take pictures. If you break it, you won't be able to afford it." Yi Qing's expression darkened as he looked at Chen Ning. "What did you say? I can't afford it? Don't think that just because you bought those two girls 2 apartments yesterday, you're impressive. Let me tell you, I've got money today. I can afford any expensive car." This made the girl following him feel proud. She pulled on Yi Qing's arm and cheered. "Brother Qing is awesome. Love you. Moo moo." Saying this, she kissed Yi Qing on the cheek and then looked towards Chen Ning with a smug expression, as if showing off something. Only the sales consultant beside them had an expression that seemed to see through everything, shaking his head slightly, feeling sorry for Yi Qing and the girl next to him. Chen Ning didn't tease him anymore and leaned against the Lamborghini, crossing his arms and said, "Do you know what's the biggest difference between me buying a car and you buying a car?" Yi Qing frowned. "What?" Chen Ning smiled slightly and said, "When I buy a car, I don't need money. When you buy a car, you have to give me money." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing laughed loudly. "Who do you think you are? Give you money? Dream on. Do you really think you're a rich tycoon? Is this store yours?" Chapter 46. After paying, Chen Ning put away his phone and smiled at his manager. "Sister Wu, please keep the receipts for the expenses. I'll reimburse you later." Huh. The manager was truly overjoyed. She didn't expect there would be such a talent in Yangcheng. He even wanted to fight to reimburse. Yang Ming's charm really is great. "All right. Seeing your enthusiasm, Sister Ming hasn't taken care of you for nothing. We have a speech at the university at noon. I'll give you an entry ticket. You should come too." Chen Ning waved his hand and said, "No need. I'm just a student at Yangcheng University." The manager was stunned. "You're a university student? How was that possible?" Chen Ning smiled. "Why is it impossible? It's true." The manager was quite shocked. She didn't expect a university student to be so wealthy. "How wonderful. All right, then see you later. We'll head out first." After saying that, they walked outside. Sitting in the car, the manager finally couldn't help but laugh. "Sister Ming, what kind of magic did you use to make that fool so dizzy?" He even insisted on paying the bill. And guess what? He's still a student at Yangcheng University. Your alumnus. Hearing the manager's words, Yang Ming didn't have much of a reaction. Chapter 47. Su Qi poured a cup of tea for Chen Ning. "Sit down." Chen Ning didn't stand on ceremony, sitting across from the desk, tasting the tea. "Speak, my big secretary, what's so urgent that we have to meet?" Su Qi pushed the documents on the desk forward and said to Chen Ning, "From now on, you're not allowed to spend money casually on other women." Chen Ning paused, his expression serious. "Why? Are you jealous?" Su Qi's face changed. "I'm not, okay? Don't think too much. I'm doing this for your business. If you keep this up, no matter how big your family business is, you'll end up spending it all." Chen Ning, however, said earnestly, Besides this, I can agree to any other conditions. But not letting me spend money on beautiful women, that's a no-go. Absolutely not. Su Qi was quite surprised. She didn't expect Chen Ning to be so resolute about this matter. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. Su Qi tried to ask, "Can I ask why?" Chen Ning decisively replied, "No. This is my only hobby. You can't take it away." He could only explain this way. Su Qi, however, suddenly understood. She had seen many wealthy people. The wealthier they were, the more they had some peculiar habits. Chapter 48. Seeing Chen Ning so reasonable, Zhang Yinua's mother nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Yinua felt very ashamed. She had received too many favors from Chen Ning and hadn't repaid him at all. Now she even had to trouble him to run an errand. She felt really embarrassed. Next to her, Zhang Wankai looked at Chen Ning. "So you're the rich man who supports my sister? You don't look that wealthy either. Come on. First transfer me 300,000 as hush money, so I don't speak ill of you in front of my sister." "Wankai, don't talk nonsense." Zhang Yinua scolded sharply. She had never spoken to her brother like this before. She had always been very tolerant. But now she couldn't stand his attitude toward Chen Ning. Zhang Wankai was taken aback, looking at Zhang Yinua. "You dare to yell at me? You actually dare to yell at me?" "I." Zhang Wankai's arm was grabbed by Chen Ning, unable to move. "Ouch! Ouch! Lighter! Lighter!" Zhang Wankai bent over, looking pained. Chen Ning snorted coldly and let go. On his arm, 5 clear red finger marks were visible. Zhang Wankai was frightened. He didn't expect Chen Ning to have such strength. "Brother Ning, I'm really sorry. This is my brother, Zhang Wankai, who has offended you. I apologize on his behalf." Chapter 49. Wang Qi was slightly stunned, feeling pain in his hand, and shouted loudly, "Let go! I said let go! You dare to touch me! You're done for! Do you know who my dad is?" "Ouch, ouch! Be gentler! Be gentler!" Wang Qi immediately changed his tone. The pain was unbearable. Zhang Yinua stood by, not daring to say much. She had just arrived in Yangcheng and didn't know who the big shots were. She only knew Chen Ning. For what she understood about Chen Ning, he must be a person of significance in Yangcheng, someone ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke easily. "Call your dad over. I want to see who he is." Chen Ning pushed Wang Qi hard, making him fall on the ground. Wang Qi was in so much pain he couldn't speak. People around pointed at Chen Ning. "If you have the ability, don't leave. I'm calling Uncle Wang right now." Saying this, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Soon, the other side picked up. "What's wrong, Xiao Zhao? Is Wang Qi with you?" "Uncle Wang, it's bad. Wang Qi got beaten up." "What? Where? Who hit him?" He reported the name of the mall. The person on the other end of the phone said, "Okay, wait there. I'll have a mall manager come over." After hanging up, that person looked at Chen Ning with a smug expression. Just wait. I'll make you see." Chapter 50. Welcome, General Chen. "Welcome, General Chen. Welcome, General Chen." The synchronized voices shook the glass of the mall. Zhang Yinua was somewhat intimidated by this atmosphere. Today, she finally witnessed how wealthy people spend. Chen Ning, however, found it unremarkable and was not impressed by their formality. He casually walked towards a nearby store. The staff warmly greeted him. "General Chen, what kind of clothes would you like to choose? I can help you match them." Chen Ning casually replied, "There's a banquet tomorrow night. Find something more formal." The staff immediately brought 2 sets of clothes from a nearby rack. "How about these 2 sets? They could be formal or casual." Chen Ning nodded slightly, and several staff members immediately came out, wanting to help Chen Ning take off his clothes. "I'll do it myself." Chen Ning wasn't used to that yet, so he took the clothes and went to change. After coming out, Zhang Yinua's eyes lit up. She didn't expect Chen Ning to look even more handsome in formal wear. For a moment, she felt a bit disappointed. Why wasn't such a wealthy and handsome man her boyfriend? Chen Ning stood in front of Zhang Yinua, turned around, and smiled. "How about it, Yinua? Not bad, right?" Zhang Yinua adjusted his collar. "It's absolutely perfect." Chapter 51. Soon, Yang Ming appeared on stage, dressed elegantly. With the spotlight on her, she sparkled. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to see you all participating in this charity fundraising event. Everyone present is an outstanding entrepreneur from Yangcheng, and I believe you are all passionate about charity. Every year, thousands of people benefit from these donations and grow into talented individuals. This is inseparable from everyone's generosity. So, I advocate here that we must dedicate our love and help more people." Applause erupted from below. Someone came over to convey a message. "President Chao, which area are you interested in? Let us know in advance, and we won't compete with you." Chao Deshun glanced at that person. "No need. I'm here to accompany Brother Chen today. I'm not participating in this matter. Hearing this, the person paused and glanced at Chen Ning. Brother, do you want that piece of land? Chen Ning replied indifferently. I want them all. Suddenly, the person's expression darkened. You really have a big appetite. We'll see about that. After saying that, he turned and left. At this point, Yang Ming had already started calling out prices on stage. Hope Primary School. Is there anyone willing to donate? Chapter 52. Congratulations to the host for spending 800 million on Yang Ming, receiving a 10,000-fold return reward of 800 billion. With this 800 billion, Chen Ning had 22 trillion in his account. He would never run out of money in this lifetime. But this was just an ordinary person's thinking. If he really wanted to do something, this 22 trillion was just the starting point. Little did he know that top-tier research projects often require investments in the tens of trillions. So this amount of money was still far from enough. After finishing the transaction, Yang Ming's manager brought over a certificate and presented it to Chen Ning. General Chen, congratulations, you have been named the great benefactor of this charity donation event. Additionally, our Mingming would like to invite you to dinner. Is that convenient for you? What dinner? I see she just wants to collaborate deeply with me. Sure, I'm free tonight. Chen Ning replied. Chao Deshun, sitting nearby, stood up, looking somewhat fatigued. I'm getting old, really old. The future belongs to you young people. Brother Chen, your status is now higher than mine. If you ever need me, you won't forget me, right? Chao Deshun said with a smile. Chen Ning also smiled slightly. Don't worry. President Chao, I'm not an ungrateful person. Chapter 53. Chen Ning suddenly remembered something and quietly asked, can't you even come up with 100 million? Yang Ming smiled slightly. As you know, I've spent all my money buying memberships in the club, so I don't have much cash on hand. So that's why. In order to boost her reputation, she invested over 1 trillion to buy a grassroots membership title. She didn't have any cash on hand. That's why she came to seek sponsorship. All right, I'll invest in this movie. Chen Ning directly agreed. As long as it was about spending money for Yang Ming, he wouldn't hesitate. Just then, a commotion arose nearby. Chen Ning turned his head and saw someone entangling Zhang Yinhua. Excuse me for a moment, Chen Ning said as he walked towards the crowd. He saw a person grabbing Zhang Yinhua's arm. Yinhua, just come back. Previously, we were misled by Wang Hai's slander and treated you that way. You know our company can't do without you. Yinhua, have you really forgotten the time we live-streamed late into the night? Can you really let go of this relationship? The person was Li Yuan, Zhang Yinhua's former live-streaming company boss. He didn't expect him to be here as well. Zhang Yinhua struggled continuously. Let go of me. I'm not going back. We have already terminated the contract. Chapter 54. Soon, Chen Ning drove to the cosmetics company's building. Half of the building belonged to the cosmetics company. Although it was night, the inside was still brightly lit. The security guard didn't recognize Chen Ning's car, but still raised the barrier to let him through. After all, such a nice car couldn't be here for any bad purpose. They couldn't risk offending someone and suffer losses. Chen Ning drove into the inner courtyard, found a spacious parking space, and backed in. After stabilizing the car, a vehicle came over with its high beams on, blocking the front of Chen Ning's car and honking continuously. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep. Beep, 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 beep. Chen Ning frowned. Who is this, daring to flash me? Saying that, he opened the door and got out of the car. A woman also got out of the opposite car. She wore a beige women's professional suit, with a small shawl, wavy hair, and red lips, looking quite glamorous. She also carried a Hermes bag, clearly a little wealthy woman. She looked Chen Ning up and down, her eyes filled with disdain. Who are you, a newcomer? How come I've never seen you before? You dare to take my exclusive parking space? Didn't your department manager tell you this is my spot? Without waiting for Chen Ning to speak, the woman directly said, which department are you from? And who is your leader? Speak. Chapter 55. Chen Ning picked up on the implication behind her words. After all, these people had previously worked with Wang Hai. They were probably influenced by him. Chen Ning said, I don't care what you were like before. Now that I'm in charge, there will be new rules. We can't continue doing things the old way. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu quickly responded, yes, what you said is right, President Chen. From now on, we will listen to you. Chen Ning relaxed his tone. Actually, I don't have any other hobbies. I just like to spend money for everyone. How about this today? Since it's our first meeting and I didn't buy you any gifts, send me the links to your shopping carts and I'll help you clear them out. Swish. Everyone present froze. What kind of boss is this? Clearing out shopping carts right after meeting? This is amazing. The girls on site all erupted with enthusiasm. They quickly took out their phones to see if they had added any expensive items. If not, they hurried to add some now. Seeing them so excited, Chen Ning was very happy. These shopping carts would be his gold mines. He could earn a lot of money. Zhang Yu couldn't help but secretly add a few designer bags. Chapter 56. Chen Ning smiled at her. Did you think about it? Of course I did. Cool me. Let me see if it has grown. Wu Mengye's face turned red, and she punched him. Hey, you're annoying. I want to talk to you. At that moment, 3 Lamborghinis drove up simultaneously, attracting more attention on the street. Wow, what is going on? For Lamborghinis. 3 Reventons. Oh my god, what are they doing? Are they from our school? Are the second-generation kids out to show off? These cars are so damn cool. I really want to sit in one and feel it. The 3 cars parked next to Chen Ning's car. Su Qi, Zhang Yinhuo, and Yang Li got out of the cars. The people around were instantly dumbfounded. Why are there so many beautiful women? It's rare to see such beauties. Today, for appeared at once. That guy next to them is so lucky. Su Qi, biting the leg of her sunglasses, asked, Why did you rush to find us? Chen Ning looked at them. To accompany me to a high school reunion. Zhang Yinhuo, Yang Li, and Wu Mengdai were all very happy. Only Su Qi had a face full of disdain. Just this? Is it really that grand? I'm very busy, okay? You guys go ahead. I have things to do. Chapter 57. A table had already been reserved here, and it was quite meticulous. Those who were doing well sat in the front rows, arranged in order towards the back. The last table was occupied by those who were looked down upon in school and were still not doing well. The classmate in charge of arranging the seats walked over, glanced at Chen Ning with disdain. But when he saw the 3 beauties beside him, he was greatly surprised. Who are these 3? Chen Ning said, They are with me. Let's sit wherever. The person snorted, originally wanting to arrange Chen Ning at the last row. However, seeing that these 3 beauties were truly stunning, it would be a waste to put them at the back. Plus, there were quite a few single men at this reunion. It might be an opportunity. So, he arranged them at a table in the 3rd row. The people sitting in the 1st row were all once prominent figures in school. Even now, they were better off than others. They all drove BMWs and Mercedes as a starting point, and were all CEOs of companies. They were the perfect boyfriend image in the minds of girls. The high school crush Chen Ning once had, Jia Duo, was sitting in the 1st row. The people at her table felt very unbalanced when they saw Chen Ning bringing 3 beauties over. Chapter 58. I, Zhang Yinhuo, hereby swear that this gentleman in front of me, Chen Ning, Ninggu, is my lifelong benefactor, brother, forever a family member. Now, no one doubts their relationship anymore. Otherwise, how much money would it take to make a big streamer promise like this? It's something they couldn't even imagine. Zhao Hao, watching this scene from the side, was also a bit dumbfounded. He felt that the situation was becoming more and more absurd, exceeding his understanding. Lu Wei was also shocked. He initially thought Chen Ning was lying and that these things were all rented. But now it seems that everything Chen Ning said was true. Jia Duo kept reminding herself, This isn't real. This isn't real. This isn't real. She organized this reunion to reconnect and show off a bit. But now, it seems that the sense of superiority is gone, replaced by a huge sense of shame. The once ugly frog has now turned into a golden phoenix. A shining golden phoenix that she couldn't even chase after. Ha ha ha. Zhao Hao suddenly laughed. Everyone looked at him, not knowing what he was laughing at. Good. You're really good at acting. Chen Ning, you really don't mind spending money, huh? Chapter 59. Chen Ning was stunned to hear this. Why do I have to meet the parents again? But he said, Sure, no problem. It's inappropriate for me to go empty-handed. So how about this? You come with me to buy something. Wu Mengdai was very happy to see Chen Ning agree and got into the car with him to go shopping. On the way, Chen Ning asked, Mengdai, what kind of gift does your grandpa like? Wu Mengdai thought for a moment and said, Grandpa usually likes some antiques, especially collectibles like calligraphy and paintings. Let's go to the antique market and take a look. Chen Ning turned the car around and headed towards the antique market. He had never been to such a place before, so it was a good opportunity to check out the mall there. Upon arriving at the antique market, it was a big square. There were various small stalls on the roadside. The simplest stalls had just a black cloth draped over them, displaying copper coins, porcelain, bracelets, and so on. Chen Ning parked the car and got out with Wu Mengdai to browse. Walking down the road, Chen Ning said seriously, Mengdai, choose whatever gift you want. It's on me. Wu Mengdai slightly pouted. How can I let you spend money for my grandpa's birthday? I'll pay for it myself. Chen Ning earnestly held Wu Mengdia's shoulder, looked at her seriously, and said, You don't understand. It must be me treating you. Chapter 60. Whose car is that? Is it also here to celebrate the old man's birthday? I haven't seen him before. This old man is quite hidden and unexpectedly has such a wealthy guest. Anyway, tonight I must get Meng Dai to agree to our marriage, or else my money will be wasted. After Chen Ning parked the car, he got out with Wu Meng Dai, holding the calligraphy and painting he had just bought. What the heck? Who is that guy? Why is he getting out with Meng Dai? Could it be that Meng Dai has a boyfriend from school? Damn it, he got the jump on me. Let's go. Let's check it out. The two of them approached Chen Ning, blocking his path. Who are you, kid? Let go of Meng Dia's hand. How dare you snatch Guo Xiao's woman? You're asking for trouble. The people nearby echoed. Chen Ning looked at Wu Meng Dai in confusion. Do you know these two? Wu Meng Dai shook her head. Chen Ning understood and immediately changed his expression, pushing the person in front away. Good dogs don't block the way. Saying this, he took Wu Meng Dai and walked inside. The two of them somehow ended up sitting on the ground, looking bewildered. What's going on? How did he have such strength? I don't even know what happened. And I just fell to the ground. Chapter 61. Gao He clearly had no interest in socializing with old Master Wu. He responded briefly and quickly asked, There's a Lamborghini parked at your door. It must be here to celebrate your birthday. Where's the calligraphy and painting they sent you? This question left old Master Wu stunned. Calligraphy and painting? What calligraphy and painting? He had only received the one painting sent by Wu Meng Dai. No other paintings. Moreover, it was a fake painting. No, I haven't received any calligraphy or painting as a birthday gift. What is wrong, Director Gao? Did something happen? Gao He's expression turned serious. Old Lu, you don't know. We found the descendants of the Tang family, and they have an authentic work by Tang Bohu that someone bought for 3 million. The higher-ups instructed us to secure that painting and keep it in the museum. We drove all the way here and found the car parked at your doorstep. Are you sure you haven't received any calligraphy or painting? Wu Old Master was dumbfounded. 3 million. Descendants of the Tang family. Authentic work by Tang Bohu. Could it be that what that young man said earlier was true? Their conversation was overheard by the guests who came to celebrate, and they felt a strange premonition. Chen Ning picked up the painting from the ground, walked in front of them, and opened it, saying, Chapter 62. Guiyun had originally planned to propose today, and now seeing Wu Meng Dai become the heir of the Wu family business, his intentions grew even stronger. If successful, he would not only gain a beautiful woman, but also directly inherit the Wu family's fortune, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Sixth Master, little Guo greets you. Guoyin seized the opportunity and stepped forward. Old Sixth Wu turned around with a smile and looked at him. Oh, it's little Guo, come. Let us go inside and sit. Come, everyone, please come inside. Guoyin quickly said. Sixth Master, I have something I want to ask you for help with. As he spoke, he glanced at Wu Meng Dai. Old Sixth Wu was very intelligent and immediately saw through his thoughts. You want to propose to my little Dai, right? Guoyin was overjoyed and responded. Exactly. I hope Sixth Master can help. If it weren't for what happened today, in old Sixth Wu's eyes, Wu Meng Dai was just a granddaughter being raised, and he never expected her to bring anything to the Wu family. But now it's different. First, half of the Wu family's industry is entrusted to her. Second, her boyfriend, who seems to have a significant background, needs to be investigated further. So he wouldn't easily marry her off. Chapter 63. Lu Suansuan saw Su Qi walking over and hurriedly said, Not good. The person in charge is coming. Let us stop chatting and quickly hand out flyers. Saying this, she turned and started distributing flyers. Su Qi walked gracefully over, calling her name, Lu Suansuan. You don't greet your boss when you see her? Lu Suansuan was taken aback. Boss? Where? I didn't see you. Su Qi came to Chen Ning's side, crossed her arms, and glanced at Chen Ning. This is your boss, Mr. Chen. Lu Suansuan was stunned. Mr. Chen? The neighbor she once had as the boss here? How is that possible? No, wait, Su, isn't the owner of the Auto City a woman? How can it be Lu Suansuan found it hard to believe? Chen Ning smiled and said, Are you talking about Zhao Caixia? Lu Suansuan stiffly nodded. She is my employee, and I invested in her to open this Auto City. Suddenly, Lu Suansuan was completely dumbfounded. She never expected that her former neighbor would turn out to be a big boss. Su Qi looked at Chen Ning and said, So, Mr. Chen, how do you think I arrange things? Up to now, our auto mall has already garnered 30 million in online exposure. Chapter 64, bang. Just as he finished speaking, a fist hit his face. Teeth mixed with blood flew out. The people nearby were stunned. Lu Suansuan was also extremely shocked. Chen Ning is so fierce. The scar-faced man staggered, about to fall to the ground. But Chen Ning didn't let him go directly grabbing his hair and smashing his head onto the table. Bang, bang, bang. The onlookers were terrified. Not a single person dared to step forward to stop it. In the end, Chen Ning kicked the Scarface man's knee, forcing him to kneel down. He pressed his head onto the table with one hand. His entire face was already unrecognizable. Chen Ning beckoned to the people nearby with his finger. That person trembled all over, not understanding what he meant. Cigarettes. Oh. That person quickly took out a cigarette and handed it to Chen Ning with both hands. Chen Ning took it, stuck it in the Scarface man's mouth, and even lit it for him. Do you still want money? The Scarface man struggled to speak. His head was pressed down by Chen Ning, and he couldn't even move. Whoever owes you money, just ask them for it. Don't go picking on soft persimmons. Understand? Chen Ning's voice drilled into the Scarfaced man's head, scaring him to shiver all over and quickly nod. Lu Suansuan was stunned on the side. Chapter 65. Li Lei's boyfriend felt that his dignity was being provoked and looked at Lu Suansuan. Smelly bitch, what are you laughing at? You are colleagues with Li Lei, right? Let me tell you, I know your boss. Do you believe I can make a phone call and get you fired in no time? Lu Suansuan stopped in her tracks, a bit flustered. No, let's talk nicely. I just remembered some funny things, nothing else. Li Lei came out this time, wanting her boyfriend to buy her some good cosmetics. She didn't want to waste time on her, so she grabbed her boyfriend's arm. Let's go, ignore them. We'll settle this when we get back to the company. Her boyfriend snorted and pointed at Lu Suansuan. Just wait to be fired. Lu Suansuan felt a bit down, and Chen Ning comforted her. Don't worry. I won't let you get fired. If they dare to fire you, I'll just buy your company and leave them homeless. Hearing Chen Ning's domineering words, Lu Suansuan nodded vigorously, feeling that Chen Ning seemed more mature than herself and more manly than before. Compared to when they were kids, he was completely different. Let's go to buy cosmetics. Chapter 66. Guagua, what's wrong? Guagua, speak up. Aren't you acquainted with the person in charge here? Why isn't he helping us? Shut up. Shigua reprimanded sharply. Such a person was definitely not someone he could provoke. Li Lei didn't expect that Shigua, who usually doted on her, would actually be fierce with her. Her eyes glistened with tears, feeling quite wronged. Shigua looked at the person in charge and sincerely said, Uncle Wang, it was my fault. I was rude, and I asked this Mr. Chen not to hold it against me. I apologize. After saying that, he bowed deeply. Lu Suansuan was quite surprised. The person who just said he would fire her was suddenly so polite to Chen Ning. It seemed that Chen Ning really had some power in Yangqing. Chen Ning, with his hands in his pockets, faced Shigua's bowing apology without any emotional fluctuation and calmly said, Who just said they would fire Suansuan? Quite a big deal, huh? Hearing this, Shigua broke into a cold sweat. So intimidating. Slap. Shigua slapped himself across the face. I was wrong. Please forgive me, Mr. Chen. That slap was loud and clear. Chen Ning continued. It's Suansuan you should be asking for forgiveness from, not me. Chapter 67. Chen Ning spoke up. Are you selling this house? How much? The landlord was slightly taken aback. What? Do you want to buy it? You say a price. I won't haggle. We'll deal right here. The landlord didn't expect Lu Suansuan to know such a wealthy person and thought about taking advantage of him. 800,000. Not a penny less. The landlord held up his index finger and thumb. Lu Suansuan interjected. 800,000? You dare sell this old 60 square meter place for 800,000? That's too shady. The landlord arrogantly replied, Buy it or not. I don't even want to sell it. It's better to keep it for rent. Chen Ning directly took out his phone, opened the scanning app. All right, I'll buy it. It's a gift for Lu Suansuan. The landlord quickly took out the QR code. The payment was completed successfully. Congratulations to the host for spending 800,000 on Lu Suansuan, receiving a 10,000-fold return reward of 80 billion. Name, Lu Suansuan. Age, 28. Score, 95. Evaluation. Spending money on her can yield 10,000-fold return rewards. Wow, the score increased again. Lu Suansuan was so easy to satisfy. After receiving the money, the landlord cheerfully took out the property deed and handed it to Lu Suansuan. All right, this is your house from now on. Chapter 68. Was that really Yang Ming just now? Although they had already recognized Yang Ming's voice, they still wanted to confirm. Chen Ning put away his phone, hands in his pockets, looking at them. If he comes later, you'll know. Boom. This statement caused a stir. The boys were excited. The girls were thrilled. They never expected to have a chance to see Yang Ming again in this place. They were eagerly looking forward to it. Some even called their friends. I'm going to see Yang Ming. I'm going to see Yang Ming. He is coming to our school. Is this true? Get a photo for me. Make sure it's a close-up. I want to go live and let my fans see the real Yang Ming. Only a few who had humiliated Chen Ning stood aside, watching coldly. Umph. Just pretending. I don't believe that such a big star would come to find you so late. Chen Ning coldly scoffed. If Yang Ming shows up later, you have to drop out tomorrow. Do you dare to bet? The surroundings quieted down as they looked at the person opposite Chen Ning. Seeing so many people looking at him, he had no other choice. After all, face was very important. Chapter 69 Boom. The person who bet against Chen Ning felt like he was struck by lightning. He never expected to stir up such a big mess. Yang Ming said on the side, Uncle Zhou, it's not that serious. I just came to school to see a friend. Zhou Guoqiang smiled at Yang Ming. Ming, I don't understand the entertainment industry, but you're a hot star now. Every move you make is under the watchful eyes of countless paparazzi, eager to expose you. You need to be careful and avoid giving them any dirt. Yang Ming nodded. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, I will be careful. Seeing that there was no problem with Yang Ming, Zhou Guoqiang told the surrounding students, All right, everyone disperse. Go back and rest early. Today's events must not be leaked. After saying that, he coordinated with the logistics and security personnel to disperse the students. They reluctantly left, leaving only Chen Ning and Yang Ming. Even Yang Ming's driver was sent away by him. Ning, didn't you say you would treat me to supper? Let us go. Yang Ming looked at Chen Ning with a smile. Chapter 70 Jia Julong was stunned. He never expected that the restaurant supervisor would dare to kick him out. What's going on? Are you kidding me? Do you know who I am? I know your boss. Don't make me call him. The supervisor remained unyielding. This is my boss's intention. You can call him. Do it now. Jia Julong was furious. As a business leader in Yangcheng, he was actually confronted by a restaurant supervisor. This was truly unprecedented. Immediately, he called the restaurant owner and asked, Old Li, what's going on? Your restaurant manager wants to kick me out. He said it was your order. The voice on the other end sounded a bit tired. Old Jia, listen to my advice. Leave quickly. Otherwise, I can't help you anymore. Upon hearing this, Jia Julong instantly calmed down. Being a business leader for many years wasn't for nothing. He knew something must have gone wrong, so he turned around and quietly asked, Old Li, what's going on? Are you hosting someone important here? The restaurant owner replied, The room you booked has been reserved by Chen Ning, a senior member of the rich club. Now you want to fight him for the room? Aren't you looking for trouble? Chapter 71 Chen Ning glanced at her and smiled. Of course, no problem. Name, Yang Ming. Age, 26. Score, 97. Evaluation. Spending money on her can yield 10,000 times the return reward. Goodness. Agreeing to let her be the female lead raised the score. It seems she really likes making movies. The two chatted about the film until late at night, even having in-depth discussions about the action design of some scenes. The next morning, both woke up in the hotel bed. They didn't mention anything about what happened last night. Yang Ming lay lazily on the bed, wearing a thin nightgown. It was indescribably enchanting. Chen Ning lit a cigarette. Lost in thought. Did they do anything last night? He couldn't remember how he got back after drinking quite a bit during their lively conversation at the restaurant. Looking at Yang Ming's expression, half smiling, he couldn't tell what it meant. He couldn't just directly ask, Hey, did we do anything? After finishing his cigarette, Yang Ming was already dressed neatly, looking like the goddess everyone often saw on TV. Yang Ming's phone rang. It was her agent calling. Sister Ming, quick, check the headlines. You made the news. Chapter 72 The reporters were also stunned by Chen Ning's bold statement. They had never seen anyone publicly promise such a large investment before. Investment projects worth hundreds of trillions were usually done at the national level. Who would have thought a young man would dare to boast like that? You're lying. How could you have that much money? You must be trying to fool us. Don't think you can get away with it. What is your relationship with Yang Ming? Chen Ning quickly replied, She's the female lead I found. I'm the director. What do you think our relationship is? This left the person who just spoke dumbfounded. They hadn't expected Chen Ning to respond so quickly. Haven't they been fixated on their relationship? Chen Ning just gave them a relationship, director and actor. What else could they say? But wait, even if they are director and actor, how did they come back to the hotel together last night? What exactly did they do? He still wanted to retaliate. Chen Ning quickly said audition. Do you understand what an audition is? When you come to audition for a role, I'll also have you audition. Chen Ning spoke with a certain tone, causing everyone below to laugh heartily. Chen Ning continued, All right, anyone involved in a film shoot will earn no less than 1,000 per day. This includes extras. Chapter 73 Hearing the teasing comments about her. Lu Suansuan couldn't hold back and shouted, All right, I'll bring him out. But don't get any ideas about him. He is not lacking in beautiful women around him. Colleagues around her echoed with laughter. I don't believe there is a man who can resist my deadly little waist. Lu Suansuan, feeling defiant, said, I'll call him. Watch me. After dialing, Lu Suansuan said, Chen Ning, are you busy? Let us have lunch together at noon. My colleagues want to come too, is that okay? Chen Ning had just parked his car and replied, Sure, just send me the location, and I'll come over. Lu Suansuan agreed and hung up, starting to choose a restaurant. It couldn't be too expensive or too shabby. At least she had to afford it. After all, he had sent so many gifts yesterday. She had to treat him to a meal. When Chen Ning got out of the car, he saw Principal Zhou Guoqiang and people from the logistics and administrative departments standing nearby, all smiling at him. Chen, you're back. How did the movie talks go? Chapter 74, the department head, came over and was startled to see Chen Ning. The principal had personally instructed that Chen Ning must be treated well. There could be no negligence. How dare he offend Chen Ning? He turned to Wang Ying with a straight face and said, Teacher Wang, don't you think your words are a bit excessive? Chen Ning's situation has already been reported to me. How can there be any talk of skipping class? Moreover, Chen Ning is very busy and even took the initiative to come to class, which shows his eagerness to learn. Why are you trying to block him? What is your intention? Wow. Wang Ying was dumbfounded. He never expected the department head would speak up for the student. This was so embarrassing for him. I think the one who should be expelled isn't him, but you. Get out. I'll report the rest of the matter to the principal. Boom. Wang Ying was stunned. The books in his hands fell to the ground. He never expected this outcome. How could this happen? Zhao Na sighed, slightly beside him. She had anticipated this result long ago. She had kept giving Wang Ying hints just now, but he couldn't see them. No, Director, you can't do this. Director. Wang Ying almost pleaded. He had been doing this job for 20 years. Chapter 75, Chen Ning nodded slightly. Starting today, the three-body problem officially begins filming. You all go take location shots. Don't limit yourselves to the domestic scene. You can choose globally. I only have one request. All the directors listen attentively. Find more beautiful actresses. Wow, the students present looked down on this. How could such a grand project sound so vulgar coming from Chen Ning's mouth? Does it have to be beautiful women? Can't ordinary people make movies? They had no idea about Chen Ning's little scheme. The directors exchanged glances and said again, no problem. We'll select roles based on beauty pageant standards. Chen Ning clapped his hands. That's right. Okay, you all discuss it. And for the funding issues, just coordinate with Su Qi. Su Qi looked speechless. How did she end up with such a boss? Chen Ning pulled Su Qi aside. Have you spent all the money I gave you last time? Su Qi gave him a white glance. No, I still have plenty left. It's just for an advertisement. How much can it cost? Besides, the car mall is already profitable, making 2 to 3 million every day. Upon hearing this, Chen Ning got anxious. Why are you spending so slowly? Hurry up and spend it. Once it's gone, I'll transfer more money to you. Chapter 76, bringing Zhao Na upstairs. A waiter eagerly ran over with a smile. Welcome to Haiding Lao. Are you two here to dine? Chen Ning nodded. The waiter immediately tore off a small ticket and handed it over with both hands. Okay, sir, since it's mealtime, it's quite crowded. You can queue nearby, and it should take about an hour before you can dine. We provide free tea, drinks, and watermelon for you to enjoy. Hearing this, Chen Ning was displeased. Do I really have to queue? Can't you just let us use the VIP room? The waiter kept smiling. Sir, do you have a VIP membership with our store? Can you show it to me? Chen Ning replied. I don't have your store's membership, but I can apply for one on the spot. How much do I need to spend to become a member? The waiter paused for a moment, but still smiled. Sir, placing an order will automatically bind to your phone number for account registration. If you spend over 100,000 in a year, you can upgrade to a black gold member and enjoy VIP rooms and advance reservations. Chen Ning snorted. Isn't it just 100,000? I'll recharge it now. After saying that, he turned to Zhao Na. Teacher Zhao, give her your phone number. I'll load 100,000 onto your card. Chapter 77, Zhao Na paused, unsure of what he was trying to do. Ahem. Well, Chen Ning, although we are all adults, it is prohibited for teachers and students to date in our school. Zhao Na felt quite helpless. She was only 5 years older than Chen Ning. Unfortunately, she became a counselor at the university right after graduation. If it weren't for this identity, perhaps something could really happen between them. Thinking of this, Zhao Na felt a bit regretful. Why did she have to encounter him at this time? Chen Ning rested his arms on the table, continuing to wear a charming smile. I have no other intentions. I simply admire the teacher's talent and beauty. If you are willing, I can support you. Bang! A heavy blow struck Zhao Na's heart. Thump thump. Her heart raced even more. What does it mean to be supported? Is he implying he wants to keep her? Thinking of Chen Ning's capabilities. With his sports car and movie production, the key is that he is willing to spend money on her. Zhao Na felt a wave of dizziness. How'd you get so lucky? Ding ding ding. Mr. Chen, your dishes are here. The waiter called from the door. The timing was perfect. Chen Ning leaned back, his expression returning to seriousness. Come in. Chapter 78, Swan's colleagues, upon seeing him, exclaimed, Is that Chen Ning? So handsome. He's the rich second generation who gave Swan $2 million in cosmetics. What should I do? I feel a bit regretful. What are you talking about? We were looking for Chen Ning. Let's go. As they spoke, they walked toward Chen Ning. Lu Ming was furious with Chen Ning's arrival. He had stolen 5 beautiful women from him. Swan approached Chen Ning, feeling as if she had been rescued. Chen Ning, you're here? Chen Ning nodded and looked at her colleagues. These are your colleagues? Swan smiled. Yes, they heard you were very handsome and insisted on coming to see you. Chen Ning scanned them one by one and found that the highest rated among them was only 10 times the reward. They were simply not his type. So he said none. Hello. Swan's colleagues felt a bit unsatisfied with Chen Ning's indifference. What's this? We came all the way to find you, and you only said 3 words? Do you know how much we sacrificed to see you? We didn't even take the free meal card. We turned down an invitation from General Lu to eat. And you won't even show some appreciation? Chapter 79. Upon hearing this, Swan immediately stood up. Really? Chen Ning looked up, calmly meeting her gaze. That's right. I can heal him. Swan was completely stunned. This was beyond her understanding. She sat back down, cautiously sizing up Chen Ning. Are you a medical professional? Chen Ning denied. No, but I can heal his leg. Last time, after raising Su Qi's score to 100, he gained the ability of miraculous recovery, which is just right for treating Swan's father's leg condition. Swan took a deep breath and finally said, Okay, please treat my father. I believe you. She felt that Chen Ning had no reason to deceive her with this matter. There was no benefit in doing so. Let's go back to your house, Chen Ning said, taking Swan out of the restaurant. As for Swan's colleagues, they were still reluctant to leave, drinking and dining in the restaurant. After all, this was a 200,000 meal. It would be too wasteful not to finish it. Chen Ning drove Swan to her home. Lu's father was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Seeing Swan return, he asked in confusion, Swan? Why are you back at this time when you should be at work? Swan put down the keys and brought Chen Ning inside. Dad. Chen Ning says he can heal your leg. Chapter 80. So far, he ranks 3rd in Yang City. Ahead of him are 2 people. The second-ranked Cheng Tianxiu and the first-ranked Wan Changqing. Their assets have already reached hundreds of trillions. The second place, Cheng Tianxiu, is an elite member of the Yang City Rich Club. The first place, Wan Changqing, is a star member of the Yang City Rich Club. Third place, Chen Ning, is a senior member of the Yang City Rich Club. Below them, there are many names listed side by side, none of which are of a higher rank than Chen Ning. This is just the situation in the Yang City Rich Club. Outside Yang City, there are 4 major regions, each with its own leaderboard. There is also a national leaderboard. Those who are named on the national leaderboard have assets that are hard to estimate, far beyond what Chen Ning can currently imagine. Trying to find his parents among them is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Chen Ning called Chao Deshun. Mr. Chao, can the Rich Club help me find someone? Chao Deshun was resting in his office, leaning back in the boss's chair, saying, Who are you looking for? Chen, the talented one. He is also a member of the club. Chen Ning spoke the name that had once made him angry, feeling that it was because he had abandoned him that he ended up living in an orphanage. Chapter 81. Everyone has gone crazy. Such a beauty is still in college? I don't believe it. How come I have never seen a beauty like you? I'm also a college student, and there are no girls as beautiful as you around me. I swear. Which school are you from, little lady? You're too beautiful. So does that mean I still have a chance to date? Yuji looked at the comments, adjusted her dress, and huffed. Humph, you little brat. Is it wrong for me to be beautiful? Blame my parents for having good genes. Thanks to the Tiger's Carnival. Thanks to the little plane for the chicken dinner tonight. Wait a moment. Let me change the song, Yuji said, swiping her hand across the screen to switch songs. At the same time, she put on glasses without lenses, looking both sexy and alluring. Swaying to the rhythm, she moved in front of the camera, deliberately giving a few seductive poses to maximize her body advantages. Chen Ning was almost mesmerized. Porsche 100 Porsche 100 Porsche 100. Congratulations to the host for spending 1.5 million on UG, receiving a 10,000 times return reward of 150 billion. Chen Ning continued typing. Which school are you at, and what major are you studying? He wanted to verify whether UG was really in college. Chapter 82. Chen Ning kept an eye on the situation at the school gate. The moment he saw UG, he lost his composure. She was wearing the same dress as in a live stream, made of silk, smooth and shiny. Only two thin straps hung from her shoulders. The prominent collarbone and the high, curvy figure below created the most beautiful picture. And that pear-shaped body, with a waist that could be grasped with one hand, made people unable to help but chuckle. Perfect. Simply too perfect. Even the girl standing in front of the Lamborghini felt ashamed and left on her own. What are you looking at? Go over there. Take your flowers. I don't want them anymore. Look again and see if I dig your eyes out. Some girls at the school gate were unhappy, tugging at their boyfriend's ears and saying, there was no way, compared to such a stunning beauty, they had no advantage. UG stood at the gate, and, as expected of someone who practiced dance, wherever she stood, she created a scene of her own. She took out her phone and texted, Ninga, I'm at the gate, where are you? Chen Ning honked twice and replied, Lamborghini, come up. UG looked up and saw the Reventon parked by the roadside, smiled knowingly, and walked toward the car. Chapter 83. The sycophant echoed, that's right. That car must be rented. Don't be fooled by his appearance, beauty. UG glanced at Gao Feng, smiled, and said nothing. She was well aware of Chen Ning's capabilities. After all, the 3 million in real cash in the live stream was indeed spent. When Chen Ning saw the two of them trying to cause trouble, he slammed the table and shouted, Waiter! Soon, the waiter came to the table and asked, What's wrong? Sir? Chen Ning pointed at the two people. Get them out of here. Otherwise, you can close this place down. The waiter and Gao Feng both froze. This person was too arrogant. How dare he threaten their establishment? Who's he think he is? The waiter replied calmly, Sir, it's their right to eat here. I can't kick them out. If there's an issue, you can negotiate it yourself, but please don't disrupt the order here. Gao Feng sneered from the side. Exactly. Who do you think you are? Are you the king? Trying to kick me out? Do you have that kind of ability? Chen Ning stopped wasting words, opened the rich man's club in her face, and directly called the person in charge to come see him immediately. Chapter 84. UG felt a bit scared. She had never dealt with such a situation before. She knew her looks, and many men outside had their eyes on her. That's why she usually didn't dare to go out alone or look for a job outside. She could only choose to live stream alone in her room, which felt relatively safer. If it weren't for Chen Ning's generous display of spending, she wouldn't have agreed to come out with him. Ninggu, let's go, don't provoke them. UG said quietly behind Chen Ning, her expression already showing some fear. In a place like this, if they were truly humiliated by those few, how could she live on? Chen Ning pulled UG's delicate arm. Don't worry, with me here, they can't touch you. After saying that, several people had already half-surrounded Chen Ning and UG, rubbing their chins and sizing up UG. Their gazes seemed to have hooks. UG rubbed her left elbow with her right hand, trying to get closer to Chen Ning to avoid their eyes and harassment. Hey, nice figure. How did you grow up? Still a virgin? Ha ha ha. A few people said, reaching their hands toward UG's backside. Chen Ning turned around and kicked sideways. That person flew out directly. Bang! He crashed into the pillar behind. Chapter 85. Arrogant. Still being arrogant? Where is your momentum from earlier? Chen Ning shouted. The two knelt down with a thud. Brother, we were wrong. We were in the wrong. Please forgive us. Go to hell. The mall manager came over and kicked the two of them, pointing at their heads and shouting, You two dare to provoke Mr. Chen? You're tired of living. Someone, beat them up. The security nearby instantly perked up, grabbing rubber batons and heading toward the two. Chen Ning gave a cold snort, ignored them, and took UG toward the elevator. The mall owner hurried over, pressing the elevator button for Chen Ning. When the door opened, he held the elevator door with his hand, letting Chen Ning and UG enter first. After they got in, the owner stood at the door with a smiling face. Mr. Chen, please go ahead. I will take the side elevator. Chen Ning remained expressionless, pressed the first floor, and the elevator slowly closed. The mall owner didn't dare to ride the same elevator as Chen Ning because he felt his status wasn't sufficient. After all, this was a senior member of the rich man's club, not someone he could provoke. It's also a rule of the club. Merchants joining the club must be subservient to high-level members. Chapter 86. Crack. Guo Weiwei felt like the sky was about to fall. How is this possible? He.S. just a loser. How could he have such a beautiful streamer as a girlfriend? What kind of international joke is this? This isn't how you play the game. What do I lack compared to him? Yuji wanted to struggle free, but couldn't. So she had to let Chen Ning hold her. This was her first time having such close contact with a boy. She was actually a bit short of breath. So this is what it feels like to be held by a boy. Plus, Chen Ning's earlier performance made her feel very secure. Name, Yuji. Age, 21. Score, 140. Evaluation. Spending money on her can yield 10,000 times the reward. What the hell? How did Yuji's score increase again? Could be because I'm holding her? Is she secretly longing for closeness? A series of psychological activities flashed through Chen Ning's mind. Keep your chin up. Your goddess is going to accompany me to the hotel tonight. Just envy me. After saying that, he took Yuji and bypassed Guo Weiwei to leave. Guo Weiwei stared wide-eyed, unable to speak for a long time. After a while, he finally reacted and ran towards Chen Ning, angrily shouting, "Get your hands off her!" Chapter 87. Chen Ning stopped, glanced at Yuji, then looked at Sun Yan and asked, "Who are you looking for?" Sun Yan's eyes sparkled. "I'm looking for Chen Ning. Director Chen. I heard he's shooting 3 body in Yangcheng. I want to audition for a role." Now it was Yuji's turn to look at Chen Ning. Chen Ning felt a bit awkward, not expecting she was here to find him. He could only say, "I am Chen Ning, but I've assigned the movie matters to my secretary. Here, I'll give you a phone number. You can go to Yangcheng to find her and say I sent you." As he spoke, Chen Ning grabbed a pen and wrote down Su Chi's number for her. Sun Yan stood frozen. "You're Chen Ning? I've met the director. I've met the director. Oh my god, I've met Director Chen." Sun Yan jumped up excitedly. Her voice attracted many people to watch. "Director Chen? Is he the one directing 3 body? It seems to be him. It's really him. Everyone, come and see. The director of 3 body, Chen Ning, is here. What the hell? Make way. Make way. I want a photo." The scene was in chaos. The mall manager hurriedly organized people to maintain order. They arranged for someone to escort Chen Ning, Yuji, and others out. Chapter 88. All right, I'll pick you up at the entrance. Chen Ning said, quickly going downstairs, driving to the university entrance. He saw 2 Porsche Cayennes parked ahead. They should also be second-generation kids picking up their girlfriends. Isn't this how it usually is at the university entrance? Yuji walked out of the school, wearing a yellow cartoon crop top that accentuated her figure. She wore hot shorts, revealing her long, snow-white legs. With her hair in a princess bun and 2 bangs framing her face, her delicate features appeared youthful and sexy. Before Chen Ning could honk, 2 people got out of the car ahead and shouted to Yuji, "Babe, I'm here to pick you up." Yuji glanced at them, ignored them, and walked straight to Chen Ning's car, opening the door and getting in. "Let us go to the city." Chen Ning looked at the people in front and then at Yuji. "Wait, do you know those people?" Yuji opened her bag, took out her lipstick, and applied it in the mirror. "My family arranged a blind date for me. Let us go, I don't want to see them." Wow, rivals in love. Chen Ning started the car and stepped on the gas, quickly driving away, leaving the few people at the entrance far behind. What the hell? Who dares to steal my Yuji? Chapter 89. Hey, where are you going? Stop. Chen Ning saw Guo Weiwei walking straight towards Yuji and shouted from behind. Guo Weiwei turned around, only to find Chen Ning was also there. The 2 locked eyes, both sensing bad emotions from each other. "I'm going to find Yuji. What is it to you?" Guo Weiwei said defiantly. Chen Ning snorted. "Yuji is my girlfriend, so it's definitely my business. Let me tell you, I didn't pay you any mind yesterday out of respect, but if you dare to mess around again, don't blame me for not remembering our classmate relationship." Guo Weiwei sneered. "Huh, if it weren't for the fact that you had more people yesterday, do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Sparks flew. They faced off against each other. Everyone in the store was watching them, thinking they were about to fight. The store manager stood up to stop them. "Hey, you 2, take your argument outside. Don't cause a scene in here." Guo Weiwei's girlfriend also stood up and shouted at Guo Weiwei. "What are you doing? Sit down." Guo Weiwei wanted to resist, but his girlfriend slapped him on the face. "Look at what kind of nails other people do for their girlfriends. Look at what you did for me. And you still have a nerve to cause a scene here. Do you even have that qualification?" Chapter 90. Instantly, Wang Tao stopped in his tracks. His eyes seemed glued to the phone screen. He swallowed hard, thinking to himself, "Oh no, how did I get entangled with someone from the wealthy club? And he's a high-level member?" Slap, slap. Wang Tao slapped himself twice. Thud. He knelt down. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Don't stoop to my level. Whoosh. Everyone present was dumbfounded, especially the people Wang Tao brought. They all widened their eyes. Looking at Wang Tao, when have they ever seen their boss like this? Kneeling to a young man? Wang Lei's friends were also astonished. Wang Tao was a well-known local bully. How could he kneel to someone? What kind of level is this young man? The girls at the nail salon were also incredibly surprised, their eyes darting around Chen Ning, thinking he is really handsome. So many people, yet they're afraid of him. It seems he is also a big shot. Seeing that they recognized the logo, Chen Ning put away his phone, put his hands in his pockets, and looked at him. Get up. I'll be staying in your Shanhang city for a while longer. Call you if there is anything. Wang Tao immediately stood up and assured, no problem. Chapter 91. Zhang Yinua's fans were unhappy. Your clothes are inconvenient, but is Yinua's outfit convenient? Or is it the move you said? Why are you unwilling to do it now? Hurry up and do it. Everyone is waiting to see. Fair play. Exactly. If you lose the PK, who can you blame? If you have the ability, let your big brother over there help out. Zhang Yinua's fans rushed into Feng Ling's live stream, mocking her. Feng Ling, seeing this, angrily said, I'll do it. What is the big deal? I might get banned. Shui Tian walking the dog said, wait. Feng Ling was about to accept the punishment, but suddenly stopped. She sweetly said to the screen, Shui Tian, you're here. I just lost the PK, and now I have to accept the punishment. Why didn't you come earlier? Her words were filled with complaint. Shui Tian walking the dog was not angry and typed, just got off the plane, no signal in the sky. How about this? Challenge the previous host to a PK again and show her the strength of our Feng Ling family. As soon as this was said, Feng Ling's live stream exploded. Go Feng Ling. What is there to be afraid of? With Shui Tian here, the opponent is done for. Chapter 92. Sister Yinua dances so well, it's really beautiful. She's in a PK right now. Can she win like this? Family. Is there any small gifts to support Yinua? If she loses, she will retire from the internet forever. I don't have money, just here to watch for free. Whether she retires or not has nothing to do with me. Looking at the comments below, Chen Ning felt a bit cold inside. These heartless people, they just want to watch for free, and not only are they ungrateful, but they also make sarcastic comments. Carnival 1000, Wang Jia. Chen Ning made his move, sending out 1,000 carnivals in one go, worth 3 million. The health bar that had just been pushed to the edge instantly overwhelmed the opponent. It pushed Feng Ling's health bar down to 1/3. The entire venue was in shock. It's still Brother Ning. This gift is amazing. No mistakes. The rhythm of Feng Ling's live stream was instantly disrupted. Shui Tian walking the dog was also stunned. What the heck? Did I miss something? This is so impressive. It seems the opponent is not a small character after all. Shui Tian predicted in his heart. He even thought the opponent was also from a rich club. Only people from here have such strength to send gifts. But this only ignited his competitive spirit even more. Inside the rich club, it's South an even better place to compete for face. No one is willing to back down. Chapter 93. Feng Ling's fan count was rapidly declining. Everyone knew she was about to retire from the internet, so there was no point in following her anymore. And judging by the previous PK, the opponent Zhang Yinua was more powerful. If they were going to follow someone, it would be her. Feng Ling lost, and she lost thoroughly. Looking at the screen, tears streaming down her face. I'm retiring. After saying those 3 words, the screen went black. This time, she truly had no chance of a comeback. Zhang Yinua's live stream, on the other hand, was unprecedentedly lively. Congratulations, Yinua. I knew our Yinua would win. Come on. Who was jumping between the 2 live streams earlier? If Yinua retires, where will I go to watch classical dance? The opponent Feng Ling deserves it. She clearly lost the previous round, but was unwilling to accept the punishment. Yeah, hearing that a big brother supported her, she wanted to PK Yinua again, but she still lost. No matter what, I'm definitely going to follow Zhang Yinua from now on. What do you mean? You want to compete with Brother Ning for Yinua? The commenter above quickly explained, No, I didn't mean that. I mean, I want to be a die-hard fan of Sister Yinua, the ironclad kind. Seeing the comments below, Zhang Yinua smiled knowingly. She knew that after this PK, her status in the streamer community would once again rise. Chapter 94. After coming to Chen Ning, he spoke in an almost pleading tone. I was wrong. Let me go. Chen Ning, however, remained unmoved. Let you go? Who are you? And why should I let you go? Without these Halos, collaborations, endorsements, what do you have left? Who still cares about you? What qualifications do you have to speak to me standing? Thud. Lu Ming knelt down. He was completely defeated. Facing Chen Ning's pressure, he couldn't lift his head, crying uncontrollably. This was the darkest moment of his acting career. The fans on site were stunned. They never expected their idol would kneel to this young man. It was simply unbelievable. The manager, well aware of Chen Ning's power, approached him and pleaded, "Big brother, please show mercy this once. My Lu Ming will definitely be grateful. In the future, if there is a chance, he will repay you." Chen Ning looked at Lu Ming kneeling before him and coldly snorted. "Repay? If you're a female star, I might consider it, but unfortunately, you're a man." After saying that, he turned his head to the security personnel around. "Everyone disperse. Clear the way for me." As soon as these words were spoken, the manager hurriedly shouted, "What are you waiting for? Hurry and disperse." Chapter 95. The sales consultant listened, feeling greatly emotional. This is what a rich person is. A car worth tens of millions is just pocket change. So impressive. The person in charge echoed, "Did you hear that? Pocket change. Just pocket change. Do you understand?" The sales consultant nodded vigorously, pretending to understand even if he didn't. At this moment, rules and regulations no longer mattered. "Quickly arrange the car delivery ceremony for Mr. Chen," the person in charge commanded. The sales consultant hurried to arrange it. Just then, two bald men walked in at the door. They were wearing black shirts, gold chains around their necks, and had goatee beards. At first glance, they didn't look like good people. "Who want to take my car?" "Who?" The leader stood in the showroom and shouted loudly. The sales consultant shivered all over, not expecting the person who reserved this car to actually show up. The person in charge looked at the two of them, seemingly remembering something, and hurriedly welcomed them. "It's Brother Wolf. Please have a seat. What would you like to drink?" Slap. The leader directly slapped the person in charge's hand away. "Stop trying to get close to me. Is there someone who wants to steal my car? Where is that person?" The person in charge felt a bit troubled. In his eyes, he couldn't afford to provoke either Chen Ning or the person in front of him. Chapter 96. Whoosh. The eyes of the real estate consultants were all focused on Chen Ning. This is so pretentious. A villa worth over $1 billion. How dare he? Feeling the questioning gazes, Chen Ning appeared very innocent. "What's wrong? Why is everyone looking at me? As a member of the wealthy club, buying dozens of villas is normal, right?" Boom. An even greater shock hit the hearts of the real estate consultants. They never expected this young man in front of them was from the wealthy club. Although they had never interacted with anyone from the wealthy club, they had heard of its name. The people inside are all capital tycoons with assets of hundreds of billions. They can completely influence the economic development of a city. Even the officials have to give them some respect. That's why those rich people desperately want to qualify to join this club. It's a symbol of power and status. The sales consultant next to Chen Ning reacted quickly and immediately put on a smiling face. "Sir, of course. We have a total of 30 villas left. If you're interested, we can sell them all to you. This is a big deal. Once the transaction is successful, my commission will be over $1 million or even $10 million. Chapter 97. The classmates whispered. "Who is the guy next to UG? Haven't seen him before. Is he a student from our class? Is he UG's boyfriend? What the hell? How can my goddess have a boyfriend? Let's go ask." Three boys put down their brushes and walked towards Chen Ning. UG stood in front of Chen Ning and said to them, "Wang Hu Zhaolu, what do you want?" "He is my friend, here to attend class. Don't cause trouble." Upon hearing UG's words, Wang Hu sneered. "Your friend? Yes, not your boyfriend, is he? Didn't you say you'd wait until after graduation to date? Why are you breaking your word?" Chen Ning immediately wrapped his arm around UG's. "That's right. I am her boyfriend. What's wrong?" Hiss. The boys in the class all gasped. There had been several large group fights at school before, all because of the competition for UG. In the end, the school had no choice but to pressure UG to tell them that she wouldn't date anyone before graduation. That was how they all stopped pursuing her. Otherwise, once it was allowed, UG would inevitably become the object of competition again, and then the school would have no peace. Chapter 98. I hereby announce that Chen Ning has officially become a member of this class. Furthermore, everyone is now adults, and as long as you follow the laws, the school will not interfere too much with dating. Upon hearing this, everyone reacted. This means that the principal has tacitly approved UG dating a boy. This is big news. Zhao Hai stood to the side, dumbfounded, unable to say a word. It was the principal who had pressured UG not to date during her university years. Why is it loud now? Chen Ning turned to Zhao Hai, his tone filled with amusement. Who was it earlier that told me to get lost? Zhao Hai shivered all over. The principal's gaze fell on him. like a mountain pressing down, making it hard for him to breathe. The principal's tone was inscrutable. "Teacher Zhao, did you say that?" Zhao Hai wanted to deny it, but in front of the entire class, he couldn't deny it at all. He could only nod in acknowledgement. The principal's expression changed suddenly. "As a teacher, set an example. How can you treat the students below you like this? Besides, he is Mr. Chen. You are to be suspended immediately. Make a profound self-reflection and correct your mistakes." Chapter 99. Before getting into the car, Chen Ning said to Yuji, "Let us go see the Longwan Villa I bought for you." Yuji nodded. "Okay." As I got into the car, the people around were stunned. "What the hell, Longwan Villa? Is that the property where each house costs $1 billion? My God, how rich must he be? No wonder the goddess is with him. I really can't compare. It's over now. I can't compete at all. The rival is too strong. I'm powerless. Brothers, let us disperse." After saying that, they all hurriedly left. Only 2 people stood there, arms in plaster, hands wrapped in bandages, their faces full of hatred. "Damn, Chen Ning. He stole my goddess and broke my arm. I want to let you off." Chen Ning drove all the way to the Longwan Villa area. There are 29 villas here, all belonging to him. Even if he stays in one a day, he wouldn't repeat for a month. The security here is quite perceptive. Seeing 2 luxury cars coming in, they didn't stop them and just let them pass. Chen Ning got out of the car and walked straight towards one of the villas. Each villa here covers an area of 1,000 square meters. There's a swimming pool in front, a courtyard fountain, and a garden and farm in the back. Chapter 100. My dear secretary, are you asleep this late? Seeing the message from Chen Ning, Su Qi quickly replied, "Not yet. Still at the company." "What about you, Mr. Chen? I haven't seen you at the company these days." Since he mentioned he was going to fire her last time, her attitude has become way too obvious. This is how a secretary should behave. Chen Ning lay on the Sealy bed, crossing his legs, and said, "I'm handling something outside. I have a task for you to do." Su Qi quickly said, "Mr. Chen, you command." Chen Ning turned over and sat at the edge of the bed, his expression serious. "Find me a female bodyguard to come to Longwan Villa in Shangquan City to protect me." Su Qi was a bit speechless but still complied. "Okay, Mr. Chen, there's a dedicated reporting service in the Wealthy Club. I'll send you a set of photos shortly. If you like any, let me know, and I'll have her report to you tomorrow." Soon, Su Qi sent over a dozen photos. They included unedited photos and personal resumes. Each one had participated in international security conferences and protected leaders of various countries. But one woman stood out. Name, Li Feifei H. 21. Chapter 101. Yuji looked at the live stream, momentarily unsure of what to say. She had long known that Chen Ning's arrival would offend those older brothers from before, but she never expected it to be so complete. They had completely become enemies. It seems that her live streaming career will no longer be viable. Ding, ding, ding. There was a knock at the door. The viewers in the live broadcast room also heard it. Who is knocking on the door? Is there someone else living next to Yuji at this late hour? Are you all stupid? Of course it's Ningguo. They must be living together. Wow, I'm so envious. Yuji had no choice but to turn off the live stream and go open the door. As soon as the door opened, Chen Ning wrapped his arms around her waist and kissed her fiercely on the lips. Then he looked at her gently and said, "Remember, you are mine. Don't live stream anymore. I don't want my woman to show herself to others." Yuji wanted to retort, but Chen Ning's strong hand on her waist pressed her against him, making her feel a wave of warmth. "Are you jealous?" Yuji said softly, her eyes full of smiles. Chen Ning snorted, released her, and gave her a hard squeeze on her perky butt. "That's right. From now on, you can only dance for me, and you can only go shopping with me." Chapter 102. Chen Ning glanced at them and then at the person lying on the ground. "Arrest them all and send them to the Enforcement Bureau. To say they trespassed and attacked with weapons." The security guards immediately took action. "Yes, Mr. Chen. We'll do as you say." Wang Hu and Zhao Lu lay on the ground, groaning. Upon hearing they were going to be arrested, they were even more frightened and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Brother, I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please spare us. We just wanted to pursue Yuji. We meant no harm. Let's go." Seeing this, Chen Ning snorted coldly. "Take them away." The security guards quickly apprehended them, drove a few cars, and sent them to the Enforcement Bureau. Chen Ning turned and walked towards the villa. "Let's go have breakfast together." Su Qi and Li Feifei followed behind and entered the villa. As they walked, Chen Ning said, "So, how does it feel, secretary? This place looks better than the villa I gifted you, right?" Su Qi nodded. "It really looks better than the one you gave me. Why did Mr. Chen choose to settle here?" Before Chen Ning could explain, Yu Ji came out of the inner room, and upon seeing Su Qi and Li Feifei, she clearly paused. Did the competitor come so quickly? This was already within her expectations. Chapter 103. Can Mr. Chen be more specific? Su Qi asked like a little student with a question. Chen Ning smiled, turned around, sat at the tea table on the balcony, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. Let me ask you, in today's world, which science fiction book has the most popularity and influence? Isn't it the three-body problem? Su Qi immediately answered, yes. Even foreign leaders have personally called to urge Liu Cixin to update it faster. This shows how influential this book is. Chen Ning raised his head, smiled, and said exactly. Now let me ask you, if the technology from the three-body problem were fully developed, what kind of changes would it bring to our country? Su Qi was stunned. The grand idea overwhelmed her. This thought was too crazy. It was clearly just a science fiction novel. He actually wants to turn the things inside into reality? That's just too sci-fi. Chen Ning continued. In fact, I have read the three-body problem carefully. Many of the speculations inside are based on facts. But current technology is simply unable to achieve them. Moreover, to realize those things, a significant amount of funding is needed. Chapter 104. Seeing this, Su Qi softly said next to Chen Ning. His name is Liu Wei, the son of my previous employer, Mr. Liu. Chen Ning nodded slightly and looked at Liu Wei. Hello, Liu Wei. Su Qi is now my secretary. If you have any business matters to discuss, please make an appointment in advance tomorrow. Chen Ning showed no regard for Liu Wei at all, making him feel very awkward. Liu Wei frowned at Chen Ning, sizing him up. Are you a member of the wealthy club? Before Chen Ning could respond, Su Qi took the initiative to say, of course. If I weren't a member, could I assist him? Liu Wei glanced at Su Qi, then looked at Chen Ning and arrogantly said, name your price and let me have Su Qi. Huh? Chen Ning laughed. Ever since he had the system, he had never seen anyone so arrogant. Did he want to compete with him in wealth? Chen Ning pulled Su Qi into his arms and looked at Liu Wei. No amount of money will make me let her go. Su Qi wanted to struggle, but when she heard this, her heart felt warm, and she stopped moving. Liu Wei was furious. Get your hands off. Su Qi, don't you remember the club rules? Secretaries cannot have relationships with their employers. Chapter 105. Chen Ning felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he naturally took Su Qi inside, as if he were used to such service. This was the attitude that a wealthy person should have, a sense of nobility that transcends others. There was no choice. In such occasions, one had to show off. Otherwise, people would look down on you. Chen Ning walked on, with dedicated personnel clearing the way. This was the treatment reserved for high-level members. People seated on both sides looked at Chen Ning, whispering among themselves. Who is this young man? He actually has the organizers clearing the way for him. Is he a high-level member? How is that possible? He is so young. He can't be a high-level member. He is probably just a grassroots entrepreneur. Then how do you explain him sitting in the front row? They were all curious about Chen Ning's identity. They had never seen anyone so young become a high-level member. Only the second generation of top families could become high-level members at such a young age. Could this person be the son of a top family? Chapter 106. 50 billion. Chen Ning pressed the button without hesitation. Cough, cough, cough. The host was choked by the price he heard through the earpiece. Someone actually bid 50 billion. This is too outrageous. Such a price is almost on par with the value of a junior member of the club. Mr. Chen, a bid of 50 billion. Is there any bid higher than 50 billion? The host, holding the microphone, spoke with a cracking voice. The entire audience was shocked. Wow, is this person crazy? Even a middle-level member wouldn't dare to spend like this. There are many treasures behind. How could he spend all his money on a necklace? He really is brainless. This person is really bold, daring to compete with President Chang for items. Perhaps he doesn't want to stay in Yangqing anymore. There are all kinds of things being said around. Chen Ning doesn't care at all. Anyway, this money will be returned to him 10,000 times. Not a bit fake. However, Su Qi tugged at Chen Ning's sleeve. Are you crazy? 50 billion for a necklace. People will say you're foolish. Chen Ning smiled mysteriously. Whoever competes with me is the real fool. Su Qi was stunned. This was overheard by the goddaughter, who was always hissing nearby. Angrily, she shouted at Chen Ning. Who are you calling a fool? Say it again. Chapter 107. Cheng Tianxiu turned to him with a blank expression and said, Old Wan, the Cheng family, must get this fragment no matter what. I advise you not to compete with us. Wan Changqing took off his reading glasses, his face hanging down as he said, You don't have the final say here. Chung Tianchu was extremely angry. Fine, fine. Then let us see who can get this picture. After saying that, he sat back on the sofa, looking very upset. Wan Changqing also had a grim expression, his eyes fixed on the fragment of the Fuchin Mountain residence painting. He was determined to obtain it. Chen Ning saw everything in his eyes. He pondered, what kind of treasure is this? It actually caused them to turn against each other. It seems I need to get involved too. No matter what kind of treasure it is, I'll just grab it. Secretary, help me find out the origin of this Fuchin Mountain residence painting. Chen Ning turned and said. Su Qi, who was lost in thought about the jade necklace, came to her senses upon hearing this. She looked at the exhibit in surprise. The Fuchin Mountain residence. So it's that. No wonder both Wan Changqing and Chung Tianchu were here. Chapter 108. Chen Ning tidied his clothes, stood up, turned to the people behind him. 100 trillion. Is there anyone who wants to bid? If not, I'll take it. Silence. A dead silence. No one dared to speak. Those worth billions didn't even dare to make a peep. In front of a big shot like Chen Ning, they felt like ants. Wait, I don't believe you have that much money. I request an on-site verification of funds. Chung Tianchu was anxious. He couldn't allow anyone to snatch the Fuchin Mountain residence painting in front of him. Chen Ning glanced at him and scoffed. What funds to verify? I'll just pay directly. As he spoke, he scanned the payment code. Construction bank expenditure, 100 trillion yuan, balance 436,708,01433,57969 yuan. The UnionPay transaction went through. 100 trillion yuan. The sound system on site emitted a noise. Chung Tianchu sat down on the ground in shock. He mumbled, Impossible, this is impossible, this is impossible. The host even forgot to call for bids. After Chen Ning completed the payment, he put his hands in his pockets and looked at the host. Hey, do you want to call a price? Or should I do it for you? 100 trillion, going once. Anyone interested? Chapter 109. The Boxing King looked serious, staring at Chen Ning, his mouth twitching slightly. He seemed to be filled with hostility. Su Qi, worried about Chen Ning getting hurt, hurriedly stepped forward and said, This is Mr. Chen from the Rich Club. If you dare to hurt him, you'll be in trouble. Upon hearing Su Qi's words, the Boxing King sneered and looked at Chen Ning. People from the Rich Club like to hide behind women and talk? Chen Ning smiled slightly, sidestepping to stand in front of the Boxing King. Actually, I think there is no need to go on stage. The Boxing King froze. He felt a powerful killing intent coming his way. This was an awareness he had honed through years of real combat. It only erupted when facing someone stronger than himself. What's going on? While he was stunned, Chen Ning had already made his move. Cannon punch. Boom. The Boxing King instinctively raised his hands to guard his head. But it was too late. He was blasted away by the immense force of the punch. Bang! He crashed into the wall behind him. The entire lounge shook. The wall was left with spiderweb-like cracks. The Boxing King fell. The manager beside him stared wide-eyed. His eyeballs were almost popping out. Su Qi was also greatly shocked. She didn't expect Chen Ning, this rich second generation, to be so formidable. Chapter 110. The sales assistant held a sapphire in both hands and approached the counter, taking out the box and placing it on the counter. Sir, please take a look. If you need, you can try it on. This color matches this beautiful lady's skin tone very well. The sales assistant smiled at Yuji. Those who can sell here are quite perceptive. They can see the relationships between the three people at a glance and know who the key customer is. Since Su Qi was already wearing a necklace, it was clear she was there to buy for another lady. So, she directly focused on Yuji. It must be said, her judgment was quite accurate. Chen Ning looked at Yuji and smiled. Try it on. Yuji, with a beaming smile, had never worn such a beautiful necklace before. Just as she was about to take the necklace, someone shouted from behind, Don't move. Everyone turned to look, especially the sales assistant, who hurriedly welcomed the person behind with a warm smile. Young Master Chung, you're here. Please come in. Chung Fong also walked over with his hands in his pockets, accompanied by a flamboyantly dressed woman. The crowd quickly made way. Chung Fong walked over and was momentarily stunned when he saw Yuji and Su Qi beside Chen Ning. Chapter 111. Chen Ning, however, scanned the payment code and said, No need, just give it to me at the original price. After saying that, he directly paid 33 million. Congratulations to the host for spending 33 million on Yuji, receiving a 10,000-fold return reward of 330 billion. He directly earned over 300 billion. So damn satisfying. The sales assistant was also taken aback. It was the first time she had seen a customer who didn't want a discount. However, for a big boss like Chen Ning, That amount of money was indeed nothing. Yu, wearing the necklace, came to Chen Ning's side, beaming. How is it, Brother Ning? Does it look good? Chen Ning smiled and pinched her cheek. You look good in anything. Yuji's heart was filled with joy. You just know how to flatter me. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Ning said, so can we tonight. Yuji quickly dodged Chen Ning's advances. No way. You haven't fulfilled your promise yet. Chen Ning helplessly replied, but I've already KO'd the boxing king. I also want to win the championship, but there's no opponent. Do you understand how lonely it is to be invincible? Yuji thought for a moment and said, then promise me one more thing. Chen Ning quickly replied, what is it? Take the postgraduate entrance examination with me. Chapter 112. Zhao Yu, along with several big brothers who often tip in Yuji's livestream, arrived at the wealthy hotel. After taking their seats, Zhao Yu spoke up. You all know the purpose of our visit today, right? Opposite him sat a bald man with a big belly and a goatee. He slammed the table and said, of course. It's about that Ning guy. How dare he take Yu right in front of us? This matter is not over. A man in a brown casual suit beside him said gloomily, yeah, we've given Yu so much money, yet we haven't gained anything. We must see her this time. We need to get some benefits. As he spoke, he glanced at the other 4 people present. They all smirked knowingly. After listening to their remarks, Zhao Yu said, exactly. We're here today to make that Ning guy pay. Let him know that we're not easy to mess with. After saying this, he leaned closer to the table and said, this place is run by a friend of mine. You can have your fun however you like. It's on me. Wow. Good job, Yugo. That's great. The others replied, I don't want anything else. I just want to see Yu. Did you manage to arrange for her to come out? Chapter 113. Zhao Yu, looking hurt, hurriedly shouted upon seeing someone. Brother Yao. Save me. This guy dares to hit me. Avenge me. Zhao Yu seemed to have found a backer and wanted to express all the grievances he had just suffered. Yao Yun glanced at the people present and was instantly dumbfounded, especially the one holding Zhao Yu's head. Isn't that Chen, who spent 100 billion yesterday to buy a piece of the Fuchin Mountain residence painting? What's he doing here? Yao Yun's previously tense face immediately softened, and he quickly walked over to Chen Ning, smiling apologetically. Mr. Chen, what are you doing here? You didn't say a word. I could have arranged a VIP room for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu was dumbfounded. How could this be? His friend is the owner of the wealthy hotel, and he is very close to the people from the wealthy club, generally looking down on ordinary people. But he actually called Chen Ning Mr. Chen, and his attitude was so polite. What's going on? Chen Ning glanced at this person, released his hand, and sat back down. This person invited me to dinner, but humiliated my girlfriend. What do you think I should do? Swish. Yao Yun and the 20 or so people he brought all turned their gazes toward Zhao Yu. Chapter 114. Chen Ning frowned slightly. With such a treasure, who would dare to take it by force? The person on the other end of the phone sighed. Mr. Chen, you don't understand. A common man is innocent, but a precious gem can bring trouble. Such a treasure is not something just anyone would dare to keep. Chen Ning was also a smart person. Upon hearing this, he fully understood. If one does not have the strength, hiding such an item is just asking for trouble. Therefore, one would quickly think of ways to sell it. Okay, send me the time and address, and I will take action when the time comes. The organizer quickly nodded. Sure, Mr. Chen, everything will be done as you say. Chen Ning slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. After saying this, he transferred 1 million directly to him using the previous payment method. Upon hearing the notification of the transfer, the other party was very happy. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Rest assured, I will inform you of any news immediately. My name is Lian Fong. Just call me Xiao Fong. After agreeing with Chen Ning, he hung up the phone and turned to walk outside. Yao Yun hurriedly followed behind. Chen Ning walked while saying, your suggestion just now was good. Give me a private room, only for my use. Chapter 115. Yuji's little face flushed, feeling warm inside. Lisa did not have this treatment. It proved that her status in Chen Ning's heart was higher than Lisa's. Thinking of this, Yuji felt much more balanced. She leaned closer to Chen Ning and asked softly, Ninggu, is she also your girlfriend? Chen Ning thought for a moment. Well, you could say that. Yuji pinched Chen Ning. I knew you were a fickle person. Chen Ning chuckled and grabbed her bottom. I'm fickle because you don't give me what I want. Yuji was left speechless because what Chen Ning said was the truth. Upon arriving in the living room, Chen Ning and Yuji casually sat on the sofa. Lisa stood beside them, looking somewhat shy. She looked around at the decorations and awkwardly said in broken Chinese, "Brother Chen, your house is so big." Chen Ning was slightly taken aback. "Why? Isn't your house big?" Logically, her family's conditions should be decent too. This villa isn't expensive, only 1 billion. It should be affordable, right? Lisa's eyes widened slightly. 1 billion? That's too expensive. The house we live in, according to my dad, is only over 1 million. Chapter 116. Who is that man? He is so lucky, bringing out 2 stunning beauties. Why am I not that lucky? One with a perfect figure, one mixed race, my goodness. It must cost at least 20,000 to get them. Are the prices outside so high now? Wow, the sea. It's my first time seeing the sea. So beautiful. Lisa spread her arms and shouted with a smile. Name, Lisa. Age, 19. Score, 982, 100. Evaluation. Spending money on her can earn a 10,000-fold return reward. Congratulations to Lisa for reaching a score of 100. The host gains the skill of volleyball mastery. What the heck? Just seeing the sea made her ecstatic? Oh wait, she got a perfect score? This is too easy. Just as Chen Ning was feeling emotional, a yellow and white volleyball came flying towards him. Chen Ning instinctively reached out his arm and caught the ball. It had quite a force, making his palm tingle. It seemed someone had deliberately thrown it over. Hey, buddy, throw the ball over here. Yeah, throw it over. Don't tell us you can't throw it that far. Ha ha ha. A group of people standing by the sea laughed loudly. Chapter 117. This time I'll defend against his ball. You guys go play forward. Peter timely adjusted the strategy. They all nodded and prepared to deal with Chen Ning. In order to sleep with those 2 beautiful women next to him, keep it up, keep it up. They pressed their palms together and shouted as they applied force downwards. Chen Ning, on the opposite side, twirled a volleyball with his index finger and said, "How about we make this interesting? I'll serve 4 balls. And if you can catch one, you win." Upon hearing Chen Ning's words, Bit and his teammates instantly became defiant. Wow, what kind of bragging is this? It's just catching 4 balls. Don't say 4. Even 400 would be no problem. Bring it on. That said, they still got into a defensive posture, planning to deal with the 4 balls properly. As long as they could catch one, they would win directly. Why not? Chen Ning sneered, seeing that they were all ready. He leaped up. He jumped over 4 meters high. The people on the beach were dumbfounded. Mom, look quickly. That person is flying. What's going on? Jumping so high. Did he grow up eating frogs? This person can fly. Newton's coffin can't hold him down anymore. Chapter 118. Chia. Wang Chong shouted loudly. Chia, however, stood next to Chen Ning. Looking at Wang Chong, you should go back. I've never been on a private yacht before. I want to experience it. Wang Chong felt like dying. His girlfriend was actually being taken away by Chen Ning right in front of him. Is it no law anymore? Wang Chong pretended to come up, but Chen Ning waved his hand. The bodyguards on the yacht blocked the entrance, preventing Wang Chong from entering. Chen Ning put his arm around Qiuya's shoulder and looked at Wang Chong. Sorry, this boat doesn't welcome you. After saying that, he notified the captain to set sail. Wang Chong, seeing this, was so angry that his eyes almost split open. Chen Ning, you son of a dog, dare to steal my girlfriend. I won't let this go. If you have the guts, come down and fight me. As the yacht left the dock, Wang Chong's voice grew fainter until it was completely inaudible. Qiuya sat on the private yacht as she wished, looking around with excitement. This kind of private yacht she had only seen on TV. Ordinary people can't even get on it. Thank you, Brother Ning. Qiuya turned around to thank him, knowing that it was Chen Ning who valued her and brought her up. Yuji and Lisa also walked over. Chapter 119. The next morning, Chen Ning drove Yuji and Lisa towards the university. Arriving at the school gate, Yuji got out of the car and asked, Brother Ning, are you also going to school? Chen Ning closed the car door, smiling with his hands in his pockets, looking at the sign of Shanxing University. That's right, learning makes one progress, and I love learning. After saying that, his eyes scanned the university beauties coming and going. Various beauties passed by, and scores immediately appeared. Most hovered around 70 points. There were very few above 80. Not to mention Yuji, who was a perfect 100-point beauty. Extremely rare. Lisa smiled at Chen Ning from the side. Brother Chen, which department are you in? Chen Ning thought of Lisa's craziness on the yacht yesterday, and couldn't help but pinch her little face. Wherever you are, I will go. Lisa was very happy, really? That's great. Yuji leaned her tall body against him and looked at Lisa. Little sister, you have to leave some for me. Don't let Brother Ning be eaten up completely. Listen to this. What kind of wolfish words are these? Chen Ning, however, smiled while wrapping his arms around the waists of the two beauties. Come on, with you too. You still wish to eat me up. Chapter 120. Chen Ning stood up, shaking his head helplessly. It seems you still don't believe me. How about this? I'll call her and have her wait for me downstairs. Now you should believe it. Sun Kai straightened his neck. Fine, I'll believe you this once. You call her now. If he can make Yu wait for you downstairs, I'll eat this phone. Do you believe it? Chen Ning smiled slightly, sent out a few messages, and walked outside with his hands in his pockets. Sun Kai glanced at Chen Ning's back and shouted to Wu Yu and Dog Egg go. Follow him. I don't believe I can't cure his pretentiousness. Wu Yu and Dog Egg were very enthusiastic, following Sun Kai downstairs. After receiving Chen Ning's message, Yu wore a baseball cap and a mask, wrapping herself up tightly, afraid of being recognized by others at school. But even so, as soon as she stepped outside, she still attracted many gazes. After all, her perfect curvy figure could not be concealed. Brother Ning, I'm here, where are you? Yu sent a message to Chen Ning while standing at the foot of the boys' dormitory. The boys coming out of the dormitory all stole glances at her. At 1.75 meters, she was even taller than some boys. Chapter 121. Chen Ning was not in a hurry. It was a rare opportunity to take advantage of a cashback offer. Gao Xiaoqian saw Chen Ning smiling without saying anything and thought she had quoted too high, quickly saying, how about this? 20 million is fine. If not, 10 million is okay. Chen Ning's smile became even more inscrutable. Seeing this, Gao Xiaoqian didn't know what to say. Stood up as if making a big decision. As long as you are willing to help my father, 5 million, just 5 million. I am willing to sell this company that has been operating for 10 years to you. Chen Ning looked up at her, smiling. I mean, your asking price is too low. Huh? Gao Xiaoqian never expected that Chen Ning would actually think the price was low. What on earth is going on? Is there really someone who buys things and doesn't want to transact at the lowest price? Chen Ning played with the cup in his hand, looking into Gao Xiaoqian's eyes, and said, how about this one price, 600 million? If that's okay, I can transfer the money on the spot. Boom! Gao Xiaoqian was completely dumbfounded. The scale of his company was at most several tens of millions. How could it possibly be worth 600 million? She looked at Lisa beside her, who was smiling and nodding at her. Chapter 122. Gao Minghai frowned. It must be someone sent by old Jean. I don't need him anymore. Tell him to wait for me outside. I have a VIP I am currently attending to. The secretary nodded in agreement and went out to relay the message. Lisa came over and wrapped her arms around Gao Minghai's arm. Dad, have the bank holes been filled? You don't have to stay up all night anymore, right? Gao Minghai patted Lisa's arm. Yes, Dad can rest assured now. At the same time, he looked at Chen Ning and said, Mr. Chen, I entrust my youngest daughter to you. Rest assured, we do not seek any status. As long as you can take her in. Chen Ning was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Gao Minghai to be so understanding, actually not asking for any status. Such a father is rare. Chen Ning put his hands in his pockets and said, don't worry, I won't treat Lisa poorly. After saying that, he turned to Gao Xiaoqian and added, if Miss Gao is willing. Upon hearing this, Gao Xiaoqian's face turned red. Gao Minghai chuckled and looked at her. Xiaoqian, you have seen Mr. Chen's capabilities. Following him is better than following your father. You should think about it carefully. Chen Ning noticed Gao Xiaoqian's hesitation and did not push her. Chapter 123. As the largest buyer of this stock, once all the stocks are sold off, it would crash the market. The stock curve would continue to show a downward trend and would be hard to recover. This would cause more shareholders to sell off to ensure they are not trapped, leading to a rapid decline in the stock price. Irreversible, unless... Mr. Gao, could you help me register an account? I've never bought stocks before, Chen Ning said, looking up at Gao Minghai. The whole room was stunned. They stared wide-eyed at Chen Ning. What's going on? Someone who has never played the stock market is going to compete with a veteran in financial investment? Is he looking for trouble? Even Gao Minghai was taken aback. Seeing Chen Ning's confident demeanor earlier, he thought he was a stock expert. But now he says he has never played stocks. How is he going to win? Zhang Long laughed angrily. I said, kid, you're quite the actor. You've never played stocks and dare to compete with me? Are you stupid? Chen Ning looked at Zhang Long and said calmly, you don't need to worry about whether I'm stupid. Just don't come crying to me when you lose. Give me the stock code you picked. Zhang Long snorted and handed the code to Gao Minghai to relay. After receiving the code, Chen Ning entered the stock interface. Chapter 124. Gao Xiaoqian was slightly taken aback. Spend it? Then she nodded and said in agreement. I understand. You mean I need to learn how to spend money to make money, right? Chen Ning smiled and said, you could say that. You must spend money wisely to earn more. Chen Ning looked meaningfully at Gao Xiaoqian and Lisa and said, "These two beauties, who can yield tenfold returns, must help me earn more money." Gao Xiaoqian had a teachable expression. Xiaoqian understands. She looked at Chen Ning earnestly and said, "I wonder if Mr. Chen could teach me how to trade stocks? Teach me how to spend money? I also want to become a wealthy person like you. Is that possible?" Chen Ning carefully looked at Gao Xiaoqian. She was wearing a light, gauzy dress, with her proud figure standing out. Every now and then, her cleavage was visible. Coupled with her pure face, it was hard not to want to get closer. "Sure, I can teach you, but whether you learn or not depends on you," Chen Ning said casually. This was a good opportunity for her to spend money, and naturally, it should be cherished. Gao Xiaoqian was very happy when Chen Ning agreed. "Lisa, Mr. Chen agreed to teach me how to trade stocks." Chapter 125. Upon hearing this, Wang Li froze. If he wins, he can gain the right to choose Gao Xiaoqian. But if he loses, he will lose everything. Is it worth it for a woman? Doubts began to arise in his heart. Wang Li's face was very ugly. Chen Ning shrugged and said to Gao Xiaoqian, "See, he doesn't love you at all. You're not as important to him as his villa and sports car in the capital." Wang Li felt humiliated. He was embarrassed in front of Gao Xiaoqian and had his sore spot poked, which made him very unhappy. "All right, let us compete. I want to prove that I love Xiaoqian." Gao Xiaoqian was not moved. From Wang Li's hesitation earlier, it was clear that she was not his first choice. Chen Ning fanned the flames. "Good. You have guts. Let the competition begin." After that, Wang Li quickly got into the zone. He logged into his account on the nearby operating station and began selecting the stocks he had already set his sights on. By observing the current market trends, he made short-term trades, buying and selling. Chen Ning activated his stock god skill, easily seeing the rise and fall of various stocks. He didn't buy anything else but the stocks Wang Li had bought. Then, based on the direction he had foreseen, he made his trades. Chapter 126. Gao Xiaoqian looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Mr. Chen, what are you laughing at? I know this amount of money is nothing to you, but it's quite good for me." Chen Ning held back his laughter. "It is indeed good. Losing 200 million and earning 5 million is quite impressive. Well, there's potential. Keep it up." Lisa and Wang Li, who were standing nearby, couldn't help but want to laugh. Gao Xiaoqian, seeing this, stomped her foot in anger. "Hey, don't laugh at me. I've done my best. I'm a newbie. Just give me some more time. I believe I can make a lot of money." Chen Ning was about to encourage her when he received a call from an unknown number. "Hello? Who is this? Is it Brother Chen? It's Sun Kai. You need to come back to school quickly. UG has been cornered at the door." "What? Wait, I'm on my way back." Chen Ning quickly hung up the phone and said to Lisa, "You stay here with your sister to trade stocks. Wang Li, you go back to the rented villa. I'll head back to school." After saying that, Chen Ning quickly left. Wang Li, looking perplexed, asked, "Why does Mr. Chen have to go back to school?" Lisa laughed and said, "He is a college student just like me." Wang Li was even more shocked. Chapter 127. On campus, Sun Kai shouted at the top of his lungs, "The Martial Arts Association is having a challenge. Everyone come and see. The Martial Arts Association is having a challenge. Everyone, come and see." In the campus, such rare events spread the fastest. After hearing the news, students rushed to tell each other. Those with time would go to support. After all, such scenes are not common. Soon, the entrance of the Martial Arts Association was packed with people. I heard it was caused by UG. Senior Wang Bo's master, Nie Yun, is the national champion of Baji Quan. Who would dare to fight him? They must be out of their mind. Wow, looks like there is something to see this time. The beauty is a disaster. This woman has made many boys fight for her. What is the point of being so beautiful? Look, UG is here. Chen Ning wrapped his arm around UG's shoulder and walked to the entrance of the Martial Arts Association. Everyone instinctively made way, while also sizing up Chen Ning. Did I see that right? UG is actually being hugged by another guy? My goddess, how could she be tarnished like this? This is going to drive people crazy. That lucky guy. By the way, who is he? I've never seen him before. I heard he transferred here, and he's not a good person. Chapter 128. A fierce strike was easily caught by Chen Ning without any effort. Nie Yun was stunned. All the other students in the room were also shocked. Who would have thought that such a powerful blow could be caught by Chen Ning? How strong is he? What the hell? What's going on? The senior's punch was caught by him? How is that possible? I don't believe it. The senior must have let him catch it. The younger students were unwilling to believe it. They had high hopes for Nie Yun, thinking he could easily deal with Chen Ning. But he was caught right away by Chen Ning. The contrast was too great. Besides, looking at their physiques, Chen Ning wasn't even as muscular as Nie Yun. Nie Yun's eyebrows twitched in shock. He knew how heavy this punch was. The twisting of the waist, the turning of the hips, the pushing off the ground, and the shoulder thrust, every step of the power transfer was perfect. Even if it were a punching bag in front of him, he could punch a hole in it. Yet it was caught by Chen Ning. This was terrifying. Chen Ning still wore that calm and relaxed expression. I told you, you can't beat me, but you just wouldn't listen. After saying that, he exerted force, and Ye Yun had no choice but to kneel down in pain. His face was full of despair. He had thought of all kinds of competition outcomes, but never imagined that he would kneel to Chen Ning. Chapter 129. Ye Yun quickly shook his head in denial. No, that is not it. I wanted to ask you to be my master. Can you teach me? Chen Ning paused for a moment. A master? No one had ever come to him to ask to be a disciple. It was probably because Ye Yun saw his strong strength and was envious. Only someone as obsessed with martial arts as him would have such thoughts. Chen Ning rejected him on the spot. Sorry, I don't take male disciples. Ye Yun was immediately stunned. What does it mean to not take male disciples? Does that mean if he became a girl, he would accept him? Chen Ning continued to walk outside, still with his arm around Yu Ji's shoulder. Sun Kai pushed Ye Yun with his shoulder from behind. I say, brother, how can your emotional intelligence be so low? If you want to be a disciple, you have to choose the right occasion. You have no sincerity at all. How could Brother Chen agree to you? After hearing Sun Kai's words, Ye Yun suddenly realized, look at my brain. Brother, you know Brother Chen well. Help me say a good word. This is a little token of appreciation. Please accept it. As he spoke, Ye Yun stuffed 2 boxes of cigarettes into Sun Kai's hands. Sun Kai smiled lightly. All right, you're quite savvy. I'll help you arrange a meeting with Brother Chen. See when he can have a meal alone. You can bring this matter up again then. It might just work out. Chapter 130. Yu Ji quickly said, no, sorry, I couldn't control myself. The store manager was also shocked. He didn't expect this girl to have some guts. She actually dared to hit Wang Ming. He rushed over. What is going on? Why did you start fighting? I'm telling you, young lady, no matter how big the matter is, you can't hit people. Everyone who comes here to shop has a certain status. You can't behave like this, understand? Apologize to Brother Wang quickly. The store manager was clearly on Wang Ming's side. At the same time, he smiled and comforted Wang Ming. Brother Wang, please calm down. It must be that the young lady hasn't seen the world and offended you. How about letting her apologize to you and accompany you afterward? Upon hearing this, Yu Ji frowned and looked at the store manager. If I were to accompany you, I'm not that lowly. The store manager's eyes widened. Who are you calling lowly? Young lady, let me tell you, don't narrow your path. When I was out here hustling, you probably didn't even know where to play in the mud. Quickly apologized to Brother Wang. The commotion had already attracted Chen Ning's attention. He stood up and walked over slowly, saying, who told my Yu Ji to apologize? Upon hearing this voice, both Wang Ming and the store manager turned to look. Chapter 131. What are you looking at? My knees hurt. Kneeling for a while is not okay. I'll dig out your eyeballs if you keep staring. Wang Ming shouted at the surrounding people. At the same time, a dozen people got out of a car by the roadside and came to Wang Ming's side to support him. Boss Wang, are you all right? Do you want to get revenge on that kid? Wang Ming frowned and looked at him, then slapped him. Revenge. Revenge. What revenge? I knelt here voluntarily. Do you understand? The bodyguards nodded in agreement. They were secretly amazed. Who was that young man just now? He actually made Boss Wang so humble. Hurry, help me get in the car. I have a trading meeting to attend tonight. Wang Ming commanded. The bodyguards quickly helped him into the car and drove to the underground trading meeting. He did not want revenge. He just needed to find a suitable way to do it. With his current strength, it was definitely not possible. If that's the case, then he would have to use someone else's hand to do this. Chen Ning received the address information sent by the organizer, Lin Fong. He drove to the location. It turned out to be a small tavern. It seemed to be doing well, with young people coming in and out. Could the underground transaction be taking place here? Chapter 132. Chen Ning casually paid with a QR code. Congratulations to the host for transferring 1.5 billion yuan to Ma Lihua, receiving a 10,000-fold reward of 15 trillion yuan. Chen Ning glanced at his account, which now had a total of 13.2 trillion yuan. Adding the 10 trillion yuan stored with Gaoming High, it totaled 23.2 trillion yuan, enough to upgrade to a star-level member in Yang City. By then, more benefits could be unlocked. As his level increased, he could also look for his parents' whereabouts. The surrounding patrons watched in shock as Chen Ning successfully made the payment. Their mouths agape. 1. 5 billion bought 30 glasses of wine. What a rich guy. Could he be one of those in the wealthy club? The bartender, seeing the successful transfer, immediately regarded Chen Ning with higher respect. He hurriedly went to prepare his martell. 30 tall glasses were arranged in a pyramid shape. The bartender poured the wine from the top, filling all 30 glasses. A fine wine worth 150 million was placed in front of them. Everyone in the tavern stood up to take photos, as such opportunities were rare. Molly picked up the top glass and drank it all in one gulp. Good wine. After putting down the glass, Molly wiped her mouth and said, Chapter 133 Swish. Everyone around stood up and rushed to the front hall to get a glimpse of the treasures written on the cups. However, they did not rush to take action. After all, choosing from something unseen, just based on the wine glass, was still quite difficult. Moreover, after selecting an item, one also had to drink a glass of wine, which increased the difficulty of choice. Not everyone had the same capacity for alcohol as Molly. The vodka here was akin to sleeping pills. One glass down, and you could probably sleep until the next evening. Chen Ning asked Yuji to wait for him here. He walked slowly to the front hall, while others were still looking at the names on the wine glasses with their hands behind their backs. Chen Ning had already picked up a glass and downed it in one go. After putting down the glass, he felt as if he had just drunk a beverage and wanted more, so he picked up another glass and gulped it down. Good wine. Chen Ning sighed, picking up another glass and drinking it down again. The whole venue was stunned. Is he drinking water? How could he drink one glass after another? And he didn't even look at what the glass represented before drinking? This is too irresponsible. Congratulations to Mr. Chun for winning a Jiolong Cup. Congratulations to Mr. Chun for winning a statue of the thousand-hand Guanyin from Jinding Temple. Chapter 134. The bartender was completely stunned. Rules are made by people. They are alive and can be changed. Chen Ning smiled and placed a hand on his shoulder. That's right. Look how nervous you are. Come, have a drink. Saying this, he handed a glass of wine to him. The bartender trembled as he took the glass and tried to drink it. Chen Ning continued. Since the rules are alive, then give me everything here. Puffed. The bartender hadn't tea swallowed yet and sprayed it out. Good heavens. What appetite. He actually wants to take everything here for himself. Isn't he afraid of getting into trouble? Seeing the bartender spray the wine out, Chen Ning stepped forward and placed a hand on his neck. What's wrong? You look unwilling. The bartender felt a deadly threat and hurriedly said, No. It's not that. I'm afraid the others won tea agree. They also came to bid for these treasures. Even if I agree, they won tea. Chen Ning raised his head and looked at the people around. Who disagrees? If those 10 men in black weren't on the ground, they would definitely step forward. But now no one dared to stand out. Chapter 135. Chen Ning casually picked 2 plates of food and brought them to the dining table to feast on. Molly quickly came out of the bedroom, glanced at the maid beside her, and walked to Chen Ning's opposite. Are these all yours? Chen Ning, chewing on a steak, looked up at Molly and nodded. Why not? Molly was excited upon hearing this, sat down on the chair, and said to the maid, Get me a portion. The maid quickly stepped forward and brought 2 plates of the same food as Chen Ning asked in front of her. Maliate e artili without reservation. After finishing, she wiped her mouth and looked very satisfied. I never expected that Molly, could have today. After saying this, she looked at Chen Ning. I still don't know your name? Chen Ning stood up and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Chen Ning, once you're full, let us hurry up and leave. Saying this, he turned and walked towards the door. Molly was stunned. How can this person turn his back on me so quickly? Has he forgotten the craziness of last night? Hey, Chen Ning, stop. What is going on? Molly shouted as she chased after him. Chen Ning, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Molly. What do you want? Seeing Chen Ning's cold and unfeeling demeanor, Molly found it hard to accept. Chapter 136. Then, a young lady took a beer bottle, lifted her short skirt, and placed it between her thighs. Bang! The bottle cap popped off. The whole venue was shocked. Wow, this is a real talent. Chen Ning couldn't help but tremble all over. Who would have thought there was such a function? This is really impressive. The woman then tilted her head back, inserted the bottle neck into her mouth, and swirled it with her hand. A small whirlwind formed inside the bottle, and 3 seconds later, the entire bottle of beer was downed. Burp! The woman put down the beer bottle, let out a burp, and clasped her hands. Boss, I've embarrassed myself. Clap, clap, clap. Chen Ning applauded. Good. You stay. Everyone else leave. The woman who was left behind bowed happily. Thank you, boss. The other candidates were stunned for a moment before they realized. Hey, boss, I haven't performed my talent yet. I'm much better than her. Boss, look at my talent. Chen Ning had no intention of keeping them. So the secretary had to let them all leave. A new batch of people came in. This group entered the office, nodded and greeted the boss. And Chen Ning froze along with one of them. Chen Ning, Zhang Tian. Chapter 137. The people in the room were once again refreshed in their understanding. How dare she ask for 50,000 a month? Chen Ning's lips curled slightly. Is 50,000 enough for a month? I'll give you 100,000 a month. Follow my orders. Be on call. Is that okay? Zhao Lu's eyes widened as she looked at Chen Ning, not expecting him to really agree, and even exceed 50,000. Great. So great. Boss, you're really generous. Zhao Lu couldn't help but praise. The secretary was shocked. This salary is even higher than hers, right? Chen Ning waved his hand, asking the other candidates to leave. Today, gaining Zhao Lu this treasure was enough. The others were left for the subordinates to interview. Boss, where are you taking me? Just to be clear, I'm not selling my body or my talent. Oh wait, that is not right. I'm not selling either my body or my talent. Chen Ning stopped and looked at Zhao Lu. Then what are you selling? Zhao Lu said seriously, I'm selling time. During working hours, I belong to you. But after work, you have no say over me. Hearing this, Chen Ning smiled. All right, it's work time now. You have to follow my instructions. Zhao Lu made an okay gesture. No problem, boss. You just give the orders. Chapter 138. Okay, I want it. I'll pay. Chen Ning said as he directly scanned the QR code to make the payment. Congratulations to the host for spending 150 million yuan on Zhao Lu, receiving a 100-fold return reward of 15 billion yuan. Another 15 billion earned. This is too sweet. Stock trading can't make this much money. The sales assistant stood frozen in place, completely shocked. They really bought it. The people nearby were also stunned, getting off their seats to look at Chen Ning in disbelief. This kid has some tricks up his sleeve. Seeing that Chen Ning had paid, Zhao Lu became even more assertive. Hurry up, pack everything up, send it to my home delivery station. The sales assistant at the jewelry store quickly got to work. Okay, please wait a moment, beautiful. I'll pack it for you right away. Zhao Lu wrote down an address and left with Chen Ning. These two spending sprees had Zhao Lu feeling ecstatic. She had never experienced such a way of spending money before. Chen Ning looked at Zhao Lu with a smile. So, have you spent enough now? Zhao Lu pouted. Not at all. I still have a lot of things to buy. Chen Ning replied. Great, then let's keep buying. Zhao Lu stood on the first floor of the mall, looked around, and set her sights on a snack shop. Boss, I love snacks. Can you buy this shop for me and give it to me? Chapter 139. Nian saw that Chen Ning still refused to agree and kept giving Sun Kai frantic signals. After all, this was something he promised himself, saying he would definitely find a way. Seeing this, Sun Kai leaned close to Chen Ning and said, Brother Chen, I heard this kid's family runs a gym, and there are many beautiful personal trainers. Upon hearing this, Chen Ning showed a look of understanding. He looked at Nie Yun and took the cup from his hand. All right, I'll drink this tea. Nie Yun was very pleased. Thank you, master. Chen Ning put down the teacup, pursed his lips, and said, Don't rush to thank me. Take me to your gym later. Nie Yun immediately agreed. No problem, master. You can go anytime. I'll make sure to arrange the most professional personal trainer for you. Chen Ning lightly coughed twice. Do I still need you to arrange training for me? I'm here to guide you all, understand? Nie Yun quickly corrected himself. Yes. Guiding work. Sun Kai was happy that things were going well, lifted his glass. Come on, let's drink to that. Chen Ning raised his tea in place of wine and clinked glasses with the two. Then he looked at Nie Yun and asked, Have you heard of the martial artist conference? Nie Yun was immediately taken aback. After a few seconds of silence, he said, Chapter 140. Chen Ning stepped on the gas and left. He returned to the mall where Zhao Lu was. He wondered if she had finished her shopping spree in the store. Boss, we can't eat anymore. If you keep this up, we won't have anything to sell. Yeah, boss, why not restock? We're out of nut products. Are we going to go bankrupt? The employees at the squirrel store pleaded desperately. Zhao Lu, however, was lounging on a recliner, leisurely eating sunflower seeds. Upon seeing Chen Ning, she quickly stood up, brushed off the seed shells from her clothes, and respectfully called out, Hello, boss. The store employees were taken aback. Another boss appeared. Is this one the boss's boss? Who is actually the boss? The situation is so confusing. Chen Ning looked at the empty shells around him and couldn't help but laugh. What are you trying to do? Is this store not going to open anymore? Zhao Lu replied confidently. Yeah, I don't have time to manage it, so I might as well sell it. I've already contacted a buyer. They'll be here soon. Chen Ning continued to ask, what about these employees? Zhao Lu naturally said, once the store is sold, there will be money. I can give them double pay. After saying that, she looked at the nearby employees. What do you all think? Chapter 141. Wow. Where did this rich lady come from? Actually hiring 6 male personal trainers. Can she handle that? It's like a pack of wolves. This scene is too beautiful to imagine. The key is that this woman looks good. Why does she need personal trainers? What a waste. Come on, I'm going to hit on her. A few fitness guys walked over and whistled at Zhao Lu. Beautiful. Let's get to know each other. I also work out often. How about I teach you? Zhao Lu glanced at them and couldn't help but turn her head and disdainfully say, skinny dogs. What? The fitness guys were instantly hit with a 1,000-fold blow. They were called skinny dogs by a beauty. Such a psychological blow was unbearable. I'm not skinny. Where am I skinny? Take a good look. They frantically showcased their biceps, lats, and quadriceps, trying to prove themselves. Zhao Lu, however, showed no interest and asked the handsome personal trainer she called over. Guys, can you teach me how to work on my glutes? I really want to make my butt fuller. Puffed. No comparison means no harm. The guys were about to explode with anger. Just then, someone walked in at the door, panting heavily, and said, Chapter 142. Principal Lu and Chen Ning all looked over. It was Chu Sheng. Thank you for coming back to celebrate our school's anniversary today, Principal Lu said with a smile. Lu Fong, however, showed little emotional fluctuation and calmly said, Of course I remember. I heard you won the championship in The Voice, so you have officially debuted, right? Chu Sheng was very happy to see that Lu Fong knew him. Yes, thanks to the support of several mentors and everyone. He didn't expect you to come back from abroad. Are you planning to develop domestically? Principal Lu replied, Yes. I plan to let Fonger learn from General Chen. It should be very helpful for her development in the country. Chu Sheng frowned slightly and looked at Chen Ning beside him. General Chen? What does he do? One of the people who came with Chu Sheng whispered in his ear. He defeated the president of the school's martial arts association a few days ago. I heard he's quite capable. Upon hearing this, Chu Sheng relaxed. Oh, so he's just a martial artist. What era is it? And he still resorts to physical confrontation. What can Fong Fong learn from you? Chen Ning slightly opened his mouth. You won't really learn anything from following me. I'm just an ordinary person. Chapter 143. Swish. Everyone understood. They shifted their focus back to the man. He frowned and looked at Chen Ning. Who are you to speak to me like that? Do you know my identity? The bodyguard next to the man said arrogantly, My family's Gu Xiao is a mid-level member of the rich club in Mountain City. You poor losers, hurry up and kneel. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was stunned. The rich club, although they weren't members, they had heard of this organization. The people inside were all worth hundreds of billions. It could be said that it completely exceeded the understanding of ordinary people. In society, they belonged to the true elite class. Who would have thought that someone from the rich club would sponsor the school anniversary this time? It seems the principal's connections are indeed getting broader. No one around dared to discuss it anymore. Even the classmates who had just spoken ill of the man regretted it at this moment, fearing that he might cause trouble for them. That could be a problem for finding a job after graduation. A mere mid-level member dares to act wild in front of me? Chen Ning's voice was neither loud nor soft, and everyone could hear it. Everyone gasped. This person is too bold. He actually dared to say such words. Chapter 144. Chen Ning was slightly stunned. She didn't expect her score to improve so quickly. After just a nap, it had risen 100. Ningke, you're awake. Lu Fong had somehow sat up and looked at Chen Ning's back. Chen Ning put on her clothes and turned to Lu Fong. Fong, don't worry. As long as you follow me, you will definitely not suffer any grievances. Lu Fong responded softly. The strength he had shown yesterday had already made Lu Fong submit. There would definitely be no second thoughts. After getting dressed, they followed Chen Ning to the dining hall. The maids had already prepared a sumptuous breakfast, standing in front of the dining table, waiting for Chen Ning and the others to eat. Lu Fong sat next to Chen Ning, happily enjoying the delicious food here. Although she came from a good background herself, if she weren't by Chen Ning's side, she wouldn't enjoy such treatment. Master, Miss Ma left a message saying she has found a spot and would like you to check it out at the bar when you have time. A maid stepped forward and said. Chen Ning nodded and continued eating. It was best if they had their own things to do. This way, they wouldn't have to squeeze together every day, unable to stand each other, and end up arguing. After breakfast, Chen Ning wiped her mouth and said to Lu Fong, Chapter 145. Wang Tao saw Chen Ning sitting on the sofa smoking and hurried over to say, President Chen, I'm late. The people across from him were instantly dumbfounded. He actually called this young man President Chen. There's no saving it. It's completely hopeless. Chen Ning calmly extinguished the cigarette in his hand and then looked at Wang Tao. This person lent money to my subordinate employees at high interest. He also said we couldn't pay back the money. What do you think we should do about this? As soon as he finished speaking, the big brother in front of the sofa directly knelt on the ground. Brother Wang, I was wrong. I didn't know he was your person. If I had known, even with 10 times the courage, I wouldn't have dared. Brother Wang, I beg you, spare me this time. I'll repay you by working for you in the future. It seemed he was genuinely frightened. Seeing their big brother kneeling, everyone around also knelt down, pleading for mercy. Wang Tao looked at this person, his brows furrowed. Spare you? Who the hell has spared me? You dare to mess with President Chen's people? You really want to die? Come, drag him out. Yes. The people beside quickly pulled this group out. Wait. Chen Ning stood up and said. They all stopped and turned to look at Chen Ning, not knowing what he wanted to do. Chapter 146. The car model turned to glance at Chen Ning, smiled lightly, and continued to look at the photographers below. She had no intention of acknowledging Chen Ning. You still dare to look down on me? Fine. Just wait. Chen Ning snapped his fingers. Manager, I'll take this car. The salesperson standing nearby hurried over, smiling. Sir, let me introduce you to this car. Chen Ning put his hands in his pockets. No need. It's just a car worth over 10 million. What else there to introduce? Just transfer the money and hand over the car. The sales consultant was overjoyed and quickly brought over the payment code and purchase contract. Chen Ning directly paid 13 million and bought the Ferrari. The people below and the car model nearby were all stunned. The model who had just ignored Chen Ning immediately linked her arm with Chen Ning's and kept smiling. After receiving the money, the sales consultant prepared the receipt and handed the car keys to Chen Ning with both hands. The host also picked up the microphone and enthusiastically shouted, Let us congratulate this distinguished Ferrari owner. Enjoy your new car. Applause erupted in the venue. At the same time, many people turned their attention towards here. Wow, someone really bought a car on the spot. And it's a Ferrari. Are you kidding me? Chapter 147. I don't know who gave him the confidence. Bro, are you planning to treat her to dinner? Do you have money? The man sneered, pointing around the venue. Do you see this? This exhibition is organized by me. All the 4S stores have to pay me to participate, got it? Chen Ning replied. Oh, I see. Then can you buy all the cars here and give them to her? The man glanced at the cars on display. They were all Maseratis. It would take tens of millions to buy them all. Even if he earned from one exhibition, he couldn't gather that much money. Cough. Why should I buy all these cars to give to her? The man stubbornly said. Hearing this, Chen Ning's expression changed. If you can't afford it, then get lost. What are you pretending for in front of me? Chen Ning's voice was loud, immediately attracting the attention of those around. The man felt embarrassed. What? What did you say? Say it again. At this moment, a Maserati employee ran out holding a set of keys. She came to Chen Ning and handed over the keys with both hands. President Chen, here are the keys to all the display cars. Please keep them safe. Chen Ning took the keys and pressed the lock button. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 148. Chen Ning happened to bring Park Hai to the Bentley exhibition hall. Hearing this, he directly said, I consider your grandmother's leg. Instantly, all eyes were on him. Wow, who is this person so bold? Could he be Zhao Lu's boyfriend? Zhao Lu saw it was Chen Ning, as if she had seen a savior, and quickly ran over, grabbing Chen Ning's arm. Boss, you finally came. They want me to pay 10 billion. Park Hai, who was standing beside her, was also taken aback. What on earth happened that required such a large compensation? Would Chen Ning really help her pay? Hearing that he was to compensate Zhao Lu 10 billion, two things instantly popped into Chen Ning's mind. The first was, damn, this is a big deal. The second was, how dare he trick my employee like this? Let's see how I deal with him. The man heard Zhao Lu's address to Chen Ning and leisurely walked over, saying to Chen Ning, Are you this lady's boss? Do you know she's in trouble? Chen Ning, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the man. Isn't it just 10 billion in compensation? Is that considered trouble? Swish. Everyone in the room looked at Chen Ning, their eyes filled with disbelief. 10 billion isn't trouble? How many billion counts as trouble? This is just too arrogant. In chapter 149, the man was scared. I drew it. It was my fault. Spare me. A 30 million Bentley, one punch wrecks it. A big brother like that is definitely not someone he can provoke. The store manager, upon hearing this, immediately perked up, stood up, and pointed at him, cursing, "You dog bastard. It was you who drew it. You made us wrong this lady. You got us fired. I'll fight you." The employees behind also rushed up, venting their emotions on this man. It was he who caused them to lose their jobs. Chen Ning let go of his grip and allowed these people to handle it. Park Hai and Zhao Lu were so scared they didn't dare to speak. At that moment, they witnessed Chen Ning's power. One punch wrecks a 30 million car. Ordinary people simply can't do that. Chen Ning tidied his clothes and walked over to Zhao Lu. Speaking calmly, "Did I scare you?" Zhao Lu quickly shook her head. Chen Ning continued, "Which car do you like? I'll buy it for you." Zhao Lu stared at the sky blue Bentley beside her. "I want this car." Chen Ning looked back and said, "All right, that's the one. I've already paid, so you can just drive it away." It was a joke. In this situation, even if Chen Ning gave the money, the Bentley division wouldn't dare accept it. In Chapter 150, someone ambushed on the mountain, scattering triangular nails on the road ahead. As long as the car passes, the tire is bound to explode. At that time, the race would be impossible to complete. As a result, Chen Ning used a ramp next to him and directly flew the car over. He forcefully crossed the section with iron nails. Instead, the cars coming from behind directly got their tires punctured and stopped by the roadside. At this time, only a Porsche was still chasing from behind. He kept shifting gears, pressing the clutch, and stepping on the gas, trying to overtake in the curve. Anyone can accelerate in a straight line. True speed comes from curves. He shouted this famous line, intending to overtake Chen Ning in the upcoming curve. But Chen Ning didn't slow down at all. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A black tire mark was left on the curve. Chen Ning's car drifted close to the guardrail, speeding up instead of slowing down. The people behind were dumbfounded. Damn, he's still speeding up. He's reckless. He also drifted through the turn, but his angle was clearly larger than Chen Ning's by half. Chen Ning glanced at the rearview mirror, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. "Let me show you something even more amazing." Saying that, the car drove onto the steps of the roadside, utilizing only 2 tires on one side to continue moving. The speed doubled compared to before. Turning up the mountain, in Chapter 151, Wang Jianwei stormed out from inside, shouting to the security outside, "Close the door. No one is allowed to leave today." The security personnel complied and immediately closed all exits. The people who were looking at the house hurriedly looked around, not knowing what was going on. "What does this mean? Open the door. What do you want to do? If you don't open the door, I'm calling the police." "Are you a black shop?" "Shut up. The boss here is someone from the rich club. You can't mess with him." Upon hearing this, they all fell silent. They didn't dare to discuss anymore. Wang Jianwei ignored them and walked straight towards Park Hai. "You filthy bitch. Weren't you very arrogant just now? Who is your boss? Let him come out. I want to see what you are so proud of." Park Hai had already come to Chen Ning's side and briefly recounted what had happened. Chen Ning frowned slightly. "All right, I understand." He turned to look at Wang Jianwei, who was approaching. "I'll give you 3 seconds to open the door. Otherwise, you're done for." Wang Jianwei laughed upon hearing Chen Ning speak. "You were their boss? I thought who it was. A little kid dares to act wild in front of me. Let's see how I deal with you." In Chapter 152, everyone in the room looked at the big screen, which displayed the specific location of this land. Surrounding it were office buildings and the International Convention Center. It's definitely a prime piece of land. If you acquire this land, even if you do nothing, you can wait for its value to increase. The people below could no longer wait and began to raise their paddles. There was a designated person responsible for recording. 150 billion, 200 billion, 280 billion, 300 billion. The price changed every second. These real estate tycoons were spending money like water, bidding tens of billions at a time. It was as if this money was blowing in from the wind. Chen Ning still smiled and read his novel, showing no intention of making a move. Until the price reached 1 trillion, the atmosphere in the venue finally calmed down. Those who had been frequently raising paddles before no longer followed up. They cautiously looked at the people around them. Each paddle raise became more cautious. 1 trillion, 200 billion. Is there anyone willing to bid more than 1 trillion, 200 billion? The host surveyed the room, pointing at the real estate tycoons with a wooden hammer in his hand. If there are no more bids, it will be finalized with 1 hammer. Chen Ning raised his paddle. 1 trillion, 500 billion. All eyes in the room turned to this side. Who is this kid? Why didn't we see him earlier? In Chapter 153, after listening to Chen Ning's words, the people present exchanged glances. They burst into laughter. "Who do you think you are? You still want to threaten us?" "Exactly. Don't you look in the mirror and see if you're worthy. I've never seen someone so self-righteous like you." Chen Ning ignored their mockery and continued. Chen Yukai. Has anyone heard of him? The scene quieted down. Everyone looked confused, clearly having never heard of that name. Chen Ning felt a bit disappointed. The people sitting here should be the wealthiest in Shanqing City. Why had they not heard of his father's name? Where should he go to look for his parents? Since no one knew, then he couldn't be blamed. Chen Ning opened his wealthy club's balance interface, turning around so everyone present could see. It clearly displayed a staggering 40 trillion in funds. Everyone was stunned. In this location, the final bid was 10 trillion. And it was only under the presence of banks that such a quote was made. Now, no one could come up with that much money. He was a star-level member. In our region, there are only 3 such members. How could he be so young? Chapter 154. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. An assistant backstage rushed over to inform. Sister Lu, it's your turn to perform. Lu Fong stood up to tidy her clothes and nodded at her. Chen Ning clenched his fist. Go for it. Lu Fong smiled slightly, exuding confidence as she walked to the front of the stage. Chen Ning stood at the backstage entrance. Watching her silhouette, he saw her stand in the center of the stage, gracefully bowing. Then she sat down beside the piano, her body straight, hands hovering over the keys, ready to play. At that moment, Lu Fong furrowed her brow, clasped her hands together, and her expression turned pained. Her arms began to tremble uncontrollably. Chen Ning immediately noticed this anomaly and hurried from backstage to the stage, waving to greet the audience below. The host, seeing it was Chen Ning, quickly introduced him. This is our organizer today, the star-level member of Shanqing, Mr. Chen. Clap, clap, clap. The audience erupted in even more enthusiastic applause. Being able to host a banquet at the wealthy club already proved one's strength. Hearing the host's introduction, the crowd became even clearer about his status. Star-level members were someone everyone would want to curry favor with. Chen Ning walked straight to Lu Fong's side and quietly asked, Chapter 155. Xiao Lu, you go in first. Chen Ning said after getting out of the car. Lu Fong obediently nodded and entered the inner room alone. Nie Yun eagerly approached and said, Master, did you call me here to teach me some secret technique? Bang! Chen Ning knocked him on the head. In martial arts, there are no secret techniques. If you practice the basics well, you can still sweep everyone away. Do you understand? Nie Yun could only rub his head and nod. Chen Ning turned to Li Feifei. Go, spar with him. Li Feifei paused slightly, but it was just for a moment. The next second, she rolled her neck and walked towards Nie Yun. Nie Yun was taken aback. He knew this woman was Chen Ning's bodyguard and definitely knew how to fight. He didn't expect Chen Ning to let him spar with her. Master, what's going on? Nie Yun said while retreating, secretly gathering strength. Facing Li Feifei, he didn't dare to be careless. Stop talking, go. Chen Ning commanded. Nie Yun stopped retreating and lunged forward. Li Feifei sidestepped and delivered a side kick to Nie Yun's chest. Bang! A tremendous impact struck the steel plate, sending Nie Yun flying. Li Feifei paused slightly, surprised that this kid was wearing a steel plate. Chapter 156. Other beauties chimed in. Ninggu, are you going to take the graduate entrance exam? Why didn't you tell us? Let's all go together. Yes, we'll also take the graduate entrance exam. Lu Fong directly said, I'm already a graduate student. Ningge, which school are you going to? I'll apply to transfer. Seeing their enthusiasm, Chen Ning settled them down. All right, everyone. Let's talk about the specifics after I receive the graduate admission notice. First, let's eat. The maid had already placed the cut steak, caviar, foie gras, and bird's nest porridge on the dining table, waiting for them to taste. Nie Yun was amazed to see Chen Ning surrounded by beautiful women, unable to close his mouth. The master is indeed impressive. After dinner, Chen Ning sent Nie Yun away and took Lisa and Gao Shaoqi into the room to sleep. Today, he must experience the charm of sister flowers. The next morning, Chen Ning was still sleeping in. He heard someone knocking on the door outside. Lu Fong's voice came. Ninggu, can I come in? Chen Ning mumbled. Come in. The door opened to reveal Chen Ning lying in bed, with 2 beautiful women beside him. I'm sorry. I'll go out first. Chapter 157. Lu Fong released Chen Ning's arm and went to the clothing rack to choose clothes for him. Chen Ning didn't mind. When it came to clothing, he left it to the women to choose. After all, he looked good in anything. Ninggu, how about this outfit? It has a dragon pattern and gold thread on the chest, very fitting for your temperament. Lu Fong held up a suit and turned to Chen Ning. The sales assistant saw this and quickly came over to introduce. Miss, you have a great eye. This outfit is our store's treasure, designed by 5 masters from the country. It fits the aesthetic and physique of our Eastern people. Although it's a bit pricey, it's absolutely worth it. Chen Ning said, "Let me try it on." The sales assistant hurriedly took the clothes and arranged a fitting room for Chen Ning to change. After Chen Ning changed and came out, the girls in the store were all stunned. He looked too handsome. They almost rushed over for a photo. Stars faded in comparison to Chen Ning. Chen Ning adjusted his collar in the mirror and thought it looked very good. He casually struck a Tai Chi pose, looking simply stunning. Lu Fang's eyes sparkled with hearts as she approached Chen Ning, examining him from all angles. "Ningge, this outfit is simply tailor-made for you." Chapter 158. Hearing this, Gao Shun's heart felt like it was being cut with a knife. She turned to look at Chen Ning's back, crying and kneeling down. "Mr. Chen, please give me a chance." "Mr. Chen." The people behind her looked on, moved, but Chen Ning paid no attention. With his current status, who would dare to provoke him? That would be seeking death. Lu Feifei quickly ran over. "Mr. Chen, what happened?" Chen Ning turned to look at Lu Feifei, having a pretty good impression of her, and said, "From now on, you are the general manager of this mall. Go find the HR report." Lu Feifei was immediately stunned and even forgot to come out to greet. "Am I the general manager? I became the general manager. Damn, I became the general manager." Chen Ning, dressed in new clothes, took Lu Fang and drove towards the rich hotel. At this time, Lu Fang's classmates had already arrived. After all, dining at the rich hotel is a symbol of status. Not everyone can come. Taking the opportunity to take photos and post on social media, one can show off well. The accompanying caption is, "If you don't work hard, you'll never know how excellent you are." After posting on social media, he began to build relationships. "Brother Wang, now that Lu Fang is back, you two will definitely be able to make it happen." Chapter 159. Boss Yao, it seems you have forgotten our family status in Shining City. Should I call my father to have a good talk with you? Yao Yin did not respond to him, but walked straight to Chen Ning's side, turning to Wang Ming. "Yu Wang family is a high-level member of Shining City. I naturally know that, but do you know who this young man beside me is?" Hearing this, Wang Ming paused. What's going on? Could it be that this young man has a higher status than himself? No way. Yao Yin continued. He is a star-level member of our Shanhang City, with assets reaching 40 trillion. Can your Wang family compare? Wow. Everyone present was dumbfounded, looking at Chen Ning, including Wang Ming. He never expected that Chen Ning would be so powerful. No wonder Lu Fang kept reminding him not to provoke him. It seemed she knew. It was too late. His earlier performance had completely offended him. Even if his father came, he would have to kneel. Wang Ming's legs trembled. He never expected that a good class reunion would turn out like this. This is really not the result he wanted. Chen Ning stood up directly. Wang Ming knelt down immediately. Chapter 160. Su Wanqing responded. It's the station chief. I've arrived at his residence and am ready to go in for filming. Do you have any instructions? The station chief said, Very good. I've notified all departments to fully cooperate with your work. If you have any problems or need help, feel free to contact me. The External Relations Department has also publicized this matter, and now there are already 100,000 people waiting to watch the live broadcast. Be mentally prepared. Su Wanqing paused upon hearing this number. She didn't expect that a live broadcast of a rich person's mansion would attract so many viewers. Since she started her live broadcast segment, she had never had so many viewers. It seems this time she would really break the record. Okay, station chief. I will do my best to bring the most authentic and informative live broadcast to everyone. After hanging up the phone, Lu Fang asked, Are you going to do it live? Su Wanqing nodded, having already adjusted the equipment and connected to the headquarters channel. Ready to start the live broadcast at any time. Lu Fang had to say, Then, you should be mentally prepared. Ningji's villa is different from other villas. Su Wanqing realized that this sentence might become a hot topic, quickly opened the live broadcast function, and asked, Chapter 161. Wow. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions. Hundreds of millions, 15 billion. Oh my gosh. I've never seen so much money in my life. If this were put in the bank, it would earn $1,000 in interest a day, right? I once had so much money, but unfortunately, I got trapped and now only have a few dollars in interest left. Dude, have you gotten out of the trap? What stocks did you buy? Let me take a look. She's the daughter of the head of Citibank. Buying 15 billion in stocks should be normal, right? I've really broadened my horizons. I thought having a few 100,000 in savings made me rich, but now it seems I'm just a poor loser. Looking at the discussions in the live broadcast room, Su Wanqing sighed. I'm a poor loser too. After Gao Xiaoqian showcased her financial account, she added, The 10 billion in starting funds for stock trading was also given to me by Mr. Chen. At that time, I was afraid of losing money. But after buying the stocks he recommended, they rose every day. In just 2 days, I made $5 billion. The viewers in the live broadcast room were feeling sour upon hearing this. Even the station chief of the Panda platform was moved. Is there such a master? I want to visit him too. Chapter 162. The viewers below expressed their feelings even more. Big boss, does your family still need a watchdog? I want to apply. Don't compete with me. I want to be a maid. I see there are fewer cleaning maids. Consider me. Money doesn't matter. I just want to make friends. They were completely enchanted. Such luxurious standards are irresistible to anyone. UG squatted down, casually picked up a night pearl, and handed it to Su Wanqing. Sister, here, essay gift for you. To him, this thing is like scrap metal, not precious at all. Su Wanqing's jaw nearly dropped, because she saw the appraiser in the live broadcast room quoting a price. The night pearl in her hand is worth 400,000, enough to buy a B-class car. After touring the living room, UG arranged, Sister, let us have a meal together. Mr. Chen is probably coming back soon. You can interview him then. Su Wanqing couldn't ask for more. Okay, then I will follow your orders. I wonder what delicious food can be had at a rich person's house. The station chief sent her a private message. Wanqing, stay there and guard well. I'm going to find you. You must see Mr. Chen in person. Chapter 163. Wu Mingdai sat next to Chen Ning. The people at the scene looked at Chen Ning in confusion, not knowing who he was or what he was doing there. Someone immediately asked, President Wu, who is this man next to you? We are having an internal meeting. Isn't it inappropriate to have an outsider watching? Wu Mingdai directly said, he is my boyfriend, and we are about to get married, so he shouldn't be considered an outsider. Everyone present was taken aback, not knowing when she had found a boyfriend. Why does he look so familiar? Chen Ning looked at the people below, not taking them seriously. For a small company of this scale, their revenue was even less than the amount he spent on gifts for the women below. Wu Mingdai saw that everyone had arrived and announced, the meeting is officially starting now. Since last week, there have been organized and premeditated attacks on our Wu family's industry. After my investigation, I found that there are even insiders involved, but I won't say who it is. After hearing Wu Mengye's words, the people below exchanged glances. They wondered why she was so assertive today. Did she not know that the company owed a lot of external debts? Chapter 164. Chen Ning put away his phone, hands in his pockets, and said, Now, this company belongs to me. Do you have anything to say? The people around quickly stood up and nodded, saying, Hello, President Chen. Only Lu Yun remained unconvinced. With a sneer, he said, Well, a big fish has come. 400 trillion assets, right? It's mine now. Get him. Tie him up. Let's split the 400 trillion assets. The big men around, hearing that they were going to divide 400 trillion assets, were all extremely excited and rushed forward. Chen Ning calmly said, There's a saying, if you don't seek death, you won't die. Since you're here to seek death, don't blame me for being rude. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 people close to Chen Ning were already sent flying, crashing into the wall, which dented in. Everyone in the room was shocked. Before the others could react, Chen Ning moved quickly. With a knee strike, he sent one person flying. Then, with a series of movements, he broke the arm of the person in front of him. In less than a minute, the 20 or so strong men, called by Lu Yun, were all on the ground. Lu Yun was completely dumbfounded. He never expected Chen Ning to be so strong. Chen Ning approached him, looking down from a high position. Chapter 165. Wu Mingdai walked to her grandfather's side and said, Grandpa, you can trust me with the Wu family. I will not disappoint you. Saying this, she pressed on his arm and turned to leave with Chen Ning. Brother Chen, where are you taking me? Wu Mingdai asked. Following Chen Ning. Chen Ning had already called for a private jet. I'm taking you to Shanking City. Wu Mingdai was surprised. What about the industries here? Chen Ning smiled slightly. Don't worry, Su Qi will help take care of it. Besides, your Wu family's small industries can be easily managed. Wu Mingdai didn't believe it. My grandfather worked half his life to build the industries to 10 billion. How could it be easy? Little did she know that Chen Ning had already acquired the skill of business mastery. Any business model, he could learn with just a glance and quickly replicate it for successful operation. Isn't it just an online education training industry? How about a bet? Within a week, I'll make Longting education training become the #1 in the country. Wu Mingdai still didn't believe it. How do you plan to do that? Chen Ning chuckled. The essence of any business that hasn't succeeded is simply a lack of funds. For doing business, funds are like ammunition. Chapter 166. President Chen. From now on, I must follow you. Whatever you want me to do, I will do. Su Wanqing immediately said. Chen Ning shrugged. You see, this is the use of spending money on beautiful women. It's called winning people's hearts, understand? The people in the live broadcast room sent a wave of 666. Live teaching. Learn it. This wave, President Chen, is in the stratosphere. I understood. So, it is. The means of winning people's hearts is so simple and tedious. Okay, I've learned it. So where do I get the money? Chen Ning came back to his senses from the ability he had just acquired. This ability is simply too useful for dealing with opponents. As long as he has seen the other party once, he can obtain all their information. No matter if it's black or white, everything is available. Once exposed, that person definitely can't handle it. It can also be used as leverage against others. It's simply too enjoyable. Su Wanqing said beside him, President Chen, our station director is at the door, saying he wants to meet you. Chen Ning responded, Your station director? Okay, I'll go meet him. Saying this, he walked towards the door. He saw a middle-aged man with a pot belly and a receding hairline standing at the entrance. Chapter 167. After hearing Chen Ning's words, Su Wanqing was somewhat curious. He didn't understand why subsidies were only given to women. But since Chen Ning had already spoken, he just needed to follow the instructions. The rest, what shouldn't be asked, he wouldn't ask. This is the most basic business principle. Okay, this is simple. I just need to have the programmers filter the subsidized group. But how should the subsidies be given? Chen Ning explained in detail. The Panda platform lacks traffic, right? Let's define the subsidy standards based on viewing time and frequency of opening. My goal is to subsidize each woman at least 1,000 yuan per day. Upon hearing this figure, Su Wanqing was stunned. 1,000 yuan per person per day. Although the daily active users on the Panda platform are not large. Only about 80 million, with a male-to-female ratio, women account for 30 million. The daily expenditure would be 3 billion. That's a lot of money to burn. Little did he know that Chen Ning's calculations were spot on. Among these 30 million female users, there must be many who could provide multiple returns. As long as the subsidies are given out, it would be like an automatic cash machine. The amount in the bank card would keep rising. It couldn't be more enjoyable. Su Wanqing was also stunned beside him. It seems that there's a reason why Chen Ning can have such a luxury house and wealth. Chapter 168. As for the rest of the people who didn't follow him, Chen Ning said to them, Wait for me. Once I unify the entire business market, come back to find me. Lu Feng, Ma Li, and Gao Xiaoqian stood up and said, Okay, Brother Ning, I believe you can do it. The next day, Chen Ning called for a private jet. He took Yu Ji, Zhao Lu, and Su Wanqing aboard. After a little over an hour of flight, they arrive at the airport in Modu. There is a dedicated VIP channel here, just for wealthy individuals like Chen Ning. Modu University graduate students come here to gather, shouted a sweet-looking girl. Name, Lin Yushi, age, 22. Occupation, student, score, 80. Evaluation, spending money on her can earn a 1,000-fold return reward. Tip, successfully courting her can gain super learning ability. Chen Ning glanced at her and saw her personal information. So he walked over. Hello, Senior Lin. We are here for graduate studies. It's our first time in Modu. Please take care of us. Lin Yushi looked at Chen Ning and then at the 3 beautiful women beside him, stunned. You all are here for graduate studies? Chen Ning pointed to Yu Ji and himself. We are, and these 2 are my friends. Chapter 169. After Chen Ning got the ball, he quickly broke through, swayed twice to get past the basketball team captain, jumped up, and dunked. Bang! The backboard shattered completely. Everyone playing basketball turned to look over here. Wow, who is that? So impressive. He actually shattered the backboard. Ever since that power freak from the last competition, no one has shattered the backboard again. Wait, look, that's the basketball team captain. He actually broke the captain's backboard. Oh my gosh, how is that possible? He is the national champion. This person is too strong. Chen Ning tapped the basketball twice and threw it to the captain. You lost. You might as well apply to drop out. After saying that, he walked away coolly towards Yu Ji and the others. Ninghe is so awesome. Ninggu is so handsome. Husband is so handsome. As soon as Yu Ji spoke, everyone on the scene looked over. Their eyes were filled with envy. Just starting school, and their S already a beauty calling him husband. How lucky. Lin Yushi was also dumbfounded beside her. With such strength, he completely crushed the school basketball team captain. So cool. Name, Lin Yushi, age, 22 years old. Occupation, student, score, 8,010.90. Evaluation, spending money on her can yield 10,000 times the reward. Chapter 170. Li Ming laughed heartily. Junior, you really are a big spender. Cool, mate. I toast to you. From now on, Our entrepreneurship department has gained another fierce warrior. Chen Ning clinked glasses with him and drank. It was completely effortless. After all, he had the ability to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Putting down his glass, Li Ming praised, "Good drinking capacity. Our entrepreneurship department needs talents like you." "Yushi, you found us a tiger general." Lin Yushi smiled as well. She was still secretly worried about Chen Ning's wallet. Under the table, she texted Chen Ning, "Is your money enough? Do you want me to lend you some?" Seeing this, Chen Ning replied, "Don't worry, this little money is nothing to me." Lin Yushi had to reply, "Okay, let me know if you need anything." Soon, the dishes started coming up one after another. Not to mention anything else, the presentation was quite unique. There were fish and meat placed on a grass boat, inspired by the story of borrowing arrows with straw boats. There were also seafood on an ice pot, keeping it fresh. Each dish was quite distinctive. It looked very pleasing to the eye. Chen Ning ordered one of each dish. The subsequent meals were specially placed on the table next to him. The restaurant even sent 2 waiters specifically to serve Chen Ning's table. Chapter 171. Hearing Chen Ning's words, the people opposite became even angrier. "You brat. Don't be so arrogant. Who knows who will beat whom later?" "Exactly. Watch how I beat you up," they shouted at the door. Chen Ning directly replied, "All right, I'll compete with you. Let us go." After saying that, he led Yu Ji and the others towards the nearby martial arts gym. Once inside the gym, they locked the door and pulled down the curtains. It seemed they were planning for a life-and-death match. There were already people warming up in the ring. A burly man, over 2 meters tall, was in the ring. In front of him lay a man wearing boxing gloves, bare-chested and covered in blood, being carried away. Upon seeing Chen Ning and the others, the boxer in the ring shouted, "Sick man, come over and die." Hearing this, Chen Ning and Li Ming and the others were furious. How arrogant! The few people who had just been beaten were very excited and brought paper and pen to Chen Ning. "Sign, go up and fight him." Lin Yushi worried from behind. "Chen Ning, be careful, this match isn't fair. The opponent is several heads taller than you." Chen Ning took the paper and pen, signed it leisurely, and said, "In society, there aren't so many fair things. Should we just admit defeat because it's unfair?" Chapter 172. Gao Chong, born January 20th, 1970, was punished with a major demerit in high school for peeping at girls bathing, retained a year, and spent 3 months in prison for selling discs with his roommate. One by one, these incidents came out of Chen Ning's mouth. Gao Chong listened, trembling with fear. "Why you? How do you know these things?" After he became famous, he had used various methods to eliminate these incidents. Outsiders could never know. Even his wife didn't know. How did he know? Chen Ning smiled and said, "You don't need to worry about this. I also know how many illegitimate children you have outside. Want me to tell you about them?" The person standing beside Gao Chong froze. "Dad, is what he said true? Do you have illegitimate children outside?" Gao Chong was scared, really scared. If his family found out about this, his position would be in jeopardy. It could very well lead to a division of family assets. "Little brother, let's take a step back and talk." Gao Chong said to Chen Ning, wanting to spend some money to bury this matter. But Chen Ning wasn't buying it. "Do you need to take a step back for that little issue of yours? Let me tell you, I just sent a text message sharing these matters with your wife." Chapter 173. Chen Ning put his hands in his pockets and said, "This isn't just a matter of my word. Give me your ID." Li Ming quickly gave Chen Ning his ID from the Longting live streaming platform. Chen Ning sent it to Su Changqing, asking him to change this account to the Emperor account. In less than a minute, a crown appeared above Li Ming's avatar. This symbolizes the title of Emperor. From now on, entering any live broadcast room would have a bright notification. The distinguished Emperor has entered the live room. This is supreme glory. Upon seeing this, Li Ming was so happy he almost jumped up. "Thank you, President Chen." Unconsciously, his address for Chen Ning had changed from Junior to President Chen. Such strength completely surpassed his role as the entrepreneurship department head. He almost wanted to give up his position for Chen Ning to take over. Chen Ning was indifferent. "It's no big deal. Does that mean my application to join the entrepreneurship department is approved?" Li Ming immediately nodded. "Approved, definitely approved. Welcome, President Chen, to join our entrepreneurship training department." Saying this, he led Chen Ning into the entrepreneurship department. Here, there are hundreds of entrepreneurial projects. From restaurant ordering apps to massage reservation mini programs, everything. Li Ming directly assigned Chen Ning the largest room for his entrepreneurial use. Chapter 174. A chubby man squeezed through the crowd, went straight to the lobby manager, and kicked, Damn you. Look at the good things you've done. Mr. Chen, you dare to offend? He recognized Chen Ning. It must be someone here who provoked Chen Ning, which led to the closure of this store. The lobby manager was kicked to the ground, holding his stomach, looking very uncomfortable. Boss, what happened to me? Even at this point, he was still oblivious. The boss was about to explode with anger. Apologize to Mr. Chen. Otherwise, I won't let you off the hook. After saying that, he turned around and looked at Chen Ning, smiling apologetically. Mr. Chen, please forgive me and let me off this time. We've been running this store for decades. Just wanted to manage it well, but we didn't expect to offend you today. Chen Ning looked at his face with no sympathy. Your store doesn't serve outsiders? Then let this outsider show you a local thing or two. Let's see who's stronger, you or me. The boss's face turned uglier than a pig's liver. Of course. You are stronger. How could I dare to compare with you? Please let me off. After saying that, he turned back to the lobby manager who was lying on the ground. Chapter 175. Chen Ning found a place to sit down. Teacher Zhao. You go ahead with your class, and we will talk privately after class. Zhao Na could only nod. But after class, she was absent-minded. Many parts were only touched upon, without going in depth, because she was too eager to talk to Chen Ning alone. Finally, when class was over, Zhao Na took the initiative to come to Chen Ning. Let's go out and talk. Chen Ning stood up, nodded, and followed her to the corridor outside. Many students came out from the classroom, all very curious, wondering what Zhao Na and Chen Ning would talk about. Quite gossiping. Seeing this, Zhao Na helplessly said, how about I treat you to a cup of milk tea, and we sit outside for a bit? Chen Ning smiled and said, let me treat you instead. Zhao Na silently nodded, knowing that her wealth was nothing compared to Chen Ning's. The two went to the milk tea shop, and each ordered a cup of milk tea for 15 yuan. Congratulations to the host for spending 15 yuan on Zhao Na, receiving a 10,000-fold return reward of 150,000 yuan. A small profit, 150,000, not bad. Chen Ning thought to himself. Zhao Na, however, looked at Chen Ning and said, Chen Ning, that day you said you would take me to the movies. I have been waiting until now, but we still haven't gone. I know that someone like you, who is wealthy, definitely doesn't lack women. Chapter 176. Boss. I was wrong. Boss, I am willing to apologize. No. They kept shaking their bodies and shouting. The boss, however, paid no attention. He just looked at Chen Ning with a smile. Mr. Chen, how about this? From now on, all our chain stores will no longer serve them. They will be permanently blacklisted. Only then did Chen Ning relent and turn back to the screening room. He continued watching the movie. The cinema boss was waiting at the door. The staff were surprised to see this. What happened to the boss? He withdrew all of us and stayed at the door. Is there a big shot coming? The security guards recounted what had just happened, and the staff realized that Chen Ning was indeed that big shot. They quickly fell silent and stopped discussing. Chen Ning came to Zhao Na's side, and by this time, the movie had been playing for over 10 minutes. Zhao Na hurriedly asked, Are you okay? Chen Ning shook his head and smiled. It's fine. I just kicked that person out. He won't come to disturb us while watching the movie. Zhao Na was surprised. How did you do that? Chen Ning casually said, It's simple. This cinema is built on my land. If I let him operate, he can. If I don't let him, he has to close down. Chapter 177. Chen Ning typed, Yes, it's just that the graduate students have just started school, and I still have to attend classes during the day. How have you all been at home? If you need money, just tell me, and I will transfer it to you. In an instant, the people in the live broadcast room were envious. Who is this big brother? Can you pay attention to me? Can such a good thing include me? Didn't you hear? This Ninggun knows Zhang Yinhua privately, and they live together with more than one person. It should be an MCN agency. It's normal for streamers to be together. A big spender. When will I become a big spender? Zhang Yinhua saw the comments from the netizens and smiled. Everyone, give a number one big brother, also known as Ninggu, a little attention, wishing everyone to become big spenders soon. As soon as this was said, Chen Ning's fans skyrocketed, from 50,000 to 100,000 fans. Chen Ning was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Zhang Yinhua's appeal to be so great. Yinhua, you go and PK with other streamers. I have time now to support you. Chen Ning said in the live broadcast room. The netizens on site were excited. Yes, Yinhua, go PK. While the big spinner brother is in the live broadcast room, we absolutely won't lose. Chapter 178. The roommate was stunned. Are you talking about the new graduate student teacher, Zhao Na? Chen Ning spat out the foam in his mouth and looked at him. Yes, what's wrong? The person was surprised. Wow, you were something? She is the most beautiful teacher in our department. I didn't expect her to invite you to dinner. I'm really envious. Chen Ning chuckled and put the towel on the rack. You work hard, and you can do it too. After saying that, he left the dormitory. He saw Zhao Na wearing a thin windbreaker, paired with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, her tall figure exuding a lot of elegance. Chen Ning, hurry up. I have good news to tell you. Zhao Na couldn't help but say. Chen Ning put his hands in his pockets, walking beside her towards the cafeteria. Yesterday, I stayed up all night writing my paper and submitted it. Guess what? The relevant national departments want to invite me to give a speech. Chen Ning nonchalantly said. Is that so? Congratulations. Zhao Na seemed a bit disappointed. Why do you seem not too excited? That is the highest research department of the country. It's an honor. I will definitely mention your contribution. Chen Ning quickly said. No, I don't want to be in the spotlight. Just say it's your own research. Chapter 179. But this research area requires a lot of money. So the more I can earn, the better. Strive for a bigger breakthrough. Zhao Na nodded seriously. His information had already explained everything. It belongs to a global cutting-edge scientific research project. It definitely costs a lot. Lin Yushi asked from the side. Chen Ning, are you working on any research projects? What are you researching? Chen Ning smiled and said, advanced research or something. I heard from the staff that they might be researching photon weapons recently. Zhao Na and Lin Yushi both froze. What are photon weapons? Chen Ning explained. It's a weapon that decomposes substances using light. I can't say more in detail. The two nodded in understanding, feeling admiration for Chen Ning. They didn't expect him to be involved in such cutting-edge research projects at such a young age. What a blessing. After finishing their meal, Zhao Na left first to continue perfecting her research report, striving for a flawless presentation in the near future. Chen Ning said to Lin Yushi, Senior, can I join the student council? Lin Yushi smiled and replied, Of course. Welcome aboard. She had seen Chen Ning's abilities. If the student council had someone like him, her work would definitely proceed smoothly. Chapter 180. Chen Ning scoffed. Just you? Forget it. It only takes a second to deal with you. Hearing Chen Ning's arrogant words, he successfully provoked the other. You little brat. Come on, let me see how you can take me down in a second. Saying that, he tossed the volleyball into the air, jumped up, and slammed it down with both hands. He aimed to defeat Chen Ning in an instant. Chen Ning easily received the ball with one hand, sending it soaring back into the air. Then, he jumped up for a lethal strike. Boom! The volleyball, accompanied by a sound of breaking air, smashed towards the captain. With such force, even if he received it with both hands, he wouldn't be able to handle it. The captain's instinct from years of training kicked in, and he used both of his forearms to receive the ball. Crack! Both forearms broke. It was too brutal. The entire venue was shocked. The cheers from the cheerleaders erupted. Those who had just looked down on Chen Ning now had their mouths agape. They didn't expect this outcome. Didn't he say he couldn't play? How could he jump so high and hit with such force? He was hiding his strength. Captain. Other teammates quickly rushed over to check on the captain's condition. They saw the volleyball team captain rolling on the ground in pain. Take me to the hospital. Okay. Chapter 181. Chen Ning glanced at him and nodded. He walked over to Lin Yushi's side and said to the surrounding students, Everyone, follow me. After saying that, he led them towards room 1. There were dedicated staff leading the way, smiling and appearing very friendly. The surrounding students were surprised. Why were these people so polite to Chen Ning? Could it be that he was a regular here? Upon entering the room, they were shocked by the luxury. Marble tiles, Wang Wali tables, and crystal chandeliers above. The curtains around were made of fine silk, giving a sense of understated luxury. No wonder foreign guests were entertained here. It was quite impressive. Chen Ning waved his hand and said, Come on, everyone, take a seat. Order whatever you want. Hearing Chen Ning's words, they no longer held back. They called over the waiter and grabbed the menu. Each person took one and checked off what they wanted to eat. After all, Chen Ning was treating today. Lin Yushi approached Chen Ning, looking a bit worried. Chen Ning, this isn't too good, right? This place is quite expensive. Chen Ning smiled. You don't have to worry. It's on me. Just order freely. Seeing that Chen Ning didn't mind, Lin Yushi could only order a few dishes as well. Chapter 182. Lin Yushi still wasn't entirely at ease. You should let the doctor check, or at least go outside to throw up or something. Chen Ning laughed. I'm really fine. If you don't believe me, throw me a question to test me. I'm quite clear-headed. I've been immune to alcohol since I was a kid. Seeing that Chen Ning was indeed fine, Lin Yushi was very surprised. Guiyun had even vomited blood, and he was completely fine. That was impressive. Thanks to timely rescue, Guiyun had already regained consciousness. Lying on a stretcher, he was getting in for and going outside to induce vomiting. He needed to expel the alcohol from his stomach to feel better. The others looked at Chen Ning with admiration. Chen Ning, you really have a huge capacity. I've never seen anyone drink liquor like this. Yeah, I've only seen people brag about beer. This is the first time I've seen someone drink liquor like that. You'll be quite popular in society later. This is the kind of person the workplace needs. Chen Ning smiled wryly. With his strength, who would dare to advise him on drinking? He could just drink when he wanted and not drink when he didn't. After a meal, everyone enjoyed themselves, especially the student council members. It was their first time dining in such a high-end hotel. They had truly broadened their horizons. The performers on stage sang and danced. Chapter 183, the security guards at the KTV were no match for him at all. They were all taken down in one blow. The student council members were stunned. They didn't expect this person to be so strong. They felt scared, and the alcohol had also sobered them up. They didn't know how to deal with the situation. Chen Ning frowned slightly. So you're a martial artist? All right, then I'll accompany you for a couple of moves. Saying this, he unleashed a push the window and gaze at the moon, hitting the person's shoulder directly. He flew out. He crashed heavily against the glass door. The entire glass door shattered. This was a 20-centimeter thick glass door. Normally, it wouldn't even break with a steel pipe. Yet, it was shattered with one blow from Chen Ning. One can imagine how great the force was. The people in the room were once again stunned. They didn't expect Chen Ning to be even stronger than this person. Wow, Brother Ning is mighty. So Brother Ning knows martial arts. Awesome. This is really satisfying. This is how our student council should be. No one can bully us. Chen Ning looked at the few people who had come in. What's wrong? Are you not leaving? They were clearly taken aback. The henchmen they brought had all been taken down by Chen Ning, leaving them with no other options. Let's go. After saying that, they left with their people. Chapter 184, Sun Wanting smiled, not expecting Chen Ning to be quite humorous. All right, then I'll give you this opportunity. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, let's meet at the school gate. After setting the time, Sun Wanting got out of the car. Chen Ning didn't stop her and made his way back to the school, planning to rest in his dorm. She wanted to live a life without disturbances, but what about him? He still needed to find his father and the fragment of the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains. What secrets were hidden inside? Until he unraveled it, he wouldn't feel at ease. Back in the dormitory, his roommates were all playing games. Chen Ning opened a strategic game to pass the time in the evening. Each player can choose different races, develop bases, conquer resource lands, or attack other players to gain more resources and expand their power to rule the entire world. Chen Ning had played this game before, but it required too much money, so he stopped. Without spending money, leveling up would take 2 to 3 days, and replenishing troops would also take 2 to 3 days. Buying skills for generals, leveling them up, and crafting equipment all required spending money. It was clearly a game designed for players willing to spend cash. However, it didn't matter now. He had plenty of money and wasn't afraid to spend. After entering the game, Chen Ning named himself Long Tung Si Hai. Chapter 185, Build Immediately. Level 4 Main City completed. Build immediately. Level 5 Main City completed. Build immediately. Level 6 Main City completed. In the blink of an eye, Chen Ning's main city had reached level 7, higher than the person he had just seen. The remaining task was to build newly available buildings and even more powerful units. The mage finished farming, leveling up to level 2, learning the storm skill and summon water elemental. He equipped the red set obtained from the chest to the mage, increasing defense and magic attack. He directly consumed 100 experience books. The mage reached max level. Skills like water elemental, storm, and ice spike were all maxed out. He returned to the main city, built peasant workers to gather food and wood, and produced turrets and catapults to attack other main cities. Soon, resources were exhausted again. Chen Ning had no choice but to open the store again. He found that the level 7 main city store was different from before, with some new items. Additionally, resource packs had distinctions, classified as small, medium, and large resource packs. The one he bought earlier was just a small resource pack. The large resource pack had unlimited supply. Good heavens! For him, wasn't this like having cheats? Buy it. Chapter 186. They also saw Chen Ning's team and exclaimed, "Wow, such strong troops. This is much more impressive than I am. How can we fight this?" The opposing side could only harden their resolve, rallying their troops to attack Chen Ning. Chen Ning controlled the human mage, summoned water elementals, and used ice rain for a large-scale attack. The Holy Light Hammer activated invincible defense and charged in, maximizing attack speed, smashing the opponent's defense tower. Now, The opponent's defense tower was quickly taken down by the Holy Light Hammer. The Sword Saint, after splitting, attacked the opponent's main city. Attack power and speed were all maximized. Swish, swish, swish. Each slash dealt critical hits. Chen Ning opened a store and bought all the skills and equipment for these heroes. He equipped them directly. Although this was a newly formed team, from level to equipment to skills, they completely suppressed the opponent. The key was that Chen Ning's resources were nearly infinite. Without resources, he directly used Jade to buy them. Follow-up troops were continuously sent here. There was no interruption on the way, and it seemed endless. My goodness, which big streamer's attacking team is this? So impressive. This attack rhythm. Even a big family can't stop it. Chapter 187. The property consultants nearby ran over to see the outrageous amount. They all gasped in astonishment. Having sold houses for so many years, they had seen all kinds of high-end clients, but they had never seen anyone with so much cash. It was simply a godly rich person. Chen Ning, with his hands in his pockets, asked, "So, is the financial verification approved?" The property consultant hurriedly returned the card to Chen Ning. It has been approved, sir. If you have any instructions, we will definitely comply." Chen Ning casually said. Then, according to what I just said, transfer all the remaining houses here to her name. Wan Ting, you go assist them in handling the paperwork. Sun Wanting finally came to her senses. Okay. The property consultant could hardly contain their smile. This time, their commission would be in the millions. After completing the paperwork inside, the property consultant brought Sun Wanting out. They approached Chen Ning and said, "Mr. Chen, there are a total of 30 houses for 5 billion. Chen Ning directly scanned to pay. Congratulations to the host for spending 5 billion for Sun Wanting, receiving a 1,000-fold return reward of 5 trillion. 5 trillion in hand. Feeling great. Name, Sun Wanting. Age, 23. Position, graduate student. Chapter 188. Chen Ning suddenly realized that the influence of the rich club was so great. They could blacklist a person, and there would be a steady stream of people coming to hunt him down. Why did he feel that this club was not a good thing? Chen Ning voiced his doubts. Li Feifei said, "She belongs to a foreign rich club. Ours is much better, not so chaotic. But it is said that there's only one founder of the club. He leads club members worldwide." Chen Ning hurriedly asked, "Is it true that the person who gathers the fragments of the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains can find this leader?" Sun Wanting replied, "That's right. This is also the reason I came to this city." After saying that, her gaze fell on Chen Ning. Chen Ning understood what she meant. "You came for the fragments on me." Sun Wanting thought for a moment and said, "That was before, but not now. I want to help you gather the remaining fragments. I hope you can help me fulfill this wish." Chen Ning was puzzled. Why? Sun Wanting smiled. "Because I think you need to know the answer more than I do." This left Chen Ning confused. It seemed that all the questions pointed to him. Chapter 189. Soon, after the communication ended, the bank indicated that such a large sum of money required multiple layers of reporting, and the fastest it could be available would be tomorrow. Jingchuan Meiwei reported back to Chen Ning. Chen Ning had no choice but to say, "Well, then let us exchange a few tens of millions of soft sister coins to play with for now." This was already the minimum. Any less would mean no fun. Jingchuan Meiwei was astonished. This rich person from Long Country was truly wealthy. After several negotiations, an agreement was finally reached. They exchanged 50 million soft sister coins. The bank directly sent bodyguards. "Sir, we can escort you to your destination." Chen Ning looked at the few plump bodyguards and said, "No need for an escort. Just help us carry the bags from behind. We are going shopping. I will give you 10 soft sister coins for an hour." The bodyguards exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. This price is already quite low for them. A group of people marched out of the bank, immediately attracting the attention of passers-by. Sun Wanting ran into a store, grabbed 2 cups of food, and Chen Ning directly said from behind, "Tell them that I bought this store." Jingchuan Meiwei quickly stepped forward to negotiate. Eventually, they settled on a price, and the bodyguard behind took out stacks of money and placed them on the counter. Chapter 190. Chen Ning tapped on the keyboard and completed the development of the payment system in less than half an hour. He named it Longting Payment. This would also facilitate management. Done. It can start operating now. However, there is still one issue, which is that if people here deposit money, I need a place to manage it. Otherwise, let us establish a bank. Sun Wanting was taken aback. "Are you saying you want to set up a bank in the Sakura country?" Chen Ning nodded. "That's right. It will also make management easier." Wow, that idea is really bold. This way, the economy of the Sakura country could be monopolized in all aspects. Without hesitation, Chen Ning said to Jing Chuan Meihui, I need to know how to set up a bank locally. Jing Chuan Meihui was surprised. Mr. Chen, you want to establish a bank? This requires a large amount of capital reserves and related personnel approval. Chen Ning replied, Capital is not a problem. I have over 30 trillion here, which should be enough. If it's not enough, I can earn more in no time. As for the approval, I just check the approval standards. As long as it's a business plan to set up a factory here, approval can be obtained. Chapter 191. Chen Ning opened the back end and integrated the Longting payment system into Longting Bank. Soon, a large amount of funds poured in. It turned out that local residents had already started using Longting payment to shop, deposit money, and buy financial products, converted to soft sister coins. There was already 800 billion in funds coming in. This scale is not small. The banking system also began to operate quickly. It is necessary to have our own IT team to maintain this data. As Chen Ning spoke, he took Sun Wanting and the others out, planning to find an industrial park here, buy it, and turn it into his IT engineering department. Taking a taxi to the industrial park, the person in charge was waiting at the entrance. Mr. Chen, welcome to our industrial park. After shaking hands, Chen Ning said, Let me correct you. It's not a residency. It's an acquisition. The other party was clearly taken aback. Acquisition? I didn't say I wanted to sell. Chen Ning smiled slightly. I didn't say I needed your consent either. Why don't you take a look at this? Saying this, he took out the interface of a luxury club for the other party to see. Upon seeing Chen Ning's star-level membership, the other party was completely stunned. Such a wealthy individual can indeed acquire the park unconditionally. Chapter 192. The people of Long Country dare to cause trouble? Surround them. Damn it. Don't move. I'll take care of it myself. Saying this, he picked up a samurai sword from the corner and ran towards Chen Ning. Jing Chuan Meihui was so scared that she quickly stood up and shouted, Stop it! The man ignored her at all and raised the sword to chop at Chen Ning's head. In the next second, he found both arms chopped off, falling to the ground. The immense pain made him kneel and scream. The people around were dumbfounded. At the same time, they were shocked. They had no idea how Chen Ning did it. Sun Wanting was also secretly astonished. Looking over, it turned out to be Li Feifei's doing. Her strength was far above her own. Jing Chuan Meihui was also greatly shocked. The bodyguards around Chen Ning were not easy to deal with. Chen Ning turned to look at the people around. Are you sure you want to go against me? They exchanged glances and decided to confront Chen Ning together. Sun Wanting and Li Feifei stretched their necks and wrists, preparing for a big fight. Stop. Everyone stop. Who dares to lay hands on Mr. Chen? All of you are fired. A voice came from the crowd. It turned out to be the bar owner. Members of the luxury club, encountering trouble anywhere. Chapter 193. Seeing the family so active, Chen Ning spoke. Everyone, tonight we will take down Liangzhou, full firepower. Family. Yes, patriarch. We will follow your orders. Family. I wanted to go to war for a long time. The people around me keep stealing my monsters. Family. Today I won't let anyone off. Let us fight. With high morale, Chen Ning issued orders. Attack. Members of the Longting Sihai family quickly launched attacks on the surrounding players. Liangzhou, what the heck? What is going on? Why are we at war? Liangzhou, no way. I didn't receive any notice. Why suddenly start fighting? No martial ethics. Liangzhou, are you kidding? I'm still developing. Their family members are already level 3 troops. Liangzhou, let us fight them. What are we afraid of? Since we're going to fight, let us beat them into submission. Other players in Liangzhou responded, joining the battle. Chen Ning clicked on the main city, leveling up to level 8. He began researching new troop types. The map was filled with red lines, pointing to the main cities of various families. As long as the main city of the family leader was destroyed, all members inside would be captured. This way, they would be immobilized. Chen Ning's main city was also targeted by hundreds of red lines. They also wanted to capture the king first. Chapter 194. The soldiers in front were still charging, but found that their 1,000 soldiers couldn't even defeat 100 warriors from the Longting family. What is going on? Their barracks are so high level. Plus, each one has equipment. They are not even in the same league. Patriarch, our troops have run out. Production is not urgent. It's over. The main city has been taken. The Night Rain family has been captured by the Longting Sihai family. A prompt appeared at the top of the screen. Everyone stopped fighting. As the side that was captured, they couldn't attack others, unless they lifted the captured status. They could only exit the game and choose a new place to develop. The Night Rain family, over 300 people, all faced a black screen simultaneously. The patriarch was captured, and all the members below were also captured. Night Rain said in the family, "I'm sorry everyone, we lost. It's okay, patriarch. We can always start over. We will still follow you." Yes, patriarch. Winning or losing is common in war. It's totally normal. Next time, we will develop well. Strive to be able to confront the Chen family. They are indeed very strong. We are not on the same level as them. You should be a pay-to-win player. How can we compete? Hearing the words of the members, Yu felt much calmer. Chapter 195. Chen Ning poured himself a cup of tea. "Oh? What business are we talking about, you tell me?" The old man took out an agreement and pushed it across the table. Chen Ning picked it up and glanced at it, then set it aside. "You want me to sell Chen payment to you? That's impossible. If it's this business, we don't need to talk anymore." The old man remained unfazed. "Young man, the reward I'm offering is very high. Besides, you have no bargaining chips in this negotiation with me. Today, you must hand over the payment system to me. Otherwise, you can forget about returning to Longwa forever." Hearing this, Chen Ning laughed. "Are you threatening me?" Sun Wanting and Li Tian stood behind him, already soaked with sweat, dealing with such a character in business, and still wanting to hold the upper hand. It's truly terrifying. Also, who says I have no bargaining chips? Do you want to mobilize your mobile troops and naval forces to give it a try? Chen Ning took out his phone, quickly hacked into their combat system, and directly incapacitated it, rendering all their smart systems useless. Even the satellites were hacked. Without satellite positioning, looking out at the world is like being blind. Chapter 196. The old man ultimately agreed to the competition. He believed that Chen Ning was merely a computer and financial expert. He still had great confidence in his own strength. He was well aware of Okamoto Takeo's capabilities. He had already reached the master level. Otherwise, the Okamoto family Wooden Tea have sent him to escort the mountain residence map for such an important task. Okamoto Takeo excitedly said, "Hi." After that, he turned to Chen Ning. "Where do you want to compete? You choose the location." Chen Ning saw his confidence and casually laughed. "Don't be too happy too soon. Just gather your family members first. If you lose later, you'll have to waste your skills." Okamoto Takeo didn't expect Chen Ning to be so bold. He actually wanted to challenge their entire samurai path. "Good. I will call them over right now." Saying this, he sent someone to invite all the members of his family. A total of 130 people. When they heard that Okamoto Takeo was going to compete with Chen Ning, they laughed in their hearts. This Longwa person truly overestimated himself, daring to challenge someone from their samurai path. It's simply looking for death. Now that our people are all here, what else do you have to say? Okamoto Takeo had long been itching to give Chen Ning a good beating. In his view, beating Chen Ning was a matter of minutes. Chapter 197. One foreigner couldn't stand it anymore and raised his fist to smash over. "Who are you cursing at?" But unexpectedly, he was knocked down to the ground by Chen Ning with one punch. Sleeping soundly, Chen Ning looked at them and shouted, "Who else is unconvinced?" Gulme. Everyone present was stunned. No one dared to step forward anymore. They didn't expect Chen Ning to be so impressive. At this moment, the manager ran over and scolded Chen Ning. "What are you doing? They are important clients I invited. Each one is a billionaire. Do you know how impolite this is?" Chen Ning looked at her and snorted coldly. "Politeness? I've already been very polite to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't still be standing here. Now I demand that you remove the signs at the entrance, allow anyone to enter, and also apologize to us on behalf of your brand." The manager replied defiantly, "Impossible. You people, you'll never be able to afford a car like this in your lifetime. You're not our clients at all. Why should we let you in? High-end cars are meant to create a distinction in social status. That's what makes them high-end. Otherwise, they would just become street goods." Bang! Chen Ning slapped the adjacent car. Chapter 198. This is a high-end shopping mall, and only members can enter. At the entrance, the attendant stopped Chen Ning. "Sir, may I ask if you're a member?" Chen Ning looked at her. "I came to buy something. I don't need a membership." The attendant immediately said, "I'm sorry, sir. Without a membership, you cannot enter here." Chen Ning looked up and saw the foreign brand supermarket. Instantly, he lost all goodwill. What kind of supermarket requires a membership to enter? Seeing this, the attendant directly said, "Sir, the membership fee is 3,000. If you can't afford it, I advise you not to enter. Because the things inside are even more expensive, you definitely can't afford them." Goodness. So it's about screening people with a membership fee. Chen Ning directly said, "I really can't stand your high and mighty approach. Supermarkets should be open to everyone. Why should only those who pay 3,000 be allowed in?" This rule must be changed. The attendant looked down on him. Sure, if you have the ability, go ahead and become a boss. You can change the rules as you like. Without saying a word, Chen Ning used the wealthy club function to directly acquire the supermarket and immediately contacted the executives. Change the membership system for me. Chapter 199 UG, please just be with me. I really like you so much. From the first moment I saw you, I fell in love with you. I swear, I will only be good to you in this life. I will never look for another woman. What do you say? As he spoke, he reached out to grab UG's shoulder. Get away. Don't touch me. I have a boyfriend. When he comes back and sees you, you're done for. The man, however, didn't mind. I'm not afraid. For you, I'm willing to sacrifice everything. I want to compete fairly with your boyfriend. Beep. Chen Ning honked the Ferrari horn. Lowering the window, UG, get in the car. UG turned her head and saw it was Chen Ning, happily running over, striding with her long legs, and sitting in the car. Honey, where have you been during this time? You didn't contact me. I thought you went abroad. Chen Ning smiled. I did go abroad. I went to acquire a country. And now I'm back. UG pouted. You were just lying. How could a country be acquired by you? I'll talk to you later. Chen Ning looked at the people outside the window. Weren't you going to compete fairly with me? Come on, catch up to us first, and then we'll talk. Chapter 200. How is his attack so high? So despicable. He using a paladin, with no cooldown, always in an invincible state. There's no way to fight back. What should I do? I was counting on defending for a wave, but it's directly hitting the nest. Let us fight him. The families of Ijo all gathered at the pass, wanting to fight to the death with Chen Ning. Chen Ning had all the infantry line up and directly surrounded Ijo. At the same time, he allowed the families to come in. Brothers, it's time to show your true skills. Kill a general and get 10,000. Destroy a city and be rewarded 1,000,000. Go. As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the Longting family roared with excitement. They couldn't be stopped in their enthusiasm. Upon seeing the enemy, they showed no signs of fear. Just one word, attack. The saying goes that great rewards bring out brave men, and that's exactly the situation now. In an instant, Ijo was littered with corpses. Accompanied by the sounds of various families being defeated, the Lord of Ijo panicked. What to do? If this continues, we will definitely be finished. Should we escape? To Yongzhou. Yongzhou is a good place. Yongzhou? They won't let us in. Remember the last time we fought them for resources? Chapter 201. Too strong, simply too strong. We can't hold them off at all. Yes, facing such players, we can only surrender. If we had known, we should have listened to him and surrendered sooner. Maybe we could have gained some benefits. Now look, they're going to wipe us out. Other states also saw the situation in Ijo. The death of the rabbit brings sorrow to the fox. They wanted to help but couldn't do anything. Once they entered the area, they might be wiped out by the Longting family. If they brought trouble upon themselves and rushed into their states, they would be the sinners. So they dared not step forward. Wherever Chen Ning went, corpses lay. It was simply exhilarating. The Lord of Ijo, Liang Run, was defeated by Longting. An announcement appeared at the top of the game. Their family ended the battle. All warriors were wiped out. Not a single survivor. Ijo thus became Chen Ning's territory. Refreshing. Chen Ning clapped his hands and said, "This game really gives a feeling of ancient times, attacking cities and seizing land." He was competing with various warlords for the world. Very heroic. According to his earlier promise, he sent a 5 million red envelope to the group. He had CE be responsible for tallying the kill reports for cash rewards. There were also game streamers in the Longting family. They live-streamed the event where they distributed cash. Chapter 202. Chen Ning called Zhang Yinao, Yang Li, and Wu Mingdai, asking them to come over, each driving a car back. Since they had just arrived in Magic City, there were ready-made cars, so he didn't need to buy them one. Ninga, where are you going? You didn't bring us along. Yeah, Ninga, since coming to Magic City, you haven't looked for us for a long time. You must have a new love. They took turns saying things, insisting on labeling Chen Ning as someone who was fickle. Unable to handle it, Chen Ning had to say, all right. Since everyone knows each other, let's go together. Saying this, each took a car and headed to a nearby restaurant. After arriving at the restaurant, they found a large table to sit down. Chen Ning handed the menu to Yuji and the others, letting them order freely. Ning, I heard you took over Sakura country. Take us there for a trip. I heard the sashimi there is good. We should try it when we have time. Chen Ning looked at them, each speaking in turn, not knowing who to respond to. It seemed that having too many women was also a kind of trouble. After they finished ordering, Chen Ning began to tell them how he had taken control of Sakura country. At this moment, Several people walked over from a nearby table and looked at Yuji and the others. Hello, beautiful ladies, nice to meet you. Chapter 203. I recommend a barbecue restaurant to you. It's not crowded, the portions are generous, the prices are cheap, and most importantly, the taste is fantastic. You must try it. Chen Ning immediately said, Great, take us there. Soon, the driver drove Chen Ning to a barbecue restaurant in the food city. After getting out of the car, the owner came over with a menu. Handsome, just the two of you, right? Please have a seat. Here, that's the menu. Take a look. For two people, I recommend the set menu. $50 should be enough. Chen Ning glanced at the menu. For $50. There were actually 50 lamb skewers, lamb kidneys, leeks, steamed buns, corn, enoki mushrooms, potato slices, a case of beer, and 4 plates of appetizers. Oh my god, this price, this quantity of food, is simply amazing. Okay, we'll take this set. After marking it, Chen Ning returned the menu to the owner. All right, handsome, you sit tight. It'll be ready soon. Saying this, the owner went back to prepare the ingredients. The waiter had already placed the barbecue utensils on the table. Soon, they would bring over the skewers for barbecuing. Cumin and chili could be added freely. There were free base ingredients to enjoy. Drinks were unlimited refills. Chapter 204. Upon arriving at the place, the front desk said, Sorry, there are no standard rooms left, only suites. $450 a night. Will you stay? It seemed they looked down on Chen Ning and his group. Chen Ning pointed at the sign. 1 presidential suite, please. The front desk was momentarily taken aback. Presidential suite? Are you sure? $35,000 night. Check the price again before you decide. Chen Ning immediately scanned the code to pay. $35,000. It's been transferred. The front desk was greatly surprised, not expecting Chen Ning to be so wealthy. This price had already included a 50% markup. Without blinking, he booked it. Truly extravagant. Okay, sir, here is your room card. Please keep it safe. The front desk handed over the room card with both hands. After receiving the card, Chen Ning took Wu Mengdai to the room to rest. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and upon meeting, the atmosphere was charged. They quickly ended the battle, sleeping soundly. The next morning, someone knocked on the door. When Chen Ning opened it, he found over 10 people standing at the door. Good morning, Mr. Chen. We sincerely apologize for disturbing you. Chen Ning asked, Who are you? What do you want? They immediately took out their credentials and said, Yesterday we found out that this hotel charged you extra fees. Chapter 205. The staff below immediately shouted, It's President Chen. The person was dumbfounded. How could this happen? No, you can't do this. Do you think just because you took over a 4S store, you are impressive? I paid for the car. Does that mean I can't buy it? Chen Ning looked at him calmly and said, You could try. Show him out. The staff immediately surrounded the person, not allowing him to see the car. He could only shout at Chen Ning, All right, you got guts. Just wait. After saying this, he angrily left the place. Chen Ning instructed the people below. From now on, when we sell cars in our store, we must comply with market prices. No inflated prices or deceiving consumers, tarnishing the city's reputation. Understood? The staff immediately shouted, Yes, Manager Chen. After saying that, Chen Ning got into Wu Mengdai's yellow McLaren and left the store to look for a suitable place to open a barbecue restaurant. Ningke, driving the sports car feels different. It's my first time driving such a good car, Wu Mengdai said while controlling the steering wheel. Chen Ning laughed and said, Anyway, the 4S store has already bought it, so I can change cars every day if I want. Wu Mengdai felt unprecedentedly happy, seeing a park for rent ahead. Chen Ning instructed to drive over. Chapter 206. Chen Ning knew this was what he wanted, so he said, Great, thank you. After getting the phone number, he called directly. Hello, boss, where's our factory? I want to order a batch of lamb. The other side directly replied, Who are you? You just say you want to order? Who gave you my number? Chen Ning was anxious upon hearing this. If you don't want to sell, then don't. Why shout? It's just a lamb seller. Just wait, I'll open a farm that sells more than you. After hanging up the phone, the boss of the agricultural market felt awkward. What? Did the negotiation fall through? Chen Ning put away his phone and snorted. Looks like I can only open a farm myself. The boss was quite surprised. Who would directly open a farm just to do barbecue business? That is too crazy. Chen Ning didn't care about that and rode his bike directly to the McLaren 4S store. He switched to another sports car, filled it with gas, and drove up the mountain. He directly found the person in charge locally and asked, I plan to lease a mountain for livestock farming. How much do you think it will cost? The person glanced at Chen Ning, saw the sports car he was driving, and thought he had some strength. So he said, For livestock farming, We have ready-made places that can be used immediately. Chapter 207. Chen Ning thought for a moment and said, whatever can be used for barbecue, you set it up for me. I'm adding bricks to my barbecue business. Upon hearing this, the boss gave a thumbs up. Manager Chun his guts. The barbecue business here is just starting with favorable policies and a good flow. But there isn't a leading barbecue stall yet. If we could become the first or integrate all the barbecue markets, it would mean making money from the whole city. Manager Chun is truly wise. Hearing the boss compliment him, Chen Ning smiled and said, you understand integrated marketing. All right, the seafood, barbecue-related matters will be handed over to you. I still need to check the upstream feed factory. After leaving this pond, Chen Ning drove back to his barbecue park. It was already brightly lit. Surrounding it were hundreds of security personnel, ready to intervene if they found anyone causing trouble or showing signs of disturbance. Under Chen Ning's guidance, the security personnel were all high-quality hires, wearing vests and showing off their muscles. They didn't need to act, just their presence was intimidating. This greatly reduced others' desire to cause trouble. As for the waitresses, they were all dressed in bunny costumes, standing 175 centimeters tall, with sweet looks and fair skin. Chapter 208. When the girl saw Chen Ning's face in his sports car, she felt shy and raised her arm to point. It's up ahead. Chen Ning continued, I'm not very familiar with the road. Why don't you get in and guide me? The girls beside her exclaimed. And then, go quickly. Such a good opportunity. Seize it. Yeah, he must be interested in you. Put in some effort, and you won't have to worry for the rest of your life. If you don't go, I'm going. And then had no choice but to respond. All right, I'll take you. Saying this, she opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Chen Ning glanced, seeing her long, straight, and fair legs resting on the shoulder, thinking it must be quite pleasant. Name and an age, 19, position, college student, score, 95, evaluation. Spending money on her can yield 10,000-fold returns. Hint, successfully courting her can gain super charm. Wow. Successfully courting her can gain super charm. A beauty with a score of 95. No wonder she looks so pleasing to the eye and has a great figure. She is my type. Chen Ning smiled slightly, and then, hold on tight. I'm going to drive. And obediently nodded. Okay. Buckling her seatbelt. Chen Ning stepped on the gas and took off. Chapter 209. Chen Ning continued. I know many people don't believe it, but this indeed is the source of my first bucket of gold. If I remember correctly, I should have made 5,000 yuan. Applause erupted at the scene. No matter what, Chen Ning was sincere. Although this matter was quite absurd, they couldn't understand how buying a girl a bottle of water could earn 5,000. But whatever the boss said was right. No one refuted. Next, Chen Ning shared many stories about himself. The audience was envious, wondering how money could be earned just by talking about love. If that were the case, who would still go to school? Finally, Chen Ning asked, do you know what the biggest difference between people is? The audience listened attentively. Some dare to think, but not dare to act. Some dare to act, but not dare to think. Some dare to think and act, but do it in the wrong direction. Therefore, choice is very important. My speech is finished. Thank you all. After speaking, Chen Ning nodded slightly. The audience erupted into warm applause, although they didn't fully grasp the last sentence. It didn't affect Chen Ning's status in their hearts. After all, who could match his assets? Chapter 210, arriving at the gold shop in the city. Welcome to Fengxiang Gold Shop. Sir, are you buying a gift for this beauty? The staff warmly greeted. Chen Ning said, that's right. Let her choose whatever she likes. The staff was very happy, pulling an Ann's arm. Come, little beauty, which one do you like? I'll take it out for you to try on. It was Ann's first time visiting such a gold shop, and she felt a bit shy. A casual glance revealed prices around 70 to 80,000, which was simply outrageous. If she bought a set back, wouldn't it cost over 100,000? And turned to Chen Ning. Ninggu, should we go back? Things here are too expensive. Chen Ning raised an eyebrow. Expensive? Then let us buy it all. We'll take our time, choosing later. And then quickly shook her hand. No, that's not what I meant. But Chen Ning said, did you hear that? We're buying it all. I want all the jewelry in your counters. The store clerk looked at Chen Ning in surprise, not expecting him to be so extravagant. The items here are worth 5 billion. He actually wants all of them. Sir, I didn't hear wrong, did I? You really want all of them? Chen Ning took out his phone to scan. Of course, pack it up now. The clerk who received Chen Ning was going crazy. Chapter 211. This statement left the real estate consultant stunned. Although he drove a McLaren, he shouldn't think of himself as a billionaire, right? Buying a house worth several billion. Why not invest? Sir, I don't mean to look down on you. I just think people should be realistic, not pretend to be something they're not. This was quite an unpleasant remark. Chen Ning decided to teach her a lesson, making her realize that some people are not someone she can offend. Well said. Since that's the case, let me be realistic with you. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm your boss. Swish. Everyone present was stunned. How can there be such a person? To have his vanity exposed and directly claim to be the boss. That's too funny. The real estate consultant laughed out loud. You are our boss? Do you know who founded Longton Group? You must have heard of the Billionaire Club. This isn't a place you can enter just by buying a McLaren. Our boss is a star-level member. The tone was full of pride. With such a boss backing her, she had never been afraid. Chen Ning, however, coldly snorted. You really are a good down jacket for your boss. Chapter 212. The boss has arrived. Please come in. A 1.75-meter tall model-like server came out to greet them. Chen Ning smiled and said, 2 of you. All right, boss. Please come in. While speaking, he guided Chen Ning in and into their seats inside. The decoration style here is down-to-earth, full of a human touch. Barbecue stalls can be seen everywhere, emitting white smoke. The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. Everyone sat on benches, skewering meat and drinking beer, enjoying lively conversations. Surrounding each table, there were 2 to 3 professional security personnel, always paying attention to the dining situation. If someone got drunk and wanted to cause trouble, they would step in immediately, ensuring that nothing bad happened here and guaranteeing the safety of the diners. At the same time, beautiful waitresses served them tea and water, and everything was harmonious. Anan marveled at the scene. Ninggu, is this the barbecue park you created? Chen Ning smiled and said, that's right. I'll have the boss here come over to greet us in a bit. Anan was surprised. Let the boss here come greet us? Just as she finished speaking, a beautifully dressed woman in an apron came out from inside. She approached Chen Ning and smiled. Ninggu, you're here. Chapter 213. Wow, I must grab this benefit. Some people initially planned to leave after eating barbecue tomorrow. Now, hearing about this benefit, they immediately decided to stay another day. Many came over to clink glasses with Chen Ning. They gradually accepted the fact that he could be received by Wu Mengdai. A big brother like this is worth a personal reception from the boss. The meal lasted 3 to 4 hours, and Chen Ning left with an feeling satisfied. When they arrived at the parking lot, they found their car was locked. Goodness, who is so bold, daring to lock his car? He took out the remote and opened the car door. A few people walked over from the side. Is this your car? Chen Ning looked at them. Did you lock the car? Open it. The leader scoffed. You took our parking space and are so brazen about it, huh? You think driving a luxury car makes you special? Who knows if it's a rented car? Chen Ning was amused by their anger. They actually claimed it was their parking space. This was clearly a parking lot he bought. How could it be their space? Locking his own car here is truly outrageous. I say, are you all sick? Your parking space? Who sold you the parking space? Huh? Chapter 214. What? Why can't I be here? And then retorted. Wu Hao felt very frustrated. Such places are usually visited by couples to increase their interest in each other. Could it be that she already has someone? Looking over at Chen Ning, who was smiling at her, he felt even more uneasy. Who is he? Your boyfriend? Wu Hao asked Chen Ning, and then wrapped her arms around Chen Ning's. That's right. He is my boyfriend, Chen Ning. Wu Hao got a bit angry. And then what do you mean? When I was pursuing you, you said you wouldn't date before graduation. What's going on now? Are you playing with me? Chen Ning spoke up. Isn't it clear? And doesn't like you. It's a polite refusal, got it? With your emotional intelligence, how can you talk about dating? Hearing this, Wu Hao became even angrier and looked at Chen Ning gloomily. Who the hell do you think you are? Am I talking to you? Chen Ning chuckled, encountering another hot-headed fool. Since that's the case, he shouldn't blame himself for humiliating him. And then, I think you look great in this. Let's try it on when we go back. Chen Ning said, picking up a netted top with only 3 strings from the rack nearby. Chapter 215. Chen Ning didn't even look and directly said, close this store. It must not open again. The store owner was dumbfounded. Why? Why treat me this way? Chen Ning glanced at her. These 4 words, worshipping foreign things, are enough to get your store closed. Boom. The store owner was stunned. She knew she was in the wrong. It was useless to try and explain. The person in charge was also very angry. How could a store in her jurisdiction dare to worship foreign things? This is absolutely not allowed. Close the store immediately. You are not allowed to do business in my jurisdiction in the future. I will notify my friends not to accept you. As soon as the person in charge finished speaking, the store owner was dumbfounded. This is bad. Chen Ning continued. Find out what identities these two people have and what they're doing here. If they're doing anything illegal here, just arrest them. Severe punishment. The person in charge felt a bit troubled. After all, they were foreigners, and it would be difficult if it involved diplomatic issues. But as soon as Chen Ning spoke, they didn't dare to disobey. They had no choice but to carry the two people away for further investigation. The shop owner was also driven out of here. Chen Ning quickly resolved the commotion. Chapter 216. Seeing that Chen Ning was not an easy target, the other party made a phone call. Soon, several cars drove in from outside and stopped beside Chen Ning. The person approached the car directly. Mr. Wang, this is the person who hit my car, and he's quite arrogant. What do you think we should do? As the people in the car got out and saw Chen Ning, they nearly fell over. Chen, is that you? What are you doing here? Chen Ning looked at him and said, do you know me? He quickly smiled and replied, of course I know you. You don't remember me? I got a 1,000 yuan coupon at the barbecue park last night. Hearing this, Chen Ning recalled. He must have seen him at the barbecue park yesterday. He should know his strength. The barbecue industry in this city has been completely driven by him, and he's the biggest barbecue park here, so his strength is evident. The Maserati owner was confused. Why does Mr. Wang seem to know this person? Chen Ning said directly. These two people blocked the road and wouldn't let me pass. They were being all lovey-dovey in the car. I hit their car. How should this be handled? Mr. Wang slapped the person in the face. You dog. How dare you block President Chen's car? Chapter 217. Although Chen Ning was not very skilled in tea arts, he could tell good tea from bad. It was astringent at first, then smooth, with a lingering fragrance. When exhaling, the aroma of tea filled his nostrils. Good tea, Chen Ning commented. Wang Chun was very pleased. President Chen is truly a person of taste. The tea we have here is simply unavailable outside. We only reserve some for acquaintances. Normally, I grow and drink it myself. It's absolutely good tea. Chen Ning looked at him and asked, so why did you ask me here? If a person doesn't want to make money, what else could they want? Wang Chen smiled and said, I just want to be friends with you. Chen Ning curled his lips. Stop it. If you have something to say, just say it directly. I don't like beating around the bush. Seeing how straightforward Chen Ning was, Wang Chun had to say, it seems President Chen is a straightforward person. Since that's the case, I'll be direct. I want to ask you to take over my tea garden. I promise. The tea here is all first-hand goods that can't be bought outside. Chen Ning was puzzled. Why do you want me to take it over? Wang Chun sighed. It's a long story. I can tell you're also someone from the wealthy club. Chapter 218. What the hell? Is it a 99-point beauty? Can't tell at all. A beauty like this backpacking is too risky. Chen Ning decisively pulled over. Roll down the window. What's wrong, beauty? Do you need help? Reba nodded and revealed her white teeth. Could I have some water? I've been walking for a long time and haven't seen a supply station. Chen Ning glanced at the nearby car spots. There was no water, so he said, sorry, I don't have any water in my car. How about you get in, and I'll take you to a supply station. Reba was a bit excited. Is that okay? Chen Ning smiled and opened the car door. Of course, get in. Reba dusted off her clothes, shook her shoes, and then sat in the car. She placed her bag in the back seat and shyly said, I was afraid I would dirty your car. Chen Ning then took a closer look at her and realized she had intentionally made herself look this messy. She probably feared someone would notice her true appearance and had ulterior motives. Chen Ning smiled slightly. It's fine, let's go. Saying that, he drove her forward. On the way, Chen Ning took the initiative to ask, where did you come from? You look like you've been walking for a long time. Chapter 219. Reba ran over with a smile. Let me see. Saying that, she took the camera. When she saw the pictures on the screen, some big, some small, she couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. Looks like you weren't being modest. Ha ha ha. Am I that short? Also, what is up with that random dog? My face is all blurry. She laughed while speaking, clearly very happy. Reba stopped and looked at Chen Ning seriously. Though I'm not very good looking, I still want to thank you. You are the first person to take my picture on this trip. Hearing this, Chen Ning felt touched. He thought such a girl deserved a better life. If you like, I can take your picture every day from now on. Uffed. Reba laughed and ran toward the beach with the camera. Forget it. Women's words can't be trusted. Reba arrived at the beach, picked up the camera, and took pictures of the people on the sand and in the sea, wanting to capture this beautiful moment. Chen Ning found a beach chair to lie down and quietly enjoyed the seaside scenery, listening to the sound of waves crashing together and watching the vast ocean. Chapter 220. Reba understood what Chen Ning meant and smiled. I dressed myself up so ugly and covered my face, so no one will have any ideas about me. This little girl is quite clever. All right, let's take a shower first. Do you want me to help you scrub? Chen Ning turned on the shower in the bathroom. Reba's little face turned red, not knowing what to say. After so many days of roughing it, she indeed wanted to take a nice bath. But, before Reba could respond, she was already picked up by Chen Ning and thrown into the bathtub for a wash. After more than 2 hours, Chen Ning came out wearing a bathrobe. He saw Reba sitting at the vanity blowing her hair, her figure curvy, and couldn't help but pounce on her again. The next morning, sunlight poured over the two of them. Chen Ning sat up, stretched, and looked at the sleeping Reba beside him, smiling and shaking his head. This little girl really has charm. If it weren't for his extraordinary skills, he wouldn't be able to handle it. While she was still asleep, Chen Ning opened the game to check on his family. Family, Cindy. Clan leader, you're finally online. Family, Feiwu, what the hell? The clan leader is here. Brothers, the clan leader is here. Chapter 221. The forces from Ezhou are attacking. Let us get them. The Longting family. D. They sent all their warriors charging towards Chen Ning's hero. Chen Ning directly activated the invincibility skill, making himself untargetable. Here it is, they've lost their attack target. Chen Ning's paladin moved like a hot knife through butter, smashing down with a hammer, taking out a large number of enemies. There were even lightning balls swirling around his body. Anyone who got close would be subjected to magical attacks. Chen Ning rampaged through here, directly capturing the main city of Yongzhou. The main city of Yongzhou was occupied by the Longting family. A line of text appeared on the screen again. Jingzhou, Silly, and Yenzhou were all stunned. At this rate, by this morning, all states would be unified. This season would be over. This is too efficient. They still had too many rewards to collect. They didn't want it to end so soon. World, Longting, Jingzhou, I advise you to surrender. Otherwise, I want to leave you a single resource. World, Jingzhou number 1. You want me to surrender? No way. Even if we fight to the last person, we will not surrender. World, Longting, don't be so tough with your words. You don't represent everyone in Jingzhou. Other players in Jingzhou who want to surrender, message me privately. I'll pull you into the family. But note, only girls are accepted. Chapter 222. The silly boss said this and mobilized all warriors to attack Yongzhou. It didn't matter if he died or not. He had to kill this traitor. Otherwise, he wouldn't find peace. Chen Ning had already entered Silly, and it seemed that no one was defending at all. He walked straight in, looking at the discussions within Silly. How did the king of Silly end up in Yongzhou? Is this abandoning the city and fleeing? Are we no longer being considered? Then what are we holding on for? We might as well surrender early. They said this and began to leave their original families, applying to join the Longting family. However, Chen Ning kept records of all these newcomers. Once they had other ideas, they would be marked and eliminated immediately. Chen Ning would never allow anyone to betray him. Silly was occupied by the Longting family. A line of text appeared on the game interface. The Yongzhou boss felt pleased. He had helped the Longting family so much, they would definitely spare him. The silly boss saw that the state was occupied and lost his title. He felt dejected and logged out of the game. Now only 3 states remained. They were Yenzhou, Qingzhou, and Yangzhou. They were discussing countermeasures together. Other states have been occupied. Only we are left. Chapter 223. Longting is mighty. The Longting family is rising. The Longting family is bound to become a legend in the gaming world. From now on, Longting will shine brightly. Players below kept spamming the chat. Chen Ning directly sent 100 million to Cindy, asking her to send out red envelopes in the group. The clan leader is awesome. I got 2,000. Wow, a 10,000 red envelope. Is there anyone who got more than me? This red envelope is worth my year-end bonus. The clan leader is generous. Congratulations to the host for spending 50,000 on others, receiving 100 times rebate of 5 million. Congratulations to the host for spending 200,000 on others, receiving 1,000 times rebate of 200 million. Congratulations to the host for spending 1 million on others, receiving 10 times rebate of 10 million. Many female players in the group also grab red envelopes, and Chen Ning casually earned 1 billion. This deal is definitely profitable. After sending the red envelopes, Reba, beside him, also woke up. She sat up, clung to Chen Ning, and murmured, "Ning ge." Chen Ning turned to look at her and smiled. "What's wrong, Reba?" Reba rubbed her eyes. "I'm hungry." Chen Ning laughed and called the front desk. 520. Double top tier set. "Okay, we'll prepare that for you." Chapter 224. Chen Ning cast an approving glance. "You could do it. Go ahead." Reba nodded and walked outside. As soon as she stepped out, she attracted the media outside to take pictures. All eyes were on her. Look, a beauty. This figure, 9 heads tall? She doesn't look like she had plastic surgery. She seems to be naturally beautiful. Love it. Let us debut right here. The people around gave her extremely high praise. Reba grew more confident, casually putting her hand in her pocket and walked toward the red carpet. The surrounding models dimmed in comparison. Compared to her, it was like the difference between an ugly duckling and a swan. Reba walked around the red carpet, attracting a crowd to watch, take pictures, and comment. Chen Ning nodded secretly beside her. This time, he truly found a treasure. The Chanel organizers began to focus on introducing the clothes Reba was wearing. Many women placed orders on the spot to buy the same outfit as hers. But they couldn't wear it with Reba's flair. There's no way. People can't be compared. After a runway show, Reba gained countless fans. Even some media approached her, wanting contact information for private shoots, offering a sky-high price of 100,000 per hour. Reba herself didn't expect to be so popular. Chapter 225 Reba excitedly said beside him, Ning, there's no need to be so extravagant. I only need 1 or 2 pieces of clothes here. In the future, when I earn money, I'll buy them myself. Chen Ning looked at her and smiled. My woman can't lack clothes to wear. Don't worry. These clothes won't cost anything. Reba was surprised. No cost? These clothes are so expensive. How can they be free? Speaking of this, Chen Ning's gaze was very sharp, because I've spent enough money in the club. Recently, Chen Ning finally understood the purpose of his club. As long as he stored enough money in it, theoretically, he could buy anything in the future without spending any money. But this didn't meet his expectations. After all, to make money, he still had to spend money on beauties. So he didn't need to use this identity every time, unless solving some tricky matters. He could quickly acquire through the wealthy club and use it for himself. Reba was also trying to understand Chen Ning's meaning. But she hadn't been exposed to the wealthy club, so she didn't understand its implications. At this time, the Chanel counter had already packaged all the clothes. They were sent to the address provided by Chen Ning. Chapter 226 Handsome guy, look. There are squid strips, commemorative coins, medals, keychains, sunglasses, and aromatherapy, various odds and ends. More than a dozen items. Goodness, if it weren't for Chen Ning saying he would buy everything she was promoting, she would probably still be selling these things in the car. Chen Ning said, you calculate the total, I'll transfer it to you. Then you send it to the people in the car. The tour guide took out the accounting book, calculated for a while, and said, a total of 30,000. Wow. Traveling only costs a little over 1,000, but buying things costs 30,000. What a ripoff. However, Chen Ning didn't care. He directly transferred 30,000. After the transfer, he said, distribute these things to the people on the bus. Seeing the money arrive, the tour guide was overjoyed. These items were what he needed to sell in a month. He didn't expect to sell them all in one day. It was fantastic. All right, handsome. I will distribute it to everyone right away. And on behalf of everyone, thank you, he said, slightly bowing. After everyone received their items, Chen Ning glanced at his bank account, which increased by 30 million. He casually earned 30 million from items worth 30,000. Such profit is indeed terrifying. Chapter 227. Chen Ning had already heard his thoughts and took the initiative to raise the price for himself. Chen Ning immediately said, are you a black shop? Just a pound of squid, and you're selling it to me at such a high price. Thinking I'm a foreigner? Huh? Do you believe I will report you? The owner didn't expect Chen Ning to be so sharp, which made things difficult. Damn, you dare to report me. Don't you see where this is? If you dare to report, you'll eat your fill and still have to carry it away. The owner directly threw the towel around his neck into the basin. So you want to report me? Come on, go ahead, let me see how you report. After saying that, many merchants around gathered around Chen Ning, looking at him with unfriendly eyes. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. If you want to eat, eat. If not, get lost. Don't cause trouble. An outsider dares to act arrogantly in front of us locals, looking for death? It seemed they were all in cahoots. Reba was a little scared and stood beside Chen Ning, saying, Ning, why don't we just forget it and find another place to eat? The owner across the way got excited. This girl looks good. How about this? She stays. And you can eat all the seafood you want. How about that? This completely angered Chen Ning. Chapter 228. This kid really has guts. He hit our guy and still dares to eat hot pot here. He deserves to be caught. Wait a minute. This shop is owned by the president of our Chamber of Commerce. Should I frame him? That way, I don't have to do anything, and someone will take care of him. Why not? Thinking of this, the leader quickened his pace and came to Chen Ning, sternly saying, Kid, you just hit our guy, And you think you could just walk away? Chen Ning looked up at him. What about your guy? The man snorted. You don't need to worry about my guy. Just know that you need to pay up, or you won't be allowed to leave today. Chen Ning laughed. It turned out they were here to extort money. Since he already knew what the guy was thinking, he simply said, Aren't you going to frame me? Hurry up and call the president of the Chamber of Commerce and tell him I smashed their place. Let them come find me. The leader was stunned. How did he know what he was planning? Chen Ning continued to smile. What's scared? If you're afraid, just say it. I won't make it difficult for you. With dozens of people behind him, how could he admit defeat in front of him? That would mean no one would follow him in the future. Chapter 229. The whole place was stunned again. Just now, he was acting all high and mighty, and now he suddenly admits fault? Is it just because he knew Chen Ning's identity? The tour guide was very curious, not knowing what kind of background this young man had. An outsider's identity could actually make the local forces bow to him. This is too terrifying. Chen Ning looked down at him. Such a character didn't he even need him to take action. He was even too lazy to know the other party's name. We are here to travel, and you guys are making a big fuss to find trouble, affecting our appetite for food. How do we settle this? Chen Ning said calmly. He didn't seem to be looking for trouble, but was speaking about something ordinary. The other party hurriedly said, I'll pay. I'll cover all your expenses here. Bro, I just hope you can be happy and don't get angry. Let me go this time. After saying that, he heavily knocked his head on the ground. Chen Ning turned to the travel group. He said he will cover all our expenses here. Do you agree? The travel companions looked at each other. It was the first time they encountered such a situation and didn't know what to do. Holding a mindset of wanting to avoid trouble, they all nodded. Agree. Chapter 230. Ninga, I'll just choose these. Reba pushed the cart and said. Chen Ning glanced. Is this all you're buying? Why not take more since it's free? Reba shook her head. No need. Just having you by my side is enough. The rest doesn't matter. Well said. Chen Ning was very touched. Looking at the others, he wished he could empty the supermarket. Unfortunately, their carts weren't that big. Going back and forth was a hassle. Besides, buying too much wouldn't be able to take away, wouldn't that be wasteful? A young man with a quick mind stood in place and called the delivery company. Hello, I have a lot of packages to send out. Can you come over? Soon. 2 delivery trucks arrived and parked at the supermarket entrance. The young man went to the door to coordinate with the delivery staff. Pack as much as you can from here, fill the truck, and send it to this place. Saying this, he gave the delivery staff a phone number. Everyone in the mall was stunned. It was the first time they saw someone shopping like this. This also inspired others. They all contacted delivery and errand companies, planning to move things out first. The person in charge of the supermarket was alarmed and quickly came to the scene, but saw the president of the Chamber of Commerce standing aside. So he hurried over and said, President, what is going on here? Chapter 231. Miaoyan also smiled and waved his hand as a farewell. Chen Ning turned around and got on the vehicle. Reba had already been waiting in the car. Ninga, why did it take so long for you to come up? Did you see through Miaoyan's intentions? Chen Ning nodded. He really wants to find trouble with me. But I already know. Once I confirm it, I will give him a taste of his own medicine. Reba was very worried. Will there be any trouble, Ninga? Chen Ning looked at Reba and smiled. Don't worry, there won't be any trouble. With this reassurance, Reba felt at ease. The tour guide was also at the driver's place, checking in to confirm everyone was present before starting to set off. Along the way, everyone was sharing the gains from this trip. For them, the material gains are greater than the spiritual ones. Chen Ning closed his eyes to rest, planning how to arrange things for Reba when he returned. Since she wanted to pursue a professional modeling career, let her go. How far she can go depends on her fortune. He still needed to focus on finding fragments of the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains. Only by doing so could he understand the true purpose and value of the wealthy club's existence. Soon, Chen Ning and Reba were sent to their destination. The tour guide was also happy to say goodbye to them. Chapter 232. Spare me. Spare me. Big brother. Just name your conditions. Don't mess with us. We are just following orders. Please let us go. They began to kneel and beg for mercy. They simply couldn't withstand Li Feifei's methods. Chen Ning then came to his senses. Oh right, I seem to have not asked you anything yet. The people around were speechless. He hadn't asked anything and just jumped straight to it. Who could handle that? They didn't even have a chance to confess. Li Feifei stood to the side, tugging at one person's hair to lift his face. When I ask you a question later, if you tell even half a lie, I will pull out your hair one by one, understand? The man felt that the woman in front of him was extremely dangerous and quickly nodded. I understand. Chen Ning looked at him. Who sent you here? Without hesitation, he confessed. It was Mao Yun. Malian offered us a reward to come. He said you are a wealthy tycoon, and as long as we succeed, each of us can get 10 million. Chen Ning glanced at the others. A total of 10 people. 10 million each amounts to a billion. It seems this kid is indeed wealthy. Since that's the case, he shouldn't blame himself for being merciless. Chapter 233. The three of them briefly exchanged a few words and then said to the president, "Are you really willing to take action against him?" The president replied firmly, "Yes, as long as they're SA I can go after him openly." One of them smiled and said, "Very good. In that case, let me teach you. As long as you arrange to meet her in northern Myanmar, you won't have to worry about the rest." The president hesitated. "I'm not familiar with her. Asking her to go to northern Myanmar seems unrealistic." The man immediately said, "Let me finish. Chen Ning is currently collecting fragments of the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains. As long as you tell her there are pieces in northern Myanmar, she will definitely go." Upon hearing this, the president nodded in satisfaction. "So that is how it is. All right, we'll do it your way. I'll contact him right away." After the president said this, he called Chen Ning. 3 rings later, Chen Ning answered. "Hello, who is this?" The president cheerfully said, "Boss Chen, have you forgotten me so soon? It seems I didn't entertain you well during your visit yesterday." Chen Ning recognized his voice. "It's you. What is the matter with the call?" The president chuckled. "Boss Chen, I heard you're recently looking for fragments of the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains." Chapter 234. Hurry up. Once we arrive, we'll arrange accommodation for you. To cooperate with their act, Chen Ning took the initiative to ask, "Is it a dormitory for several people? Is there air conditioning? And how's the food?" Hearing Chen Ning's question, the person in front laughed. "Dormitory for several people? As long as there's a place to sleep, that's good enough. We're here to make money, not to enjoy ourselves." "Got it?" Chen Ning nodded. "Understood." Thus, they arrive at their base. It looked like an abandoned factory. 2 people were standing guard at the entrance, holding real weapons. Good heavens, in a place like this, once you go in, don't expect to come out. They were led to a room where about a dozen people were squatting. One person was lying on the ground, while another stood next to him, whipping him with a leather whip. "Are you still running?" "Crack. I'm asking you a question. Answer me." Crack. 2 more lashes hit the person's face, instantly leaving bloody marks. The man covered his face, crying, "No, I won't run anymore. Please don't hit me. I won't run again." Seeing this scene, Chen Ning immediately said, "Stop it. How can you hit people at will?" Chapter 235. An alarm rang in the yard, and a group of armed individuals rushed out from the first floor, starting to beat the fleeing people frantically. Sun Wanting quickly went to provide support. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Ning made his way to the office at the end of the corridor. 2 people were standing at the door, never leaving. They seemed to be the loyal guards of the leader. "You got some guts. You dare to come in alone. You must not know how deep the waters are here," the guard said to Chen Ning word for word, his face still calm. It seemed he was confident in their skills, believing Chen Ning could not overpower them. Chen Ning slightly curled his lips. "Who said I came alone?" The pupils of the 2 men widened quickly. They saw Li Feifei's sharp blade already in front of them, too late to dodge. A sword to the throat. Ruthless. Indeed. A tough character. Li Feifei drew the blade and kicked the door open. Inside came the sound of a woman gasping for breath. Chen Ning stepped over the threshold and entered the inner room, where he saw a living spring palace painting. "Who are you? How dare you break in? Someone come." No one answered. Chen Ning coldly looked at him. "Stop shouting. No one is coming to save you. I ask you, where is this painting?" Chapter 236. Lin Yushi looked at Chen Ning, her little face blushing, and explained, "This way my salary will be very high." Hearing her answer, Chen Ning smiled. "So it's that simple. It all comes back to money. This is easy to handle." Chen Ning checked the time. It was just about time for lunch. "Let us go. I'll treat you to a meal, and we can chat while eating." "Great." Lin Yushi readily agreed, walking beside Chen Ning, occasionally glancing at him, feeling that it was somewhat unrealistic for such a big boss to treat her to a meal. But this magical situation was happening to her. If her roommates knew her situation, they would probably be envious. After arriving at the restaurant, Lin Yushi casually ordered some food. Chen Ning then looked at her. Name, Lin Yushi. Age, 22 years. Occupation, student. Score, 80. Evaluation, spending money on her can yield 1,000-fold return reward. Tip, successfully pursuing her can grant super learning ability, only 80 points. How can this score be improved? What kind of boys does she actually like? Chen Ning felt curious. He didn't know how to satisfy her to improve his score. Lin Yushi took a bite of rice and asked, "By the way, Chen Ning, You haven't been at school lately. What have you been up to? Chapter 237, Chen Ning replied. No need. Just tell me where this girl is. I want to find her. The person was clearly taken aback. Mr. Chen, how do you know our team leader is a girl? Chen Ning smiled. You don't need to worry about that. Just tell me where she is. A beauty with such a tenfold return cannot be missed. The person thought for a moment and said, they're currently evaluating the best entrepreneurial projects. After I go, I'll let you know the information. Chen Ning nodded. That's fine. Below, let's take a look at my project. Everyone in the room turned to Chen Ning, not expecting him to bring a project as well. The mentors on stage were already intimidated by Chen Ning's style. Which student can casually come up with $1 billion in funding? Absolutely a big shot. A big shot like this must have a great project. So they were all curious to see what Chen Ning's entrepreneurial project was. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Chen Ning finally said, my entrepreneurial project is the barbecue city that's been very popular online recently. Whoosh. Everyone's eyes widened. Some found it hard to accept. Are you talking about the one in the east? Chen Ning nodded. That's right. It's the barbecue city with various transportation subsidies, where you can go for free. Chapter 238, although she had mentally prepared herself. Knowing that Chen Ning might be a very wealthy person, she didn't expect him to be this rich. Buying a car for himself, willing to spend $1 billion? Too expensive, too expensive. Lin Yushi waved her hand. From childhood to adulthood, the most expensive car she had ever ridden in was the Lamborghini Chen Ning just drove. Now she had to own a Bugatti Veyron worth $1 billion. What should she do? Chen Ning smiled. Not expensive, that's the one. Saying this, he transferred money to the club. Congratulations to the host for spending $1 billion on Lin Yushi, receiving a tenfold return reward of $10 billion. Name, Lin Yushi. Age, 22 years. Occupation, student. Score, 90-10-100. Evaluation, spending money on her can yield a tenfold return reward. Tip, successfully strategizing can grant super learning ability. Congratulations to Lin Yushi for reaching a score of 100. Host gains super learning ability. With this ability, learning anything becomes very quick. It's like a martial arts master secretly learning from others. After seeing it once, they can learn it all. This ability is still quite useful for Chen Ning. After paying, the club staff hurried to prepare the car. Chapter 239, the commander quickly stabilized his mind and said in a casual tone, ahead, left turn. Chen Ning smiled slightly. Thank you. After saying that, he turned left and walked ahead. As he walked, he quietly said, Fei Fei, there's a sniper at the 9 o'clock direction of the building outside. The man behind me in blue clothes, the 3 people squatting on the ground, smoking to his left, and the 4 sitting on the right, playing on their phones, are all a group. You can handle it. Chen Ning looked like an ordinary traveler going to the restroom. But he heard chaos outside. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, and the crowd panicked. After finishing in the restroom, Chen Ning came to the mirror and fixed his hairstyle. Bang, bang, bang. More gunshots. Report. The Falcon is dead. We've lost contact. Captain, are you okay? Who is this person? Is she going to wipe us out? Let's fight her. Chen Ning turned on the faucet, washed his hands, tore off 2 disposable paper towels, and while drying his hands, he walked out. Outside, it was chaotic, with travelers running in every direction. But Chen Ning strode towards the boarding platform. People were passing by him, and he was unaffected. Through the rich club interface, he booked a private jet to take him away from here. Chapter 240, Duanmu Yangyang turned his head to look at Sun Wanting, instantly captivated by her. He stepped closer. Miss, have we met somewhere? Duanmu Yangyang used his pickup lines. Sun Wanting, however, couldn't be bothered. Never seen you. Go away. The people around were stunned. How dare someone speak to Duanmu Yang this way? Seeking death. The bodyguards in black surrounding them immediately stepped forward, ready to act. But Duanmu Yangyang stopped them. Hold on. It's been a long time since I've met such a spirited girl. All right, I like it. What's your name? Sun Wanting shot him a glance. Crazy. After that, she ignored him and walked towards Chen Ning. Chen Ning stood there with his hands in his pockets, watching this group with interest. From the attitude of the salespeople, it was clear that this person must be from a wealthy family locally. At least the brand store staff wouldn't dare to provoke them. This was exactly the type of person he was looking for. Upon seeing Sun Wanting approach Chen Ning, Duanmu Yangyang immediately got angry. The girl I have my eyes on can't escape. He shouted, someone close the door. No one is allowed to leave today without my orders. The salesperson panicked and quickly pleaded, Yang Ge, young Master Yang, please, I'm just working here, I don't know anything. Chapter 241, Chen Ning with his hands in his pockets, looked at him and said, "That's right, I'm from the Magic City, here to handle some business." Duanmu Lele looked him up and down, then glanced at the bodyguards lying around, and said, "You have good skills and courage. Do you want to work for me? I guarantee you'll have a good life." Ha ha ha. Chen Ning laughed loudly. He actually wants to buy me off. Doesn't he know what level I'm at? Chen Ning took out his phone and opened the Rich Club interface. It clearly displayed Chen Ning's avatar and the title of Star Level Member. Duanmu Lele was dumbfounded. He's a Star Level Member? No wonder he's so arrogant. Turns out he has immense power. Even the Duanmu family only has one Star Level Member. That is their patriarch, Duanmu Hongtian. What is such a figure doing in Xiangxiang City? To seize territory? Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. Recently, a fragment of the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains was going to be auctioned here. Could it be that he's here for the fragment? In an instant, Duanmu Lele thought of many things, weighing the pros and cons. Should we really go against Chen Ning? I believe your Duanmu family should understand the significance of a Star Level Member. Chapter 242. Li Feifei removed the double-edged sword, tying Duanmu Lele's hands behind his back with one hand, easily leading him along. Following behind Chen Ning, they walked outside. The staff all rushed out, kneeling on the ground. "Big brother, don't go. What will we do if you leave? Please let him go. He really can't be killed." Chen Ning turned back to look at them. "How about you come with me?" They exchanged glances, not daring to follow him for fear he would eliminate them. It was better to stay here honestly, waiting for the Duanmu family to arrive, claiming they were coerced, pushing all the responsibility onto Chen Ning. Since they had no intention of leaving, Chen Ning didn't insist and took Li Feifei and the others into the Rolls-Royce. The driver, seeing Duanmu Lele in the rearview mirror, was stunned. "Duanmu, ha ha ha, what are you looking at? Never seen this before? Ha ha ha." Duanmu Lele could no longer speak normally. Chen Ning, sitting in the passenger seat, reminded him, drive to Xiangshan. He had searched the map. The highest mountain nearby was Xiangshan. It was perfect for dealing with the Duanmu family. The driver paused, not daring to ask further, and turned towards Xiangshan. Chapter 243. After Chen Ning finished speaking, he kicked Duanmu Hongtian. He flew directly to Duanmu Lele's side, collapsing on the ground. Duanmu Lele's eyes widened, his pupils constantly shrinking and enlarging, looking at Duanmu Hongtian on the ground. This father he had always been proud of had just unhesitatingly abandoned him. How should he face him now? Duanmu Hongtian quickly turned around, looking at Duanmu Lele, grabbing his arm and shouting, "Lele, I'm your father. Don't you remember our previous agreement? We were going to stand at the peak of the world together. Don't do anything foolish." Duanmu Lele pulled his arm away, still unable to believe what he was seeing. This man had taught him how to survive, how to deal with bosses from various business circles, how to set traps for others, and even how to pull off a con without any tools. Moreover, he had taught him that once unfaithful, always untrustworthy. But now, he had violated his own words. "Lele, I have money. We can still make a comeback. As long as you let me go, when we return, I will transfer half of the Duanmu family's assets to your name. By then, you can also become a Star-level member." Chapter 244. Duanmu Lele said with a heavy nasal tone, "I said, those who follow me will prosper, and those who go against me will perish. You don't understand what that means, do you?" After speaking, he looked at the 10 guards at the door. One of them, like a cheetah, suddenly dashed in from the entrance, delivering a flying knee strike right to Duanmu Lele's uncle's chest. He flew out, collapsing beneath the spirit tablet, his ribcage shattered, blood pouring from his chest. He was dead. The entire scene was horrified. Everyone was shaken. They all stepped back. Seeing this, Duanmu Lele's lips curled slightly. It was a show of strength. This was the effect he wanted. Who else is unconvinced? Step forward. Duanmu Lele shouted loudly, scanning the crowd. These people were all original shareholders of the Duanmu family. They had long lost their fighting spirit. Over the years, they had only known how to live in luxury and indulge in pleasures. Relying on the Duanmu family's reputation, they had become local emperors in Xiangxiang City. Faced with such an unexpected event, they had no ability to resist. They could only let themselves be at the mercy of others. No one dared to meet Duanmu Lele's gaze. They all lowered their heads. Duanmu Lele was very satisfied. He had waited too long for this day. He just didn't expect to reach this position in such a manner, whether it was shame or not. Chapter 245. The Indestructible Body. With this, he feared no level of harm. He called the number he had previously saved. "Hello, is this Mayu? This is Chen Ning. Upon hearing Chen Ning's name, Mayu instantly perked up. Chen Ning? The big boss who invested $1 billion in our startup team. That's right, it's me. I've arrived in Xiangxiang City and will be at your school gate shortly. Mayu immediately responded, Great. I'll rush to the gate to meet you. Saying this, she quickly ran out of the office. The student council members were all stunned. Where was the president going in such a hurry? It seemed like she was going to meet someone important. They had never seen her this anxious before. Should they follow to see? Sure, let us go. The student council members quickly followed. They were also part of the startup team and wanted to see who Mayu was going to meet. Chen Ning had already driven to the university gate, and Mayu just ran over, breathless, pressing her hands on her knees. Looking at the Rolls-Royce at the gate, she felt puzzled. Could this be the car of that big shot? Not feeling secure, she called Chen Ning. Hello, Mr. Chen, I've arrived at the gate. Where are you? Chapter 246. Who is he? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow and asked, his eyes full of disdain. Mayu introduced solemnly. This is my project investor. Chen Ning. He just invested $1 billion in my university meal order project. As she spoke, her eyes were filled with pride. Having someone invest in her, and such a large sum, showed her value. It was also a reflection of her life's worth. It surpassed too many low-level pleasures. Zhang Fan was slightly taken aback, not expecting this inconspicuous Chen Ning to be somewhat impressive. He actually put in $1 billion. It seemed he was also a rich second generation. Oh, may I ask where Mr. Chen is studying? Zhang Fan wanted to test Chen Ning's background. Only by knowing the other party's cards could he determine his attitude towards dealing with him. Chen Ning casually replied, Me? I'm a university student. Zhang Fan nearly spat out the coffee in his mouth. He was really bold. A university student being so arrogant? Does he have a rich family? Zhang Fan reevaluated Chen Ning. Could he be a super rich second generation? Otherwise, how could he possibly pull out $1 billion just like that? Mayu was also very surprised, not expecting him to be so wealthy while being just a university student. Chapter 247, they instantly perked up. Look, the president is here. Who's that guy? Is he the investor? So young. Oh my gosh. Is this what the investor looks like? Like a star. No wonder I can't be an investor. Look at the president's expression. His mouth is almost reaching his ears. He must be so happy. One person, seeing a call from Mayu, trembled all over. Quick, quick, quick. The president is calling. Answer it. Oh, the person hurriedly answered. Hello, president, what's up? Mayu stood at the entrance of the cafe. Excitedly said, I have good news for you. Our college student ordering project has secured another investment. Guess how much? They were stunned. Another investment in such a short time? I don't know, president. You're so capable, we can't measure it. Just tell us. Mayu smiled and said, $1 billion. A whole $10 billion. And Mr. Chen also said that he will invest in all our team's entrepreneurial projects in the future. After hearing this number, everyone was dumbfounded. In the time it takes to drink a coffee, they actually secured $10 billion in investment. Chapter 248, hearing that Chen Ning was going to continue investing. Mayu was thrilled. Mr. Chen, you are really generous. But don't rush. Come take a look at this. Mayu led Chen Ning to a nearby computer. Opening the accounting system, they could see their daily cash flow. This is the commission the merchants give us, with each store only having 1,000th of a rebate. By the end of the day, our income is 50,000. Wow, sitting still makes 50,000 a day. No wonder she can secure funding. These investors are all attracted by their profitability. This is just the revenue from Xiangxiang City. If it expands nationwide, with all schools joining in, or even getting other food businesses to connect to this system, the value would be immeasurable. Chen Ning was glad he invested in this project. If someone else had beaten him to it, he would have lost a big opportunity. Very good. You all are really excellent to have achieved this level. Don't worry. If you need funding for research and development later, just come to me. I can arrange it. Mayu was very excited. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Then let's sign an investment agreement. This way your rights will be protected. Chapter 249, Ma, you angrily said. Zhang Fan, you're too despicable, using such methods. I look down on you. Zhang Fan sneered. At this point, I don't care whether you look down on me or not. As long as I get what I want. You. At this moment, the leader spoke. This girl looks pretty good. How about I have some fun first? Zhang Fan was taken aback. Wolf brother, no. She's my girlfriend. Slap. A slap landed on Zhang Fan's face. So what if she's your girlfriend? I can't touch your girlfriend? Let me tell you. Later I'll let you watch from the side and see how I play with her. Ha ha ha. You dog. Beast. Zhang Fan covered his face. looking at Wolf Brother with anger in his eyes. He never expected he was this kind of person. Have you all laughed enough? Chen Ning walked over with his hands in his pockets. Everyone immediately turned their attention to Chen Ning. Who the hell are you? Do you have a say in this? Zhang Fan whispered to the side. Wolf Brother, this is Chen Ning. The man looked at Chen Ning and snorted. So young and already has assets worth over $1 billion. Here's the deal. Transfer all the money in your bank card to me. Chapter 250 Duanmu Lele immediately made a call to prepare for the hotel reception. As soon as Chen Ning arrived at the door, he saw dozens of female attendants waiting there. All were over 1.7 meters tall, wearing light makeup and uniform attire. They were clearly selected to welcome him. Welcome, Mr. Chen, to the hotel. Mr. Chen, here is a cart. Do you need it? Chen Ning said, no need. I'll carry it myself. Just tell me which room. I'll go upstairs directly and bring me 2 luxury sets. The attendant immediately said, okay, Mr. Chen. The room has been arranged for you. The bathwater is ready. The aromatherapy is lit. It's in the 888 presidential suite. We will have 2 people at the door of your room to serve you 24 hours a day. Just let us know if you need anything. Chen Ning nodded and went to the hotel lobby. The people inside had already lined up. When they saw Chen Ning enter, they all bowed and nodded. Good evening, Mr. Chen. Good evening, Mr. Chen. The voices echoed throughout the lobby, causing everyone staying there to turn their heads. Which big shot is this to have such service? Yeah, why didn't we have this treatment when we came? Chapter 251 to protect Chen Ning's safety. Mayu took the initiative to say to the bodyguards in front, how about this? You leave 2 people behind to follow us and protect us in secret. This way, it'll satisfy Lei Gu and also let Mr. Chen feel secure. How about that? As she spoke, she shook Chen Ning's arm and looked at him with a charming expression. Chen Ning, feeling helpless, had to agree. All right, just send 2 people to protect me in secret. The bodyguards in front exchanged glances and had to comply. They dispatched the 2 most elite members, armed with firearms, to follow Chen Ning not far behind, ready for action at any moment. Here, it's completely normal for the wealthy to have bodyguards. The higher in the family, the greater the need for bodyguards. Chen Ning drove a Rolls-Royce with Mayu toward the car city. This is the largest car city in Xiangshan City, with all kinds of luxury cars from home and abroad. Of course, the prices are steep, as long as the money is in place. They can even get cars encrusted with gold. Arriving at the car city, Chen Ning directly said, let me know if you see any car you like, pick any. Mayu responded, dazzled by the choices. This Lamborghini is nice, but the color is too dark. Chapter 252 The bullets hitting him felt like scrap metal, falling to the ground. The foreigner was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe his eyes. The 2 bodyguards holding machine guns were also completely stunned. How could this happen? Chen Ning stepped forward, delivering 2 punches. He directly took down the 2 bodyguards. Then he walked toward the foreigner. You were quite arrogant just now. Why aren't you talking now? Hearing Chen Ning's voice, Mayu and the 2 bodyguards opened their eyes. Seeing Chen Ning standing unharmed in front of the foreigner, they were instantly stunned. I clearly heard gunshots just now, and he's perfectly fine? What's going on? I didn't see anything. Honey, Mayu shouted from behind. The foreigner stared wide-eyed. He couldn't understand why those bullets had no effect on Chen Ning. Chen Ning grabbed his hair and pushed him down. He turned around and directly threw him to the bodyguards behind. This person, you handle him. The 2 paused for a moment and immediately responded. Yes. Mr. Chen. They grabbed the foreigner's hair and slammed an elbow into his face. Blood started to pour from his nose. Damn it. How dare you threaten us? Let's see who you turn to this time. The 2 bodyguards said fiercely. Chapter 253. Ouyang Feng also noticed Chen Ning's actions. He was clearly going against him, which infuriated him. The people on site were not blind. They could see at a glance that the 2 were in a confrontation. The host felt very awkward. He looked at Chen Ning and secretly signaled him to withdraw from the competition. How could this person be so clueless? He dared to compete for what Ouyang Feng wanted. Didn't he fear retaliation? At that moment, a subordinate of Ouyang Feng returned and whispered a few words in his ear. Ouyang Feng was quite surprised. Furrowing his brows, are you saying that the Longting group belongs to him? He's also a star-level member? The subordinate replied, that's right, according to my investigation. It is indeed the case. Moreover, the Duanmu family has indeed been controlled by him. Hiss. Ouyang Feng had dealt with the Duanmu family many times. He knew their strength. They were comparable to the Ouyang family. Such a giant can be subdued by him. Why? Just as he was puzzled, everyone on site looked towards the roadside. A luxury car had stopped there. Duanmu Lele got out of the car. Everyone gasped in astonishment. To see the heirs of both the Duanmu and Ouyang families in one day was unimaginable. Could he also be here to vie for this office building? Chapter 254. All right, Mr. Chun, I will follow your lead. I will go back and start clearing out the local foreign merchants. After saying that, Duanmu Leole drove away. At this point, Ma Yu's relevant procedures had also been completed. Other interested cooperating merchants had also signed agreements. She came to Chen Ning's side and affectionately said, "Honey, thank you." Chen Ning smiled slightly. "Why thank me? It's just an office building." "How is it? Is this building okay?" "Just kidding. This is already the best and most high-end office building in Xiangshan City. If this isn't good, where else would be?" Ma Yue nodded vigorously, her face full of smiles. "Honey, I plan to move the team here this afternoon. By the way, I will also renovate the interior to free up space for more projects in the future." Chen Ning agreed. "No problem. This building is yours. You can handle it. Additionally, my Longting Group also plans to set up a branch here. When the time comes, you can bring your team directly in. How does that sound?" Mayu immediately agreed. "No problem. I agree." Chen Ning nodded. "All right, then you go renovate the office. I will return to the hotel for a bit." After they parted, Chen Ning returned to the hotel, lay on the wide sofa, and called Su Qi. "Su Qi, I'm planning to set up a branch of Longting Group in Xiangshan City. Come over when you have time to sort it out." Chapter 255. Some people were calmer. "Young master, who is that Chen Ning? I haven't heard of him before." Ouyang Feng looked at him and said, "Chairman of Longting Group, a group company that has only risen in the last 6 months. Like us. He is also a star-level member of the Rich Club. Also, the Duanmu family has been controlled by him." "What?" Everyone present was shocked. They might not be familiar with Longting Group, but they were very familiar with the Duanmu family. Such a giant, with strength comparable to their Ouyang family, has been taken over by Chen Ning. Realizing this, everyone felt a sense of crisis. What is this person doing in Xiangshan City? Is he deliberately looking for trouble with us? Our businesses seem to be unrelated to Longting Group, so why is he doing this? Everyone speculated about Chen Ning's intentions. Only one person hit the nail on the head. After calmly thinking, Ouyang Feng said, "I guess he is here for only one purpose." Everyone looked at him. To participate in the auction and buy the fragments of the Fuchin Mountain residence. The crowd was indifferent, feeling that Ouyang Feng's guess made sense. For them, these billion-dollar level tycoons. Chapter 256. Delicious. Ninggu, eat slowly. If you can't finish, there's more. Chen Ning tilted his head and finished a piece of salad, calling the waiter, "Bring me 10 more." The waiter widened his eyes. 10? That's right, bring 10. And also this steak, bring 10 of those too. 20 moose cakes, hurry up. The waiter was stunned. Not just the waiter, but the people next to him and Lulu were also dumbfounded. However, Lulu was already mentally prepared and quickly reacted. "Did you see, everyone? This is the real big eater. Today, let's see how much this fan can eat." Someone at the next table even greeted him. "Brother, if you can eat this much, I'll kneel and call you brother." Chen Ning laughed. "All right, then wait to call me brother." After saying that, he took 2 or 3 bites and finished a whole pizza. He put on black, disposable gloves and grabbed the steak to shove into his mouth. In fact, Chen Ning didn't even know when his appetite had become so large. Maybe it was due to those special abilities consuming a lot of energy. Lulu also ate a piece of steak beside him. The camerawoman was busy, switching the camera between Chen Ning and Lulu. Chapter 257. Chen Ning directly said, "Open a membership card in her name. Let's charge 2 million first." "What?" Lulu was directly stunned. He actually charged a membership in his own name, and charged 2 million at once. Truly a wealthy person. The waiter was very happy. The more he charged, the higher his commission. "Good sir, I'll take care of that for you right away." After saying that, he called over a colleague through his earpiece, who came over with a POS machine to swipe the card. Direct payment of 2 million. Congratulations to the host for spending 2 million for Lulu, receiving a 10,000-fold return reward of 2 billion. Isn't that a profit? The deduction was successful, and the waiter smiled as he tore off a small receipt for Chen Ning. "Sir, please keep the receipt. You can order here." Saying this, he handed the pad to Chen Ning. Chen Ning had been to such places many times and knew they had some fancy drinks that could impress others. It was particularly suitable for showing off. But this card was for Lulu, and how to spend the money was up to her. "Lulu, you order something. Whatever you want to drink, I can handle it." He casually handed the pad to Lulu. Lulu felt complicated. It was her first time handling so much money, and for a moment, She didn't know what to order. Chapter 258. The crowd at the bar cheered. Great. Mr. Chun is impressive. Didn't you see? Duan Mu Lei even called him Mr. Chun. He must be a big shot. I heard the actual controller of the Duan Mu family has changed. Could it be him? Various rumors were swirling, but Chen Ning was uninterested in managing them. Lu followed Chen Ning to the car and eagerly asked, Brother Ning, who exactly are you? Why does Duan Mu Lei call you Mr. Chun? Chen Ning looked at Lu and smiled. I'm just a businessman from the Magic City, here to do some business. Lu pouted and shook her head, clearly not believing his words. Chen Ning laughed and asked, Then what do you think I am? Lu tilted her head, placing her index finger on her chin. I guess you must be some kind of invisible, super rich second generation. The really wealthy kind. Am I right? Chen Ning laughed heartily and playfully tapped Lu's nose. You guessed right. Come on, reward yourself with a kiss. Hearing this, Lu's face instantly flushed. It was unclear whether it was due to the alcohol or the teasing. All right, I was just joking. Look at you getting scared. Chapter 259. Lu pulled Chen Ning's arm as they walked towards the mall. You don't know. This place belongs to the Ouyang family. They don't like doing new media promotions and stuff. So their businesses are very mysterious, and outsiders really don't know much. Chen Ning asked curiously. Then why did you come to explore this mall? Lu confidently replied, I'm doing a challenge task. A netizen transferred me 50,000 yuan, asking if I dare to explore this supermarket. How could I back down? Chen Ning laughed. So that's how it is. You really are a money lover. Lu told the younger sister behind her. Keep your voice down when we go in. Don't attract attention. We'll leave right after filming. The younger sister nodded vigorously. The three entered the mall, and Lu lowered her voice to introduce. This is the largest and most mysterious shopping center in Xiangxiang City. The items inside are very complete, but the prices are high. Many international brands have counters here. I heard that all the cars parked in the underground parking lot are worth no less than $1 million. I don't know if it's true. Let's go take a look later. Lu said to the camera. After that, she took Chen Ning to the elevator upstairs. I'll let you in on a secret. All the shops here require reservations. Chapter 260. Chen Ning said, if the employees below are not doing their jobs well, I should manage it. Otherwise, it's me who will be embarrassed. Lu was surprised. Could it be that Chen Ning had taken over this mall? This was the property of the Ouyang family. Thinking of the call he made earlier, where the rules changed immediately, there was indeed such a possibility. At this moment, a person rushed in from outside. It was the mall manager, Old Wang. Who hit my wife? Old Wang shouted at the crowd. They quickly made way. The injured sales assistant rushed over, tearfully exclaiming, Old Wang, it's him. He hit me. He brought someone here to try on clothes without buying anything, and even hit people. You have to stand up for me. Old Wang turned to look at Chen Ning, instantly stunned. Wasn't this the new boss of the group in the photos sent by Duan Mu Lei? How could it be him? Are you Mr. Chun? Yes, I am. Are you the person in charge here? Chen Ning said with a darkened face. Old Wang swallowed hard. Yes, I am. Is this your wife? Old Wang glanced at the woman in his arms, quickly pushed her away, and shook his head. No, that's not my wife. The woman was dumbfounded, staring at him with wide eyes. You bastard. What are you talking about? Chapter 261. Lu looked up at Chen Ning and said, I thought about this before. As the profit from cars is high, but I don't have those resources. And I'm a food exploration streamer. Transitioning to car exploration would mean a different fan base. I would have to build up my fans again. That would take so long. Chen Ning site. I have a method to quickly gain followers. Lu became interested. What method? It's known that in self-media, the number of followers is the most important. Without a certain number of followers, you can't even take on advertisements. Give away cars to your followers, Chen Ning said, resting his arms on the table. Lu was shocked. Give cars to followers? High-end cars. How could I afford that? Chen Ning smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, I got you covered. As long as you go explore shops, see what car you like after introducing it, directly give it away to a follower or a passerby. Give away 1 car per video. That way, more people will follow you. Lu was stunned by Chen Ning's idea. That was really extravagant. Only he would dare to come up with such a plan. What do you think? If it's possible, let us start this afternoon. Seeing that Chen Ning was serious, Lu immediately agreed. Okay, as long as Brother Ning supports me, I can do anything. Chapter 262. Since it was a live broadcast, the number of online viewers fluctuated in real time. Fortunately, Lu had a fan base, so as soon as the broadcast started, 300 people entered the live stream. When they saw where Lu was, they were quite surprised and left messages in the chat. Lulu, where is this? I've never seen it before. Aren't we exploring good food today? Why is that big eater from last time here too? Can you ask him for an autograph for me? Did I hear wrong? Lulu is giving away luxury cars? Is that true? She must be using a trick. If she were that rich, would she still be filming store exploration videos? No need to rush. Whether she gives it away or not, we'll find out at the end. Just for the host's looks. I'm determined to watch it to the end. Seeing so many comments, Lulu got energized. To be honest, this is my first time here too. Inside, they're all luxury cars, starting with Rolls-Royce. Today, I'll take everyone to broaden their horizons. The live stream quickly surged to over 500 people. And with the previous viewers, there were a total of 1,000 people online. What kind of place is this so impressive? Starting with Rolls-Royce? Is this a luxury car club? It doesn't look like it. The host asked, what car do you drive? Do you qualify to go in? Chapter 263, Show. So impressive. Finally, I understand why luxury cars are expensive. It's all about the explanation. Indeed, I used to think it was just a car. Now I realize it's not just that. There's culture behind it. Watching your video makes me feel elevated. As the atmosphere was almost right, Lulu prepared to wrap things up. She got out of the Rolls-Royce and closed the trunk. Facing the camera, she said, all right, family, thank you for your company. Now I'm going to draw a lucky viewer and give away this Rolls-Royce I just had. Please type 6666 in the chat. I'll start taking screenshots in 3 seconds. The first one to show up will be the lucky winner. Let's begin. Those who were talking just a moment ago fell silent. Everyone was typing 66,666. Comments flashed by at a rate of hundreds per second. Lulu counted to 3 and took a screenshot with her phone. Congratulations to the user Philong Zaitian. Please message me. Send over your address. We'll express delivery the car to you. The viewers were completely stunned. Can this thing be delivered? My poverty has limited my imagination. How is it delivered? Via Debong or Shunfeng? It must be air freight. Chapter 264. When Lulu saw her name written above, she felt a bit reluctant. After all, this was the first luxury car in her life with her name on it. Now, she had to give it away. Thinking that this car wasn't bought with her own money, she decided to let it go. She filled in the fan's address, sent it here, air freight, tomorrow afternoon. After selecting the time, the sales consultant began to place the order. Anyway, these costs were already included. 28 million, not spent in vain. After the order was completed, the sales consultant brought over 2 invitation letters and said, Mr. Chen, this is the invitation to our Rolls-Royce new car launch event. We invite you and this lady to attend. You will be able to meet some top supercars and industry bigwigs. For this kind of cocktail party, it didn't matter whether she attended or not. But for Lulu, it was very beneficial. It could help her build connections and broaden her horizons. All right, let's go. Hearing that they were going to the top supercar cocktail party, Lulu was extremely excited. Ninga, can I go too? Is this outfit okay? Should I go back and change clothes? Chen Ning looked at her and said, no need, you look just fine. Chapter 265. Chen Ning didn't believe this. So he called Duanmu Lele. You know there's a new Rolls-Royce car launch event here, right? Duanmu Lele immediately replied, yes, Mr. Chen. They informed me when they were using this venue. They also mentioned wanting to work closely with our Duanmu family to develop high-end clients. 2/3 of Xiangxiang City is already Duanmu family property. To gain access to this market, they must go through the Duanmu family. Then tell them, no cooperation. Duanmu Lele paused. Why, Mr. Chen? Their conditions are pretty good. We would definitely profit. Chen Ning said on the phone, I wanted to buy a concept car from them, and they wouldn't sell it to me. What cooperation is there? Just kick them out of Xiangxiang City. Upon learning the situation, Duanmu Lele immediately said, such a thing happened. Mr. Chen, wait a moment, I'll call their person in charge right now. I'll make sure he personally apologizes to you. Otherwise, I'll kick them out of Xiangxiang City. After hanging up, Duanmu Lele called the event organizer. Mr. Chen wants to buy our concept car. It's a sign of respect for you. Why won't you sell it to him? Chapter 266. Welcome to the game world. I'm the game sprite, responsible for the basic introduction to the game. This game is developed by Longting Group and uses an immersive virtual reality interaction system, connecting human neurons into it. In the virtual world, players can feel pain, burns, cold, and various tactile sensations. Therefore, players will have the most authentic gaming experience. The basic operations of the game are done. The rest depends on the players to explore. After saying this, the virtual sprite in front disappeared. All that could be seen was a village tribe. Some NPCs stood in fixed positions, waiting for players to interact. The realistic tactile experience made this game truly amazing. Chen Ning weighed the Qin Gang sword in his hand and could even feel its weight. Truly a neuron interaction system. The various settings in the game are like microelectronics, transmitted directly to the player's neurons through the device. Thus, they can feel the real weight changes in the game. Let's take a walk and test the game's stability. After returning, I can also suggest improvements to Suchi and the others. Chen Ning said, walking towards the NPC ahead. Chapter 267. Lu's mother looked at Chen Ning, becoming more satisfied as she did, smiling and saying, "So you are Chen Ning, truly a talented young man. I've heard Lu talk about you. That car of hers was given her by you, right?" Chen Ning nodded. "That's right, just a small token of appreciation, nothing much." Lu's mother nodded in satisfaction. "There aren't many young people like you nowadays." Lu interjected. "Mom, why did you want me to invite him over? He seems busy. If there's something to say, just say it." Lu's mother smiled. "Actually, I just wanted to meet you and see what you think of our Lu. This young man is really handsome, but unfortunately, he's too young. If he were a few years older, I would want Lu to have a stepdad. But it's okay, as long as they can make it work. I, as a mother, will be satisfied." Chen Ning casually said, "Very good. He is good-looking, ambitious, and speaks well." Hearing Chen Ning praise her, Lu shyly looked to the side. Lu's mother was even happier. "That's great. Since you also have an interest in Lu, why not set a date for marriage?" "Marriage? What a joke. I haven't played enough yet. Okay?" Chapter 268. Dian Wei was dumbfounded. Duanmu Lei was actually so polite to him. Could it be that this person's status is above Duanmu Lei? No wonder Lu looks down on him. She actually associates with someone like this. Everyone present was stunned. The new head of the Duanmu family actually treated this young man with such respect. Who is he? Lu's mother was also shocked. In Xiangxiang City, who doesn't know Duanmu Lei? But he actually showed such respect to her daughter's boyfriend? What kind of treatment is this? The Murong family. What do they intend to do? It should be about discussing the governance issues of Xiangxiang City. Chen Ning stood up. Then let's go and see what they really want. After saying that, he walked outside. Duanmu Lei quickly followed. It wasn't until they completely left the restaurant that the people inside let out a sigh of relief. Elumu, however, excitedly pulled Lu. "Why didn't you tell me he is related to the Duanmu family?" Lu glanced at her mother. "I mentioned it. But what good does it do? His status is so high. I'm not worthy of him." Lu sighed. "That's true." Her gaze shifted to the person kneeling on the ground. Dian Wei, why not consider him? Chapter 269. Chen Ning exerted a slight force with both hands, directly crushing Murong Hai's shoulder. Hiss! The intense pain twisted Murong Hai's face. "Before long, you'll be like him." Seeing Murong Hai's bones being crushed, the senior martial artist shouted loudly, "Clan leader!" Murong Hai gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Kill him." Chen Ning maintained a faint smile on his face. "Come on. I want to see who dies first." Murong Hai's face twisted. "No, don't care about me. Kill him." 20 senior martial artists had already unleashed their own momentum, filling the entire office. Duanmu Lei felt as if every bone in his body was being compressed, unable to resist the urge to kneel. Is this the oppressive feeling of senior martial artists? It's so strong. But Chen Ning remained unfazed. As a master level, one person could break through 10,000. A mere 20 senior martial artists were nothing to him. "Clan leader, we're here." Unless he blew up the building, he wouldn't be able to leave today, vowing to advance and retreat with the Murong family. Outside the office, a large number of Murong family members arrived, surrounding the area to show their support. Murong Hai finally revealed a hint of a smile, but it looked worse than crying. "Today we will perish together." Chapter 270. I didn't expect he actually gathered 5 fragments. That's incredible. He's simply the morning star in the wealthy club, a model for our generation. Even Murong Hai was no longer calm. 5. You have 5 fragments. Doesn't that mean that after obtaining the fragments at this auction, you'll only have one left to gather all the fragments and reach that upper level? Ten-Ning noted. Murong Hai had forgotten his pain, stood up, and looked at Chen Ning. "I am willing to fully support you. I only hope that when the time comes, you can promote us a bit." The situation was already very clear. It was impossible for them to gather the fragments. Since that was the case, it was better to curry favor with the person most likely to gather the fragments as soon as possible. This would also benefit the family's future development. Duanmu Lei felt even more fortunate. It's a good thing I followed the right person. Following someone like this is also my luck. Chen Ning, however, secretly smiled. You don't need to support me. This matter has nothing to do with you. Hai understood Chen Ning's meaning. Now he no longer had the qualification to negotiate. Duanmu, this is up to you to handle. The martial artists outside. Leave them to me. As Chen Ning spoke, he walked outside. Chapter 271. Chen Ning smiled. Mayu Su Qi, what are you talking about? Su Qi didn't dare to get too close to him and quickly stepped forward and nod. Hello, boss. Mayu came over and grabbed Chen Ning's arm. Husband, your secretary is so dedicated. Just now when I asked her to have a meal together, she refused and said she had to report work to you. Chen Ning smiled slightly and looked at Su Qi. Is that so? Su Qi felt a bit shy. It's just my duty. Besides, I didn't know you were her husband. Chen Ning awkwardly cleared his throat. Well, it's not quite to that extent. It's just that everyone here calls it that. Upon hearing this, Su Qi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. She glanced at Mayu, a hint of pride in her eyes, as if she had seen through her little thoughts. Mayu, however, was indifferent, still holding onto Chen Ning's arm, and gave Su Qi a glance, as if to say, so what, I'm still closer to him. Chen Ning noticed the little tricks between the two and didn't expose them. By the way, what are you discussing? Have you arranged an office for Su Qi yet? Mayu looked at Su Qi and said, it's arranged. She can choose any place in this building. Chapter 272. Mayu said while holding on to Chen Ning's arm. Husband, can I join them too? I want to participate in this project as well. Our business has a lot of college student information, and we can directly promote the game. They will definitely be very interested. Su Qi pushed her gold-rimmed glasses and smiled. Miss Ma, you may not fully understand our virtual game. This system, if purely used for gaming, will be a waste. Mayu looked at Su Qi. What do you mean? Does this game have other uses? Virtual reality. Ten-thousandfold Sutendi site. Su Qi gave Chen Ning an approving glance. As expected of the boss, you immediately saw the additional uses of this game. Mayu still looked confused. What additional uses? I don't understand. Chen Ning turned to Su Qi and asked seriously, what is the time ratio between the game and reality? Su Qi smiled slightly. 10-1. In other words, living 10 days in the game only takes 1 day in reality. Chen Ning nodded. This made sense. As a game that cost $1 trillion to create, it definitely was not just a simple game. Chapter 273. Didn't someone use chips to choke our country before? Now it's good. They're getting a taste of their own medicine. Chen Ning directly called Su Qi. Xiao Su, I just acquired the James Group overseas. You contact them and take over all their business. Su Qi had just woken up, and upon hearing this news, she was instantly wide awake. James Group? Isn't that the largest chip supplier in the world? Boss, how did you do it? Chen Ning smiled slightly. You don't need to worry about that. After taking over their business, directly announced that we will stop supplying chips globally. For those who want chips, we will see what their attitude is. Su Qi immediately said, yes, boss. I'll do it right away. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ning enjoyed a nice breakfast at the hotel. Today was the day the auction began. All plans had already been communicated to Duanmu Lele. Anyone who dared to compete with him for things today would definitely not have a good time. Now the entire Xiangxiang city was under his control. No one could turn the sky. Chen Ning didn't drive, but took a taxi to the auction site. Chapter 274. Chen Ning smiled and said, what are we waiting for? Let's go eat now. Yang Ming nodded. Sure, we have time since we're filming tonight. Chen Ning casually called a waiter and threw the car keys to him. Go bring my car over. The waiter exclaimed, yes, Mr. Chen. Yang Ming was slightly surprised. It seems they all know you? Chen Ning smiled. This hotel is mine. Yang Ming's eyes widened even more. He didn't expect Chen Ning to have interest in Xiangxiang City. No wonder he was a member of the wealthy club. By the way, what level of member are you now? Yang Ming awkwardly said, I barely qualify as an elite member. The entertainment industry hasn't been doing well these past 2 years, so I haven't made much money, and some of my investments have also lost money. What about you, Mr. Chen? Chen Ning spread his hands. I don't even know what level of member I am anymore. I don't care. I'm currently collecting fragments of the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains to uncover the secrets behind the wealthy club. Hearing this, Yang Ming became interested. Fragments of the dwelling in the Fuchin Mountains. That's something everyone in the wealthy club wants to collect. Chapter 275. Upon hearing this term, Chen Ning thought of his barbecue business. Isn't that just acquiring all the upstream and downstream industries to achieve complete self-sufficiency? He has absolute pricing power and doesn't need to rely on any external resources. If there are no vegetables, he has dedicated greenhouses for planting. If there's no meat, he has dedicated farms for breeding. If there are no seafood, he has specific waters for aquaculture. He even has his own manufacturers for various barbecue equipment. Even sales channels are bound to a city. You could say he's taken the business to the highest level. Could there be such an industry in Wanwan City as well? Noticing Chen Ning deep in thought, Yang Ming interrupted. What's wrong, Mr. Chen? Have you already collected all the other fragments? Chen Ning came back to his senses and finished his drink. That's right. Just this last one is missing. It looks like I need to go to Wanwan City and meet this family to see what they're capable of. Yang Ming quickly said, that won't do. I've heard that this family has immense power and influence locally. A strong dragon doesn't suppress a local snake. Going there directly is definitely not a good idea. Plus, such a treasure, they must guard it like their lifeblood. How could it be easily taken away? Chapter 276. After Chen Ning treated Yang Ming to a meal, he took her away. As they passed by Director Chen Ji's table, Yang Ming proactively stepped forward and said, Director, I'm going to Wanwan City with Mr. Chen tomorrow. You can give my role to someone else. What? Chen Gu immediately stood up in surprise. This was the female lead's part. Many people would fight to get it, but she was actually giving it up. Was there a bigger benefit? Have you thought this through? This is a good script with the potential to be a hit. Once it's done well, your value will double. If it weren't for Chen Ning, this condition would have been enough to keep Yang Ming. But now it's different. Following Chen Ning, her value would increase by more than double. Yang Ming reiterated, I'm really sorry, Director Chen. I made up my mind. The film hasn't started shooting yet, and the roles are still being auditioned, so you can select other actors. I'm sure you can find someone better. If there's an opportunity, we can collaborate again in the future. After saying this, Yang Ming slightly nodded, preparing to leave with Chen Ning. A person sitting at the table stood up. Stop. Both Yang Ming and Chen Gu looked over. Chen Gu introduced. This is the producer and investor, Wang Sheng. Chapter 277. Duanmu Lele thought for a moment and said, then who will manage Xiangxiang City? Don't worry. I've already arranged someone for that. You don't have to worry about it. Duanmu Lele immediately said, yes, Mr. Chen, I'll arrange a private plane for you tomorrow. If there's nothing else, when you get there, if you can't handle it, just tell me. I'll help you find someone. Yes, Mr. Chen. After Chen Ning hung up, he sent a message to Su Qi. The James Chip Research and Development Team and Material Warehouse will all move to Xiangxiang City and merge into Longton Group. The largest chip manufacturer internationally will be us. Su Qi quickly replied, yes, boss. I'm already on it. In a few days, the virtual reality game will go into public beta, and the number of reservations has reached 100 million. Chen Ning grabbed a bottle of soda and typed, well done. Keep it up. I'll be going to Wanwan City to get the last fragment. You and you continue to build your business in Xiangxiang City. Don't worry about funding. I will continue to provide it. Seeing this message, Su Qi couldn't help but send another message. Boss, I actually have a question. Most of the projects you're working on are very costly and don't show clear profits. Chapter 278. The surrounding students all shouted, great. No problem. I love this kind of atmosphere. Previously, when I saw people filming movies, they set up barricades from far away, disrupting normal life. Exactly. This is the way to film. It should be a reference, not disturbing the residents. It feels friendly and natural. I'm so looking forward to it. What kind of TV drama is this? Can I also make an appearance? Are we still recruiting extras? I want to sign up, just for the meal. Yang Ming said with some regret. I'm really sorry, everyone. This time the crew doesn't have a budget for extras, but don't be discouraged. Actually, everyone is an extra and will have a chance to be on camera. Hearing this, the surrounding students became excited. Awesome. We could be on camera. That's great. When the TV drama airs, I must let my whole family watch it. I never imagined that while in college, I could participate in a TV drama. I can add that to my resume. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yang Ming knew the effect had been achieved. The security guards also cooperated. Come on, everyone step aside. We're sending these two back to the dormitory. Chen Ning and Yang Ming walked side by side, with security guards following around them. Chapter 279. Okay, I'm on my way. Chen Ning hung up the phone and said to Wang Ming and others, I've noted everything you said just now, and I'll contact you if needed. I need to have dinner with Ming Ming now. You can continue. After saying that, he turned and left the dormitory. They wanted to chase out and join him to meet Yang Ming, but considering it was filming, they decided against it. If they had no scene to be in, it would be too awkward. They could only follow from a distance, watching the interaction between the two. Chen Ning walked from the campus to the restaurant, attracting quite a few onlookers. The news that Yang Ming was filming at Wanwan University had already spread throughout the school. Many people were wandering around the campus. hoping for a chance encounter. Upon seeing him, they would take pictures and post them on social media, receiving plenty of likes and comments, which satisfied their vanity. Ningke. Yang Ming called out sweetly at the entrance of the cafeteria, attracting a lot of onlookers. However, they all kept their distance. As university students, they still had some decorum. They knew they were filming a movie and didn't want to disturb them too much. Just being able to watch from the side was already very satisfying. Chen Ning walked over with a smile, and Yang Ming naturally wrapped his arm around Chen Ning's. Ningge, I want to eat spicy mixed noodles, can you treat me? Chapter 280 Wang Dachui erupted in a shout. Chen Ning, however, casually responded, no matter what you call yourself, if you dare to target Ming Ming, you're asking for death. Many female classmates who heard this responded with sparkling eyes. So handsome. So touching. I wish someone would say something like that to me. Truly the male lead, treating the female lead with such care. Ming Ming was also touched. After Wang Dachui's scream, he painfully shouted, "Get him! Knock his teeth out!" People around quickly rushed forward. Their movements didn't look fake at all. They were genuinely going for it. So realistic. So cool. This group was so fierce. The main character wouldn't be in trouble, right? Don't worry. He has the halo of the main character. These little lackeys can't do anything to him. Students around began to analyze the situation. Chen Ning swiftly slapped one person in the face, and that person fell to the ground. Everyone present covered their faces, feeling as if their own faces were hurting. Then, he grabbed another person rushing in and casually threw him aside. He crashed onto a dining table, spilling food everywhere. Wow! The scene erupted in gasps. However, the surrounding students weren't scared. Instead, they felt it was very shocking. Chapter 281 Chen Ning took Yang Ming out of the school gate. Most students had classes and had to go attend them obediently. No one followed them. Yang Ming then asked, "Chun, are you really going to take me shopping?" Chen Ning nodded after finishing the last sip of juice. "Yes. Thank you for your great idea that helped us establish ourselves in Wanwan City. Don't be polite, pick whatever you want." Yang Ming was very excited and thought for a moment before saying, "Then let us buy a car. It'll be more convenient for us to move around in the future." Chen Ning snapped his fingers and directly opened the door of a taxi by the roadside. He took her to buy a car. Arriving at the largest auto city in Wanwan City, there were many types of cars, ranging from vans costing 20,000 to 30,000 to Lamborghinis worth 5 to 6 million. Yang Ming went to an Aston Martin 4S store, planning to buy a car costing over 2 million. After entering the store with Chen Ning, he said, "Why not check out the Lamborghini store next door and buy a car worth over 20 million? Yang Ming smiled and said, "I just want to save the boss some money." The salesperson who overheard this walked over with a smile. This lady is really virtuous. Upon getting closer, he was shocked. "Aren't you the star, Yang Ming?" Chapter 282 Seeing the new car being driven out. Yang Ming couldn't help but touch the car frame and sat inside, enjoying the dynamic feel of the steering wheel with great joy. Chen Ning also sat inside and looked at the delighted Yang Ming, asking, "So, do you like it?" Yang Ming nodded. "I like it. Thank you, boss." Chen Ning laughed heartily. "No need to be so polite. If you want anything else, just let me know." Yang Ming thought seriously for a moment, smiled, and said, "Then just accompany me to a supermarket to see if there's anything I want to buy." Chen Ning snapped his fingers. "Let us go." The Jianghu tiger, standing in the exhibition hall, chased after them, shouting, "Big brother, take care. If you need anything, just call me." Chen Ning took Yang Ming shopping while the male teachers at Wanwan University became restless. One of the directors was pacing back and forth in the office, looking at his phone wallpaper with fiery eyes. It was a photo of Yang Ming. "My goddess. The goddess I've secretly loved for 6 years has finally come to our school. I must seize this opportunity. They were just filming, but I truly like her. Although I may not earn as much as her, my job is stable and respectable." Chapter 283 Chen Ning continued, "What? Do you think your words carry more weight than the principal's?" Zhou Chang said proudly, "Of course. The principal is my brother-in-law. Just one word from me, and you want to be able to stay in the school." Chen Ning sneered and said to Yang Ming, "Let us go to the administrative building." Yang Ming nodded, turned the steering wheel, and drove towards the administrative building. Zhou Chang paused slightly, not expecting this guy to be so bold. Is he really going to confront the principal face to face? I'm not afraid of him. That is my brother-in-law. He will definitely be on my side. Coincidentally, the principal was downstairs inspecting the new park renovation project. When he saw an Aston Martin driving toward him, he stopped to see what was going on. Yang Ming parked the car aside and got out. Zhou Chang jumped out of the car first and ran towards the principal. brother-in-law. You can't let them continue filming. It's having a bad influence. If this continues, the students will lose focus on their studies. Drive them out. Hearing this, the principal didn't respond, but walked eagerly towards Chen Ning. Just as Chen Ning got out of the car, the principal quickly extended his hands. A big smile on his face. Mr. Chen, you're here. I haven't had the chance to meet you since you took over the school. Chapter 284. Chen Ning said again. Yes, just an employee of mine. Why would I be afraid? Hiss. The people around looked at Chen Ning, thinking this kid was too arrogant. He must be put in his place. You say the principal of Wanwan University is your employee? What a joke. No matter how you put it, he is still a prestigious school in Wanwan City. How could it be your property? What is your level? This question was quite abrupt, but those who understood knew what he meant. Anyone who dared to speak like this must be a member of the wealthy club. Among them were also members of the wealthy club, and as long as they reported their level, the hierarchy would be clear. At this time, there was a stir in the crowd. Tang Ji had arrived. He had just become an elite member. He was also the initiator of this conference and held the highest level. Elite level? That must mean assets worth over $1 trillion? When will I reach that level? What does he want to do by bringing us to this conference? What else can you do? Show us your strength. As the people around discussed, Chen Ning also saw Tang Ji. He was not tall, had a mysterious smile on his face, and kept greeting people. The crowd parted to make way. Chapter 285. The people from the live club gasped. Truly terrifying to be able to use such means. The stored funds would not be less than 10 trillion. No wonder he was a star-level big shot. They definitely couldn't compare to him. Tang Ji sat down on the ground, lost in thought. Today was his celebratory day, but also his unlucky day. This feeling of ups and downs was unbearable for him. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury to frugality. If he had to live a poor life again, it would definitely be unbearable. Worse than death. Chen Ning looked around, and everyone else bowed their heads in submission, not daring to act recklessly in front of him. Even elite members could be acquired in minutes, let alone them. In the meantime, Chen Ning noticed a beautiful woman with a good score. The key was that the rewards she offered were very enticing. Name, Yifei, age, 21. Occupation, maid, score, 90. Evaluation, spending money on her can yield a 10,000-fold return reward. Hint, successfully courting her can earn 500 Deadpools after seeing this evaluation. Chen Ning was tempted. As he got closer to the truth, his situation became increasingly dangerous. He really needed such Deadpools to work for him. It seemed he had to win this woman over. Chapter 286. Yifei was stunned when she saw the message from Chen Ning. He was a university student? This couldn't be. How could a university student be so rich? Moreover, this university was right across from her school. Just crossing a street would get you there. This was unbelievable. Are you a university student? Yifei couldn't help but ask. Chen Ning didn't mention that he was here filming. Yes, so what? Yifei's pupil shook. She didn't expect it to be true. So crazy. It was just too crazy. She had just thought that having 8 million made her stand out among students. But compared to him, she was just a poor person. The gap was too big. Chen Ning sent a location. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning. If I don't see you, just wait. After saying this, Chen Ning went to sleep, leaving Yifei in a state of constant mental struggle. Should she go or not? If she didn't go, she would definitely be finished. If she went, would he ask her to do unreasonable things? Oh, how annoying. What should I do? Can someone come save me? Yifei couldn't sleep all night. That evening, Tang Ji, stranded on the streets, made a bold decision. Chapter 287. The surrounding students were once again fed dog food. Chen Ning walked toward the school gate. What are you still doing? Come with me. Yifei finally snapped back to reality, quickly responded, and followed him, whispering beside him. Is Mingming your girlfriend? Kind of. Then why do you dare to take me shopping? This is your punishment. Punishment? Yifei was even more confused. When did shopping become a punishment? Unbeknownst to her, she was being used by Chen Ning as a tool, merely to make money off her and gain rewards. Chen Ning arrived at the Aston Martin car, opened the door, and sat inside. Yifei paused for a moment before also sitting in the passenger seat. Looking at the beautiful interior, she was overjoyed. Where are you taking me? Just to be clear, we're not going to a hotel. Yifei reminded him. Chen Ning buckled his seatbelt and stepped on the gas. If he really was going to a hotel, would she have any say? You made quite a bit of money through me yesterday, didn't you? Chen Ning said while driving. Yifei paused, feeling a bit embarrassed, and nodded silently. How much did you make? 8 million. Transfer me half. Yifei turned to look at Chen Ning, feeling incredulous. Chapter 288. Boom. Everyone present was stunned. The group bought for over 100 billion was actually for this woman? This was too extravagant. The finance staff looked at Yafei, somewhat unable to accept it, but still approached her. Miss, please follow me to handle the paperwork. Yafei silently nodded and followed the finance staff to handle the paperwork. Chen Ning leisurely sipped puder tea. After a while, Yafei came out from behind the partition. At this time, the data above her head changed again. Name, Yafei, age, 21, occupation maid, score, 955, 100. Evaluation, spending money on her can yield a 10,000-fold return reward. Hint, successfully courting her can earn 500 Deadpools. Congratulations. Yafei's score reached 100. Host earns 500 Deadpools. The Deadpool information has been stored in the phone and can be contacted at any time. Chen Ning opened his phone and saw that the contact list indeed had an additional number. It was labeled 500 Deadpools. Goodness. He didn't expect Yafei to settle this so easily. It was just sending a car and a company. Yafei was overjoyed and said to Chen Ning, "Thank you, President Chen. I will definitely manage this company well." Chapter 289. Yang Ming also received the news and quickly called Chen Ning from her dormitory. At this moment, Chen Ning was eating skewers. "Hey Ming, what is up?" Yang Ming quickly said on the phone. "Ning Ge, it seems someone has come to the school looking for you. They have surrounded the school. They are even looking for you at the broadcasting station. It should be a local big family. Very likely the Zhao family." Hearing this name, Chen Ning immediately put down the skewer. "They are actively looking for me? Good. Let them come. Don't worry. I'll send someone to protect your safety. Nothing will happen." Yang Ming responded and hung up the phone. Through the window, she could see chaos outside. There were even instances of students being beaten. So realistic. "Oh no, don't hit. I was wrong. Please let me go." Is that what I should be saying? Big brother, be gentle. Are your actors really hitting? Add some skill to it. Oh my God, I've been beaten until I'm bleeding. Does this count as dedicating for art? The people in Yang Ming's dormitory saw the exaggerated acting of the male college student downstairs and complained indignantly. "What is he acting? I can do better." Chapter 290. Who did it? Who exactly did it? Zhao Wuhan was furious. The person beside him advised, "Clan leader, calm down. It might just be an accident." Zhao Wuhan turned to look at this person. The red veins in his eyes were very frightening. "Accident? I sent over 800 people. All of them are dead. And you tell me it's an accident? Why don't you go die by accident? Go die." The person opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The more Zhao Wuhan looked, the angrier he became, walking over to grab him by the neck and shouted, "I told you to die. Did you hear that?" The person hurriedly knelt down to beg for mercy. "Clan leader, I was wrong. Spare me. I won't dare again. Please let me go." Zhao Wuhan pressed the button on the table. Soon, two burly men entered from the door. Zhao Wuhan waved his hand. "Kill him." The big man walked over expressionlessly, directly grabbing this person by the neck and lifting him out like a chick. "Clan leader, I'm wronged." A scream came from outside, and then there was no sound. Zhao Wuhan's heart found a moment of peace. But the next second, his phone rang again. It was a call from other shareholders of the company. "Hello, why are you calling so late?" Chapter 291. Chen Ning received a video call from Duanmu Lele from the Mite Mineral area. "Mr. Chen, good evening. I have arrived at the mining area. Let me report on the work." Chen Ning changed his posture. "Go ahead." Duanmu Lele said seriously. "The terrain here is complex, easy to defend, but hard to attack, and the population is dense, all relying on mining for a living. Whoever controls the mineral resources is the boss. Moreover, many countries come here to collect minerals. Our mine is the largest nearby, expected to generate $500 billion in revenue each year." But Chen Ning raised an eyebrow. "But what?" Duanmu Lele sighed. "The security here is very chaotic. Robberies happen every day. If we want to establish ourselves here, we need a large number of firearms and ammunition. Otherwise, we won't have peace." After listening to Duanmu Lele's report, Chen Ning knew it was the truth. However, he was not at ease handing firearms and money to Duanmu Lele. Chen Ning had his own arrangements. "All right, I understand. I will send a batch of people over tonight to assist you in developing the market. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your concern." After hanging up, Chen Ning sent a message to Deadpool number 1. "Bring 500 Deadpools to the Mite mining area tonight." Chapter 292. Chen Ning looked at him and said, "If you were abandoned by your parents as a child and grew up in an orphanage, only to later find out that they are very wealthy and deliberately left you there, would you be able to hold back from looking for them?" After hearing Chen Ning's words, Sun Haisian was taken aback for a moment and then said, With the power of the rich club, finding someone shouldn't be difficult, right? Chen Ning shook his head. No, even though I become a star-level member, I still haven't found them. Hiss. Hearing this, Sun Haixian was quite surprised. Logically speaking, at this level, they should have been found long ago. Even if they were dead, they would have corresponding information. If they haven't been found, there's only one possibility. That is, his parents' level is even higher. But what kind of existence is above the star level? Only after collecting all the fragments of the Fuchin Mountain residence can one get in touch. No wonder he is so persistent. It turns out he harbors great doubts in his heart. Sun Haixian stroked his beard again. Young man, I'm really curious about how far you can go in the future. I have a hobby besides gambling that others have never heard of. Chen Ning looked at him. Oh? What hobby? Chapter 293. Thinking of this, Chen Ning couldn't remain calm. He urgently wanted to know about his parents' situation and solve this mystery. Tell me, what is the test, and how can I join the rich club? Chen Ning's heart moved. Being among so many people with rich capabilities must be an interesting thing. Of course, he also wanted to be the richest among the rich, the overlord among the rich. He is the richest one. Seeing Chen Ning's enthusiasm being stimulated, the person turned around and smiled. The test is very simple. Spend 3 trillion in a month, and you'll qualify to join. What? Spend 3 trillion? Chen Ning estimated that his cash flow was only about 3 trillion. Now he was actually asked to spend all, and it had to be within a month. Are you kidding me? The person seemed to see through Chen Ning's thoughts and smiled. There's an ancient saying, 1,000 gold spent will return again. To gain, one must let go. Only those who can spend money can make money. You must have the awareness of breaking and then establishing. Hearing this, Chen Ning understood. No problem, I accept the test. Chapter 294. The property consultants secretly looked at Chen Ning, feeling very envious. Buying over 600 million worth of houses at once must mean he is a wealthy person. The sales department that had just mocked Chen Ning suddenly went dumbfounded. Wait, the house we wanted to buy was taken by him? Yes, sir. If you really like that house, you can buy it from him. But they looked at Chen Ning, feeling awkward. They had just laughed at Chen Ning, thinking he couldn't afford so many houses. Now, they were completely slapped in the face. They even had to turn to him to buy a house. Honey, I want that house. Buy it for me, otherwise we won't get married. Hearing his wife's demand, he was very helpless and had to swallow his pride to find Chen Ning. Arriving beside Chen Ning, he found him looking at his phone, awkwardly laughing. Handsome, could you do me a favor? Chen Ning looked up at him, recognizing him as the person who had just mocked him for being unable to buy a house. No. Chen Ning directly refused. There was no need to give such a person a good face. The man became even more awkward, glancing at his wife beside him, and had to harden his head to continue. I was just looking at a house here, and just as I wanted to buy it, you took it away. Chapter 295. Mr. Chen is really straightforward. To be honest, we do have self-operated properties. Moreover, we still have a few plots of land that have not been developed, which you can use. Chen Ning nodded. Let's talk about the price. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can accept it. The other party took out some information from his bag and slid it across the table. Chen Ning picked up the information and casually said, including the company and your real estate resources, a total of 70 billion, right? The man nodded. That's right. If I weren't in urgent need of money now, I wouldn't sell the company at such a low price. This is all my hard work. At this point, the man couldn't help but wipe away tears. Chen Ning couldn't stand seeing a man cry and directly said, all right, I'll take it. 70 billion is nothing. Besides, this company still has a few plots of land, which are likely profitable. So this business can't be considered a loss. After receiving the transfer contract from the other party, Chen Ning said, this office building is nice. Do you know the owner here? I want to buy it. The other party was completely stunned. He really dared to do it. He just spent 70 billion acquiring his own company, and now he wanted to buy an office building. Chapter 296. Su Qi paused for a moment. Mr. Chen, why do you ask this? Chen Ning smiled and said, it's just that now I have some free time and want to relax a bit, acquire some assets. Su Qi didn't expect Chen Ning to start considering assets so early. According to the high-end clients I previously served, wealthy people often buy cultural relics, paintings, yachts, private jets, real estate, and even planets. Wait, what did you just say? Planets? What planets? This touched on Chen Ning's blind spot of knowledge. How can anyone buy a planet? That's too outrageous. Su Qi said, that's right, planets. Wealthy people have their own research teams. They continuously discover habitable planets in outer space and are vigorously developing extraction technologies, hoping to ascend with their families one day. Ascend with their families. Are we cultivating immortals here? It seems I have encountered too few wealthy people. No wonder I heard a news story about a billionaire building a doomsday bunker 2,000 meters underground, claiming it was to cope with extreme situations. At that time, I thought they were just being overly indulgent. Now it seems they really do that. Chen Ning said with a smile. So that's how it is. Chapter 297. Hearing this, Chen Ning became interested. All right, I'll send you the address. Come over. He planned to invite her to dinner at this club. Chen Qian immediately drove over after receiving the address. Upon seeing the real estate investment center here, she had an inkling. He must be a trader with a lot of funds, looking for investment projects everywhere. Real estate was a hot investment project 10 years ago, attracting a flood of capital and yielding substantial returns. However, it has clearly been on a downward trend in recent years. The capital's instinct is sensitive. They withdraw their investments in time and turn to explore other profitable projects. Chen Ning arrived downstairs and saw the girl named Chen Qian. She was dressed in a professional suit, youthful in appearance, with long black hair down to her waist. She looked like the heroine from a novel. Name, Chen Qian, age, 23. Occupation, financial consultant, score, 95, evaluation. Spending money on her can yield 10,000 times the return. Hint, successfully strategizing can obtain a top-tier security system. Goodness. Another beautiful woman with special abilities. Since that's the case, I want to hold back. Chen Qian, right? I'm Chen Ning. Nice to meet you. Chapter 298. Hearing this, Wang Hua was completely stunned. He knows both of these big figures. Moreover, the disappearance of the Zhao family is a matter only known to insiders. The outside world has kept this news tightly under wraps. For him to know this information, he must be a member of the wealthy club. It seems I've run into a tough opponent today. Who are you? Don't try to trick me. Chen Ning snorted. Whether I'm tricking you or not, just make a phone call and you'll know. Do you want me to help you call? Wang Hua's face was already covered with a thin layer of sweat. He didn't dare to call, because people like this are not someone he can come into contact with at all. If it's true, then all the hard-earned foundation he built would be ruined. Chen Qian said from the side, What's wrong, Mr. Wang? Don't you have Master Sun's number? He's one of my major clients. Do you want me to give you his number? Wang Hua looked at Chen Qian, then at Chen Ning. All right. You two are teaming up to watch me make a fool of myself, right? Fine. If that's the case, why don't you call Master Sun over? Let me see what level you're at. Chen Ning chuckled lightly, looking at Wang Hua with the phone in hand. What if I call Sun Haixian over? What will you do? Chapter 299. Chen Ning looked at the project details below. I'm particularly interested in this island and the asset restructuring of a listed company. How much do these two cost to buy? Chen Qian glanced at the options Chen Ning checked and directly quoted. These two assets cost a total of 500 billion. Not even a trillion? That's too cost-effective. I'll transfer the money right now. Saying this, Chen Ning directly transferred 500 billion to the bank where Chen Qian worked. Chen Ning put away his phone and took a sip of freshly squeezed orange juice. Look, the money has been transferred. Chen Qian looked at Chen Ning in disbelief. That's 500 billion. It was transferred so quickly. Chen Qian called the bank to inquire whether there was a 500 billion bad asset transaction just now. She got a positive response. After hanging up the phone, Chen Qian's face was full of smiles. Mr. Chen, you are really generous. But I'm curious, how do you plan to operate these assets next? Can you share it with me? Chen Ning finished the orange juice in his cup and wiped his mouth. What's there to operate? I'll just use it myself. Chen Qian's eyes widened. Use it yourself? The investment company buys the bank's bad assets to reoperate them for profit. Chapter 300. Yang Ming didn't catch the ball, and it fell to the ground. She didn't expect that Chen Ning would directly give her a film company. Moreover, it was the largest film company in the country. That's so awesome. Chen Ning waved his arm. Sir, the ball. Yang Ming then came back to her senses and quickly picked up the ball from the ground and hit it back. Thank you, boss. Yang Ming was genuinely happy. It seemed she made the right bet this time. Following Chen Ning to work in Taiwan, she had pushed aside her upcoming filming. Now, what she got back was the largest film company in the country. This deal was definitely worth it. The two played a few more rounds, and Chen Ning put down his racket, went to the vending machine nearby, grabbed 2 bottles of drinks, and tossed one to Yang Ming. You took a sip. When you go back, find Su Qi from Longting Group and have her give you the equity of the film company. I will give her a heads up. Yang Ming nodded vigorously. The two exchanged a glance and quickly started playing cards. After seeing off Yang Ming, Chen Ning returned to the dormitory. Upon seeing his roommates playing games, they were also curious about him. Ninga, you didn't leave? I heard Ming Ming say your filming here was done. Didn't you go back with Ming Ming? Chapter 301. The person in charge of Wan looked at the principal beside him. The principal hurriedly stepped forward and said, Mr. Smith, it's right ahead. Would you like to dine first? Smith stepped forward. No, the person I'm doing business with is in the cafeteria. Both the person in charge of Wan and the principal were shocked. Who is selling chips? How could they arrange a deal with Smith in the university cafeteria? That's quite something. The person in charge of Wan shot a reproachful look at the principal. Such a big matter happening at your school. And you didn't even know about it? The principal looked innocent. I really didn't know. If you hadn't informed me that Smith was coming, I wouldn't have known about it at all. The person in charge of Wan sighed. I hope this doesn't mess things up. I'm counting on getting some benefits from them. We absolutely cannot offend them, understand? The principal nodded reluctantly, accompanying them toward the cafeteria. Smith arrived at the cafeteria entrance with 5 or 6 tall men dressed in suits and ties. They looked inside, searching for the founder of Longting Group, Chen Ning. The person in charge of Wan, the principal, and several senior leaders of the school were all standing nearby. Chapter 302. Upon reaching the counter, they realized their phones couldn't scan the code, and they had no cash. They had to signal the person in charge of Wan to come over. We didn't bring cash, and our phones can't scan the code. Could you help us pay? The person in charge of Wan felt embarrassed, as he also didn't have money. He looked at the people beside him. They quickly rummaged through their pockets, pulled out 10 yuan, and handed it to the milk tea shop owner. 1 cup of double-skim milk, thank you. After receiving the milk tea, Smith returned to his seat and handed it over to Chen Ning. Chen Ning glanced at it. Take the spoon out. Smith impatiently tore open the plastic bag and handed it all to Chen Ning. After receiving it, Chen Ning took 2 scoops, looking very pleased. Do you want a bite? No, Smith almost shouted. He felt his patience had reached its limit. How could the global supplier of chips be such a person? It was simply an insult to the high-tech industry. Chen Ning took 2 more scoops. If you don't want it, then don't get excited. What about you guys? Want a bite? The people around quickly shook their heads. I represent Eagle Sauce Country to negotiate with you to acquire 20% of the chip industry. The price is 3 trillion. Here's the contract. Take a look. Chapter 303. Negotiation failed? The person in charge was startled. What should we do? If Eagle Sauce Country gets angry and punishes us, he couldn't bear it. Smith nodded and walked toward the car below. The person in charge hurriedly followed, hoping for a few words of advice to prepare himself. Someone opened the car door for Smith, who leaned against the car frame and looked at the person in charge. I didn't expect your dragon country to have such talent. I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse. We'll see. After saying that, he got into the car. The driver turned around and slowly left. The person in charge of Wan was dumbfounded. What is going on? Is this a warning? What do they talk about? At this moment, Chen Ning also came out and saw so many people outside, casually saying, What are you all doing here? Are you going to work? Work? What the hell? Who has the mood to work? The person in charge of Wan quickly approached Chen Ning and said, You better come clean. What did you discuss with Smith? Don't make me force it out of you. Seeing this, Chen Ning smiled slightly at the person in charge. You look like you're really afraid of him. Are you really that scared? Chapter 304. When Wang Ming saw Chen Ning had already made a move, he had no choice but to step forward with a shield to block. Come on, brothers. Lao Lu waved his staff, and a fireball flew out. 25. Damage increased. Chen Ning secretly nodded. It seemed his fireball countered the wild wolf. The wild wolf was hit by the fireball and swayed as if it had been stunned. Now's the time, Chen Ning said, quickly shooting 3 arrows. 5, 6, 4. The damage was pitifully low. Wait, this seems to be a boss. Wang Ming shouted. The wild wolf had recovered, furious, and slapped Wang Ming's shield. Wang Ming was directly sent flying. Without Wang Ming's shield, the wild wolf pounced on the nearest Lao heir. Lao Lu, fireball, Chen Ning commanded, while shooting 3 more arrows. Hill Wild Wolf, elite level, health, 450-500 attack, 50 to 60 defense, 10 to 20 skills, bite causing bleeding status. Losing 10 health per second for 5 seconds. Goodness, 500 health. Chen Ning glanced at his status bar, and he only had 100 health. If he got hit, he'd be done for in 2 hits. Lao Heir saw the wild wolf charging at him and raised his long sword to slash. Chapter 305. Just as Chen Ning was thinking, another wild wolf pounced. Similarly, Chen Ning delivered a punch and KO'd it. Just like in reality, Facing two wild wolves attacking, Chen Ning's true reaction was to kill them. Experience gained, 40. Coins gained, 20. Congratulations, character leveled up. Ninggu, level 2, occupation. Archer health. 150 mana, 100 attack power, 110 defense, 0-5 strength, 10 constitution, 10 agility, 10 intelligence, 10 unallocated points, 5 talent. Unknown, no wonder he could defeat monsters at a higher level. He leveled up after killing only 2. All points added to agility. The 5 attribute points were added to agility. His body's reaction would be even more sensitive. Looking at the hill wild wolf, it now showed a hint of fear. It seemed to want to escape. Where do you think you're going? Chen Ning shouted loudly, directly chasing after it and kicking it away. Ninggu successfully killed the elite-level hill wolf and received the first kill reward. A line of text appeared at the top of the screen, accompanied by a mechanical voice announcement that everyone in the area could hear. Experience gained, 80. Silver coins, 1. Received a quality shield, a quality bow, and a wolf king's heart. Chapter 306. After hearing this, Chen Ning turned to look around. Indeed, other players were still immersed in a magical virtual reality game. The novelty hadn't worn off yet. They were grinding low-level monsters. Only those 6 of them had managed to level up to 5 in such a short time. It seemed that if he wanted to grind dungeons, he would have to collaborate with them. Chen Ning asked again, "How will resources be distributed after the victory?" Fangshan casually replied, "Of course, we take what we need." Saying this, he glanced at his teammates. "We have warriors and assassins here. If their equipment drops, it will go to them. If there's archer equipment, it will go to you. As for the remaining coins and resources, whoever grabs, it gets it. How about that?" Chen Ning chuckled. "We also have a mage in our team. How will the mage's equipment be divided? Besides, you want us to join because you're eyeing our shield guard, right? Without the shield guard, how can you fragile ones clear the dungeon?" These words made Fangshan pause. He didn't expect his little thoughts to be seen through by Chen Ning. Seeing Fangshan's reaction, Chen Ning knew he was right. "So it was you who needed us, not the other way around." Chapter 307. Fangshan frowned slightly. "We have a right to buy. You need to tell me what equipment it is and what its attributes are." Chen Ning said, "Quality sword, green gear. Attack 40, do you want it?" Fangshan looked at the warrior in the team, who nodded. He then said, 50,000, sell it to me. For a new game, having a beginner's equipment sell for this price was already impressive. However, Chen Ning said, "I won't sell." Fangshan's brow furrowed slightly. "You think it's too little? 100,000. Sell it to me." Chen Ning still shook his head, still not selling. Fangshan was exasperated. "How much do you want to sell it for? Name your price." Chen Ning smiled and said, "I won't sell it at all. Even if I were to sell, it would be after we go out. Maybe someone outside will offer a higher price." Fangshan sneered directly. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. No one understands the value of this game. They can't possibly offer that much money." Chen Ning, however, remained unconcerned. That may not be the case. "Let's talk after we go out." Fangshan was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But he had no way to deal with him. They were currently in the dungeon. If he drove him away, he wouldn't be able to grind either. Chapter 308. Chen Ning spat. "How could she get away?" At this moment, in the cave, only Wang Ming, Lao Lu, and Chen Ning were left. Wang Ming nervously said, "Ninggu, it's just the 3 of us left. How do we fight this battle?" Chen Ning knew that if he angered the tiger spirit again, he would have nowhere to hide. He couldn't hide behind Wang Ming and the others. That would only put them in danger. "You 2 exit the dungeon." Immediately, Chen Ning said decisively. Wang Ming was taken aback. Wasn't that seeking death? Was he planning to solo the tiger spirit? That was a king-level boss, and it had a fatal strike. Once activated, he would undoubtedly die alone. Ning ge. Whoosh. 3 arrows shot directly at Wang Ming. Wang Ming felt pain and realized that Chen Ning was indeed angry. "Lao Lu, exit the dungeon." But Ninggu, hurry and exit. The 2 had no choice but to exit the dungeon. Now, only Chen Ning was left in the cave. Facing the aggressive tiger spirit, Chen Ning instead calmed down. The corners of his mouth slightly lifted as he threw his bow and arrow on the ground. "Little tiger, next up is your shining moment." Chapter 309. The village chief seemed to be considering it and finally said, "All right, I'll give you a full set of archer gear. Is that okay?" Chen Ning smiled slightly. "That's fine." Obtained a level 10 blue archer set. Chen Ning opened it to take a look. The attributes were quite good, but it could only be worn at level 10. Today's leveling ends here. There are many things to handle in reality. With a thought, he exited the game. Chen Ning woke up from his bed. seeing that Wang Ming and the others were still in the game. He didn't disturb them and got out of bed, planning to check on his villa estate. Arriving downstairs in the dormitory, he found that there were significantly fewer people in the campus than usual. Could it be that they all want to play the game? It made sense. Such an immersive experience of game fun was indeed very appealing. Chen Ning drove his Aston Martin to the villa estate. He saw that the construction team was gradually leaving the site. This was previously a built estate, but it had been abandoned before. After some simple repairs, it could be inhabited again. The head of the construction team saw Chen Ning and hurried over to greet him. "Hello, President Chen." Chen Ning nodded. "Well done. Go back to the company for your bonuses." Chapter 310. All right, President Chen, we'll arrange everything for you right away and await your arrival. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ning continued driving towards the 4S store. Qian sat in the passenger seat, feeling Chen Ning's domineering aura, which she found particularly charming. If only handsome men could be as domineering as he was. Instead of hesitating to buy her a pair of shoes that cost 300 yuan, he would rather let her pay for them herself. Arriving at the 4S store, the staff had already parked the white Aston Martin at the entrance. The front of the car was tied with a red ribbon, and colorful balloons were piled on both sides of the car. It looked particularly festive. Upon seeing Chen Ning's car, all the employees ran out to welcome him, standing in 2 rows beside the car. Once Chen Ning got out, they collectively bowed and shouted, "Hello, President Chen." This made Qian, who had followed him out, feel a shock. She had never enjoyed such treatment before. Outside, she often greeted others like this. Is this the joy of being wealthy? Chen Ning took the car keys from the salesperson and handed them to Qian. "Get in and take a look." Qian hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took the keys and sat inside the car. Chapter 311. Chen Ning looked up at Qian. "Is that so? Also, what work does he do now?" Qian hesitated and said, "Freelancer." Chen Ning replied, "Oh, so that means the income is unstable, right?" Qian didn't expect Chen Ning to immediately expose the essence of being a freelancer. It seems free, but in reality, every day is spent worrying about making money. With no guaranteed income, how much one can earn depends entirely on personal ability. Unlike other workers who have platforms and companies backing them up. Chen Ning noticed Qian's embarrassment and took the initiative to say, "How about this? I have quite a few businesses in Wanwan City, so arranging a job for him shouldn't be a problem. You can give him a call and see what kind of job he wants." Qian, feeling a bit shy, said, "His phone is off. I'll talk to him later." "Off? Interesting." Chen Ning didn't press the issue further as the dishes were served one after another, filling the entire table. They were paired with French red wine, and there was someone to decant it for them. "Sir, madam, your dishes are ready. Please enjoy." After saying this, the server slightly bowed and left. Chen Ning picked up a wine glass. "Come, let's toast." Chapter 312. Don't you know that war is about money? The more money one has, the more ammunition, advanced weapons, and greater chances of victory. The so-called rich cover with firepower, while the poor strike precisely. This is what it means. Regardless of strategy or tactics, various missiles, shells, and explosives are crazily directed at the enemy. Flatten everything. Let us see what tactics they have left. It's also a good opportunity to strengthen national defense. Contribute to the dragon country. Let those who dare to look down on the dragon country tremble in fear. With this thought in mind, Chen Ning called Su Qi. "Do you know any arms dealers in the Wanwan area?" Su Qi replied, "Not in Wanwan, but I know some in other areas." "Boss, do you want to purchase arms? I can have them come to Wanwan to talk to you." "All right, let them come find me." Su Qi continued to ask, "What kind of arms do you need, boss?" Chen Ning said, "Cannons, planes, aircraft carriers, missiles, satellite weapons, etc. As long as they are advanced and powerful, I want them all." Hearing this, Su Qi swallowed. "Boss, what are you planning to do?" Chen Ning replied, "I've noticed some forces stirring, trying to find trouble with me." Chapter 313. Handsome man, wait a moment, I will definitely give you an explanation. "What explanation? I don't want to hear it. Tell me who that man is. How dare he betray me? I will make him pay." Beep, beep, beep. Qian hung up the phone, got dressed, and pushed open the door to find Chen Ning quietly sitting in the opposite lounge area. For a moment, Qian didn't know how to face him. Just now, it was an impulsive decision, fueled by alcohol, leading her to make the wrong choice. Now that she was sober, everything was irretrievable. Qian mustered her courage and walked to Chen Ning's side. "Mr. Chen, I just..." Before she could finish, she was pulled into Chen Ning's arms. Sitting on his lap, as he wrapped his arms around her soft waist, I've decided to make you the first resident of my manor. Would you like that? Qian was momentarily taken aback. Manor? What manor? She was intrigued by the topic. Chen Ning pinched her waist. The manor that your bank sold to me. I've already renovated it, and you can move in any time. Moreover, the security facilities are top-notch, so you don't have to worry about safety at all. You can live there, drink tea, read books, feed fish, and do whatever you want without having to run around outside or socialize. Chapter 314. Upon seeing Qian's stunning figure, the handsome man had other thoughts. If I kill you now, it would be too easy for you. I want to ruin your reputation. Saying this, he threw Qian onto the bed. He set up a camera beside her and began to take off her clothes. Get away. Don't touch me. The handsome man said fiercely while moving. It's fine for that man to touch you, but not me. Right? I'm going to touch you. I'll record it so everyone can see how lewd you are. Ha ha ha. Qian felt that the handsome man was beyond saving. You bastard. Let me go. The handsome man grabbed Qian's hands and tore off her top. I'm a bastard? You let other men touch you, and you still dare to scold me? Slap. A slap landed on Qian's face. Today, I will make you taste my power. After saying that, he started to take off his pants. Hiss. Qian kicked him in the groin, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. She quickly grabbed a piece of clothing and ran out. Come back. You filthy bitch. Where do you think you're going? Even if you run to the ends of the earth, it won't help. I will catch you and tear you to pieces. Chapter 315. Only then did Qian stop crying and nodded vigorously. Just now, she felt a strange sensation, as if being next to this person meant that even if the sky were to fall, it wouldn't matter. This feeling was something the handsome man could never give her. Chen Ning held Qian's small hand. Let us go. Follow me into the manor to take a look. Okay. Qian nodded vigorously. The manor's gate opened automatically through facial recognition. Chen Ning led Qian into the manor. Every plant and tree inside was vibrant. On the vast lawn, rabbits were hopping around. There were also scattered birds pecking at the ground. Bright flowers bloomed in neat rows. Everything was so full of life. Seeing all this, Qian felt her mood lift significantly. If she could really live here, it would be a heavenly experience. Chen Ning secretly activated the top security system. The inside and outside of the manor were under invisible protection. Without Chen Ning's permission, no other beings could step into the manor. He secretly added Qian to the white list, allowing her to come and go freely. How about it? The renovation is pretty good, right? Qian was already mesmerized by the scenery before her. Chen Ning pulled her arm and ran toward the pavilion ahead. Chapter 316. Hearing this, they were so frightened that they quickly knelt down. Big brother. I was wrong. Really wrong. Spare me, big brother. We didn't do anything. We just called her over to check the goods. Yes, big brother. Please see for yourself. Chen Ning snorted coldly. Check the goods? That wasn't tea in the contract, was it? That was your own suggestion, right? Do you want me to call your company to ask if checking the goods is part of the deal? They were terrified and quickly begged for mercy. Big brother. Please don't. We have elderly and young ones to support. If you call, we'll lose our jobs. Please don't tell our boss. Chen Ning wouldn't listen to them. He directly called their company. After explaining the situation here, the logistics company immediately stated they would fire them. They also imposed the maximum penalty, banning them from the entire industry, never to be hired again. They soon received a notice from HR that they no longer needed to come to work. Stunned, they knelt on the ground. Chen Ning looked down at them. Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting to get shot? The frightened individuals pointed at the tightly closed steel gate and the sky above. We can't get out. Chen Ning waved his hand casually, and the manor's alert was lifted. Chapter 317. Don't beat around the bush with him. Everyone go all out. The warrior commanded from the side. He also realized that Chen Ning was an agile player. If this continued, he might get kite-flied to death. The warrior charged at Chen Ning with a sword in hand. The mage hid behind the shield guard, slowly casting spells. The assassin vanished without a trace, not knowing where he was, holding back to stab himself. Seeing this, Chen Ning slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Since it's like this, don't blame me for being rude. Saying this, he directly discarded his weapon and closed his eyes. He used his body's inherent neurons to sense the changes in the airflow around him. The underlying logic of this game had been pushed to the extreme. It completely simulated the physical world and rules, allowing for such intricate experiences. Boom! Chen Ning threw a punch to the left. 19,999. The warrior dropped dead. The assassin who had been running over was immediately frightened. What is going on? The shield guard was stunned by the damage he saw. The mage canceled the cast, and the spell-casting action abruptly stopped. Chen Ning was very satisfied with his attack and turned to the shield guard, quickly running over. For the first time, the shield guard felt a sense of dread. Chapter 3:18. Hey, Brother Ning, Wang Ming shouted loudly from behind, but it was of no use. They could only take Lao Lu back to the city and wait for the world news. It seemed Chen Ning planned to eliminate them and then kill the boss as a bonus. Once it was known that the Gray Bear boss was killed by Chen Ning, it would prove he had won. Lao Lu nervously said, "Old Wang, can Brother Ning do it?" Wang Ming looked in the direction Chen Ning had left, feeling an inexplicable confidence. He can do it. He definitely can. Trust Brother Ning. At this point, Chen Ning had arrived in the Gray Bear territory. Sure enough, he saw a gray bear over 5 meters tall standing there. Below it, more than a dozen high-level players surrounded it, unleashing various skills to attack it, including Fong Shan and the others. "Priest, heal us. What are you doing standing there? If we die, do you think you can kill the gray bear by yourself? Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. Hurry up and heal. If we die, we'll drag you down with us." They started infighting, blaming Fong Shan for not healing them. Chen Ning saw at a glance that Fong Shan was still using that trick, tricking other players into teaming up with him to farm a boss. But at critical moments, he wouldn't help, letting the boss wipe them out, and then reaping the benefits. Chapter 3:19. The assassin stared in shock at Fong Shan, who had fallen to the ground, shouting loudly, "Brother Shan! Brother Shan!" No matter how he called, it was of no use. Inside a villa, a person suddenly sat up in bed, his heart pounding rapidly. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. "Damn Archer! How dare you kill me? Don't let me find out who you are. I'll make you pay." The assassin, in agony, saw that Fong Shan's body had disappeared and knew he had logged out of the game. After getting up, he looked at Chen Ning, his eyes filled with rage. But the next second, he froze. He saw Chen Ning casually toss aside his weapon and walk over empty-handed. "What does this mean? Are you here to beg for mercy?" the assassin asked coldly. Chen Ning revealed a faint smile, cracking his knuckles. "I just think it's more enjoyable to beat you like this." "Beat me? Huh." Bang. Chen Ning threw a punch. The assassin didn't even have a chance to dodge. 39,999. Instantly killed. Inside a residential building, a young man sat up, breathing heavily, his eyes wide in disbelief. "What just happened? How'd he punch me back to reality?" Chapter 3:20. Chen Ning smiled as he poured tea for Zhang Tai, everything unspoken. Qian, however, said on the side, "Thank you for your kind intentions, President Zhang, but I've thought it through. I'll focus on serving Brother Ning here from now on and don't plan to go back to work." Both Chen Ning and Zhang Tai looked at Qian simultaneously, surprised that she would make such a decision. It made sense, given Chen Ning's financial strength. She didn't need to work at all. Even if she spent 100 million a day, she wouldn't run out in her lifetime. Why suffer at work? Qian looked at Chen Ning. "Brother Ning, is that okay?" Chen Ning smiled. "Of course, you can choose however you want. I support you." Qian smiled happily. "Thank you, Brother Ning." Zhang Tai felt somewhat surplus. Without Qian's connection, would Chen Ning still take care of their business? Chen Ning looked at Zhang Tai, knowing his thoughts, and smiled. "Don't worry, President Zhang. Our business is a different matter. I called you this time so you wouldn't make a trip for nothing. I plan to invest another 100 billion to acquire our bank's non-performing assets. You can arrange it." Zhang Tai immediately stood up. "How much? 100 billion? Chapter 3:21. Some people below were unconvinced. Who dares to board the ship ahead of Master Sun? President Zhang is too inconsiderate. Exactly. He completely disregards the Sun family. Just wait and see. Master Sun will definitely not let him off, making him lose face. Sun Haisian passed by, feeling depressed. "If you all want to die, don't drag me into it. I don't want to compete for the spotlight with Chen Ning. I'll just quietly follow behind him." The second person aboard the ship was Sun Haisian, and Zhang Tai similarly came down to greet him. The remaining people boarded the ship on their own, without such treatment. Among the crowd, there was a person hiding, who was Qian's ex-boyfriend, a handsome guy. He had a DSLR camera hanging around his neck, following a wealthy woman. It turned out he was the videographer hired by the wealthy woman. Seeing Qian boarding the ship with Chen Ning, the handsome guy darkly thought, "Sure enough, she ran off with that pretty boy. Just wait and see how I deal with both of you." As the sound of 2 whistles echoed, the cruise ship officially set sail towards a nearby small island. Many people stood by the railings of the cruise ship taking photos. Qian walked alone towards the deck. Having grown up, she had never been on a cruise ship before and found it particularly novel. Chapter 322. On the deck. Rumors about Qian had long spread. Among them was a message specifically released by a handsome guy, claiming she was a promiscuous woman who could be had by anyone. It was said that she deceived their family out of their wealth and was having an affair with someone else. She painted a clear victim image, garnering sympathy for the handsome guy from others, especially the rich woman accompanying him, who felt even more pity for him after hearing this. She stroked the handsome guy's hair and said, "Don't cry, dear. I'll take revenge for you. Just wait until we get off the ship. You'll see how I deal with that little girl." Upon hearing this, the handsome guy obediently lay in the rich woman's arms, but his eyes were filled with malice. After 2 hours of sailing, the cruise ship finally docked at the island. The crew went down to secure the anchor and opened the automatic stairs, allowing passengers to disembark. Just like when boarding, Chen Ning led Qian off the ship first, followed by Sun Haixian, with the remaining passengers coming after them. Once everyone had disembarked, Zhang Tai announced to the crowd, "Thank you all for attending this gathering. We have prepared camping and barbecue equipment, which will be distributed by the staff shortly. You are free to explore now, and please gather here when you hear the whistle." Chapter 323. Zhang Tai returned to his tent, intending to rest for a while. He also opened the contract he had just signed. This was their bank's task goal for the next 5 years, now all completed ahead of schedule. He expected to receive a considerable bonus. Thinking of this, Zhang Tai felt a wave of excitement. Lying on the soft air mattress, he took out his phone to check the international news from the past 2 days. As someone from the banking system, he was most concerned about the news. Any little disturbance anywhere could lead to significant changes in their bank's business. The Eagle Sauce country had proposed sanctions against the Dragon country, and various industry shares had sharply declined. According to internal information, the sanctions were due to one person, though who it was could not be disclosed. Rumor had it that the Eagle Sauce country's business delegation faced setbacks in the Dragon country and, upon returning home, launched a series of sanctions as a strong protest against the Dragon country, which had yet to respond. All the news pointed to the sanction incident between the Eagle Sauce and Dragon countries. Zhang Tai scratched his head. Is it really because of one person who is so powerful that the Eagle Sauce country would use its national power against them? I need to find someone to ask. Chapter 324. Boom. The people around were dumbfounded. What to do now? They couldn't leave, and they couldn't fight. Were they just going to stand here and wait to die? At this moment, someone looked at Chen Ning and had another idea. Didn't they say they wanted a hand over Chen Ning? As long as they turned him in, wouldn't that solve the problem? Some began to scheme, pulling Zhang Tai and others to the side. The Eagle Sauce country is very clear. As long as we hand over Chen Ning, we are not obligated to die for him. Nearby, someone reminded them, smacking their forehead. Right. That's it. We could just tie him up and take him to the beach to hand him over to the Eagle Sauce country. However, Zhang Tai frowned upon hearing this. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of this plan. It was just that his 5-year task still relied on Chen Ning to complete. Additionally, he had just spoken to a friend in the capital who said that the Dragon country's higher-ups also wanted to meet Chen Ning. If they handed him over now, would they become enemies of the Dragon country? While they were discussing, Chen Ning had already secretly set up a top-notch defense system on the island. With just a thought, the entire island was equipped with this defense system. No matter how they attacked, they wouldn't be able to get in without his permission. Chapter 325. The people below immediately began to operate, but no matter what, they couldn't delete that sentence. That sentence struck like a slap, resounding on everyone's face. Commander, we can't delete it. We don't know what code he's using. It keeps bypassing our attacks and iterating endlessly. It's like a virus. Unless we shut down the combat system. The commander was furious. Then shut down the system. Fire at will. I want to turn this deserted island to rubble. He couldn't bear such humiliation. To be played by a young brat was truly pathetic. Combat orders had been issued. All departments shut down the combat system, relying solely on mechanized operations to launch artillery attacks on the island ahead. Seeing this, Chen Ning slightly curled his lips. Want to fire? You're dreaming. On the warships, all the shells were ready and aimed at the island. At that moment, they realized that these artillery platforms were not responding to commands and instead were turning to aim at other warships. The command center was in an uproar. Commander, our system can't be shut down. He has completely taken control. Now the shells are aimed at our own warships. If he inputs commands, we'll end up fighting each other. Chapter 326. But do you know how much ammunition we have in our hands? Do you know who we are serving? Currently, all countries in need of weapons and ammunition are our clients. Understand? Hearing this, Chen Ning smiled and looked at them. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't be looking for you. He continued, tell me, how many warships, aircraft carriers, fighter jets, tracking missiles, and satellite weapons do you have? I want them all. They were all stunned. Was this guy serious? Chen Ning was worried about not having a place to spend money, and finally found a good opportunity to utilize it. Mr. Chen, are you serious? Did you really bring us to the island at night, just for a barbecue? Seeing that Chen Ning indeed had this plan, they finally said, wait a moment, let's discuss it. Chen Ning raised his hand in a gesture of invitation. The few of them formed a circle and whispered about their respective businesses. 10 minutes later, a representative stepped forward and said, Mr. Chen, we've discussed it. According to the weapons and ammunition we currently have stored, it totals 200 trillion. Chapter 327. The battle department quickly called their person in charge. Mr. Tony, what's going on? Why won't you be selling weapons to us for the next 20 years? Are you planning to retire early? Tony casually said while eating breakfast, Colonel, I'm just a businessman. You know, we arms dealers have no political stance, only interests. Whoever offers us a big enough benefit, we will serve them. Saying this, he took a sip of milk. The people from the combat department frowned and asked, so who is purchasing such a large amount of weapons from you this time? Tony smiled and wiped the crumbs off his hands with a napkin. This information is quite valuable. Over a dozen countries have already inquired about this person. The people from the combat department knew what he meant. $3 million, I want to know who this person is. Tony was quite pleased. Making $3 million just by mentioning a name was a good deal. It's a person from the Dragon Country, Chen Ning. And I can also tell you that he is buying weapons to be delivered to the Dragon Country. Hiss. The alertness of the combat department instantly heightened. The scene from last night when they were toyed with by Chen Ning was still fresh in their minds. Chapter 328. Hearing this, Chen Ning reignited hope. Indeed, his parents might still be alive. They could even be members of the Godly Rich Club. As long as he completed the entrance test for the Godly Rich Club, he could join them and learn about his parents' whereabouts. Chen Ning was extremely excited. Finally, there was hope. The head of security also noticed Chen Ning's thoughts and patted him on the shoulder. If you truly have this ambition, go ahead and pursue it. Young man, I wish you success. Thank you, Chen Ning said solemnly. He watched them board the plane and leave. After returning to the Dragon Country, he immediately announced a press conference. The theme was to address the sanctions imposed by the Eagle Sauce Country. Over 3,000 mainstream media outlets from around the world were invited. A grand press conference was held. At the same time, the Dragon Country had completely received the weapons sent by Chen Ning. Over 100 aircraft carriers sailed directly into the high seas. Thousands of fighter jets were on standby on the aircraft carriers. Various missiles were deployed at all military bases, ready to launch. In an instant, the world was shaken. All high-level officials returned to their offices, quietly awaiting the start of this press conference. They keenly sensed that perhaps the Dragon Country was serious this time. Chapter 329. Watching a movie? Chen Ning hadn't watched a movie for a long time. Now that he finally had the chance to meet them, he decided to go watch a movie with them. Okay, send me the address, and I'll head over now. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ning looked at Qianqian beside him. Let's go, accompany me to watch a movie. Qianqian nodded vigorously and asked, Ninggu, who called you? I could hear a girl's voice. Chen Ning didn't hide it. It's a friend of mine from before. I invited them to come to Wanwan to find me, and they'll be living with you in Wanwan Manor from now on. Qianqian didn't show surprise and proactively said, okay, I'll make sure to get along with them. Chen Ning smiled slightly and drove her to the cinema. When they arrived, they saw Zhang Yinhua and Yang Li dressed very attractively, catching the attention of many passers-by. After all, such beauties were rare. Moreover, Zhang Yinhua was currently a big internet celebrity. Ning, I miss you so much. Zhang Yinhua and Yang Li rushed over as soon as they saw Chen Ning get out of the car and hugged him tightly, reluctant to let go. Qianqian felt a bit awkward standing aside, unsure whether to remind them or not, feeling a little jealous. Chapter 330. The person in charge said on the phone, welcome, welcome. However, for the specific situation, please take a look when you arrive. After hanging up, the person in charge of Liangshan sighed and shook his head. He feared it would be another businessman who would come, take a look, and leave. He had seen many investors like this before. Before leaving, they would also want to send a wave of local specialties and have some social meals. It was completely a losing business. A follower beside him asked, "What's wrong? Is someone coming here to invest?" The person in charge stretched and said, "Yes, a founder of something called Longting Group Chen Ning. Have you heard of him? The follower recalled carefully and finally realized something. Chen Ning. Is it really Chen Ning? Boss, we hit the jackpot. Did he really say he would come here to invest? The person in charge asked curiously. He said so. Why? Is this person very impressive? The follower quickly took out an internal circulation newspaper. Look at this. A donation of 15 trillion in weaponry. It's him. The person in charge stood up in shock, staring at the name in the newspaper. This was a newspaper for their internal study, not publicly available. Only they knew that the person who donated 15 trillion in weaponry was Chen Ning. Chapter 331. Chen Ning was uneasy and had Su Qi invite over 1,000 experts in transportation and construction to oversee the work. The person in charge of Liangshan quickly assigned tasks. Workers from various regions, upon hearing the news, rushed to sign up, offering 1,000 yuan a day, with food and accommodation provided, working nonstop. In no time, Liangshan was trending on social media. Hundreds of thousands of workers headed to Liangzhou to sign up for railway and highway construction. What was Liangzhou planning? After being ignored for 10 years, it was suddenly in the spotlight. The person in charge of Liangzhou didn't expect such a large number of people to sign up. There were 300,000 applications. With a daily wage of 1,000 yuan, the total daily wage for workers would be 30 billion. Adding the materials at 20 billion, the daily consumption would be 50 billion. Working 3 shifts nonstop to meet the deadline. In 10 days, they would be able to connect the public transportation routes and railway transport routes of surrounding cities. A total of 50 billion was needed. When this price was calculated, the person in charge was greatly shocked. It wasn't the high expenditure that surprised him, but how much Chen Ning had given. According to his budget, he had allocated 30 trillion just to connect public transport, railway, and air routes. Now it could be done for 50 billion. What to do with the remaining 29? 5 trillion? Chapter 332. Chen Ning saw that her score had increased and knew how to win her over. Dong Dong, is your home far from here? Can I come over to visit? Dong Dong glanced at Chen Ning and then at the person in charge beside him. Not far, just on the hillside ahead. Chen Ning looked at the person in charge. Let's wrap up today's matters here. I'm going to visit Dong Dong's house. We can contact each other if there's anything. By the way, what should I call you? The person in charge smiled. Just call me Zhangyan. Comrade Zhangyan. That's how to address you, right? Okay. Go urge the people below to start construction. Tomorrow, I will bring in major factories to build here. Liangshan has vast land, which is its advantage. So we must make good use of it. Zhang immediately nodded. Thank you, Boss Chen. I will go back and arrange the work. Chen Ning nodded. And Zhang and left with his entourage. With Chen Ning's involvement, Liangshan is about to undergo a major transformation. He is also full of enthusiasm, wanting to take advantage of this opportunity to truly revitalize Liangshan. Chen Ning then followed Dong Dong to her home. The dilapidated mud brick house had a beam at the entrance that was about to collapse, as if it could fall at any moment. Chen Ning found it hard to believe that such a dangerous building still had people living in it. Chapter 333. Grandpa Dong Dong hurriedly pulled Chen Ning's arm. Stay for dinner before you leave. Dong Dong also urged Chen Ning. Yes, brother, let us eat before you go. You've helped us so much, and we didn't even offer you a meal. It seems very rude of us. Chen Ning smiled. No need to be polite. I will be staying in Daliangshan for a while, so there will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Here, that's my phone number. You can contact me anytime. Seeing that Chen Ning insisted on leaving, Dong Dong had no choice but to leave his number, and from home, he brought out some peaches he had grown, filling a bag for Chen Ning. He watched Chen Ning go down the mountain, leaving Dong Dong's house. Chen Ning felt a surge of emotions. I didn't expect the infrastructure here to be so poor. The internet, logistics, and tap water probably need to be completely redone. But all of this is predicated on having the roads repaired. Otherwise, these infrastructures can't come in, and everything is just talk. Fortunately, with the infrastructure madman on board, the roads can be fully opened within 3 days. Before that, let's finish the network communication first, and then bring in smartphones. So at least the people in the mountains can be informed of outside information in a timely manner. Chen Ning immediately called the 3 major telecom operators, asking them to come for an inspection, to lay out the network, and cover the entire Daliangshan area. Chapter 334. Zhang spoke too quickly, excitedly swallowing and continuing. Moreover, after the efforts of the communication department last night, the entire Daliangshan is now fully covered by the network. Every household can install broadband and enjoy internet access. Hearing Zhang An's description, Chen Ning smiled. This is just the beginning. The first wave of dividends hasn't even ended. Just wait and see. More people will gradually come. With the development of the city, those who benefit from the first wave of dividends will become prosperous, and they will be more determined to live here. Zhang nodded vigorously. Yes. As long as this place is revitalized, the rest will be easy to handle. Mr. Chen, I came to report on the construction progress. Today, a group will be sent out to begin building schools. If there is anything, let us communicate in a timely manner. Chen Ning noted it. And Zhang immediately ran downstairs to get into a car to the construction site. Chen Ning went downstairs and saw two groups of people outside. One group was the construction team, and the other was the recruitment personnel. Hello, Mr. Chen. They greeted Chen Ning collectively. Chen Ning said to the construction team, do you see the delineation behind? Chapter 335. The remaining 200 trillion will be used for the city's construction costs. All right, Mr. Chen. Also, I have good news. Eagle Sauce Country has fully lifted sanctions against Dragon Country and sent people for a friendly visit. They said they want to cooperate for mutual benefit and common development, which is clearly a signal of softening. Chen Ning smiled casually. Of course they have to soften. With so many missiles at their throats, anyone would have to soften. Let us not worry about them. Think of a way to quickly build Dalianshan. You contact factories from various places and let them come to Dalianshan to build production factories. I will cover the construction costs, and they just need to bring their skilled workers. Su Qi immediately said, okay, Mr. Chen, I will notify the companies below. Nowadays, Longting Group has significant influence nationwide. It has many production manufacturers under its umbrella. It's just a matter of saying it, and they're willing to build factories in Dalianshan. Moreover, Dalianshan is currently a hot spot. Many college students choose to come here for employment. Only Chen Ning knows that they currently do not have the capacity to accommodate a large number of job seekers. They must wait until the infrastructure is completed. Chapter 336. The 3 million newly graduated college students no longer need to compete in large cities. They can directly reserve internship positions in Liangshan. From chip manufacturing and digital programming to assembly line workers, covering positions from vocational school to PhD, all can absorb employment. Moreover, this momentum can last for 5 to 8 years. It can be said that it will contribute 8 years of national GDP for the entire Dragon Country. This economic target was calculated overnight by economists. This is what attracted the attention and concern of the high-level officials in the capital. The operation in Dalianshan has resisted the downward economic trend and directly achieved reverse growth. Looking globally, other countries' economies have not fully recovered. While we have already multiplied by 5 or 6 times compared to before, national strength will see a significant increase. All of this is thanks to that young man. Chen Ning stood at a high place, thinking about what else could quickly spend money on. Transportation is no problem. Food and fruit supply is also fine. Electricity has been fully connected. The housing for residents can be resolved within 3 days. Schools can be built in 3 days, allowing school-age children here to attend school. The water treatment plant and sewage treatment plant can be put into use within 3 days. Chapter 337. Chen Ning clasped his hands and smiled slightly, turned, and left with them. He boarded a plane to the capital. At the state guest house in the capital, people were already arranged to greet him. After the plane landed, Chen Ning was immediately summoned. It was all the big shots from the Ministry of Defense, the same ones who awarded him the honor medal on the island last time. I didn't expect to meet again just a few days later. The big shots smiled warmly at Chen Ning. Chen Ning smiled back. Last time I donated equipment. This time I'm donating money. 400 trillion should be enough to maintain military expenses for a few years, right? The big shot laughed. 10 years will be no problem. Ha ha ha. Chen Ning and everyone around him burst into laughter. Next was the military funding donation ceremony. It was particularly grand, even inviting the guards to come. In front of the internal media, the on-site donation ceremony was held, recorded by the camera as valuable historical material for internal preservation. In front of the camera, Chen Ning and the big shot shook hands warmly, and the moment was captured. After the ceremony, the leaders who came to greet him asked, Chen Ning, do you have any wishes you hope we can help you realize? Chen Ning looked at him seriously and said, I only have one wish. Chapter 338. Chen Lin rested his head on his arm and turned to look at Xiaoying. What's wrong? Do you look down on me? Do you believe I can take away all your family's junk? Xiaoying was also unconvinced. Sure. Come on. Chen Ning was even more curious. This person actually became a wealthy tycoon by collecting junk? It's truly a bizarre world. Just then, Everyone's gaze turned to Chen Ning. Mr. Chen Ning, it's your turn to introduce yourself. So, what is your wealthy tycoon system? Even Chen Lin and Xiong Ying, who were arguing earlier, temporarily stopped and looked at Chen Ning, as if they were paying attention to something very important. Facing their gaze, Chen Ning slowly spoke. I don't have a system. The crowd frowned. They all scrutinized Chen Ning with their eyes, as if trying to see through him. Every penny I have is earned legally and reasonably. Moreover, to pass the entrance exam for the Wealthy Tycoon Club, I have already donated my last 400 trillion to the country. I'm now broke. After hearing Chen Ning's words, the people present expressed skepticism. Tang Ning said, Mr. Chen Ning, starting from nothing to earn 300 trillion and join the Wealthy Tycoon Club. Is it possible without a system? Chapter 339 Cough Cough. Chen Ning lightly coughed twice and stood up. I understand. So you wanted to be the boss, right? Tang Ning and the others looked at Chen Ning with strange expressions. Where did he get his confidence? Chen Ning didn't care about their reactions and continued. If that's not the case, then sorry, I'm not interested in your organization. I'm leaving. After saying that, he got up from the chair and walked outside. He initially thought the Wealthy Tycoon Club had connections with powerful families. But now it seemed to be nothing more than a group of lunatics gathered together. Even if he joined, there would be no substantial benefits. At most, he would learn a secret about Blue Star. Let's just call it a secret. Now he was also expected to acknowledge the control of Eagle Sauce Country as the boss. How is that possible? Chen Ning, if either of us initiates a war, it would be unbearable for the world. Since you are unconvinced, let's use your game world as a blueprint to compete. Do you dare? Tang Ning finally revealed his true colors and said loudly. Chen Ning, who had already walked to the door, turned back to look at him. All right, I agree to you. Tang Ning immediately added. The losing side must unconditionally obey orders. Chapter 340 Chen Ning praised. That's pretty good, much stronger than me. I still don't know what to do next. This is also the truth. Remembering what Tang Ning said, Blue Star would face a catastrophe in 2 months. By then, all this preparation would be in vain. No matter how much money he made, what use would it be? Qin Shui, hearing Chen Ning's words, thought he was coming to the capital to find a job. So she said, how about I recommend a few jobs for you? My sister's place is just hiring. If you don't mind, you can start working there first. It's like searching for a donkey while riding a donkey. Isn't that how job hunting is nowadays? Chen Ning stopped and looked at Qin Shui. Goodness, his concern was not about finding a job at all. With his worth, even without a job, he would definitely not be short of money to spend. But how could he tell her that? He simply decided to play along and agreed. All right, then I really appreciate it. I'll treat you to a meal. Qin Shui laughed. Let me treat you instead. You just arrived in the capital, and you're not familiar with it, so you don't know what's good to eat. After saying that, she led Chen Ning to a nearby breakfast shop. It wasn't fancy, but it was full of aroma. Chapter 341 Chen Ning said directly, then you better hurry up and give me a discount. If I complain to the company's higher-ups, can you still work here? The sales assistant glanced at Chen Ning sideways. Just you? Forget it. It's this price, buy it or not. Were you pretending to be poor here? Chen Ning was also helpless, pulling Qin Shui's arm and walking towards the opposite store. Let's go check out Gucci. The sales assistant sneered from behind. Can't even afford a 699 yuan camisole dress. Yet you dare to stroll around Gucci, really underestimating yourself. Chen Ning sent a message to Su Qi, requesting to have this sales assistant fired. Then he entered this high-end Gucci luxury store. Upon arriving at this luxury store, Qin Shui felt even more helpless. Her big eyes scanned around. Even a random piece of clothing cost tens of thousands. Who would dare to buy? She knew that Chen Ning wanted to irritate the sales assistant from earlier, so she cooperated with him to browse around the store. Let us go. There's nothing I like here. Chen Ning, however, pulled her and said, what do you think of this dress? Saying that, he directly took down a floral dress from the rack. This is the most popular dress of the year, also called the yellow battle robe. It became popular on Douyin. Many boys love to see it. Chapter 342 The distribution of resources in reality has approached saturation. However, in the virtual world, there are infinite possibilities and space. Whoever can dominate the virtual world will certainly have a head start in the future. At the same time, Chen Ning also checked Guan Mimi's information. Name, Guan Mimi. Age, 25. Position, CEO of Dachuan Group. Score, 97 evaluation. Spending money on her can yield a 10,000-fold return. Hint, successfully strategizing can gain infinite storage space. Goodness. This thing is practical. If the apocalypse really comes, you can't carry too many things with you. What use is it to have money? It's better to have a personal space to store whatever you want to eat. Bring everything with you for safety. It seems that I have to put more effort into her in the future. I really agree with the company's values and am willing to work hard for it. Chen Ning did not say anything insincere. He had also promised Chen Ning to compete with other wealthy tycoons in the game. After all, if people of their level competed in reality, Blue Star would have been destroyed long ago. So competing in the game is a good choice. Moreover, this game was created by his own company, which also gives him an advantage. Chapter 343, as long as good equipment comes out and is listed on the trading market, it will be snatched up by large groups. They are willing to spend money. Moreover, the money can directly turn into Dragon Country currency in their bank accounts. This is also an innovative feature of this game. Chen Ning walked towards the forest where the bears roam. Here you can farm level 15 brown bears, each giving 350 experience, and you only need to defeat 10 to level up. Along the way, I see various different professions. There are quite a few people in the jungle where the bears appear, but they are not farming bears. Instead, they are chatting. Did you see the official announcement? In 7 days, the game's version 20 will be released. At that time, we will welcome true virtual reality, and these monsters will randomly appear in every corner of the city. We won't have to enter the so-called game world anymore. Just turn on the device, and the game world will be everywhere. Sound exciting, right? But the prerequisite is that only players at level 30 are eligible to play version 20. So there is a level restriction. So what are we waiting for? Let's level up quickly. They said this and started farming the nearby brown bears. Chen Ning listened, feeling quite surprised. The version updates are happening quite fast. It's incredible that version 20 is coming so soon. Chapter 344, One-Eyed Beast Level 20, Normal, Health, 1, 780. 210 Attack Power, 1002-3, 000 Defense Power, 901, 200 Skill. Laser Eye, being hit will cause blindness, lasting for 10 seconds. Wow, the skill is actually blinding. Chen Ning carefully dodged the one-eyed beast and shot arrows from his side. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 340, 350, 360. A total of 50 damage. The same as a charged attack from level 10. There is still over 700 health left. This way, it becomes much easier to fight. Fireball. Boom. A fireball flew over and directly killed the one-eyed beast in front of Chen Ning. What are you doing? Why are you stealing my monster? Chen Ning stood there and asked a mage from the same guild. The mage glanced at Chen Ning, looking quite dismissive. You are clearly the one stealing my monster. I already reminded you to go train elsewhere. Can't you see I'm leveling up a low-level character? Chen Ning got angry. Charge attack. 2, 390. Directly hit the mage. Magic shield. The mage quickly activated the shield, leaving himself with 1 HP. He was now in a critical state. Anyone could easily take him out. Chapter 345. Chen Ning looked up at Guan Mimi. President Guan, I want to rent a place outside. Guan Mimi also looked at Chen Ning. Why? With your Longting coins? It's more than enough. Besides, the housing prices in the capital are very high. We only use Longting coins for employee benefits. Chen Ning smiled slightly. It's okay. President Guan, I still have some savings. Renting a place is not a problem. Guan Mimi then said, all right, just report to the company once you find a place, and I will apply for subsidy for you. Thanks, President Guan. After lunch, Guan Mimi informed Chen Ning that there were 2 hours of break time at noon. He should come back to work at 2:30 p.m. After leaving the company building, Chen Ning received a call from Su Qi. Boss, I have found the information you asked me to check. The information on these documents is all true. Moreover, our own research team has also gone there, and from the data received from the site, it is expected that there will be a widespread outbreak in 2 months. At that time, all of humanity may. Hearing this, Chen Ning stopped in his tracks. It seems Tang Ning didn't lie to him. In 2 months, Blue Star will indeed face disaster. The people in the wealthy club all have special abilities. Chapter 346. All right, President Chen, I will pass the message to our boss. Chen Ning waved his hand and took a taxi away. He headed towards the company. After he left, the manager called the boss. Boss, President Chen asked me to pass a message to you. What did he say? He said you should play more of the games developed by Longting Group. It will be beneficial for you. Playing games? Beneficial for me? What does that mean? The manager scratched his head. I'm not too sure either, but that's what he said. And he also told us to play whenever we have time. When do we have time to play? The boss pondered for a moment. All right, I understand. After hanging up, The boss fell into deep thought again. He knew that someone like Chen Ning wouldn't say these things for no reason. There must be some information he was unaware of. After all, Longting Group was created by him. Is he suggesting they play his company's games to generate revenue? Or is an investment for them? Sigh. The thoughts of rich people are hard to guess. Chen Ning arrived at the company. It was already 2 p.m. Most colleagues had already laid down in the sleep pods, preparing to enter the game. Chen Ning went to Guan Mimi's side. President Guan, can this game connect with foreigners? Chapter 347. Chen Ning ran into the grass and directly threw away the bow, an arrow in his hand. The warrior thought Chen Ning was scared. The corner of his mouth lifted into an evil smile. Why aren't you running? You don't even want your weapon. Are you planning to kneel down and beg me for mercy? Let me tell you, no way. Saying this, he slashed at Chen Ning. Chen Ning punched out, dealing a direct 999 damage, instantly killing the warrior. The warrior awoke in terror, completely unaware of what had happened. All he knew was that the game notified him that he had died, killed by Chen Ning. What's going on? Didn't he throw away his weapon? How could he have such a powerful attack? This was something he couldn't comprehend. Looking at his teammate, the Shield Guardian, he was also struggling. At first, he could handle the boss and assassin's attacks with his high health and skills. But as time went on, his health decreased, and he couldn't even take medicine in time. If this continued, they would eventually be ground down. The key was that the big brother was also dead. This meant the archer had won. If he joined in, he would undoubtedly die. Thinking of this, the Shield Guardian decisively fled. A life is worth 20,000 yuan. He didn't have the strength to take that risk. After the Shield Guardian left, 3 assassins began to surround the boss. Chapter 348. The ice shooter was a perfect match for kite flying, capable of slowing down the enemy's speed and with the shooter's inherent agility. The opponent couldn't catch up at all. Moreover, there was a chance to completely freeze the opponent, allowing for full output, making it a control-type attribute. As for the poison attribute, it should be similar to the assassin's poison skill. Each damage dealt carried a poisoning effect. Moreover, it lasted for 5 seconds, causing 5 of total health damage per second, which amounts to 25 health damage. Truly terrifying. Area damage, control, high damage. 3 different development paths. Chen Ning pondered for a moment and chose the Ice Archer. High damage wasn't his primary pursuit, relying on his unique physique. He could deal high damage simply by discarding his weapon. However, to control the opponent, he needed special skills. Currently, he did not possess any skills to control others. This attribute happened to complement his shortcomings. As for area damage, it wasn't Chen Ning's pursuit either. He confirmed his choice of Ice Archer as his class. Once chosen, it couldn't be changed. Confirmed. Congratulations, great archer. From now on, you're a qualified Ice Archer. A faint glow emanated from Chen Ning's body. A chill spread all around him. Chapter 349. Kill. Chen Ning shouted and directly took down the last warrior. In the vast cave, only Chen Ning and Fengshan remained. Why you don't come over? Do you know who I am? I am the president of the Fengshan Guild. If you dare to kill me, our guild will not let you go. Moreover, I already know your guild. I will go to your company to find you. I'll have your boss fire you. After listening to his nonsense, Chen Ning walked over. Are you done? Fengshan frantically used teleportation scrolls, but found that they couldn't be used here. Are you done? We can hit the road now. Chen Ning punched forward. A tombstone fell from the sky, with equipment, consumables, and gold scattered everywhere. Chen Ning picked everything up. They were all items for priests, along with 10 gold coins. Based on the current exchange rate, 10 gold coins were equivalent to 500,000 Dragon Country coins. After dealing with these players, Chen Ning stayed in the vast cave, leveling up alone, feeling quite pleased. As for the players taken down by Chen Ning, they all organized to demand an explanation from the officials. I want to file a complaint. How is this game designed? Why can a level 15 archer deal 999 damage? Chapter 350. Speaking of this, Guan Mimi was very excited. She turned to Chen Ning and said, "Don't you think this is a groundbreaking event? It's simply too cool." Only Chen Ning knew that the significance behind this was far more than that. It was to help everyone adapt in advance to the arrival of the recovery of spiritual energy. At that time, everyone would need to join the battle. The small damages in the game were merely early practice. Arriving at the international trade store, Guan Mimi helped Chen Ning get out of the car, and Qin Shui was standing by the roadside. Mimi. Qin Shui came over and gave Guan Mimi a hug. Then she turned to Chen Ning and asked, "So, Chen Ning, are you adapting to working at Mimi's company?" Chen Ning smiled and replied, "Very well. Manager Guan takes good care of me." Qin Shui playfully slapped Guan Mimi's behind and said, "That's good. If she dares to bully you, just tell me, and I guarantee I won't let her off." Guan Mimi smiled and said, "How could I dare to bully someone that Xiaoxua likes? I would be lucky to have her." Qin Shui exclaimed and playfully slapped Guan Mimi's shoulder. The two laughed and joked. "Let's go upstairs. I've already reserved a table." Chen Ning followed them to the International Trade Restaurant, where they had a French feast. Chapter 351. Chen Ning smiled and said, "Don't worry, you stand behind me, and I guarantee no one can hit you." Guan Mimi also said, "I'm the third strongest mage in the whole server. I'll take them down with a fireball, quickly ending the battle. Don't worry." After hearing Guan Mimi's words, Qin Shui finally felt relieved. Donning their gaming devices, the three entered the game simultaneously. Once in the game, Chen Ning and Qin Shui received invitations and entered a desolate area. This was a map specifically for PK. Players could invite others to fight in team battles. "Where's this? It looks so desolate," Qin Shui asked, looking at the surrounding environment. It was also Chen Ning's first time entering such a PK area. It should be a zone specifically for fighting. Guan Mimi simultaneously invited the other three to this place. Now, 6 people appeared in the arena. There were no rules, no time limits. There was only one rule. No one was allowed to leave until the opponent was completely eliminated. A victory or defeat had to be determined. The opposing team glanced at Chen Ning's formation. 1 mage, 1 archer, 1 assassin. Seeking death. It seemed the other side was a bunch of melee fighters. Try to rush at them. Chapter 352. Guan Mimi laughed and looked at the equipment on the ground, saying, "Xiaoxua, I see there are assassin items here. You should pick them up. If you don't need them, you can sell them for a good amount of money." Qin Shui cautiously picked up the equipment. "Really? How much can these items sell for?" Guan Mimi replied, "At least over 1 million. I mean Dragon Country coins." Hearing this number, Qin Shui was stunned. This was way more than she could earn from her job. No wonder she was willing to establish such a large company just to play games. The profits were so high, even more than those who did business. Thinking of this, Qin Shui looked at Guan Mimi and said, "Mimi, can I also join your company?" Guan Mimi's smile grew broader. "Of course, you're very welcome." "Yay." Qin Shui almost jumped up, hugging Guan Mimi and not wanting to let go. Chen Ning then took the initiative to exit the room and leave the game. He woke up from the room. Qin Shui and Guan Mimi also woke up one after another. Qin Shui asked, "Are they still next door?" Guan Mimi snorted coldly. "They must have lost and run away long ago." Qin Shui didn't believe it, opened the door, and went to knock on the door next door. Chapter 353. The main person in charge looked at Chen Ning with a smiling expression. "Go on." He knew that Chen Ning must have a comprehensive plan. Even this battle, which concerned the survival of Blue Star, would rely on him to win. That's why he invited him to the meeting. Chen Ning glanced at the people around him and, not feeling shy, continued, "Leaders present, I don't know if any of you have come into contact with a virtual reality game developed by Longting Group. In this game, everyone's perception ability synchronizes with their game characters. For example, in the game, if you lift weights for an hour, it is equivalent to your muscles getting an hour of exercise in reality. Similarly, your physical qualities in reality can also affect the game. The key is that the flow of time in the game is different from that in reality, roughly at a ratio of 10 to 1. We can use this to ensure that everyone's physical qualities receive sufficient training." When it came to this, Chen Ning paused temporarily to give everyone a moment to digest. Those present were all amazed, exchanging words. The game has developed to this extent? How come I didn't know? I'm getting old. It seems I'm really getting old. Chapter 354. Furthermore, in an official capacity, promote this game comprehensively. Make it a game for everyone to participate in. Only in this way can the public get exercise and awaken their personal talents. These two things cannot be lacking. They must proceed simultaneously. Clap. The main speaker saluted Chen Ning. Chen Ning returned the salute. "Everyone, I will send the key points of this meeting to the summit. This meeting is concluded, and everything will be implemented according to Comrade Chen Ning's plan. Please, each department, upon returning, cooperate strictly with the work and mobilize everyone." "Yes." A uniform voice erupted in the room, filled with fighting spirit. The others began to disperse. Only Chen Ning was left behind. After everyone else had left, the main speaker stood up and looked at Chen Ning, saying, "You are a member of the Dragon Country and the Godrich Club, right?" Chen Ning looked at the main speaker, surprised that he had been discovered. The main speaker chuckled softly. Actually, we should have noticed earlier. Your circumstances are very special. To have achieved this from scratch, it would be impossible without being a god rich. However, I am very grateful for everything you have done for the country. The Dragon Country will always remember you. Chapter 355. Chen Ning nodded to Qin Shui, leading her to an empty sleep pod to teach her how to use it. Watching her put on the equipment and enter the game first, Chen Ning then lay down in the adjacent sleep pod. It was dark. After 2 or 3 seconds, there were people all around. For some reason, there were suddenly many more people in the game. But they didn't seem to be there to play. Rather, they seemed to be inspecting the game. They looked around, occasionally chatting with NPCs, not in a hurry to fight or level up. If one looked closely, they would notice that there were quite a few high-level players standing nearby, seemingly providing protection for them. Chen Ning didn't want to investigate their identities and purposes. As soon as he saw Qin Shui appear beside him, he immediately initiated a team-up. Qin Shui saw the team invitation from Chen Ning and accepted it directly. Chen Ning, where are we going now? Qin Shui asked as she looked around. Chen Ning glanced at Qin Shui's level. She was only level 3. Such a level was too easy to be attacked. Let's go. I'll take you to level up first. If we encounter people from the Fangzhan Guild, we'll fight back. Qin Shui knew nothing about this game, so she could only nod and followed Chen Ning as they ran outside. Chapter 356. Qin Shui nodded, seeming to understand, but not fully. She was still too unfamiliar with these matters. Many game streamers had also come to the arena. They didn't need to look for cameras. Just needed to start their live broadcast with their thoughts. Family, I've arrived at the arena. I just received news that the Dazhuang Guild is going to battle the Fangzhan Guild, and the decisive battle location is right here. Who will be stronger in this first-tier competition? Let's wait and see. The live broadcast room had many game players, as well as many who had played this game before but had lost all 3 lives and had no money to recharge, continuing to follow game information. Guan Mimi stood in the arena with the players from the Dazhuang Guild, facing Fangshan's president. Behind both of them stood hundreds of players of various professions. A major battle was imminent. At this moment, Chen Ning brought Qin Shui to the arena. Fangzhan recognized Chen Ning at a glance, raised his short staff, and pointed at Chen Ning. Everyone, attack, destroy them, kill. The players behind him charged towards the Dazhuang Guild as if they had entered a real battlefield. The flames spread rapidly. Guan Mimi twirled her witch's staff and unleashed her skills. Chapter 357. As long as I'm not here, you can decide the guild's matters. Don't be modest. This is the glory you deserve. Additionally, for this guild battle, you are the main contributor. According to company policy, you will receive a sports car worth up to 30 million. When you have time, go choose a car and report it to the finance department. Hearing this last remark, the surrounding players were envious. No wonder it's a big group. They are so generous. Just for one guild battle, winning actually comes with a sports car. How enviable. Chen Ning knew that this was Guan Mimi's public way of winning people's hearts. It showcased the company's generosity and clear rewards and punishment system. This would attract more people to join the guild and serve as motivation for those who wanted to earn rewards. Thank you, Manager Guan, for your good intentions. It's all thanks to Manager Guan's command that we were able to defeat Fangzhan in one fell swoop. A train runs fast only if the engine pulls it. Your contributions are much greater. Upon hearing this, Guan Mimi felt delighted. This little mouth sure knows how to speak. In front of so many people, it gave her enough face. She indeed did not misjudge people. Guan Mimi then said to everyone, "All right, everyone, thank you for your hard work. We are finishing work early today. Let's go party at the nightclub." Chapter 358. What's going on in Dragon Country? They actually want all citizens aged 18 and above to play this game? Also, what is the situation with the recovery of martial arts exams? Are they preparing for war? Various speculations surged. Business people had already seized the opportunity, quickly investing in the construction of various martial arts halls and training schools, knowing that if they were any later, they might not even get a sip of soup. Others rushed into the game, wanting to explore what kind of game could lead the authorities to make such regulations. Many families invested in purchasing equipment, not for anything else, but because the in-game currency and the Dragon Country currency held equal value. They thought that earning game currency would be easier than earning real currency. However, upon entering the game, they discovered that it was not the case. As nearly everyone participated, the number of game players skyrocketed from 100 million to 800 million. Resources became severely insufficient. In a novice village, waiting to defeat a rabbit took over half an hour. One can imagine the extent of the competition. Even so, there was still a steady stream of players pouring in. The four major universities in the country also established martial arts exam colleges, facilitating the admission of students who excelled in martial arts exams for further studies. All high school students were excited, especially those who usually did poorly in studies and sat in the last row, the athletes. This was simply their gospel. Chapter 359. The staff looked up after listening to the broadcast and said to Master Wong, "All right, now you have to watch whether you want to or not." Master Wong's face was filled with excitement as he walked towards the glass house. The other participants quickly followed him to the glass house. Here, they could see the situation inside the sealed room. Chen Ning was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the sealed room, eyes closed, seemingly asleep. However, various gun muzzles were pointed at him from the walls. Everyone was stunned. What is going on? Why are there so many different caliber guns aimed at him? What crime has he committed? Outside the sealed room, behind thick bulletproof glass, stood 7 or 8 high-ranking officials. They were all staring intently at Chen Ning sitting inside the sealed room, wanting to know the extent of his maximum endurance. The people outside who came to test were curious upon seeing this scene, asking each other, "What is this for? Did this person commit some crime and is facing execution by gunfire? No, he just underwent testing, and you saw it too. This kind of person is exactly what the country needs. How could there be a death penalty? But what are all those gun muzzles for?" They were puzzled. Chapter 360. The last rich man, Chen Ning, leisurely rode his tricycle through various corners of the city. Upon hearing the news, automatically broadcasted on his phone, he casually threw the phone away. "What nonsense, it's wasting my time collecting scrap." After saying that, he continued to stroll down the street. Chen Ning also didn't expect that his suggestion would cause such a stir. The efficiency of the entire dragon country was elevated by several levels. The whole nation was filled with passion. No one was idly waiting for death. Everyone wanted to exercise and become talented individuals in the game. That way, they could become very powerful and earn a lot of money. Young students, in particular, had even greater ambitions. That was to participate in the martial arts examination and enter the 4 major martial arts colleges. Although they didn't know why the martial arts examination suddenly resumed, the higher-ups' decision surely had its purpose. As for other age groups, they continued to enter the game to level up and make money. Seeing the game develop so vigorously, Su Qi advanced the previously agreed version 20 launch date. Everyone was waiting to enter the game after the update. It would be a different world. Chen Ning came out of the testing area, feeling a bit more responsible. There were 2 things he needed to do. First, infiltrate the martial arts examination school to see how the qualifications of their martial arts examination students were. Chapter 361. When the time was almost up, the instructor shouted from above, "Congratulations to all the new students selected for the Imperial Capital Martial University. You are lucky and also unfortunate. In the next 2 months, you will undergo the most brutal training. Anyone who feels they can't handle it or can't accept it can withdraw immediately. There's still time." Upon hearing the instructor say this, some people couldn't help but murmur, "That's not right. That's not what my family said. Didn't they say the country is highly valuing martial examination candidates now? Once you become a martial examination candidate, the treatment in all aspects is the highest and the benefits are the best. Why do we have to undergo the most brutal training now?" They still hadn't figured out the situation. They didn't know the real purpose of establishing the martial arts college. It was to train the strongest warriors and stimulate personal talent. Only then could they confront the crisis coming in 2 months. One by one, a few people stood up to indicate they were withdrawing. The instructor just nodded, showing no expression. If they couldn't even handle this little bit of pressure, how could they be entrusted with the country's security? 5 minutes later, the personnel stabilized. The instructor spoke again. "All right, the rest are aspiring youths who want to serve the country." Chapter 362. The instructor all looked up at the data displayed on the large screen to the side. The data corresponding to other sandbags was displayed. Only the data for Chen Ning's corresponding sandbag showed an exclamation mark. "Go check the equipment." The bespectacled instructor quickly jumped down from the 2nd floor, and within a few breaths, he was already in front of the sandbag where Chen Ning was. He touched the sandbag and found that the device inside had exploded. The surrounding new students also looked over, not knowing what was going on. The bespectacled instructor turned to look at the other instructors. "This student has broken the testing equipment. His striking ability is excellent." The whole place erupted in exclamations. Especially Hao Nan, who had fought with Chen Ning before, was even more shocked. He actually broke the testing equipment? How strong must his attack power be? No way. I used all my moves and only produced 3,000 pounds of force. And he actually broke the equipment? Wow. I produced 1,000 pounds of force and ended up in the bottom 11. That was close. I almost got eliminated. Can someone explain to me how much striking power that person has to break the equipment? This guy is simply a beast. Chen Ning sighed to himself. I tried to hold back my strength as much as possible, but I didn't expect it to still explode. Chapter 363, looking at Chen Ning, sitting in the middle. He seemed completely unfazed. Everyone else was silent with their heads down, but he was looking around left and right. He looked like those students who don't take exercises seriously. While others were closing their eyes doing the exercises, he was peeking around and making faces. The instructors stood outside, clearly seeing the situation inside the room. The student in the middle, named Chen Ning, seemed to have good vitality. It had already been half a minute, and he was still relaxed and at ease. Glasses, what was his strength test result in the last round? Was there a malfunction in the machine? The bespectacled instructor shook his head. He broke the maximum value. The other instructors all turned to look at him, their faces filled with disbelief. Even they couldn't reach this standard, because this was the equipment that would be used by the school for many years in the future. To measure the strength values in all areas, the strength value was set to maximum when purchased, just to ensure that no Area S strength record would be missed. It was originally a precautionary measure. Under normal circumstances, the maximum value would hardly be used. Who would have thought it would actually be broken? It seems there are still experts among the people. Chapter 364 in the room, more than a dozen people gradually came out. A minute had already passed. The other instructors politely said, "Don't worry, we won't compete with you. Let's go, bring him out, he won, first place." The bespectacled instructor walked into the room, and a strong pressure hit him, making it hard for him to bear. He really didn't know how this kid could endure it. When he reached the middle of the room, he squatted down and patted Chen Ning. "Hey, wake up, the competition is over. Wake up," with a strong shake. Chen Ning woke up, drooling at the corner of his mouth. He quickly wiped it away and looked at the instructor, his eyes still hazy from sleep. "Instructor, why are you here?" The instructor sighed. This person really had a big heart. He actually fell asleep during the test, and in a place like this. It's unbelievable. "Let's go. The test is over, and you came in first." Chen Ning stood up in surprise. "I'm first? So that means the other's vitality is not as good as mine?" He then looked around. Outside the glass room, a crowd had gathered, all staring at him as if he were a monster. The instructor said impatiently. The first batch left after just 10 seconds. "You, however, fell asleep here. You really have a big heart." Chapter 365. The female instructor said, "Let's not rush. We should wait a couple of days to see his performance first. Don't jump to conclusions. Remember, those we recommend will have to be re-evaluated by the zero-talent individual. If he doesn't pass, it would be too embarrassing. I don't want to be unable to hold my head high in front of the zero-talent individual." As she spoke, there was even a hint of infatuation on the female instructor's face, seemingly filled with admiration for the zero-talent individual. The other instructors nodded in agreement. They had only heard his name and had never seen him in person, but the legends about him had spread throughout the instructor team. It was said that he could enhance the national strength of the Dragon Kingdom by 30 years with just his efforts. Such high praise from authoritative figures made everyone who had heard his legend feel a deep respect and awe toward him. Soon, 5 minutes passed. Most had successfully formed teams. By the last moments, regardless of the other person's level, everyone scrambled to find 2 lone individuals to form a team. Even so, more than 20 people, for various reasons, failed to form teams and regrettably left the testing ground. Chapter 366. Closing the chat, Chen Ning ran toward the sand dunes. Here, there were level 30 sand monsters. Since everyone already knew they were talented individuals, there was no need to hide it. He simply put aside his bow and arrow and decided to fight the monsters barehanded. It was much more efficient. After Qin Shui arrived, she teamed up with Chen Ning. He started to farm monsters like crazy, and all the gear and coins that dropped were picked up by Qin Shui, hoping to boost her score. After all, she still had a special skill that he hadn't acquired, including Guan Mimi. So these two couldn't give up. This was the prime time right after the release of version 20. All players were rushing to level 30, so there were many players at levels 28 and 29 around. When they saw Chen Ning fighting monsters here, they were astonished. A level 20 archer was actually farming monsters 10 levels higher. This was terrifying. But when they saw Chen Ning's title, they remembered. Isn't this the talented individual? Look, it's the talented individual. The talented individual is here. My God, His attack power is even stronger than what I saw in the videos. This big shot is amazing. Worship. Could it be that he's also this powerful in real life? I heard that the current martial arts test is to hone skills in the game, and this skill will translate into real-world strength. Wouldn't that make him invincible in real life? Chapter 367. Not far away, Wang Hua calmly observed this scene, continuously analyzing the gap between him and Chen Ning. He placed himself in the battle from earlier and realized he might not have one. That guy, who he thought was just a pretty face, turned out to have such strong combat ability. It seemed the future days were going to be more interesting. Chen Ning arrived at the school gate and saw a pink BMW parked by the roadside. Qin Shui was leaning against the car door. Several boys approached, trying to flirt. "Beautiful girl, I'm the first freshman from the Imperial Capital Martial University. My future is limitless. Stick with me, and you'll definitely enjoy a life of luxury." Don't listen to his nonsense. He barely passes every test by luck. He might be eliminated at any time. Just stick with me. My ranking is also in the top 100. I'm different from them. I was born rich. Even if I'm eliminated, it doesn't matter. I can still provide you with a lavish life. What do you say? Think about it. Seeing them like a pack of randy dogs. Chen Ning walked over. "Please step aside. I hope you understand the purpose of being here. If you're just here to flirt, you might as well apply to leave early." Chapter 368. Chen Ning wiped his hands with a wet towel on the table and said, "It's not like I did much. Today is just the first day of reporting. We tested and eliminated a batch of people, then grouped us and assigned tasks. Everyone has to reach level 39 to participate in version 20 tomorrow." Qin Shui asked curiously. "Even after getting into Martial University, they still eliminate people? That's so strict." Chen Ning picked up a cup and took a sip of water. "Say, of course. This is a top martial arts university in the country. There's no room for any falsehoods. So, during enrollment, they will eliminate a batch of unqualified individuals, leaving only the elite among the elite." Qin Shui laughed. "I can't help but feel like you're bragging about yourself." Chen Ning got even more into it. "Isn't that right? Am I wrong?" Someone at the neighboring table sneered. "Just a bunch of kids, thinking too highly of themselves. If the Dragon Kingdom were in danger, relying on a bunch of university students, it would have perished long ago." With a bang, Chen Ning crushed the cup in his hand and casually threw out a shard of glass. The sharp glass shard left a long cut on the face of the person who had just spoken. Everyone at the neighboring table stood up, looking at Chen Ning. "Are you looking for death?" Chapter 369. Instructor. What does this mean? Isn't this just a virtual reality game? How can one actually die? Yeah. Isn't this too unsafe? Do we really have to play? The instructor replied directly, "That's right. You must play. Anyone who is afraid and doesn't want to play can't exit now." At this, there was a moment of silence. They had all put in so much effort to join. No one wanted to give up halfway. Seeing that there were no more objections, the instructor continued, "Everyone follow me to the training ground. I will show you what effective offense and defense are. All together. Right turn. March." The students on the playground obediently followed orders and walked toward the training facility on the right. Upon arriving, they stood in a circle around the training area, allowing everyone to clearly see the battle situation in the center. But the middle was empty, with nothing there. Who was he planning to spar with? The instructor stepped out from the crowd and stood in the center. He tapped a few times on his watch. In the next second, the space in front of him fluctuated and several beams of light flashed quickly. A toad over 2 meters tall appeared in the middle of the arena. Everyone took a step back. Chapter 370. Chen Ning glanced at the 4 people and said directly, "Tiger Head, I am suited for physical techniques. You two don't have to follow my lead. Go choose the Tai sword." Luo Tianhua snorted lightly. "I don't want to be like her. I want to choose the cobra." Chen Haojia also snorted. "Sure, then go ahead. Anyway, whatever you choose, you won't be able to beat me." Chen Ning looked at the two of them bickering and was a bit curious. "Did you two know each other before?" Chen Haojia said, "My mom is her stepmother, and her dad is my stepdad." Chen Ning. What a convoluted relationship. So complicated. Chen Haojia continued, "In summary, my mom married her dad. We are a blended family." Hearing this, Chen Ning nodded. "So that's the relationship. It seems they didn't get along very well. No wonder during yesterday's test. The two were secretly competing against each other. Neither would yield. All right, you each go find your own mentors. When there's a task, I'll notify you to carry it out together." The two nodded and headed towards their mentors. Wang Hua walked toward the cobra. He was very interested in the assassination matter. Chapter 371. Chen Ning walked alone towards the school gate. The street had become unusually quiet. Did everyone go to experience version 20? Looking around, he saw a group of people gathered at the end of the roadside, seemingly watching something. Chen Ning walked over to check it out. He found they were surrounding something that looked like a bulletin board. They all had a common symbol, which was the black watch on their wrists, the official sign of entering game version 20. Chen Ning glanced at the bulletin board, where text prompts appeared directly. Task 1. Help me get the WeChat of any beauty from Wu University freshman. Reward, 3 gold coins. Task 2. Need 20 rabbit tails. Reward, 10 gold coins. Task 3. Purchasing a pair of shoes that increase speed. Reward, 30 gold coins. Task 4. Help me write a paper on the evolution of martial artists. Reward, 40 gold coins. Wow, the variety of tasks is really complex. From asking for WeChat to writing papers, all kinds of tasks can be posted there. And the unified transaction currency is game gold coins. It seems this game has really become a nationwide game. Just as Chen Ning was sighing, someone in the crowd raised an arm and shouted, I have a D-class monster that needs to be dealt with. Who has the ability to take it on? Reward, 30 gold coins. Chapter 372, Now's the time. Chen Ning shouted. Chen Haojia and Luo Tianhua rushed up. They raised their swords and slashed at the sawtooth ant. Clang, clang. 2 sounds of metal clashing left 2 marks on the sawtooth ant, but caused no damage at all. Squeak, squeak. The sawtooth ant made a sound, seemingly very angry. Chen Haojia was stunned. She didn't expect her attack to be ineffective against the sawtooth ant. Watch out, Chen Ning shouted, as the sawtooth ant lunged at Chen Haojia. Chen Haojia raised her long sword to block in front of her. The sawtooth ant bit down on the long sword, and the immense force knocked Chen Haojia to the ground. Chen Haojia raised her arm, desperately blocking the sawtooth ant's attack. It was evident that she was using all her strength to resist. She could only manage a stalemate. The people around were shocked, sweating for Chen Haojia. They didn't expect the sawtooth ant to be so fierce. Thank goodness they didn't provoke it. Clang, clang, clang. Luo Tianhua quickly slashed at the sawtooth ant with her sword, attempting to divert its attention and save Chen Haojia. Unfortunately, her attacks couldn't hurt at all. The sawtooth ant continued to exert force towards Chen Haojia, trying to bite her neck. Overlord Spear. Chapter 373, Chen Ning looked at Haonan. You ruined my good deed, and you still have the nerve to take credit here? Haonan looked at Chen Ning in confusion. What good deed did I ruin for you? You were just sitting there without moving. If I hadn't acted, your 2 teammates would have been eaten by the sawtooth ant long ago, and you still say, I ruined your good deed. How can you say that? Just leave it all to me, and this matter is settled. Chen Ning snorted. You wish. I won't give you a single penny. Saying this, he looked at the nearby villager. The sawtooth ant has already been dealt with for you, so hand over the money. The villager walked over, smiling as he handed 30 gold coins to Chen Ning. Thank you. If it weren't for you, the people in our village wouldn't know how to get out in the future. The villager said to Chen Ning seriously. Haonan was unhappy beside them. Why are you thanking him? I was the one who helped you defeat the sawtooth ant. If anyone should be thanked, it should be me. The villager looked at Haonan, then thank you too. After saying that, there were no more words. Haonan was really furious. Why did Chen Ning get both thanks and gold coins while he only got a simple thank you? This isn't fair. Chen Ning didn't care about that and said to Chen Haojia, Our team's task is complete. Let's go back and report to the mentor. Chapter 374, After all this. We only got second place. Cut. Wang Hua said, putting away his dagger and walking outside. A group of students rushed out, wanting to ask him for insights. Wang Hua turned his head and shouted, Don't follow me. In an instant, everyone around stopped, not daring to approach. After he left, they murmured, Why is he so fierce? It's not like he has that much strength, and we haven't seen the top-ranked person being this fierce. Seriously, who does he look down on? Once I grow up, I'll definitely be better than him. Although they said this, everyone felt the gap. Some even thought about siding with the Cobra, wondering if it was because his mentor was stronger. Chen Ning looked at Wang Hua's departing back, secretly shaking his head. Being aggressive easily creates enemies. When one's strength is not absolutely strong, it's best to keep a low profile. He doesn't even understand this principle. The road ahead won't be long for him. Haojia Tianhua. Let's go. I'll treat you to some milk tea. Chen Ning said to the 2 beauties beside him. They just happened to have the talents he needed. The 2 were taken aback, not expecting this serious captain to actually offer to buy the milk tea. All right, let's go. Chapter 375, Teacher Tai, Chen Haojia and Luo Tianhua both shouted from the side, vaguely indicating that they wanted to stand in front of Chen Ning. Tai looked at them and said, You too. Step aside. I want to test his skills. Not far away, another powerful aura approached. Why didn't you look for me for this test of skills? Came the voice of Tiger Head, who directly crossed his arms in front of Chen Ning. Upon seeing Tiger Head, Tai snorted, "You Tiger Head, do you just love to meddle?" Tiger Head replied, "Meddle? This is my student. Protecting my student from a sword is not meddling, is it?" Tai drew his sword and said, "All right then, today I'll test the skills of both of you." "No need," Chen Ning extended his palm. "I can handle you by myself." Hiss. At this moment, many students had gathered around. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. This kid has guts. He actually dared to speak to another instructor like that. Although he was the top scorer in the test, he shouldn't be so arrogant, right? Tiger Head froze beside him and quickly whispered, "Chen Ning, are you sure you want to handle this woman alone?" Chen Ning smiled slightly, "Sure. And I'll only use one hand." Chapter 376. The sales assistant had just received 20,000 gold coins when she heard Chen Ning say he wanted to buy this battle vehicle worth 200,000 gold coins. She was momentarily stunned. "Yes, really buying it? All right, I'll prepare it for you right away." Saying that, she called other employees to quickly prepare the vehicle. In fact, the vehicle was no different from an ordinary one, but it had been forged in the game and came with special effects. Chen Ning deducted 200,000 gold coins, leaving him with 9,980,000 gold coins. With so much gold, he could buy top-notch equipment for himself. Moreover, he could issue a large number of quests for others to take on. There was no need for him to go into battle personally. Once the vehicle was ready, Chen Ning took Chen Haojia and the others onto the vehicle and set off towards the suburbs. This vehicle had the ability to automatically search for monsters within a 2-kilometer radius. It was perfect for locating blueberry monsters. Luo Tianhua sat in the back seat, holding onto the umbrella Chen Ning had given her, unable to let it go. Chen Haojia, however, looked dejected, compared to the sawtooth ant's teeth. She wanted this umbrella even more, not only because it could withstand a long-range attack, but also because it was a meaningful gift from Chen Ning. "Found it. In the woods to the left, there are blueberry monsters," Chen Ning said, looking at the large screen in the middle of the vehicle. Chapter 377. Chen Haojia looked at the blueberry juice in her backpack, very happy, and waved at Chen Ning. "Captain, we did it." Chen Ning also smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Let us go back to school and report." Chen Ning took them onto the Thunder Battle vehicle and drove towards the school. On the way, Chen Haojia shared her battle experience. "Captain, after all that fighting just now, I feel like my control has improved a bit. It's like leveling up in a game. ISNT version 20 supposed to have no level divisions?" Luo Tianhua chimed in. Chen Ning nodded and said, "Indeed, there are no level divisions. But there are differences in proficiency." Chen Haojia curiously asked, "What do you mean by proficiency difference?" Chen Ning explained, "It's like when you fry an egg for the first time versus when you've fried 1,000 eggs. Your proficiency will definitely be different. The higher your proficiency, the deeper your understanding of combat, and you'll find it much easier to fight than a novice." Chen Haojia and Luo Tianhua nodded in unison. "So that is how it is. No wonder you wanted us to do more practical battles. That is what you meant." Chapter 378. I know you are very strong. Even if you were to do tasks without eating or drinking for a day, you wouldn't be able to accumulate 200,000 gold coins so quickly. This gold is like digital currency. It cannot be obtained through human intervention. It can only be accumulated slowly in the game. How did you do it? Chen Ning smiled slightly. Do you know what I was doing before I came to Wuda? Tai became curious. Have you heard of the Rich Club? Tai immediately said, I've heard of it. Chen Ning didn't hide it. I was at the top level there. Hiss. Tai was truly shocked by Chen Ning. Not only was he powerful in martial arts, but his financial resources were also so substantial. Although the Longwa currency cannot be equated to gold coins, they have a lot of industrial capital, which can quickly earn a large amount of gold coins through additional properties. That must be the reason. Otherwise, it's hard to explain how he could afford a 200,000 gold coin battle vehicle so early on. It seems that I've really encountered a quality man this time. Tai's originally proud demeanor appeared somewhat humble in front of Chen Ning. Upon arriving at the location, Chen Ning opened the car door for Tai. Tai nodded slightly and led Chen Ning toward the restaurant. This restaurant is very good. I often come here to eat with Tigerhead and the others. Chapter 379. They did not expect to encounter a gifted individual during this mission. What terrible luck. After all, only one gifted individual was born in their entire country. They never expected to meet one here. Without hesitation, they fled. No plans for any confrontation. Accelerate. Retreat with all your might. The commander in the vehicle shouted desperately. Facing a gifted individual, the greatest fear is not their overwhelming strength, but rather not knowing what kind of abilities they possess. That is the most terrifying part. At that point, they wouldn't even know how they died. Chen Ning saw their vehicle speeding away and snorted. Want to run? Not so easy. Saying that, he pointed his sword to the ground and quickly chased after the vehicle. His speed was completely on par with a sports car. The sword tip sparked against the ground, heading straight for the vehicle ahead. Tai saw all this through the rearview mirror and was stunned. Even she hadn't realized that Tai's sword could be used like this. Falling leaves slash. Chen Ning leaped and drove the blade directly into the top of the car. Bang, 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 bang. The people inside the car quickly fired at the roof. But not a single bullet hit Chen Ning, or even if it did, it would have no effect. Chapter 380. All right, let us stop here for today. If there are any critical clues in the future, please provide them to us in a timely manner. This is my phone number. Save it. After Chen Ning saved the phone number, he left the place. He drove the Thunder War Chariot to the hospital, wanted to check on Tai Yi's recovery. There were very few martial artists coming here for treatment, and Tai Yi's personal characteristics were also very distinct. After a brief description, the duty doctor informed Chen Ning of Tai Yi's specific room number. Tai Yi, are you feeling better? Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable? These bastards. Don't let me catch them. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to tear them apart. Voices of Cobra, Tigerhead, and Gun King came from the hospital room. Chen Ning pushed the door open and met their gazes. Good boy, you're still alive. Did you really take out those people? Gun King and Tigerhead asked Chen Ning. Tai Yi, lying on the hospital bed, directly said, that's right, it was him. I saw it with my own eyes. Moreover, my Tai Yi sword was used by him to perfection, and it even gained sword energy. Hearing Tai Yi's words, they all looked at Chen Ning in surprise. Chapter 381. A magnificent aura swept in like a tide. The man was so scared that he staggered back. Even Cobra, who was standing on the stage, trembled. How thick must the blood and energy be to create such pressure? It seems Tai Yi's speculation was not without reason. Classmate Chen Ning. Cobra took the initiative to attract the attention of the students present. At the same time, it also helped Chen Ning dispel the killing intent in his eyes. He was indeed with Mentor Tai Yi yesterday and had come to his rescue, defeating the enemy. He had killed 13 intermediate martial artists. This was the highest kill record since the establishment of our school. Wow, the whole audience was stunned. They didn't expect the plot to twist so quickly. Cobra stepped up to vindicate Chen Ning, making all the students aware of the truth. Chen Ning not only saved Mentor Tai Yi, but also killed 13 intermediate martial artists. What does that mean? It takes 100 beginner martial artists to fight against one intermediate martial artist. Currently, there are a total of 800 new students at the Imperial Capital Martial University, all of whom are beginner martial artists. This is equivalent to just 8 intermediate martial artists. In other words, Chen Ning's strength is enough to wipe them all out by himself. And this might not even be Chen Ning's combat power limit. Truly terrifying. Chapter 382. However, Chen Ning grabbed his hand and said, this sword, you must sell it. The boss was furious. Why should I? Who do you think you are? What? Do you want to forcefully buy it? Do you believe I'll call the inspection team to arrest you? Chen Ning coldly chuckled. Go ahead, call them. I'll see if you can continue doing business here after today. Saying this, he called Su Qi. I sent you a location. Check who is managing this market. By the way, buy this market. Yes, boss. After hanging up, Chun Haojiao was very curious, and didn't he know who Chen Ning was calling? He was actually planning to buy the entire market. The boss on the other side also made a call, arrogantly saying, just wait. The inspection team will be here soon. If you have the guts, don't leave. Chen Ning snorted coldly. You'll be the one not leaving later. Soon, the inspection team arrived at the scene. Upon seeing Chen Ning, they were momentarily stunned. Why are you here? It was the captain who had talked to Chen Ning the night before. Chen Ning smiled and said, what a coincidence, we meet again. The boss's heart sank. You two know each other? The inspection team captain hurriedly said, we don't know each other. There's just a case related to him that we are investigating. Chapter 383. Broken? Chen Ning frowned and said. The captain was also quite helpless. Yes. But this operation wasn't without gains. At least we can confirm that foreign organization martial artists have indeed entered Dragon Country, and they are retaliating against Dragon Country martial artists. We will strengthen management in this regard and expel them as soon as possible. We also hope you can provide us with any clues in a timely manner. Chen Ning pretended to agree on the surface, but had already made up his mind. Once Su Chi finds out the location of their hideout, he would directly wipe them out. "Captain, we're done." Chun Haojia and Luo Tianhua excitedly came out of the store. Their gear looked brand new, and all were fully enhanced with attributes: resistance to poison, fire, water, corrosion, increased attack power, increased stamina. Each piece of equipment had 13 types of attribute enhancements. The boss wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Ladies, you're finally out. Not bad. Your equipment must be the best in the school." Chen Ning praised them. Chun Haojia and Luo Tianhua were very happy and said in unison, "Thank you, Captain." Name: Chun Haojia. Age: 19. Position: beginner martial artist. Chapter 384. Cobra said without thinking, "Of course, it's to enhance personal combat power to deal with stronger monsters." Chen Ning replied, "So, as long as the combat power is sufficient, it doesn't matter whether there is equipment or not, right?" Cobra was momentarily speechless. The students in the audience were also taken aback. They seemed to understand what Chen Ning was trying to say. They still vividly remembered the data Cobra announced this morning. Chen Ning single-handedly killed 13 intermediate martial artists, which was equivalent to the strength to wipe out all the beginner martial artists present. With such strength, even if they had equipment, one by one, they still wouldn't stand a chance against him. Chen Ning immediately said, "So, personally speaking, I actually don't need equipment. Anyone who disagrees is welcome to challenge me." Saying this, he spread his arms and slowly turned around, facing all the students. The crowd erupted, although they were very unconvinced. No one dared to step forward to challenge him. Cobra and several other mentors secretly smiled. Such a statement could indeed win the crowd. Even if they went up, they might not be able to take Chen Ning down, let alone these students. Chen Ning continued to ask, "Does anyone want to challenge me?" Chapter 385. Chen Ning and Cobra were both stunned. Why does the principal trust me so much? Or does he know I'm a gifted individual? Cobra was even more shocked and speechless. A gifted individual can only emerge once in a country. How could he let Chen Ning take out 5 gifted individuals right away? Does he have that capability? Chen Ning spoke up. "Isn't they're already a mentor training martial artists?" The principal shook his head and smiled. "You're different from them. They're training martial artists. And what I want you to cultivate are the gifted ones." Cobra's heart collapsed. This kid really has something to hide from everyone. Otherwise, the principal wouldn't have instructed like this. Chen Ning touched his nose. Could it be that the fact he is a gifted one has been confirmed? The principal said again, "What we all do is to serve the country. I hope at this moment, everyone can help without reservation. Only in this way can Longwood get through the difficulties. Don't you think so, Chen Ning?" Mentioning this, Chen Ning no longer hesitated. "Sure, but I have a condition." Cobra stood dumbfounded. What does this mean? Is it an acknowledgement that he is a gifted one? Chapter 386. Hurry. Open the door. Hurry up and open the door. The people inside shouted loudly. The entire factory area seemed about to collapse. Staying here any longer would mean being buried with it. The people at the door quickly pressed the lift button, but there was no effect. The button won't work. It won't open. He kept pressing the button, but nothing happened. Whoosh! The Thunder War chariot burst out of the flames and landed on the ground. With a drift, it charged toward the people at the door. "You dare to cause trouble in Longhua. None of you will get away." Chen Ning's voice came, and they were invigorated. They knew this person was specifically coming for them. How did his position get exposed? Who is this person? He must be a high-level martial artist from Longhua. Kill him with all your might. Use him as a shield. They knew they couldn't survive, so they stopped running and focused on dealing with Chen Ning. Chen Ning swung his tail like a dragon, knocking one person away. He quickly got off the car and dashed toward the wall. Intermediate martial artists flew out like kites. The people around were stunned. This strength, at least at the master level, a master level expert from Longhua has arrived. They panicked. They thought he was just a high-level martial artist, in which case they still had a chance to fight. Chapter 387. Speaking of this, Guan Mimi was very excited. Each city will compete to form a large guild for protection. Our Dazhuang Guild is participating in the competition, so I think you want me to help. Chen Ning said directly. Guan Mimi smiled happily. That's right. That's the meaning. With your strength and our company's financial resources, you will definitely stand out. At this point, Guan Mimi leaned in, as if to share a very secret matter. Do you know how many gifted ones there are in the world? Chen Ning shook his head. 7. Including you, there are a total of 7 gifted ones. According to current data, each country can have at most 1 gifted one. and you're the only gifted one from Longhua. As soon as this was said, Chen Ning clearly felt that the atmosphere around him was a bit off. The people who were just drinking and chatting, including the staff at the bar and the waiters in the aisle, all stopped and looked towards Chen Ning. Time seemed to freeze. The space seemed to stand still. 3 seconds later, someone shouted, "Gifted one! There is a gifted one here." The people at the door rushed to escape. Chapter 388. Chen Ning stopped his actions and looked at Guan Mimi. "So what do they do in the company?" Guan Mimi replied, "Mainly doing some auxiliary work, taking on some ordinary daily tasks to earn gold coins. You know, now game currency is equivalent to Longhua currency, and it is a world-class settlement currency. So everyone uses gold coins for daily transactions. Even if they provide housekeeping services to others, they can earn 5 gold coins at a time." Chen Ning nodded. "All right, take me to meet your invited high-level martial artist." The two went downstairs and drove towards Dazhuang Company. Previously, the office building of Dazhuang Company was filled with sleep pods. Now it is all training grounds. If we talk about what business is the hottest now, it is definitely the martial arts and physical training business. Anyone who wants to make money in the game wants to improve their combat strength to defeat monsters and obtain higher-level materials for making money. Of course, there are also those who earn gold coins by providing daily services to others. But that takes too long. They can only accumulate slowly. After arriving at Dazhuang Company, Guan Mimi took Chen Ning to the top floor via the elevator. Since it was a transparent elevator, they could see the situation on each floor. Chapter 389. Chen Ning continued. So everyone should focus on dealing with outdoor monsters. When dealing with these monsters, don't fight with bare hands or alone. Use weapons and surround them, understand? The people around suddenly realized. Indeed, the fastest way to kill enemies is to master a weapon. It's not about honing physical skills or body strength. That's just basic behavior. Even if the basics are practiced well, without weapons and combat experience, everything is in vain. The people around instantly understood. One by one, they said energetically, "I understand. We need a weapon." "Wrong." Chen Ning immediately reprimanded. Everyone was stunned. "Isn't that the meaning?" Chen Ning looked at them and said, "What you need is combat experience. No matter how well you practice normally without real combat, everything is just a castle in the air. It's all empty. Have you ever seen a soldier who has never been on the battlefield, relying solely on daily training, able to win battles? The victorious army is all selected through the tempering of war." This statement enlightened them. Yes, when they followed the Wing Chun coach before, he only focused on daily training and theoretical explanations, but they had never been allowed to engage in real combat. Chapter 390. After all, they had been training here for so long without going out for real combat. What if they were killed? They are someone's husband, someone's son. They are also the backbone of their families. What if something happens? They can't afford the consequences. Well, wouldn't that be too risky? How about switching to a simpler approach? Chen Ning looked at Guan Mimi. A simpler approach like what? Guan Mimi said, "For example, first have internal sparring, then gradually move on to real combat from high to low." Chen Ning did not object. That's fine. But then your company shouldn't expect to achieve success in the capital. By then, this city will already belong to someone else. As long as you are willing. I don't care. Hearing this, Guan Mimi's competitive spirit was suddenly ignited. No way. I have invested everything my company has into this, so I must make a name for myself. Let us do it your way. Train them hard. I'll take care of anything that comes up. Seeing Guan Mimi's frustrated expression, Chen Ning smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm confident." Only then did Guan Mimi relax. Knowing that Chen Ning was not the unreliable type, they arrived at the company's entrance. Chapter 391. Chen Ning's words stimulated their nerves. Someone quick to react spoke up. "We're not afraid of death, but we can't die for nothing. Facing an A-class monster, even if we all go, it won't change anything. What is the point of such a death? I certainly won't go." After hearing his words, some around nodded in agreement. It seemed they shared the same sentiment, unwilling to sacrifice themselves in vain. "I'll go." From the crowd, a person stepped out, holding a damaged weapon, walking forward. Everyone looked at him. He was not tall and had an ordinary appearance. He could be lost in a crowd. But it was he who dared to stand up in the face of such a powerful monster. Knowing he would likely die, he still stood up. This was the aura of a gifted individual. Chen Ning nodded in approval. He didn't say much. Having one gifted person among 30 was enough. Just then, 4 more people gradually came out, standing beside him. The 5 of them lined up, exchanged glances, and surprisingly, all smiled. Who would have thought? We five are together again. Indeed, throughout history, who hasn't faced death, whether light as a feather or heavy as a mountain? Chapter 392. The remaining two saw their companions saved, and having awakened their gifted abilities, they felt secure and stopped worrying. They began to charge towards the tree demon with all their might. Kill! The two erupted with a strong desire to fight. Although they knew they couldn't defeat the tree demon, they bravely drew their swords. Boom! One of them suddenly ignited a sword with fierce flames and charged at the tree demon. The other's arms suddenly became 10 times thicker, a giant transformation. The people around realized their changes and were astonished. Only those two were oblivious. The tree demon noticed the two charging at it and reached out its arm to strike them. The warrior with the flaming blade swung his sword, cutting towards the tree demon's arm. In an instant, he severed its arm. So powerful, people around gasped in amazement. A gifted individual who was not even a junior warrior actually cut off the arm of an A-class monster. This was terrifying. The 25 people behind Chen Ning were envious to death. They were itching to step forward and attack the tree demon. However, the tree demon's massive size and terrifying attack power kept them from taking that step. After having its arm severed, the tree demon trembled all over, feeling humiliated. Chapter 393. Teacher Chun, are we going back to the company now? Lyran asked proactively. Chen Ning glanced at the surrounding environment, knowing that someone would soon come to repair the damage. No, I'm taking you to the imperial capital Martial University. From now on, you will start a new life at the academy. Upon hearing Chen Ning's words, they were astonished. They never expected to go directly to the imperial capital Martial University to study. This was a long-cherished dream. That place was the highest institution in Long Country. It had a wealth of quality resources to utilize, which would greatly aid their improvement. From the earlier battle, they realized that although they had awakened their talents, there seemed to be differences among the talents. Moreover, they should be able to upgrade and exert greater effects. The remaining 25 people expressed their envy again. They never expected that with the enhancement of their abilities, even their circumstances would change. They had previously been mere employees of the company, but now they had directly transformed into top students of the imperial capital Martial University. The gap between them was growing larger. They would no longer be on the same path. Remembering how they had rejected Chen Ning earlier, they felt deep regret. Thank you, Teacher Chun, for your guidance. But we haven't informed General Wan yet. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to go directly to the Martial University? Chapter 394. Lyran did not know who he was and thought he was just a student here. Since he wanted to test his strength, he would not hold back. In an instant, flames enveloped the blade as he swung it at the cobra. The dagger clashed with the fiery blade. The dagger melted instantly. The cobra quickly retreated, astonished at the melted dagger in his hand. His eyes were wide open. He never expected that in one exchange, his weapon would be gone. How could he fight like this? The people around also witnessed this scene, their eyes widening in surprise. They never expected that Minter Cobra could not withstand a single blow from the opponent. This was too outrageous. Is this the power of a gifted individual? Cobra's pride was severely impacted. Damn it. Cobra quickly launched another attack, simultaneously throwing hidden weapons at Lyran. A protective shield. Ding ding ding. A layer of white protective shield enveloped Lyran. All the hidden weapons were blocked. Cobra stood frozen in place. What kind of miraculous ability is this? It can actually withstand my attacks. Tiger Head, unable to watch any longer, rolled up his sleeves. Hey, I don't believe it. Is this thing really that hard to beat? Saying this, he punched the protective shield. It should be noted that his physique was the strongest in the entire academy, and his vitality was also the most vigorous. Chapter 395. Gun King remarked from the side, but reaching such a realm is too difficult. It's 1 in 10,000. We might not even achieve it in our lifetime. He remained silent, looking at Chen Ning, thinking, perhaps someone has already achieved it. For the rest of the time, the 5 gifted individuals were received by the principal in the office. It was said that the principal was testing their strength. The 5 teamed up, but did not gain the upper hand against the principal. After this incident was reported, it comforted Cobra and the others. It seemed that gifted individuals were not invincible. They were still difficult to deal with when facing master-level warriors. This reignited their confidence. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the martial artists from the imperial capital Martial University, led by their mentors, marched towards the city gate. Along the way, many people gathered to watch them. Look, it's the students of the Martial University, all junior warriors. My goodness, what a feast for the eyes. Chapter 396. As expected of the highest level martial arts academy in Dragon Country, their strength is indeed formidable. The team leader is actually 4 advanced martial artists. This strength is incredible. What is going on today? Why are they all deployed? I seem to have heard that there's a monster siege tonight. Is that true? Go, go, go. Don't say such ominous things. I'm not done living yet. The Cobra and the others were chatting below. The people above couldn't hear them and thought they were discussing tactics. Chen Ning took out a cucumber from somewhere and began crunching it. Let us go. Let the martial artists behind see just how powerful the gifted ones really are. Liabian and Feishu were momentarily stunned. Wait, Teacher Chen, are you going? Chen Ning chewed on the cucumber and said, this little calamity doesn't need me to lift a finger. Hiss. The few of them felt Chen Ning's arrogant attitude and were left speechless. They recalled the scene where he dealt with the Millennium Tree Demon with a single punch. They realized that Chen Ning might not have been exaggerating. Liabian had no choice but to look at the other gifted ones beside him. Looks like it all depends on us this time. Let us try to get that 1,000,000 gold reward to buy back Teacher Chen's car and compensate him. The others nodded in agreement. The people above saw Chen Ning eating a cucumber while Liabian and the others were chatting and were quite surprised. What were they doing? Why weren't they making a move? Could it be that they were scared? With their abilities, self-preservation was definitely not a problem. There was no need for them to stand on the front line. Chapter 397. Feishu. Feishu. Liabian shouted loudly. The protective shield came to his side, quickly expanding an energy field to cover them. Liabian, quickly attack the monster. Leave Feishu to me, the protective shield said. He didn't know how long his protective shield could last, only that for every extra minute, his pressure increased until he couldn't maintain it anymore. Liabian nodded vigorously, knowing that the key to the situation lay with this S-class monster. As long as they dealt with it, the current predicament would disappear. Liabian shouted loudly, teleport. Can you take me with you? The teleportation gifted one shook his head. It seemed that his ability could only teleport himself and had distance limitations. Liabian quickly looked at the one with the ability to enlarge. Can you use your strong arms to throw me onto the wild beast? The enlarging ability immediately activated, and his arms became incredibly thick, forming a strong contrast with his body. The martial artists behind were secretly amazed, not knowing what kind of ability this was. I'll give it a try. The enlarging ability crouched down like a gorilla, came to Liabian, and directly lifted him up, throwing him forcefully towards the wild beast. Chapter 398. Now, there were still 6 people left at the city tower. Chen Ning, the protective shield, teleportation, Liabian, Wang Hua, and Haonan. But there was nothing on the opposite side. The battlefield was empty. It seemed that today a city defense mission had already ended. No other monsters were attacking anymore. Seeing the atmosphere was a bit oppressive, Haonan took the initiative to say, is the mission over? Why don't we withdraw? Let us go back and have a drink. My treat. Saying this, he boldly patted his stomach. Wang Hua felt a slight unease. Whenever this guy spoke, it was never good news. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, at the mountain pass ahead, a dense mix of D, C, and B level monsters appeared, varying in size and shape. Rushing towards the city tower, the martial artists on the tower felt their scalps tingle upon seeing this scene. So this was the main event. It turns out that the previous S-class monster was just a distraction. Now was the real challenge they had to face. After quickly arranging matters with Feishu and the enlarging ability, Cobra looked towards the hillside opposite the city tower. A large number of monsters were madly rushing towards the tower. A few simple individuals could not hold them off, unless they had area damage abilities. Chapter 399. The people on the tower saw this scene and felt curious. Where was that person going if he wasn't killing monsters? Was he going to find that S-class monster from earlier? Having already shaken it off. Why look for it again when these monsters were about to attack the city? Look at that guy with the dagger. He seems to be going crazy. The people on the tower pointed at Wang Hua. They saw Wang Hua's eyes turn red as he howled to the sky. Kill. His whole body was enveloped in a visible layer of red light. Even his weapon was covered in red light. Chen Ning turned to look, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. The gifted berserker. Attack speed 1000, strength 1000, defense 1000. Good, it has indeed been activated. Haonan was hiding nearby, holding his gun, occasionally poking at the D-class monsters outside. Whether they died or not, he hurriedly entered the protective shield S range, determined not to die for nothing. In this situation, teleportation lost its effectiveness because there were enemies everywhere with no place to land. He could only return to the tower and silently watch Liebian and the others fight. The protective shield closely followed Liebian, escorting him. Chapter 400. Xiaoming walked towards the city tower while drinking vodka. This time, the mission given by the system was absurd. It actually wanted him to attack the city. Was this city easy to attack? Xiaoming said as he took another sip of alcohol. Then he laughed. But the rewards are quite rich. After this job, I'll retire from the world and go to my bunker, not asking about worldly affairs. Saying this, he casually threw something out. With a bang, an explosion occurred. Chen Ning stabilized himself and looked ahead. It was equivalent to a ton of TNT exploding. Goodness, he could casually detonate items around him. Such an ability could probably rank among the top in all abilities. Chen Ning paused for a moment, then rushed forward again. Don't mention TNT. Even if it were an atomic bomb, he would still go up to carry it. The master-level martial artist standing on the tower also saw the situation ahead. They exchanged glances and said, "We should move out too. The credit can't be solely taken by that kid. Right, let us go." The few of them decisively jumped off the tower and chased after Chen Ning. All the way, relying on their powerful physiques, they eliminated the surrounding monsters, leaving a deep impression on the junior martial artist behind. Chapter 401. Chen Ning directly chased after him, and with one punch, he knocked him to the ground. Run? Can you even run? You said you wouldn't provoke the Dragon Kingdom. Yet here you are. Aren't you just asking for death? Chen Ning said as he stepped on the back of the bear eagle. The bear eagle struggled to take out an empty bottle. You caught me. I admit defeat. I won't die with you. Chen Ning stepped down hard again, causing him to spit out blood. It's you who will die, all right? I won't have any problems. Don't believe me? Try it. After hearing Chen Ning's words, the bear eagle felt deflated. He had survived the explosion of 3 bombs without a scratch. Even if he blew up again, what difference would it make? Just kill me. I accept my fate. The bear eagle said with a sense of resignation. Chen Ning stepped down heavily again. Puffed. The bear eagle immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He was feeling extremely frustrated. This guy was trying to play him to death. Please, just give me a quick end. After all, I'm also a wealthy individual. Am I not shameless? Want to die? Not so easy. Until I figure you out completely, you can't die. Chen Ning said as he lifted him up and quickly ran towards the city wall. A bizarre scene unfolded on the battlefield. Chapter 402. The captain interrupted Chen Ning. Who is the Bear Eagle? He is the leader of an overseas organization and also a member of the Wealthy Club. The captain clearly didn't expect him to have this identity. So he's a member of the Wealthy Club. No wonder he's so formidable. The captain quickly asked, "You said his talent is explosive type. Can you elaborate?" "I need to create a file." Chen Ning took a sip of tea and said, "He can turn anything around him into an explosive and throw it. As for the power of the explosion, I'm not sure, but I personally saw 2 master-level warriors blown to death." The captain stood up abruptly, immediately took out his phone, and said, "Lock that person in a special room. Don't put anything in the room. No chairs either." "Yes, Captain." The subordinates immediately went to handle it. The Bear Eagle was arranged in an empty room. The walls were made of anti-missile materials, and even explosives couldn't break through. This was a special room for detaining individuals with unique abilities. Additionally, the special materials on his hands and feet prevented him from using his powers. After giving the orders, the captain sat down, looking somewhat fearful. Chapter 403. Chen Ning heard a voice, turned around, and saw Chun Haojia, smiling as he said, "Haojia, Tianhua, how many gold coins did you 2 earn yesterday?" Upon hearing this, Chun Haojia complained, "Captain, you didn't let us go down yesterday, and we didn't earn a single gold coin. We watched our classmates advance to intermediate warriors while we are still beginners." After listening to Chun Haojia's complaints, Chen Ning remembered that he indeed didn't let them go down. As a result, they didn't earn any gold coins or improve their strength. "This is my fault, my fault. Don't worry, I will make it up to you." Hearing Chen Ning say he would make it up to them, Chun Haojia smiled and said, "We were just joking. Being able to be by the captain's side is our greatest fortune. Right, Tianhua?" Luo Tianhua nodded in agreement with a smile. Chen Ning then looked around for beautiful women to interact with, hoping to find someone who could bring him special abilities. This was also the reason he asked the principal to invite all the beautiful women in the capital. Now that the overseas organization was stirring, those with talents were gradually showing their potential. Chapter 404. Before entering, She had heard that the Martial University in the capital implemented a mentor system. They trained warriors through the method of mentors leading students. Chen Ning didn't no. Upon hearing this, Li Xia's eyes dimmed. But I'm much stronger than a mentor. I'm a talented individual. Whoosh. Li Xia's dimmed eyes suddenly brightened. You are a talented individual? Is that true? Chen Haojia chimed in. Of course it's true. Our captain is the most powerful, talented individual among the 600 warriors in the Martial University of the capital. No one else can compare. Moreover, during yesterday's city defense mission, our captain also defeated an S-level monster and captured the leader of the overseas organization alive. After Chen Haojia's explanation, Li Xia was immediately filled with interest in Chen Ning. You're so amazing. My name is Li Xia. Nice to meet you, she said, extending her small hand to shake hands with Chen Ning. This made some boys around who were interested in her quite unhappy. Most of the people who came to watch the match had some martial arts foundation. Seeing a woman they liked laughing and talking with another boy was naturally unbearable. They want to challenge him. Hey, are you a talented individual? Do you dare to fight on the stage later? Chapter 405. Li Xia was surprised. She didn't expect even the mentors here would seek advice from Chen Ning. It seemed she had really met the right person this time. Chen Ning was open to it. Sure. I'll teach you all separately later. Chen Haojia and Luo Tianhua were also excited. Captain, can you teach us too? Chen Ning smiled slightly. Of course. Yay, that's awesome. The two were incredibly excited, watching the matches on the stage. The combat ability of talented individuals was clearly a level above that of warriors. Even intermediate warriors found it hard to gain an advantage against talented individuals, especially when facing attack-type talents like Flame Blade and Berserker. They had no means to defend themselves. When facing abilities like Jump and Teleport, they could barely manage a couple of moves, but they were still no match. Coolme, let me test your current strength. Seeing Wang Hua defeat 30 intermediate warriors in a row, the Cobra couldn't help but step onto the stage. A wave of gasps arose from below. They didn't expect the mentor would personally compete. Moreover, it was against his own students. Under normal circumstances, the result of such a match would undoubtedly be the mentor's victory. If he couldn't even defeat his own students, there would be no need for him to be a mentor. Chapter 406. Li Xia and the others were very happy as they followed Chen Ning out. Many boys cast envious glances in this direction. Why were all the beautiful girls in the venue taken away by him? Is this the benefit of having strength? No one else dared to step up and stop them. After Chen Ning came out, he didn't see Tai Yi. She must have gone to help the Cobra with its injuries. That's fine. It gives me a chance to be alone with the three of them. Who knows, I might succeed in my pursuit today. Driving the Thunder War chariot, I took them to a restaurant outside. Along the way, I saw many martial artists fighting monsters by the roadside. They had trained in martial arts schools and, with the aid of equipment, were already able to battle D-class monsters. This allowed them to obtain materials and earn a considerable amount of gold coins in shops. Gold coins could be exchanged for various services and supplies in the city, accelerating everyone's demand for them. More people became eager to become martial artists, defeat monsters, and earn gold coins, forming a perfect closed loop. When we arrived at the restaurant, Li Xia was shocked by the decor. High-end leather sofas, marble tabletops, double chandeliers, and cashmere carpets. Every item exuded luxury. Chapter 407. After hearing Chen Ning's words, Li Xia found it unbelievable. At the same time, she felt happiness coming so quickly. It felt unreal. Chen Haojia and Luo Tianhua, listening on the side, were very envious and quickly said, Captain, when can we become talent users? Chen Ning looked at the two of them and said, You two come find me after you get your weapons tomorrow. I'll help you become talent users. Thank you, Captain. Chen Haojia was in an extremely good mood, almost wanted to kiss Chen Ning on the cheek. After the four of them finished eating, Chen Ning let Chen Haojia and the others go back first. He drove away with Li Xia. Li Xia felt a bit nervous, excited, and uneasy, not knowing how Chen Ning would train her to become a talent user. To her, it felt like an extremely mysterious ceremony, very solemn, magical, and not to be desecrated. However, Chen Ning took her to a KTV, which left her momentarily stunned. Ninggu, why did you bring me here? Chen Ning smiled slightly, of course to sing. Saying this, he walked inside. Li Xia's face turned red as she thought of some inappropriate things. Could he really be that kind of person? Having been in the entertainment industry for so long, she naturally knew that everything had a price. Chapter 408. Li Xia tugged at Chen Ning's sleeve, unsure how to handle the situation. Chen Ning, however, was very calm and directly said, I apologize, there's a talent user here for a sound check, which has damaged your venue. Please calculate how much it will cost, and I'll compensate you. The manager was stunned upon hearing this. A talent user came here to sing? No wonder the destructive power was so strong. Thinking quickly, he said, "May I ask who the talent user is?" Chen Ning pointed at Xia. The manager quickly approached her, curiously examining her. Given his identity and status, he had never had the privilege to interact with a talent user up close. Now that he could see her from a distance, it felt like a luxury. "Let me apply to my boss. We'll cover the losses. But can we invite you to be our store's image spokesperson? We'll pay you 3 million gold coins a month. How does that sound?" Wow, 3 million a month. Xia was completely stunned. She had never imagined she could be worth so much. Ever since singing had declined, she had only earned a maximum of 800 gold coins a month. Now, unexpectedly, after becoming a talent user, she was directly valued at 3 million gold coins a month. This was a qualitative leap. Placing his hand on his shoulder, the second sentence is, "You will become an ordinary person." After saying this, a warm current spread throughout Chen Ning's body. Talent user, explosion, system, complete specific tasks to receive various rewards. Chen Ning was momentarily stunned. He had only intended to plunder his talent, but he hadn't expected to steal his system as well. This was incredible. Xiaoming stared at Chen Ning with wide eyes. What have you done to me? Why can't I feel it anymore?" Chen Ning knew he was referring to the system. Chen Ning released his hand and smiled slightly. "I told you from now on, you will be an ordinary person. But don't worry, we will package you back to your original state and use you to exchange for useful resources, making the most of your last bit of value. I hope you have a good dream tonight." Chen Ning checked the time. It was exactly a minute. He turned and walked out. Xiaoming was completely dumbfounded. He knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He felt that Chen Ning was simply a devil. How'd he do it? The captain sitting in the monitoring room was also stunned. What had Chen Ning done to him? Chapter 410, Lie Blade, Shield, Flying Squirrel. An instantaneous movement stood in front of the coffin, silently looking at their comrades who had fought alongside them. Many thoughts filled their minds, especially Lie Blade. He had grown large to protect himself, only to be killed by a wild beast. The guilt in his heart was hard to express. Today, with a heavy heart, I hold the funeral for the classmate who became large, while also ringing the alarm for all of us, all martial artists. This is not a game, not a game, not a game. I hope everyone remembers this. Do not treat life as a joke. May everyone be cautious, and again cautious on their future battles. I do not wish for such things to happen again. All students, please stand and observe a minute of silence. Swish! Everyone stood up, bowing their heads in silence for this talent user. After 1 minute, the host said, "Please gather around the coffin to express your condolences." After saying this, the people in front lined up to pass by. They all reached out to touch the arm of the one who had grown large, expressing their sorrow. Chen Ning also followed the line and casually touched his arm. Plunder, Talent of Growth, Chapter 411. The surrounding martial artists were even more terrified. They had thought that becoming a talent user would allow them to be carefree, but they hadn't expected that talents could also be taken away. This was truly terrifying. Everyone's fear of Chen Ning increased further. Those who did not pursue talents were fine, but anyone who pursued talents would feel anxious upon learning that Chen Ning had such an ability, constantly worrying that their hard-earned talent would be taken away by Chen Ning. After finishing these, Chen Ning came down from the stage and whispered to Wang Hua as he passed by. Only by improving one's character can one master these things. Blindly pursuing power will eventually lead to being consumed by it. Take care. After he finished speaking, the crowd parted to create a path for Chen Ning to walk through. Chun Haojia and Luo Tanhua followed him out of the crowd, knowing that Chen Ning was going to take them to become gifted individuals. Chen Ning stopped and said, "You two are here." Chen Haojia quickly stepped forward. "Captain, we have already got the weapons. When can we awaken our talents?" Chen Ning looked at them. "You can do it now. Are you ready?" Chen Haojia and Luo Tianhua excitedly replied, "Ready." Chapter 412. Chen Ning looked at Guan Mimi and said, "Of course there is. How long has it been since you last fought?" Guan Mimi paused. Since entering version 2.0, she hadn't fought again, feeling that this version was very unfriendly to her. Chen Ning noticed this and pulled her arm, saying, "Come on, follow me." They ran downstairs after leaving the office. People in the company were stunned to see them. "When did Chen Ning come to the company?" "I didn't see him." "Yeah, I was at the front desk and didn't see him pass by." "Where is he taking our General Guan?" Who knows, maybe on a date? We don't need to worry. Guan Mimi was taken out of the company building by Chen Ning. She asked from behind, Chen Ning, where are you taking me? Taking you to fight monsters. Fight monsters? No, I can't do it. I can't beat even one. Guan Mimi appeared very timid. If this weren't a game, she would have a profession and skills to fight against monsters. But now, relying solely on her own abilities to fight against monsters was impossible. Chen Ning stopped and looked at her. Don't worry, with me around, nothing will happen. Chapter 413. Guan Mimi looked at Chen Ning and pleaded, you have to give me a tool, right? How else can I fight? Chen Ning extended his index finger and then opened the trunk. He took out a red fire extinguisher. Here, use this. Guan Mimi took the extinguisher and let her arm droop. Goodness, this thing is so heavy for me. How can I swing it to hit someone? She put down the extinguisher and looked at Chen Ning. Do you have any other tools? Chen Ning shrugged and leaned against a nearby tree, indicating that he couldn't help her. She needed to figure it out herself. Seeing this, Guan Mimi realized that Chen Ning wouldn't help her. Just like when Lai Run and the others awakened their talents, it all relied on their own hard work. She also needed to take action. Looking around, she couldn't find anything that could serve as a weapon. This made Guan Mimi anxious. Did she have to embarrass herself in front of Chen Ning? As the founder of the Chuang Group, she absolutely couldn't be so humiliated. After thinking for a while, Guan Mimi noticed something. The car. Yes, she could drive. She could totally use the car as a weapon. Moreover, the car had additional attributes, making it perfect for use as a weapon. Chapter 414. Sitting nearby playing games. Lele said, Sister, why don't you sell blood? I heard this can make money. Sell a few times, and maybe you'll have enough. You only have me as a brother. Shouldn't you contribute a bit? Exactly. As the big sister, you should act like one. Don't be so immature. The two of them sang in harmony, almost driving Qin Shui crazy. She had come to the capital alone to make a living, wanting to escape her original family. Unexpectedly, they didn't know what was going on and came back to pester her. They insisted on making her buy a house for Qin Lei in the capital, saying it was for marriage. She didn't even have a marriage house. Hurry up, sister. Give me 1,000 gold coins first. I have a date with my girlfriend tonight. Qin Lei said while playing the game. Qin Shui shouted, You wish. With your situation, I won't give you a single penny. The old woman beside her yelled, Qin Shui, do you still see me as your mother? If you still recognize me as your mother, give him the money. Let him happily go on a date with his girlfriend. If his date gets delayed and he can't find a wife, you will be the center of the Qin family. Chapter 415. The bartender was using a razor to shave ice balls. Upon hearing this name, he looked up and surveyed Chen Ning. What do you want with him? Chen Ning smiled slightly and casually handed over a bag of gold coins. It's a private matter. The bartender quickly took the purse and pointed to a small door beside him. That door, go in, turn left, go to the end, there's a secret door. Knock 3 times, someone will respond. Wow, I didn't expect this place to have hidden depths. Thanks. After saying that, Chen Ning entered the small door, walked to the end, turned left, and indeed saw a secret door. He knocked 3 times on the door with the second knuckle of his middle finger. Bang, bang, bang. Who is it? Looking for Zhang Tai. After a few seconds of silence, the secret door opened. Chen Ning sidestepped and entered. He saw 2 bald, muscular men standing behind the door, staring at him. Chen Ning ignored them and walked straight inside. Not far in, he saw a ring in the middle of the venue. Someone was boxing there. Fight him. Damn it. How dare you owe me money? Beat him to death. Beside the ring, a person holding a cigarette looked fiercely at the boxer, occasionally pointing at the ring with a cigarette and cursing. Chapter 416. Hearing this, Chen Ning felt that he must have awakened his talent by chance. His psychological endurance was too poor, unable to handle the sudden addition of functions. He was scared. Since that's the case, why not take his talent away and let him become an ordinary person again? Perhaps that would help him. Chen Ning held his extra arm. Don't be afraid. It will be over soon. A warm current flowed from the extra limb into Chen Ning's body. Plunder talent. Eagle eye. In an instant, Chen Ning felt that he could see things a kilometer away. Combined with his X-ray vision, it was simply amazing. However, it did seem very draining. Chen Ning turned off Eagle eye and turned to the remaining people. I'm leaving now. Who wants to stop me? At this point, they had confirmed that Chen Ning was a gifted individual and no one dared to stop him. The key was that they couldn't stop him even if they wanted to. They had no choice but to give way. Chen Ning followed their path and walked out of the secret door, arriving at the bar. He saw Qin Shui being teased by a group of people. Beautiful lady, Come drink with us. Name your price. How much to drink with us? Qin Shui pushed one of them away. Get away. I'm here to find someone. Find someone? Who are you looking for? Tell us. Maybe we know them. Chapter 417. Chen Ning immediately controlled two short knives on the ground, making them fly up and directly pin Qin Lei to the wall. Qin Lei looked at the short knives that had pinned him to the wall, terrified. How'd he do that? At the same time, several other short knives floated in the air. Chen Ning looked at him and asked, "Are you going to pay back the money?" Qin Lei shouted loudly, "No way." Whoosh! The short knives in the air quickly darted towards him, just a centimeter away from his hair. Qin Lei was so scared, he almost wet himself. I'll pay. I'll pay. Let me down." This time, Chen Ning didn't take action, but let Qin Shui control the short knives. Qin Shui walked in front of Qin Lei, waved her hand gently, and the short knives that were stuck in his clothes flew out. Qin Lei fell to the ground. Then the short knives on the ground circled around Qin Shui nonstop. Qin Lei was dumbfounded. "Sister, you awakened your talent?" Qin Shui calmly looked at Qin Lei. "That's right. Do you want to try?" Saying this, a dozen short knives quickly darted towards Qin Lei. Scared, Qin Lei quickly covered his eyes. "No, I was wrong. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again." The short knives stopped right in front of his eyelids. This time, Qin Lei was completely convinced. Seeing this, Qin Shui retracted her talent. Chapter 418. Hearing this, the man was furious. "What did you say? You think you can hurt me? Do you have that ability? Come at me. Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, the man flew backward without anyone seeing when Chen Ning attacked. It was as if he hadn't moved at all. The students from Wuda couldn't help but snicker. Good. Someone actually dared to provoke Chen Ning. Isn't that looking for death? The top student in the academy, Wang Hua, was not even a match for Chen Ning after awakening his talent, let alone those who awakened their talents elsewhere. They didn't even stand a chance. After taking a couple of bites of cucumber, Chen Ning said, "With this level, you dare to act wildly at Wuda. You've really picked the wrong place." Su Qi was also secretly amused. She had long heard about the boss's skills, and even among gifted individuals, he was a top-tier presence. After seeing it today, it was indeed well-deserved. The person who was knocked down got up from the ground, shaking his head, confused. What just happened? How did he get knocked down so quickly? "You sneak attacked me." He pointed at Chen Ning, shouting. This was the most reasonable explanation. Chapter 419. The people sitting here were also doing it for the benefit of the Bear Eagle country. They wanted them to believe that Bear Eagle was still the powerful Bear Eagle from before. Only in this way could they exchange for more resources. "Old friend, we meet again," Chen Ning said while supporting the aircraft frame. Bear Eagle looked up and saw Chen Ning, scared and writhing, trying to back away. Zzz. Behind him was an electric gun, directly poking him, making his body tremble. "Kill me. Just kill me," Bear Eagle pleaded. Chen Ning glanced at the captain. "Shut him up." The captain signaled to the people nearby, and they immediately brought a horseshoe pad and stuffed it into Bear Eagle's mouth, filling his oral cavity. This way, even if he wanted to speak, he couldn't. Chen Ning sat in the helicopter and said to the captain, "All right, you can rest assured and go back. I guarantee I'll complete the mission." The captain reminded, "We've already discussed the specific conditions with the other party. You just need to deliver the person to them and return safely. Don't create extra trouble, understand?" Chen Ning smiled. "Don't worry, I know. This time it's like a vacation for me. I'll just hang around outside for a few more days. As for resources, they wouldn't dare to not give them. Otherwise, I'll make a big fuss." Chapter 420. Everyone present was furious. They didn't expect them to use a fake energy box to fool on country. "Captain, we're detecting a high-speed flying object heading this way." The captain pointed at the screen. "Zoom in and see what it is." The staff operated the satellite map to zoom in for a closer look. The screen clearly showed a modified bullet rapidly approaching, trailing air currents. A bullet? What's going on? This seems to be an armor-piercing round. Who is the target? The staff analyzed the bullet's properties based on its speed, angle, and appearance. Soon, they had the results. "Report to the captain. This is a tracking armor-piercing round. The target should be me," Chen Ning said directly. It seemed the other party had a clear purpose this time. They wanted to eliminate me. To them, I was a greater threat. After hearing Chen Ning's analysis, the captain suddenly realized, right? How could I not think of that? They don't care about Bear Eagle's life or death. They want to use Bear Eagle to lure you over. I should be damned. How could I make such a mistake? Chen Ning, however, smiled slightly. Picking up the fake energy box. "Don't worry, I'll bring the bullet back." Chapter 421. Tony returned to his laboratory with Jarvis. He closed the armor, grabbed a bottle of drink, and uploaded the video of the earlier battle to the computer, playing on the big screen. He started reviewing from the moment he fired the rocket at Chen Ning, not missing a single frame. What kind of monster is this? How could there be such a powerful, gifted individual? It seems Jarvis's weapons need an upgrade. After saying this, he took a sip of his drink. Upgrading won't help. A strange voice came from the sofa behind him. Tony immediately turned around, surprised to see Chen Ning. You, how did you get in? My security system didn't react at all. Chen Ning picked up a can of beer from the nearby table, opened it, and slowly took a sip. Your security system is practically useless. Want me to show you my security system? Saying this, Chen Ning directly set up a top-notch security system in his room. The entire room was secured from all directions. Tony looked around, then at Chen Ning, not sensing anything unusual. What the hell? Come and try to hit me, Chen Ning said with a smile. Tony quickly covered his arm with armor and swung at Chen Ning. Chapter 422. Anna's body stiffened instantly. She didn't expect this person to be so bold. How dare he kiss her in the master's laboratory? She hadn't even had the chance to express her love to the master yet. How could she let him take advantage of her? Wanting to resist, she found herself powerless. The next morning, Chen Ning lazily stretched. He glanced at the fair-skinned Anna beside him and satisfiedly pinched her. You're annoying, Anna complained. Last night, as craziness had made her completely submissive to Chen Ning. She no longer resisted him, but instead catered to him. You people are really open-minded, Chen Ning said with a smile. Anna huffed, buttoning her clothes and quickly running upstairs in her high heels. Reporting to Tony every morning was a required course for her. Compared to before, she was already late today. Chen Ning followed her upstairs. The first floor was a transparent platform, allowing a clear view of the surroundings from inside the room. The exterior of the building was entirely made of transparent glass. Quite innovative. Anna, you're 10 minutes late today. Do you want me to deduct your salary? Tony, wearing a welding mask and holding a welding gun, was welding some machine parts. Anna stood beside him and slightly nodded, saying, I'm really sorry, master. I had something to attend to. Chapter 423. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm sounded in the room. Tony immediately looked around, searching for the source of the alarm. Warning, warning. Someone is invading. The speakers in the room blared. Jarvis. Tony shouted immediately. The iron armor automatically covered his entire body. He flew straight out the window. Chen Ning also quickly moved outside. He saw a giant monster over 3 meters tall, all green-skinned, charging towards them. Roar. The Hulk let out a roar and swung at Tony. Tony raised his arm to block the attack, and the rocket launcher at his waist fired. Boom! The Hulk was blown away. However, it seemed that he wasn't harmed. After getting up from the ground, he continued to attack Tony. Isn't this the full-body version of the giantization talent? I want it, Chen Ning said, quickly moving forward, intending to confront the Hulk head-on. Tony, seeing this from the side, shouted, Be careful, but Chen Ning ignored him and charged straight in. The two's strength was surprisingly evenly matched. Tony was stunned. He never expected that Chen Ning's small frame could withstand the Hulk. Plunder, giantization mutation talent. Plunder 10 foreign talent holders, task progress, 110, task reward. Randomly obtain an SS level talent. Chapter 424, Tony said, I'm just defending myself. After saying that, he brushed off the Hulk's hand and turned to leave. Chen Ning asked from the side, Who is this person? Tony casually replied, A friend of my father's, William, a warmonger. He asked the main force for stealing the energy box tonight. Chen Ning glanced back at him. William was also looking at Chen Ning, making a gun shape with his thumb and index finger and pretending to shoot himself. Chen Ning ignored him. No matter who he is, I'm determined to get that energy box. Tony stopped and looked at Chen Ning. I advise you to give up on that thought. Tonight, at least 3 forces are eyeing the energy box. They all have secret weapons, and I don't dare to offend them lightly. Chen Ning, however, smiled. Leave the ones you don't dare to offend to me. After saying that, he wrapped his arm around Anna's waist and walked towards the cold food area. Tony was taken aback, watching the two of them walk away. You two, when did you get together? Hey, answer me, Tony said as he chased after them, grabbing Anna's arm and asking, Anna, you? Anna stood up straight, looking at Tony. Master, I told you I've said it long ago, but I didn't get any response. Chapter 425. William looked at Tony triumphantly. It's the person who has been following Tony. Now everyone is here, but he is the only one missing. Isn't that's suspicious. The people present quickly looked around and indeed found that another person was missing. The captain also came to verify with the organizer, and there was indeed one person missing from the scene. Moreover, it was the person Tony brought. The captain stepped forward and said, "Tony, we are old friends. Can you tell me who that person is?" Tony looked at the captain. "Chen Ning, a Dragon Kingdom person." The captain nodded. "Very good. Can you tell me where he is now?" Tony shook his head. "I don't know. I think, among the people present, no one can catch him." "Huh." He admitted it. William pointed at Tony. The captain tightened his grip on the circular shield. "Tony, you know that there is no one I can't catch. As long as he dares to commit a crime, I will definitely bring him to justice." Suddenly, a person appeared in the middle of the stage. "I'd like to ask, whose law is that?" Everyone turned to look. Tony widened his eyes at Chen Ning, wondering how he appeared at this moment. "Isn't he seeking death?" The captain faced Chen Ning and said, "My law is not man-made, but exists in the justice within people's hearts." Chapter 426. Chen Ning glanced at them. "I'm here to find Professor John. Do you know where he is?" A few people exchanged glances and chuckled. "Huh? Do you also want to become a talent holder? I think you should forget about it. Are you from the Dragon Kingdom?" Chen Ning nodded. "Yes." A few people came in front of Chen Ning with teasing expressions. "I heard that there are many martial artists in the Dragon Kingdom, and they are all very powerful. Is that true?" Chen Ning admitted. "Yes, I'm a junior martial artist. One of them already assumed a fighting stance. So do you dare to compete with me? Let me see how powerful your Dragon Kingdom martial artists are." Chen Ning glanced at him. "You're too weak. I'm afraid I'll kill you." "What did you say?" "Shit. If you have the ability, come. Damn you." Bang. With one punch, that person flew straight onto the roof of the administrative building behind. Everyone around looked up, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. "I told you I was afraid of killing him, but he insisted on provoking me. You all need to bear witness for me." The people present subconsciously nodded. "This is too strong." A middle-aged man turned to look at the student flying towards the roof and ran over. Chapter 427. In a fit of anger, Jack quickly punched towards Chen Ning, wanting to defeat him with his fist. As a result, Chen Ning instantly moved and ran to the playground. Jack quickly chased after him, but Chen Ning teleported away from him again. After 4 or 5 times, Jack was always a beat slower than Chen Ning. Jack shouted in anger, using all his strength to chase after Chen Ning. Died, but he was stopped by Chen Ning, who grabbed his fist, frozen in place. "Your ability is not bad. Let me use it to send someone off later." Plunder, lightning speed. In an instant, Jack felt his body being drained, and he sat down on the ground. He could not exert any strength in his body. Plundered 10 foreign talent holders. Task progress, 310. Task reward, randomly obtain an SS level talent. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen Ning's mouth curled up slightly. Finally, he plundered another talent. John hurried over. "Jack, are you okay?" Jack felt dizzy, looking at John. "Professor, I feel like I can't go on. My lightning speed is gone." John was also taken aback. "Gone? How could it be gone?" This was his latest research subject, and he was counting on him to win a Nobel Prize. Chapter 428. Chen Ning felt the regeneration ability within him. It was as if every cell was being reorganized. Even if injured, he could recover quickly. It was simply a battlefield artifact. No wonder he, as a veteran, could live to such an old age. With his talent, he would thrive on the battlefield. "Gray, you are a good soldier. You have done what you needed to do. Now, take a good rest." After saying that, Chen Ning pushed the door open and walked out, closing the wooden door behind him. John stood outside, surprised. "Where's Gray? Are you all right?" Chen Ning casually tossed out a bag of gold coins. "He is fine, leaving peacefully. Give him a grand funeral." After saying that, Chen Ning disappeared. John, receiving the gold coins, looked stunned. It took him 2 seconds to react, and he rushed into the room, finding Gray already lying on the ground. John opened his eyes wide in terror. "Gray." He quickly squatted down to check his condition, discovering that the body was already cold and stiff. Chen Ning returned to Tony's laboratory and saw Anna helping Tony assemble machines. The mechanical arms were working at full throttle, quickly assembling the remaining parts. "What are you in such a hurry for?" Chapter 429. Chen Ning glanced at the information on the note. It only had the name of a bar. "This is too hard to find. Are you sure you want me to look for him?" Tony took a sip of his drink and said, "At my flying speed, it would take at least 2 days to reach this place. The efficiency is too low. You should go instead." Chen Ning smiled slightly, made an okay gesture, and instantly disappeared. He arrived at a seaside village at the southernmost point of the planet. This place is covered in snow all year round, and everything around is white. The icy lake water is strewn with ice shards. Cold air rises from the lake. But the water has not frozen. Occasionally, boats can be seen fishing on the lake. Oi, is anyone there? Chen Ning shouted loudly. There was no response. This place is really suitable for retirement. No one to disturb. Chen Ning said as he pushed open the bar door. Inside, it was surprisingly full of people. It seemed that people came here to drink, warm up, and chat when they had nothing else to do. In such a cold environment, there was nothing else to do. They earned some money and come and get drunk and boast. When they saw Chen Ning enter, they all looked over. What is this kid doing here? Coming all the way to our village, it must be for something bad. Chapter 430. The Valkyrie became more vigilant. You are from the Goddard Club? Chen Ning did not answer her. Tony is forming an alliance. Do you want to join? The Valkyrie replied simply. No, I never joined any organization. I'm enough on my own. Chen Ning continued to smile. If it weren't for the task at hand, I would really let you go. But now it's not possible. As he spoke, Chen Ning had already moved to strike the Valkyrie. The Valkyrie did not back down, raising her fist, choosing to confront Chen Ning head-on. Her talent is iron will. No one can surpass the strength of her fist. Boom! Their fists collided, creating a shockwave that shattered all the glass around. The Valkyrie was secretly shocked, not expecting Chen Ning to withstand her punch. Plunder, love value system. Task, plunder 10 foreign talent holders. Task progress, 510. Task reward, randomly obtain an SS level talent. For a moment, the Valkyrie felt something was wrong. It seemed she had lost some sense of perception. System? Damn, where's my system? The Valkyrie shouted internally, but there was no response. Chapter 431. Anyway, I have infinite storage space. The things stored inside can be taken out at any time without going bad. Plus, with my teleportation ability, even if I take everything here, they won't catch me. I'll just collect some interest from you guys first. Chen Ning said as he touched the items here. Instant noodles, âme sauvage, luncheon meat, yogurt, salami, dragon fruit, durian, banana. Apples, milk, bread, cola, coffee, sofas, mattresses, cups, shower heads, shower gel, soap, hand sanitizer, laundry powder, steel balls, chopsticks, knives, and forks. In short, everything available in the supermarket is here, all stored in the storage room, with the teleportation ability in less than 5 minutes. Chen Ning emptied a warehouse covering 10,000 square meters. When he left, the security guard exchanged glances with Chen Ning and only then realized something was wrong. He immediately checked the surveillance, discovering that everything in the warehouse had disappeared. Stop! You stop right there! The security guard shouted from behind. The shelves around began to shake. Keys on the table flew up and floated around in the air. The security guard was dumbfounded, frozen in place. Chen Ning, however, found it strange. I didn't use the metal control talent, did I? Chapter 432. Su Qi said on the phone. This type of energy box is a universal and extremely scarce resource generated from nuclear fission. The total resources of the entire planet can only produce 7. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom possesses 1, which is the one you brought back last time. As for the remaining energy boxes, they have yet to appear. Once they do, they will certainly attract both open and covert theft from other countries. Hearing this, Chen Ning snorted lightly. Keep an eye on any news about the energy boxes and notify me immediately when they appear. Okay, boss. Chen Ning continued, by the way. How many people have joined the Talent Association now? Su Qi reported. So far, there are a total of 64 talents from all over the country who have joined the association. Chen Ning thought to himself. Only this few people nationwide? All right, gather them together for some proper training. Although they have awakened their talents, their control over them is still lacking and requires diligent practice. Su Qi responded, Yes, boss. After hanging up the phone, Chen Ning let out a refreshing sound, and it also ran towards the bathroom. At this moment, there were shouts coming from outside. Chen Ning, come out. I can't hold on any longer. Chapter 433. Tony looked at William. Who do you mean by we? William looked at Chen Ning with ambition. Of course. It's you and this Mr. Chen next to you. Our captain was defeated by him, and now our country urgently needs someone like him to emerge. As long as we join forces, we can definitely become the biggest decision-makers in this country. What can't we accomplish then? Tony understood that William was mainly interested in Chen Ning's abilities and wanted to cooperate with him to lead the country. What an ambitious plan. Chen Ning, he is here for you. You two can talk. Tony said. Chen Ning directly refused. I'm not familiar with him. There's nothing to talk about. William sat there feeling quite awkward. After all, he was the largest arms manufacturer internationally. Could he really have no face in front of them? Tony, listen, I recently discovered some things in the extraterrestrial galaxy. If you don't agree to cooperate with me, I will release the coordinates, which will attract some unpredictable species. Can you handle that? It turned out he was waiting for this. Chen Ning calculated the time. It was almost a month. Chapter 434. Chen Ning appeared directly behind the national representative, locking his neck in a naked chokehold. The immense constricting force forced the national representative to release the hostage and desperately grab at Chen Ning's arm. Chen Ning used his magnetic field ability to swiftly lift the national representative into the air. In terror, the national representative's laser eyes shot out in all directions. The people around quickly crouched down. Fortunately, no one was injured. Plunder, laser eyes. Mission, plunder 10 foreign talents. Progress, 610. Reward, randomly obtain an SS-level talent. The national representative felt a darkness enveloping his eyes. He could see nothing. Moreover, he had completely lost his abilities. What had he done to himself? How does it feel, national representative? Now it's time for you to atone. After Chen Ning finished speaking, he released his arm. The national representative fell swiftly to the ground. After losing his abilities, the national representative was no better than an ordinary person. He could only stare wide-eyed at the airborne Chen Ning, with no way to defend himself. Whoosh! A humanoid armor flew by and rescued the national representative. It landed steadily on the ground. It was Tony. Chen Ning also landed on the ground, frowning at Tony. Why did you save him? Chapter 435. Chen Ning manipulated the magnetic field, making himself float. Standing high, he could see far. He wanted to find a mastermind. Tony flew over as well, and the crowd below waved their hands in greeting. It's Tony. Tony is here. We're saved. Tony, please save our houses. Seeing the situation below, Tony was also somewhat at a loss. Chen Ning, he should be a talent proficient in flames. Can you handle it? Tony asked Chen Ning while in the air. Chen Ning replied, yes. Tony nodded, quickly moved to the fire truck, and connected their water cannon with his mechanical arm. Then he flew into the air and sprayed the houses ahead. He started extinguishing the fire, leaving the task of finding the culprit to Chen Ning. A limited edition silver-gray Batmobile arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the situation, a phone call was immediately made. Soon, hundreds of watering trucks arrived on the scene to assist the fire brigade in extinguishing the fire. Tom got out of the car and shot a retractable hook at the highest building. After hooking onto the rooftop, he pulled himself up, able to converse with Chen Ning. Without me, would you be able to accurately find that person? As he spoke, Tom began operating the microcomputer on his arm. Chapter 436. The entire campus was very quiet. The only sounds were from Tony's flying device and Tom's motorcycle. As for Chen Ning's teleportation, it made no sound at all as he appeared in various corners, trying to find the talent responsible for the destruction. Everywhere around were college students and teachers, frozen into silent statues, standing there. Most expressions were smiling. A study shows that those who freeze to death often end up smiling due to the thermal expansion and contraction of muscles. It seemed these people were already dead. Such a large-scale freezing could not have been completed in an instant. Just as Chen Ning finished speaking, an amusement park nearby rapidly turned into an ice sculpture world. Other buildings nearby were also quickly freezing. The entire freezing trend was rapidly increasing. Wow, it really was completed in an instant? If this continued, the entire city would turn into ice sculptures. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Chen Ning was speculating, Tony had already fired missiles into the air. Found him, Tony shouted loudly. Tom quickly turned the vehicle around and drove towards the direction where Tony was firing missiles. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several ice spikes flew towards Tony in the sky. Tony quickly dodged. Chen Ning flashed to the vicinity of the missile explosion. Chapter 437. The two looked at Chen Ning, knowing he might indeed have this strength. But at that time, he would likely be more focused on helping his own country, possibly neglecting their situation. They still had to rely on themselves. The three went their separate ways. Chen Ning returned to Tony's lab and saw Anna washing the car in the yard. Let's go. Anna, I'll take you shopping. Anna smiled and said upon hearing Chen Ning's words, shopping? I haven't shopped for myself in a long time. Usually when I go out to buy things, it's for the boss. Chen Ning directly got into the car. Then what are we waiting for? Get in. Anna happily followed and got into the car. Have the two escapees been caught? Anna asked as she fastened her seatbelt. Chen Ning drove out of the villa area They were caught, but they're all dead. Anna was surprised, dead? That's such a pity. Maybe after some modification, they could have been useful to us. After all, it's not easy to have a person with abilities. However, Chen Ning said, people like that are not worth mourning. You haven't seen what a regular house looks like after being burned down? If we hadn't arrived in time, the whole city could have been set ablaze by him. Chapter 438. Tony cautiously reached out to touch the hammer. The moment he made contact, he stood up straight. The energy was fully charged, restored to 100. Wow, just a touch, and it fully charged my armor's energy. This hammer is like a fast charger. Tony looked at the hammer on the ground in amazement. He had just been angry that it had damaged all the equipment in his room, but now he found himself liking it a bit. With it, he could fight at full capacity anytime. Thinking of this, Tony excitedly stepped forward, no longer afraid. He reached out to grab the hammer, intending to take it to the lab for further study. However, he found he couldn't lift it at all. Tony, wearing his armor and firing at full power, even activated the boosters beneath his feet to try to pull the hammer up. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't lift it. This left him in a bind. Chen Ning walked over and lifted the hammer along with him. Is this what you wanted? Tony got off the hammer, revealing his face. How did you do that? Chen Ning performed a couple of bicep curls. Just like this, is it that hard? Tony pointed to the ground. Put it down, and I'll try again. Chapter 439. Chen Ning continued to ask, all right, as the god of thunder, what are you doing here instead of managing thunder and lightning in the sky? Thor replied seriously, wasn't it you who invited me here? Chen Fronet. You're full of crap. Who invited you? Tony quickly interjected. It might have been William. Chen Ning nodded. So it was that guy. He's really no good. I'll deal with him later. Let him cause trouble somewhere else. Thor asked, who is William? Tony explained, he's a weapons manufacturer from our country. A couple of days ago, he threatened me to cooperate with him, or he'd reveal our planet's coordinates. You were likely invited down by him. Thor nodded. That should be it. I happened to be bored and patrolling up there and saw an invitation from Star System, so I came down. I didn't expect to get beaten up as soon as I arrived. He looked at Chen Ning, feeling quite wronged. Tony quickly smoothed things over. Well, as they say, a guest is a guest. According to our customs, you have to drink with us. Drink? Thor was extremely curious, not knowing what it meant. Chapter 440. Suchi immediately became happy. It's the boss. I will make you satisfied. Chen Ning shook his head helplessly, looking at the gathered gifted individuals with a serious expression. Are all the members of the Gifted Association here? They exchanged glances. We are all here. Chen Ning continued. All right, let's get started. Show me your strength. Everyone was taken aback. They didn't expect him to be so direct. He actually wanted them to attack together. What, as gifted individuals, do you not have the courage for this? I seriously suspect you all got in through the back door. This statement struck a chord with all of them. Take this. They all charged at Chen Ning. Chen Ning unleashed a torrent of fire, causing everyone around to quickly clear a path. They were shocked by how fierce Chen Ning's attack was. He was trying to burn them alive. Seeing that they managed to evade the flames, Chen Ning released ice energy, instantly freezing the ground into ice. Dozens of gifted individuals found their feet stuck to the ground, unable to move. With this level, you should just obediently accept your fate, Chen Ning said, directly firing his laser eyes at them. There was nowhere to dodge. Protective shield. The gifted individuals activated their shields, enveloping all of them. Chapter 441. Indeed, no matter how flashy the opponent's actions were, they were ineffective against Chen Ning. Instead, he punched the opponent to the ground. Then, he transformed into the Hulk and began to smash this person wildly. After a few hits, he shattered the person's illusion. Everything around returned to normal. The people at the entrance felt as if they had experienced a fierce battle, invigorated. Just watching gave them this feeling, let alone actually participating in the fight. The person got up, wanting to retaliate, but Chen Ning instantly vanished. This time, he had gone invisible. The person lost sight of their target and felt danger. They no longer concealed their identity, removing the hood to reveal a fair but delicate face. It turned out to be a woman. She formed seals with her hands and quickly made various movements, not revealing what she was doing. 10 seconds later, over 100 clones of her appeared around. Shadow clone technique. The crowd erupted. Oh my god, she can clone herself? What's the big deal? Our leader can do that too. This is different. She can create so many clones, and they all have attacking power. No one knows which one is real and which one is fake. This is going to be tough for the captain. With so many clones, how were they supposed to fight? They all worried for Chen Ning. Chapter 442. Tony, Thor, and William were at a standoff. Chen Ning suddenly appeared next to Tony and locked eyes with William. William was completely dumbfounded. Why you? How did you get in here? Chen Ning blinked and appeared right in front of William. Scared, William sat back on the sofa. I should be asking you how you brought him down here. William looked at Thor and chuckled lightly. What? Are you scared? I told you, as long as you don't cooperate with me, I would reveal the Earth's coordinates. And many alien friends would come looking for us. He's just the first batch. It was clear that William had no intention of regretting his actions. Instead, he seemed quite pleased. William walked around Chen Ning and said to Thor, you saw it. It was because I revealed the coordinates that you had the chance to come to our planet. You should thank me or cooperate with me. This way we can share this planet together. What do you think? William knew that with his own strength, he couldn't deal with Chen Ning and Tony. So he sought allies on the spot. Tal looked at William and said in a very calm tone, First, I'm not interested in your planet. Compared to where I live, this place is far inferior. Chapter 443, however, this couldn't stump Chen Ning. He flashed into the energy box room. The mechanism was triggered quickly. Beep, beep, beep. Loudspeakers inside and outside the room began broadcasting, allowing everyone in the laboratory to hear. Someone has broken in. Alert. Target. Energy box. All personnel rushed towards the energy box room. Chen Ning directly became invisible and disappeared. The most advanced instruments can only detect living beings with a physical presence. They're not able to detect a species like Chen Ning that is completely invisible. The mechanisms in the room shut down. The people who rushed and looked at the empty room and fell into silence. Is the alarm broken? There's no one here? Impossible. The alarm can't malfunction. We check it 3 times a day. Conduct a thorough search. Leave no corner unchecked. Yes. They began a 360-degree inspection of the room without any blind spots. Meanwhile, Chen Ning swaggered to the energy box and directly stored it in his infinite space. He teleported out of the room. Beep, beep, beep. The room sounded the alarm again. This time, it was the alert for the missing energy box. All personnel were highly tense. Who did this? Damn, it must be a stealthy, gifted person. Chapter 444. Tony also covered himself in armor and flew to the scene. No one cared how Chen Ning got there. Chen Ning leisurely sipped a cup of coffee and said to Anna, Next time, put in more sugar. Anna replied, and Chen Ning had already disappeared. He arrived near the blue light in no time. Coincidentally, this was exactly where Tal's hammer had fallen. The large pit that had just been repaired had now turned back into a large pit. In the middle of the pit stood a person. His skin was pale. He had slick back hair, wore a silver-gray tight suit, and held a crescent staff in his hand. He looked around in confusion. On both sides of the street, many people were taking pictures of him. The clicking sound seemed to anger him. He swung the staff in his hand, turned around, and pointed at a person. That person flew out as if hit by a car. Seeing this, the surrounding people hurriedly fled. Only Chen Ning stood there nonchalantly, curiously observing him. Hey buddy, what's your name? What are you doing here? Chen Ning asked while biting into a cucumber. He looked at Chen Ning, his brow slightly furrowed. Are you talking to me? Chen Ning spat out the remnants in his mouth. Of course, if I'm not talking to you, who else would I talk to? Chapter 445. The atmosphere in Talon instantly quieted down. This Chen Ning was simply terrifying. He couldn't muster any thoughts of attack against him. Tony looked at Tom, sitting beside him, and said, What were you going to tell us just now? Tom then remembered, almost forgot. I found a destroyer on the satellite map who is destroying the city. Tony quickly stood up. Why are you just telling me this now? Tom looked at him. I got distracted by something delicious and forgot. Tony was speechless. Share the address. Tom quickly operated and sent the location he saw on the satellite map to Tony. He also sent a copy to Chen Ning. The two quickly ran out of the shop towards the location on the map. Tom looked at Tal and Talon. Why don't you guys come along? Tal stood up. Okay, I'll go too. It will be better if I can help. Talon looked at Tal in disbelief. You actually want to help these people? Are you kidding? We are the Thunder Gods. Tal looked at Talon. If you want to be a Thunder God, stay here. Don't stop me. After saying that, he walked outside. Tom glanced at Talon and also walked out. Chapter 446. Tony in the sky was confused. What was going on? He quickly came to the ground and shouted from a distance. Chen Ning, are you okay? Chen Ning turned around, startling Tony, who quickly took a step back. I'm fine. This thing is quite fun. Let me play a bit longer. Quite fun. Tony frowned. What's so fun about it? The whole person is turned into a black monster with a gaping mouth. Just looking at it could scare someone to death. Tal also woke up from the ground. Looking at the black monster standing beside him, he quickly stepped back. What the hell is this? What has happened to me? Tony said, You were possessed by him just now. Chen Ning saved you. But now that black thing has swallowed Chen Ning. Tao was stunned. Swallowed him? What should we do? Tony removed his armor and approached Chen Ning. But from the current situation, it seems we don't need to worry. Chen Ning seems to have subdued him. Subdued? Tao looked at the black monster in disbelief. Just now, he was pounced on by it and lost consciousness without any chance to resist. Chen Ning was actually able to subdue it? Incredible. Chapter 447 this time. Rosen Laboratory was completely finished. Should I tell Chen Ning to tone it down a bit? If this continues, the whole island will sink. Tao said on the side. May I ask, is he usually this fierce? Tony glanced at Tao. The meaning in his eyes was obvious. What do you think? Chen Ning was frantically throwing bombs in the laboratory. Until everything inside was blown to dust, he finally floated out. Seeing Chen Ning floating out, Tony immediately approached and asked, Is everything inside gone? Chen Ning had a look, of course. Yeah, why keep it? Such a harmful laboratory shouldn't exist. They must have national support behind their energy boxes. At this point, Chen Ning paused and looked at Tony. This laboratory was blown up by you. If something happens later, don't think you can just walk away. Tony helplessly said, Don't worry, I do have some responsibility. But when the time comes, we'll have to use that black liquid. This is the evidence of their crimes. As long as we have this, we won't be afraid to confront them. Tao said on the side, What's wrong? Even after uniting to eliminate evil here, do we still need to prove it to the people? Chapter 448. The golden dragon suddenly transformed into a whale. It pressed toward him. The bone sword sliced open the whale's belly, and dozens of piranhas jumped out, rushing to bite that person. Upon seeing these piranhas with their sharp teeth, the man completely lost his composure. He found these piranhas too disgusting and shook his body to avoid being bitten. However, the more he struggled, the harder they bit, gradually swallowing him whole, leaving no bones behind. Chen Ning had been standing by the side all along, providing no assistance whatsoever. In the illusion, it was all his personal fears at play. As long as there was no fear, everything could be resolved. Breaking the illusion, the surroundings were in ruins. Buildings were on fire, and structures had cracked and collapsed. The streets were riddled with the scars of battle. Tanks and fighter jets had entered the city, and everywhere was a scene of devastation. Just one alien visitor had caused such chaos. Not to mention, after the revival of spiritual energy, those ancient powers would be even more terrifying. Chen Ning became increasingly worried about the situation in Long Nation, unsure if they could cope. Tony and Tom flew over, and upon seeing that the person on the spacecraft had been eliminated, they breathed a sigh of relief. It was terrifying. These things were simply war maniacs. Chapter 449, boom. A huge sound erupted in the sky. The entire sky shook. It was as if a planet had exploded. Enormous clouds of dust scattered through the universe. The person wearing the cloak came above the earth, spreading his arms as if setting up a protective net, causing all the debris and dust to bounce back, protecting the earth from harm. The people below were stunned, especially Tom and the others. They could clearly see the situation above. They never expected that someone could use their own body to penetrate a space battleship. Upon seeing this, Chen Ning remarked, a figure on par with deities. Comparable to me. Tao and Tom looked at Chen Ning, not doubting his words. However, Chen Ning had an even bolder idea, to plunder him, to take his abilities for himself. Only in this way could he become even stronger and make up for his inability to fly in space. During Tony's descent, he heard the explosion in the sky and knew the battleship had been destroyed. He revealed a satisfied smile and fainted. Tao immediately flew up, catching Tony as he fell to the ground. The person who helped also descended, looking at Chen Ning and Tao, nodding and saying, Well done. Chapter 450. After Chen Ning took his seat, a person standing in front of the screen continued to explain. Currently, 70% of our country's population has become primary martial artists, capable of dealing with some ordinary monsters. 10% have become gifted individuals, who are also our main force against monsters. The remaining 20% will be used for the normal operation of society, engaged in production work. My report is complete. I would like to hear everyone's opinions. After speaking, he returned to his seat in the front row. From his position, it was clear that his rank here was definitely not low. The others exchanged glances, with more people looking at Chen Ning, feeling that he had the most authority to speak on this matter. The principal also looked at Chen Ning and said, Zero, please share your thoughts. We all want to hear. Chen Ning was not polite and stood up, saying, Let 90% of the people engage in normal work to maintain the operation of society. The remaining 10% gifted individuals should participate in battles. Additionally, there is something I need to inform everyone. The coordinates of Earth have been revealed, and there will be a continuous influx of extraterrestrial life. We must propel Earth away from here. Swish! Everyone looked at Chen Ning. Chapter 451. Upon hearing this voice, Chen Ning couldn't help but exclaim, "Finally, it has come. It seems the struggle for national fortune is unavoidable. We must let other countries know that Long Nation is the strongest." Chen Ning went to Su Qi's office and said to her, "During this time, I leave Long Tongue Company to you. Successfully complete the transformation work. I also need to go abroad to have them recognize the strength of Long Nation, while also dealing with those who have awakened spiritual energy." Su Qi, upon hearing this, looked somewhat worried. "What will happen to Long Nation if you leave?" Chen Ning smiled. "Don't worry. Regarding the prevention of spiritual energy monsters, we in Long Nation have prepared in advance and have already awakened 10% of gifted individuals. Coupled with the comprehensive monitoring of Long Tongue Group, there won't be any significant issues. Later, you just need to send the gifted individuals to various cities, with one S-level gifted individual stationed in each city, and that will suffice. The rest will follow the command and dispatch from headquarters." Su Qi then said, "Understood, boss." Watching Chen Ning's back, Su Qi couldn't help but say, "Boss, take care." Chen Ning smiled and vanished. He arrived at the training ground of Wuda in the imperial capital. The gifted individuals were training there. Chapter 452. Upon hearing this, the superior snorted, "Demonstration? Go. Blow that place up. Get the stuff." "Yes." The people below immediately dispatched a team, flying toward Chen Ning's direction. Tony and Tom hurried to the rooftop. Upon seeing the energy box placed by Chen Ning at the tower's peak, they were stunned. This was too arrogant. This was openly provoking their country. Such a level of treasure, once it appeared, the country would immediately detect it and send someone to retrieve it. "Captain, doing this will get you surrounded. If it weren't for the other countries being unable to enter, it would probably attract many countries to fight over it." After hearing their words, Chen Ning didn't care. "Let them come. I'm not afraid of them. It would be best if several countries came at once. That way, I won't have to deal with them one by one." As Chen Ning spoke, he already felt the airflow from the warplanes flying toward him. He looked up at the sky. In the distance, several missiles were heading this way. "Damn it, they want to flatten this place." Chen Ning choked it. Tom was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the country was willing to go to such lengths to obtain the energy box? Just then, the warplanes roared overhead. Missiles over a meter long were dropped around the house. Chapter 453. Who was that person who could summon lightning just now? Find out his background for me. The headquarters issued the order. Soon, all information about Tao was received. This person descended from the sky, similar to the hammer incident that occurred in the city center a few days ago. And from the comparison of the hammer he was holding, it was indeed the hammer that caused a citywide blackout that day. According to our continuous observations, this hammer is the weapon of this person. Upon hearing this conclusion, the superior frowned slightly. "Are you saying that this person descended from the sky, and his weapon has lightning attributes, able to summon lightning?" The staff member said, "Furthermore, we have gathered that they all call this person the Thunder God." "Thunder God? Is he the one who came down during that window period?" "Yes." The superior stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. In less than 5 seconds, he made a decision. Do everything possible to bring him over. The assistant standing next to him said, "We have already started acting, and we have communicated with his brother, who agreed to join us to deal with that person from Longhua." "His brother? He has a brother?" "That's right. He also came down from the sky. However, his ability seems to be inferior to his brother's." Chapter 454. As soon as these words were spoken, the talented individuals present surrounded Tao. This is one of the top countries on Earth. How can they allow him to be humiliated like this? The superior also felt that his authority was provoked and prepared to give him a lesson. However, Talon stepped forward in time and said, "Superior, let me talk to my brother for a moment." Seeing Talon's confident demeanor, the superior agreed to let him try. Talon glanced at the surrounding talented individuals, took a stance, and said, "Do you think you can defeat the Thunder God?" The superior gestured for them to disperse, and the talented individuals finally scattered. Talon pulled Tal to a quiet place beside him. "Brother, why are you being foolish?" Talon looked around to confirm that no one was nearby, and then said, You pretend to agree first, and then we can act accordingly. Maybe we can directly deal with these people. What do you think? Tal looked at Talon in astonishment, not expecting him to have such a strategy. Are you serious? Of course. Do you think, as a member of the Thunder God tribe, I would be willing to be used by them? This is also a delaying tactic. Moreover, we will indeed receive preferential treatment here. Why not take advantage of the benefits we can get for free? Chen Ning. Tal's voice sounded downstairs. Chen Ning jumped down. You're back so soon. Where's your brother? Tal shrugged helplessly. He refuses to come back. He says he wants to be a lackey for those people. It really makes me angry. Chen Ning was slightly taken aback. Are you saying he's betrayed you? Tal nodded. Don't worry, I will deal with him. As long as I catch him, I will definitely not spare him. Chen Ning had to say, your brother looks like a troublemaker. It's better to have less contact with him in the future. Tal nodded. If it weren't for worrying about him getting hurt here, I wouldn't go looking for him. Let him go for now. By the way, Chen Ning, what do you plan to do next? Are you still going to hold your ground here? Chen Ning said no. I'm going to meet up with Tony and the others. I plan to make the situation here public. Let everyone know the true nature of this country. Looking at the bombarded ruins around, Chen Ning sneered. Tal said beside him, by the way, Chen Ning, can you lend me the energy box? I seem to have found a way back, but I need to use the energy box. Chapter 456. Hearing this, Chen Ning quickly looked over. Sure enough, there were mobile troops in the air, land, and sea heading towards Longhua. Chen Ning snorted. Good, very good. I was worried about not having a reason to eliminate you. This is a pillow sent to someone who is sleepy. Tony immediately said, Chen Ning, no. Chen Ning had already disappeared. Longhua's iron Great Wall had been completed. The enemies outside could not get in at all. At the same time, it was also monitored that a large number of mobile troops were in action. All the talented individuals had arrived at the front line, wanting to respond to this battle. Are they going to have a decisive battle? Do they really think they can fight us with these? Do they have that strength? If we're going to fight, let us fight thoroughly. Let them be convinced. Longhua's combat troops were very courageous, preparing to face the opponent head-on. They dispatched combat personnel to stand at the forefront to welcome the enemy's attack. A large number of talented individuals gathered at the front line, waiting for orders to attack. Suddenly, a figure appeared right in front of the Iron Great Wall, floating in midair. It was Chen Ning. Longhua's monitoring focus was all on him, as if he was a war god, suspended in the air with his hands in his pockets, looking down arrogantly at the incoming steel beast. Chapter 457. Talon said beside him, it's useless. If he wants to hide, even the satellites can't find him. The superior looked at Talon, frowning. Then where is he now? Talon shrugged. Who knows? I'm not at the front line. The superior was about to be driven mad by Talon. He followed his advice and moved all the combat weapons to Longhua, wanted to show the whole world how he dealt with Chen Ning. Moreover, Longhua would not intervene. As a result, Chen Ning single-handedly defeated his entire team and now has disappeared. What should he do? Come out if you have guts. Aren't you very strong? Come on. The talented individuals at the front shouted loudly, trying to draw out Chen Ning. As long as they find him, they can cut off the space around him, making him a wanderer of time and space. Your talent is good. I want it. A voice echoed from behind him. Startled, he hurriedly turned around, but it was already too late. Chen Ning grabbed his neck and robbed him of his talent. Plunder, space-time cutting. He felt his body being emptied. A sense of emptiness enveloped him. He just wanted to curl up quietly in place and do nothing. Even less did he want to participate in any war. With a crack, Chapter 458. Chen Ning, however, interestedly spoke to the air. Come, let me show you something. Saying this, he drew a few lines in the air. Immediately, several cracks appeared in the sky, with a blue background revealing an incomprehensible black void behind it, instilling fear. What ability is this? Cutting space? Tony and Tom asked simultaneously. Chen Ning nodded. That's right. So I say I'm not afraid of how many come. I can send them all to another dimension. Hearing this, Tony shivered. He felt increasingly uncertain about Chen Ning's strength. How did he evolve with such talent? Moreover, doesn't he have too many talents? It seems like they are never exhausted. Every time he sees him, there are new talents. It's really abnormal. As a guest from afar, let's go. I'll take you to Long Country to have a look. Chen Ning said, soaring into the air, flying towards Long Country. Tony and Tom exchanged glances and followed behind him. Passing through the steel Great Wall, Long Country showed no intention of stopping them. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't have been able to enter at all. But following Chen Ning, they had a smooth journey. Netizens from Long Country were watching Chen Ning's every move through a live broadcast. when they saw him bringing Tony and Tom back. They excitedly ran out onto the streets. Chapter 459. Seeing this, Tony dived in, planning to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Lai Run. He thought that with his steel body, he could withstand his attacks. However, as soon as he got close, Lai Ren swung his arm at him. The armored arm in front of him was like a lump of mud, utterly unable to withstand a blow. If Tony hadn't pulled back in time, his arm would have likely been severed. Stop. This time, it was Tony who called for a halt. He walked over to pick up the armored arm that had fallen on the ground, looking regretful. Then he raised his head to look at Lai Ren. How is your sword so sharp? My armor is made from special materials, and there are few things that can cut through it. Lai Ren smiled slightly. My flame blade can cut through anything in the world. This is my talent. Tony nodded. I see. I underestimated you. You win. Applause erupted on the scene. Whether martial artists or talent users, Tony was at a disadvantage. Chen Ning then looked at Tom beside him. What about you? Do you want to give it a try? Seeing Chen Ning mention him, Tom quickly shook his hands. No. No. I have no intention of doing that. Everyone in Long Country really knows martial arts. I can't compare. Chapter 460. This person is so strong. He can still fight after taking a punch from Chen Ning. Why does it feel like his strength has increased again? Chen Ning exchanged a few blows with him, then kicked him. The man did not evade, took the kick, and was sent flying again. He crashed into the mountain behind him, got up again, and his smile grew wider. Come on, let's continue. Goodness, he really is getting braver the more he fights. Chen Ning felt something was off. With his strength, most people would have been unable to stand after being knocked down twice. He didn't expect this man could still fight. Laser eyes. Chen Ning shot out a beam, hitting the man's shoulder. He meant to incapacitate him and then ask some questions, which is why he didn't aim for a vital spot. However, the man looked at the wound on his shoulder, still smiling, and continued to attack Chen Ning. What doesn't kill me will only make me stronger. The man swung a punch at Chen Ning, his fist glowing faintly. Chen Ning snorted. Well said. Then I'll just punch you to death. After saying that, he threw a punch. The two fists collided. Boom! With a loud bang, the other party's body exploded. He died on the spot. The netizens from Long Country were left dumbfounded. Chapter 461. The assistant immediately stepped forward to ask the superior, should we stop him? The superior smiled gently. No need. He cannot cause us any harm. As long as his brother is dead, that's fine. At this point, the superior's lips curled into a smile again, looking quite pleased with himself. Long Country also received the warning message sent by Chen Ning. They simultaneously activated satellite surveillance and discovered a large number of alien spaceships approaching from the sky. What should we do? We have never dealt with alien life forms before. What if their weapons are extremely advanced? How can we defend against them? Someone nearby said, have you considered if they are really advanced? Why would they come here so ostentatiously? They could just destroy the entire planet with a single missile. You make a good point. So what do they want? They wouldn't want to colonize us, would they? Hearing this, everyone present became nervous. Not knowing the aliens' intentions made people mentally tense. However, Chen Ning leaped up and reached the edge of outer space. Here, he could see the alien spaceships flying in. They were moving quickly, forming a triangular formation. Chapter 462. Look up at the sky. What is that thing? So scary. Alien spaceships. The disaster has really come. Everyone, prepare for response. In outer space, Chen Ning continuously pierced through the small spaceships that flew out. Unfortunately, there were too many of them, constantly blocking his way, as if it would never end. Black Moon was at the main warship's hatch, commanding these small spaceships to attack Chen Ning. Watching a large number of ships being destroyed, she felt furious inside. To them, each spaceship contained warriors they had painstakingly trained, but now they were rushing to their deaths one after another. There was no choice but to sacrifice the pawns to protect the king. The king of destruction sat on his throne, watching this scene, and said to another general beside him, no need to rush. Once I merge the time gem, I can reverse all of this. At that time, our fallen army will be resurrected. The general beside him nodded. My king, we will always follow you. The king of destruction slightly nodded, looking again at the virtual image in the sky. It was broadcasting the scene of Chen Ning piercing through their massive fleet of spaceships. Chapter 463. Black Moon led the way ahead, and Chen Ning said, what exactly are you guys? Why do you look so disgusting? Whoosh! A silver spear shot toward him. Chen Ning sidestepped to avoid it, then counterattacked. Black Moon looked at Chen Ning. We are the supreme immortal race in the universe. the most beautiful race in the universe. How dare you say we are ugly? Seeing Black Moon angry, Chen Ning laughed. With your looks, you still call yourself the most beautiful race? You are killing me with laughter. A child would have nightmares just from looking at you. You. Black Moon didn't expect Chen Ning to be so good at banter. Ignoring him, she led him straight towards the throne. Chen Ning took the opportunity to examine the interior of the spaceship. Perhaps in the future, he could also replicate this spaceship and build a cosmic ship belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom's goal would truly be the stars and the sea. He entered through 3 doors and arrived at a huge room. It seemed as if the entire space of the spaceship was prepared for the construction of this room. At the innermost part of the room was a dazzling throne, over 10 meters high. Sitting on the throne was a gigantic figure, with a sturdy build and a square face. Dressed in battle armor, he exuded an aura of power without anger. Chapter 464. Chen Ning and the Destruction King were still fighting amidst the falling debris, engaged in a fierce battle. Chen Ning directly transformed into a giant, becoming the Hulk. On top of his giant form, he covered himself with black liquid, matching the size of the Destruction King. He began to mercilessly overpower the Destruction King. No matter how strong he was, it was difficult for him to contend with Chen Ning. With a dragon's tail sweep, Chen Ning executed a back kick, sending the Destruction King flying. He fell like a meteor towards the distant horizon. Chen Ning looked at the large debris rapidly descending from the sky and knew he couldn't ignore it. Thus, he flew into the air of the Dragon Kingdom and used his laser vision to shoot at the large debris, further reducing their size. This way, their fall would avoid greater damage. Meanwhile, the Destruction King, kicked away by Chen Ning, fell to a certain area on Earth like a meteor, creating a deep pit upon impact. The locals were stunned and gathered to watch. What was happening? Was it spaceship debris? No, if it were debris, the pit should be much larger. Now, the pit was small but very deep. Could be aliens? Aliens? Everyone gasped. If it really were aliens, it would be the end. Chapter 465. Damn it. Activate the Intercontinental Missile Adaptive Cruise. Target that monster. Bomb him. We cannot let him wreak havoc in our nation. Yes. The staff quickly typed on the computer, modifying the missile parameters for automatic target tracking. Fighter jets in the sky continued to circle, occasionally launching missiles at the Destruction King, but he caught them with his hand, causing them to explode in his palm, proving useless. The fighter jets had no choice but to return, avoiding unnecessary sacrifices. The Destruction King stood in the command vehicle, gazing into the distance, precisely where the missiles were coming from. He leaped up and collided head-on with a missile. Boom! A mushroom cloud erupted in the sky. The headquarters satellite monitored the situation in real time, eager to see if that monster was dead. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, the Destruction King strolled out of it. The people at headquarters were stunned. He didn't die. He actually survived. Everyone present froze, unsure how to respond. Governor, send the gifted ones. We can only rely on them now. Upon hearing this suggestion, the governor ordered, dispatch the gifted ones to attack. Yes. The staff immediately issued orders for the gifted ones around the Destruction King to move in and eliminate the threat. Chapter 466. Urgent notice. Large-scale invasion at the border. Should we retaliate? Upon hearing the military situation, the neighboring country immediately ordered, counterattack. Give them a good beating. Yes. The combat personnel drove their armored vehicles toward the border. Just as they met the enemy, an unrestricted tracking missile launched at their vehicle. After blowing up one vehicle, it continued to leap and attack other vehicles without the need for an operator to manage further. One person alone could wipe out the entire enemy force. Such power was terrifying. Overwhelming attack. The headquarters received battle reports from the front line and were left dumbfounded. How could they have such advanced weapons? How did they do it? Who can tell me? The commanders at headquarters were going crazy. The enemy fired just one shot and decimated the entire force they sent. How could they continue to fight? The invading force continued to penetrate deeper, sweeping through like the Destruction King had invaded their country, unstoppable. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the Destruction Kingdom fell. The governor, stationed at the rear, was pleased to see his troops equipped with advanced weapons, becoming invincible and pushing back the surrounding countries repeatedly, feeling immense satisfaction. Chapter 467. After 5 hours of flight, the Destruction King, the governor, and accompanying personnel finally arrived at their destination. Once the plane landed, The surroundings were filled with sand, with no buildings in sight, as if they had entered a no-man's land. The Destruction King stepped out of the plane and surveyed the environment. Where are the gems? The governor quickly contacted the vassal state. We have arrived. Where are your people? On the other end of the satellite phone, they replied, They all encountered misfortune. Encountered misfortune? What happened? Who did this? The governor shouted. This had to be clarified. Otherwise, if the Destruction King was displeased, he might meet the same fate, which would be disastrous. The other party replied, Currently, we are unclear. I have the coordinates of their last appearance before the incident. How about you go check the scene? The governor glanced back at the Destruction King and could only say, All right, send me the coordinates. Soon, they received a new set of coordinates. The governor reluctantly stated, They said the team that came here before all encountered misfortune. Upon hearing this news, the Destruction King gazed ahead, showing little emotional fluctuation. Chapter 468. The throne was empty. However, there were about a dozen people standing nearby. Chen Ning tilted his head. Where is the person on the throne? The surrounding people were taken aback. Could he be here to find that monster? This was too terrifying. They went out. Where did they go? To find a ruby. The commander replied, truthfully. Given Chen Ning's strength, wanting to kill him would be a matter of seconds, making it unnecessary to lie. Chen Ning paused. Ruby? What is that? The commander felt a bit awkward. I'm not very clear either. It's what that monster wanted. Hearing the mention of that monster, Chen Ning described the appearance of the Destruction King. Is it like this? Upon seeing the person, he quickly nodded. Yes, that's right. It's him. He has taken our governor hostage and said he wants to find a gem. We know nothing at all. Chen Ning shot a laser gaze across, and the command center instantly opened a large hole. What do you want to know? The person, frightened, hurriedly said, No, we don't want to know anything. Please don't kill me. After saying that, he knelt on one knee. Chen Ning sneered, not expecting the people of this country to be so soft-boned. Chapter 469. It must be a lie. Chen Ning turned off his phone screen and placed it on the table, feeling dazed. He supported his head with one hand, still lost in thought. Why did he always feel like he had forgotten something? Chen Ning murmured to himself. Looking at the scene before him, which was both unfamiliar and familiar, he felt an indescribable sensation. Zhang Tian looked at her phone, also very surprised. No, I was the one who dumped him, okay? How dare he refuse me? When did Chen Ning become so tough? Zhang Tian was unconvinced and called again. Chen Ning, annoyed, saw Zhang Tian's call and hung up directly. Hey, how dare he hang up on me? He had no right to hang up on her. Zhang Tian was furious and called Chen Ning again. Sorry, the number you dialed has been turned off. Please try again later. He blocked me. Zhang Tian was about to explode. She never expected Chen Ning would dare to block her number. No way. I must see him in person. I need to make it clear to him. I dumped him, not the other way around. After saying that, she angrily went downstairs, heading towards the boys' dormitory. Chen Ning was puzzled, still unable to remember what he had forgotten. Chapter 470. Chen Ning ignored it and, after leaving campus, took a taxi directly to the car dealership to buy a car. Now that he had money, he must buy a better car. He would drive it back and slap Zhang Tian in the face. Let her regret it. Welcome. May I ask what kind of car you're looking for, sir? Chen Ning directly said, the most expensive car in your store. As soon as he said this, people around looked over. Upon seeing that Chen Ning was so young, they revealed disdainful looks. This young man is asking for the most expensive car? Can he afford it? He must just be looking, not actually buying, just getting his eyes satisfied. Want to bet? This kid definitely won't buy it. Sure, I bet 1,000. The sales consultant paused for a moment, politely saying, Sir, we have a car supermarket here, with cars ranging from tens of thousands to millions. May I ask what you are? Chen Ning glanced at the cars on both sides. Of course, the millions one. The more expensive, the better. Wow, looks like we have a nouveau riche today. The sales consultant coughed lightly. All right, sir, please follow me. People around were still paying attention to Chen Ning, wanting to see what he could actually afford. The sales consultant took Chen Ning to an Aston Martin and introduced, Sir, what do you think of this car? Chapter 471. After Zhao Ming finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Tian with a smile. Tian, let's just buy a car worth over 100,000 for commuting. No need to compete with him. Zhang Tian was also angry. Hearing this, she snorted. You could drive a car worth over 100,000 by yourself. After saying that, she grabbed her bag and walked outside. Hey, Tian, don't go. Tian. Zhao Ming chased after her. Chen Ning drove away from the car dealership in a luxury car and received a call from his roommate. Hey, Gangzi, what's up? Ningguo, where are you? Come sing. Sure. Send me the location. I'll head over now. Chen Ning hung up the phone, received the location from Li Gang, and drove toward the KTV. This was an open-style KTV. The hall had live performances and booths, and there were private rooms upstairs for karaoke. Upon arrival, after getting out of the car, he instantly attracted the attention of many beautiful women. Wow, where did this handsome guy come from? Driving such a good car? Handsome. Can we get to know each other? Want to buy me a drink? Chen Ning just smiled past the women at the entrance, knowing they were all just there to lure him into drinking and making commissions. He was not interested in them. As soon as he entered, he heard someone shout from the second floor, Ningguo, over here. Chapter 472. Wu Mengdai looked at the expensive dragon set on the table and said, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Chen Ning smiled casually. This is just the beginning, just a sprinkle. Li Gang nudged Chen Ning's arm with a mischievous smile. Nice one, Ningguo. If you ask me, that Zhang Tian is completely blind. She broke up with you to find another man, and she'll regret it later. Wu Mengdai curiously asked, Who is Zhang Tian? Chen Ning poured a glass of wine. Oh, my ex-girlfriend. We've already broken up. Wu Mengdai, seeming very curious, asked, Broken up? Why? You're so rich. Did you cheat? Chen Ning smiled lightly and clinked glasses with Wu Mengdai. Yes, Ms. Wu Mengdai. Would you like to cheat with me? Wu Mengdai suddenly blushed, not knowing how to respond. I need to go sing now. Thank you for the gift and the wine. Wu Mengdai shook her wine glass, placed it on the table, and ran towards the stage. Chen Ning watched her leave, sitting on the sofa with a full smile, feeling that the current relationship was particularly good. Until the next morning at 7 o'clock. Wu Mengdai finally finished work. She stepped out and wanted to take a taxi back to school. Chapter 473. Chen Ning looked at Zhang Tian's pitiful appearance, but felt disgusted. Get back together? Who gave you the right to come to me for a reconciliation? Why should I get back together with you? Do you think you are that important? Hearing Chen Ning's humiliating words, Zhang Tian felt deeply ashamed. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. In any case, it was my fault. I shouldn't have abandoned you to be with Zhao Ming. He forced me. It wasn't my choice. Chen Ning laughed in anger. You abandoned me? Miss, get your facts straight. You said you wanted to break up, and I immediately agreed. Did I ever try to keep you? How self-indulgent. A person like you should go find Zhao Ming. He is more suitable for you. After saying that, Chen Ning got into his Aston Martin and drove towards the architecture department, attracting a wave of envious glances from behind. Zhang Tian felt humiliated. After going through so much to seek reconciliation, the result was that he completely refused. How embarrassing. No, I must find someone to take revenge on him. Can't let him get away that easily. Zhang Tian made up her mind to leave the school and find someone outside to help. Chen Ning arrived downstairs at Wu Mengdia's building and sent her a text. Are you awake? I'm downstairs at your dorm. Let's have a meal together. Chapter 474. The receptionist glanced at Chen Ning. Are you here to learn boxing? Chen Ning replied, No, I want to spar with your coach. This caught the attention of the coach, who was warming up on the stage. He took off his gloves and looked at Chen Ning. You're here to challenge us, right? Good, welcome. Come on up. The coach put his gloves back on and warned Chen Ning. I must warn you, I won't hold back against challengers. Chen Ning also put on his gloves. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Just as he finished speaking, the coach delivered a side kick towards Chen Ning's chest. If it were an ordinary person, they wouldn't have reacted in time, and taking that kick would have likely ended the match. But Chen Ning reacted swiftly, sidestepping while sweeping the coach's supporting leg. With a crack, the leg broke. Ah! The coach screamed in pain, and everyone in the gym heard it. People rushed to the ring, but when they saw the coach's leg bent at a 90-degree angle, they were too frightened to approach. Call an ambulance. Someone shouted. Chen Ning stepped forward and said, Don't worry, I can fix it. Saying this, he picked up the broken bone. With a crack, he reattached it. The crowd looked on with expressions similar to elderly subway riders frowning at their phones. Chapter 475. How to find a captain. Are you going to ask the Destroyer King? Please let us use the ruby so we can bring Chen Ning back. Tony ignored Tom and immediately called relevant personnel in Longhua. Hello, I'm Tony. I might know where Chen Ning has gone, and I want to rescue him, but I need your help. The higher-ups in Longhua were extremely pleased to hear this news. Really? You can save Chen Ning. They knew that only Chen Ning could stop this disaster. Otherwise, the Destroyer King would soon strike Longhua, and no one would be able to resist him. Tony firmly stated, I'll do my best, but I need your help. The higher-ups in Longhua immediately responded, No problem. We are willing to try anything to bring Chen Ning back. After reaching a consensus, Tony took Tom and headed straight to Longhua. Upon meeting the higher-ups, he directly stated, "I need an energy box to create a time travel machine." A time travel machine? Everyone present was stunned. This thing had only been hypothesized. No one had ever actually used it, and no one knew if it had side effects. Chapter 476. Anna saw Tony's serious demeanor and knew he was about to enter workaholic mode. It seemed he had made up his mind. She could only go along with his plans. All she needed to do was take care of his meals. Meanwhile, John ended the press conference early and returned to his office. There were several other investors there, eyeing him closely. "Listen to me. This was an accident. I will persuade Tony," John said to them. They seemed unwilling to believe him and said, "I don't know what happened between you and Tony, but you haven't provided us with what we wanted. This is a breach of contract. You know the cost of a breach." John extended his arm. I know. Please give me another chance. I will definitely get him to bring out the latest research weapons, and our plan will succeed." The investors exchanged glances and shook their heads. "It's too late. Tony won't cooperate with you anymore. We can see that. So, are you going to kick me out?" John looked at them. They collectively nodded in agreement. Oh, damn it. Chapter 477. The spectators felt Chen Ning's overwhelming confidence. Is he even human? He actually kicked Bo Chiu away with one kick. Other top experts, who initially had a playful attitude, realized they had to take this seriously. The next contestant was the freestyle fighting expert, Boca. He had served time in prison and maintained an undefeated record in the infamous underground fights. It's known that fights in such places are much more brutal than these formal competitions. Almost every match results in casualties, making fights fiercer. Other top fighters in attendance were reluctant to face him. Even if they could win, they would end up severely injured. The audience became enthusiastic again, eager to see if Boca could defeat Chen Ning. At this time, Wu Mingdai had arrived at the venue. Unfortunately, the ticket she bought was too far back, so she could only see Chen Ning's performance on the big screen. She couldn't call out to him either. Thankfully, he won the first match. But when Boca took the stage, the audience was even more passionate. "Take him down. Boca, you can do it. Go, Boca." Boca stood on stage, staring coldly at Chen Ning. In his eyes, there were no opponents, only enemies. Anyone standing in the ring as an enemy was a target to be eliminated. Chapter 478. Wu's mother hung up the phone and said to Wu Mengye's suitor, "Xiao Lu," Meng Meng said, "she has a boyfriend now, and she will bring him home for me to see." Lu Yin replied, "I want to see who Meng Meng likes." Wu's mother nodded, asking him to stay at home and wait for Wu Mingdai to return. After dealing with those students, Chen Ning planned to take Wu Mingdai back to the dorm. "Chen Ning, my mom said she wants to meet you." "Meet me?" "Yes, she said she is worried about me dating outside and wants to vet him." Chen Ning laughed. "All right then, let's go meet your mom and see what she wants." Wu Mingdai nodded and followed Chen Ning into the car. They bought some gifts and headed to her home. Upon arriving at Wu Mingye's house, they saw Wu's mother and another boy there. Wu Mingdai hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Mom, we're back. This is my boyfriend, Chen Ning." Chen Ning took out a large and small bag of gifts. "Annie, these are gifts I bought for you. Please accept them." Saying this, he placed them on the shoe cabinet. Wu's mother glanced at them. They were all high-quality supplements and must have been expensive. Only then did she nod in satisfaction. "Come in and sit." Chapter 479. Immediately search for John's location. Tony used a satellite computer to check John's coordinates. Soon, he found his location and flew directly out. Waves rippled through the air. Only a supersonic aircraft could leave such a trace. The black humanoid armor seemed like a black bomb, rushing into the bustling city. Everyone on the street witnessed this scene and gasped. Tony flew almost at ground level, darting through the busy streets at high speed. Yet he could accurately avoid any vehicles or people. Soon, he caught up with the vehicle driven by John. Following the same route, he connected to John's phone. The computer inside the armor was running automatically, making a force call to John, which connected directly. "John, look up at the sky." John was startled when he heard the voice coming from his phone. He instinctively opened the sunroof of his car. When he saw a black humanoid armor hovering in the air, he was completely stunned. He instinctively knew it had to be Tony. "Tony, listen to me. It's not like that." Boom. A precision explosive round fired from the side of Tony's arm, directly hitting John's car. Clang. With a crisp sound, John's car exploded on the spot. Chapter 480. The ball man saw this and threw out a mobile phone. Chen Ning caught it with one hand. The phone screen was playing a video of Tony's armor. "It's simple. We hope you can eliminate this guy. His existence poses a threat to us." Chen Ning stared intently at the screen. Seeing how powerful this armor was, Chen Ning immediately became interested. All right, I agree to this. The bald man didn't expect Chen Ning to agree so quickly. He reminded him, if you succeed in this, there will be no reward. If you fail, you could very likely be killed. Think carefully before you speak. Chen Ning grinned. Don't worry, you don't have to take responsibility. This is my personal matter. It has nothing to do with the dragon group. The bald man glanced at the members beside him and smiled. I didn't expect you to be quite savvy. Let's go. Get in the car. We'll take you to the airport. Chen Ning refused. No need. I'll find him myself. After saying that, he turned around, got in the car, and left. Watching Chen Ning's departing figure, several members of the dragon group said, Can we trust him with this? It feels a bit unreliable. The bald man smiled. Trustworthy or not, you'll see on the news. Chapter 481. Chen Ning's fist was already in front of his face when he heard this and instantly stopped. What did you say? What exterminator, what guardian? Chen Ning's memories seemed to be slowly reviving, but still, they didn't connect. Tony quickly said, Don't you remember, Captain? I'm Tony, fighting alongside you. Talon, Anna, Tom, Suki. Tony recited their names one by one, stimulating Chen Ning's neural memories. Finally, Chen Ning remembered. The past came flooding back like a vast ocean of information. For the first time, Chen Ning felt a headache. He released his grip on Tony's arm. Indestructible body activated. Superman ability activated. Fire ability activated. Giant mutation activated. X-ray vision activated. Eagle eye activated. All his talents returned to Chen Ning at once. Those sealed memories also fully recovered. Chen Ning raised his head again, looked at Tony, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled up. Tony, you came. Tony was overjoyed to see this. Captain, you finally came back. Chen Ning smiled slightly, placing his hand on Tony's shoulder. You've worked hard. Chapter 482. Upon hearing Chen Ning's words, they all felt relieved. Knowing that with him around, there would definitely be no problem. Chen Ning asked, What has the exterminator done while I was gone? One person replied, According to our monitoring, after that monster returned, it swallowed up several surrounding countries. Moreover, it manufactured new types of weapons on their planet and equipped them on a large scale. The surrounding countries couldn't resist and had to submit. Now, it has set its sights on the dragon country and deployed all its forces. It seems determined to succeed. Chen Ning nodded. It seems this guy has quite an appetite. Let's make sure they come and go without return. Let them taste the power of our dragon country. As Chen Ning spoke, he flashed to the border of the dragon country. Using eagle eye, he could see the endless line of combat teams ahead, driving towards them in combat vehicles. The gifted individuals of the dragon country had already been dispatched to engage in battle. Kill. Stop them from advancing. Tiger head. The left side is up to you. I'll encircle the right flank with Cobra. Received. The mentors from the imperial capital Wu University unreservedly participated in the battle. Upon seeing the gifted individuals appear, the opposing side immediately ordered, All personnel, be alert. Chapter 483. Fast action, huh? Use a bit more strength, and you almost caught me. Chen Ning's voice sounded from the side. The wooden man looked at Chen Ning in surprise. How are you here? Who's that above? Chen Ning glanced at the person entangled by vines above. That's just a puppet. After saying that, with a bang, the upper puppet turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Chun Haojia and the others instantly broke into smiles. They didn't expect Chen Ning to use the puppet talent. That's impressive. Damn. Entangle. The wooden man once again formed a hand sign, and a vine stretched out from under Chen Ning's feet, quickly wrapping around him. Chen Ning quickly ascended, and the vines below rapidly pursued him. The gifted individuals of the dragon country gasped at this scene, surprised at how powerful this gifted individual was, able to manipulate plants to attack. If one looked closely, they would see that the surroundings were a dense forest, which was indeed the wooden man's main battlefield. Chen Ning turned around and breathed fire downwards. The plants quickly shrank back, no longer pursuing. It seemed they also feared fire. There are so many plants, huh? Then I'll burn them all. Chen Ning said, spewing out a large amount of flames, engulfing the entire forest. Chapter 484. Fire. Boom. A large burst of flames shot out. All those insects were burnt to death. With such little ability, they dare to ambush me? Chen Ning finished speaking and looked up. A swarm of insects was flying towards him, far exceeding the range of his fire breath. The entire sky darkened. He quickly activated plants to defend himself, but the insects flew past and devoured the plants completely, as if they had never existed. Chen Ning paused for a moment, realizing that with such sharp teeth and overwhelming numbers, if they reached the city, they would likely consume all the buildings. These creatures must not be left alive. Boom. Chen Ning unleashed a burst of flames, trying to incinerate as many insects as possible. However, there were too many, and they were all in the air, making it impossible to maintain a long-lasting area of fire. For every batch he burned, another would come. It seemed like it would never end. Stop struggling in vain. Once my insects have targeted you, no one has ever escaped. Chen Ning heard this voice and quickly determined the person's location, instantly teleporting next to him. What's wrong? Are you too scared to show yourself after seeing me? The person clearly didn't expect Chen Ning to appear suddenly. How'd you get here? Chapter 485. The representative sent by Long Country to this meeting is Chen Ning. After listening to the statements from representatives of other countries, Chen Ning spoke up. Do you think this is a problem that technology can solve? More than 100 people in a room turned to Chen Ning. Knowing he was the strongest talent from Long Country, no one dared to disrespect him. So, Mr. Chen, what do you think is the cause of the extreme global climate? Chen Ning replied, it's the Annihilation King. Only he has that capability. Therefore, you should study how to deal with the Annihilation King. Someone scoffed. You claim to be the strongest talent, yet you couldn't kill the Annihilation King. How do you expect us to deal with him? I think you're just afraid of being sidelined and deliberately creating such an opponent to elevate your own status, right? Chen Ning instantly appeared behind this person, placing his hands on his shoulders. The entire room shuddered. If I wanted to, I could annihilate all the countries present here. So who am I trying to impress by nurturing an opponent? His tone was light, but no one dared to underestimate him, because he could truly do it. A representative from a powerful nation was very dissatisfied and didn't like the feeling of being threatened. He said on the spot, Chen Ning, don't forget, we are a country with nuclear strike capabilities. Chapter 486. Chun Haojia immediately reacted. Are we going to find the Annihilation King? Let us go too. No need. It's too dangerous there. This time, I'm going to completely eliminate him. Just do as I say. I leave it to you. After Chen Ning finished speaking, he disappeared. With his eagle eye and X-ray vision abilities, he couldn't find the Annihilation King anywhere on Blue Star. But Tom's words from yesterday reminded him. Perhaps he was hiding underground on Blue Star. Only such places are suitable for concealment, and only he could pull it off. Chen Ning used his X-ray vision to scan the underground and indeed found the Annihilation King's figure. He was greedily sucking in energy. No wonder the climate was so extreme. The protective layer of Blue Star had been destroyed by him. In the next second, Chen Ning appeared beside the Annihilation King. The Annihilation King was taken aback, but didn't matter now. The energy of Blue Star had been completely drained by him. You're only coming now. Isn't it a bit too late? The Annihilation King smirked, looking very satisfied. Chen Ning shot a laser beam at him. The Annihilation King merely extended his arm to block it. I have to say, the energy of Blue Star is still very pure. I have conquered so many planets, and Blue Star is the first one to truly satisfy me. Chapter 487. Chen Ning found a secluded corner to sit down, ordered a large bottle of wine, and poured himself a drink. On the arena, talent users were already going up, wielding their respective weapons, and starting a battle. Just like the martial artists from decades ago, they still relied on strength and martial skills to win. Seeing this scene, Chen Ning shook his head with a smile. How boring. Is this even considered talent? His voice was not loud, but it attracted the attention of those around him. Hey, who are you to say such sarcastic things here? If you have the ability, come up. Exactly. You have no skills and are still pointing fingers. I can't stand people like you. These people are just keyboard warriors. The fighters on the stage also heard Chen Ning's words and stopped to look at him. Hey, kid, if you have guts, come up and fight us. If you win, I'll call you Grandpa. Chen Ning glanced at them, smiled, and continued to drink his wine, having no intention of going up. They thought Chen Ning looked down on them and immediately got angry. They jumped down from the stage, weapons aimed at Chen Ning. Chen Ning casually waved his hand, and the opponent's weapon snapped in midair. They were instantly dumbfounded. Are you a talent user? Chapter 488. A person, even if they're already dead, must leave some trace in the world. Having no trace at all is the biggest problem. Perhaps what he said makes sense. To achieve this, living underground might indeed explain it. Hey, don't throw the wine bottles around. What if you hit someone? That's rude. A person came down from the building to say this. When Li Jin saw this person, he quickly drew his weapon, his eyes turning sharp. He is a lizard man. Upon seeing his identity exposed, the person in front of them instantly transformed into a monstrous form. A long head with a long tail, and his eyes were darting around. They usually blend into the crowd, living just like humans. But once exposed or recognized, they would reveal their true form, killing the real humans present. Li said quickly. Chen Ning snorted lightly, shooting a laser beam at the lizard man. The lizard man leaped up to evade the attack, his arms scythe-like, aimed at Chen Ning's head. Chen Ning instantly pulled out a thunder hammer and struck. Boom! The lizard man's body was sent flying, crashing to the ground dead. Li hurriedly said, "Hurry! His corpse will attract many of his kind." Chapter 489. With both hands raised to the sky, a thunderball fell from above, slowly landing in Chen Ning's hands. At this moment, the entire sky turned white. Humanity around the world was stunned. Since the sun disappeared, this dazzling light had not been seen in a long time. What is happening? The lizard men in the world felt fear. Living in the underground for years had made them accustomed to darkness and afraid of light. Every time they saw that white light, they shuddered. It was a fear etched in their bones. You all get back underground. After Chen Ning finished speaking, he directly threw down the thunderball. In an instant, the city streets were illuminated. Everyone was blinded for 30 seconds. They couldn't see anything. A minute later, the world returned to darkness. The rain had stopped. The dark clouds dispersed. It was as if nothing had happened. Only the countless corpses on the ground could prove that a fierce battle had just taken place here. Looking across the entire city, it had turned into a ghost town. This meant that everyone in this city was a lizard man. Seeing this tragic scene, Lyran couldn't help but sigh. A huge city was actually filled with lizard men. Chen Ning saw the mountain of corpses on the ground and shook his head secretly. He approached Lyran and said, "How many lizard men are there, really?" Chapter 490. Finally, the Sauce Country fired its last bullet. Chen Ning also stepped into Sauce Country. He headed straight for the capital. The high-ranking officials immediately held a meeting to discuss how to stop Chen Ning. It seemed that only a large-scale mobilization of lizard men could possibly stop him. Or they could let that person take action. Chen Ning had already entered Sauce Country. He didn't walk in a low-key manner, but flew high-profile. He wanted all the lizard men here to see how he would eliminate them. The lizard men in the city could no longer hold back their true forms and ran after Chen Ning, looking for a chance to take him down. Chen Ning arrived above the most prosperous city in Sauce Country, pressing his index finger against his temple. Earthquake. Rumbling. The ground tilted left and right. Skyscrapers instantly collapsed, crashing down all around. The lizard men had nowhere to escape and were all crushed to the ground. A prosperous city had thus become a wasteland. The high-ranking officials of Sauce Country were dumbfounded as they watched this scene on the monitor. They didn't expect the power of this gifted individual to be so formidable. Why had they never encountered him before? Wait a minute. They suddenly remembered that legend. The legend of the Dragon Country's zero-number gifted individual. Could it be that he has returned? The high-ranking officials knew the situation was urgent and had to inform that person. Chapter 491. Chen Ning teleported away from the collapsing buildings. His laser eyes shot towards the position where Tang Ning had just stood. The result rebounded back. Chen Ning dodged to the side. The old monster has actually mastered a gift. It seems you've learned quite a bit from humans. Chen Ning said as he took out the thunder hammer and swung it at Tang Ning. Tang Ning had long since left that place. The surrounding lizard men quickly pounced on Chen Ning, trying to bite him. Chen Ning struck each one with a hammer, like playing baseball, sending them all flying. Tang Ning ascended into the air, tilting his head back and opening his mouth as if he were hatching something. The next second, several thin antennae stretched out from his throat. His humanoid skin fell to the ground. In the air was a purple monster resembling a void mantis. Its form rapidly enlarged, reaching the height of 10 stories. Its 2 forearms were extraordinarily sharp, and its mouth had an irregular shape, with 2 rows of sharp teeth looking quite terrifying. Seeing this, Chen Ning directly mutated and grew larger, encased in black liquid. His body expanded 4 to 5 times, but even so, he was only half the size of the purple mantis. But that was enough. Chen Ning grabbed the mantis's leg and swung it away, crashing it into a row of buildings. Chapter 492. Gaul stared wide-eyed at his shoulder. He hadn't expected Chen Ning to easily break through his defenses. The reason he stood here, confidently talking to Chen Ning, was because of his super defense. No ordinary weapon could harm him at all. Yet Chen Ning had directly pierced through him. Terrifying. Tell me, where's the gem? Chen Ning shouted, grabbing Gaul by the collar. Gaul paused for a moment. What? Gem. Bang. Chen Ning punched Gaul in the face, knocking out his teeth. Still pretending, huh? Gall was days from a hit. What are you talking about? Could it be that the gem wasn't with him? Chen Ning also had a bit of doubt. According to Chen Ning's records, the gem was in the hands of both Gall and Chen Lin. If it wasn't with him, then it must be with Chen Lin. However, he still wanted to bluff him one more time. He grabbed Gall by the neck and directly ascended to 10,000 meters high in the air, surrounded by clouds. If you don't speak, I'll just let go. From now on, there will be one less person in the Godly Rich Club. Chen Ning's voice echoed. Frightened, Gall quickly said, I really don't know what gem you're talking about. Who told you that? Seeing this, Chen Ning directly let go. Chapter 493. It was hard to imagine that he, a great wealthy individual, was dealing with scrap every day. No one would believe it if he said it. As for what Gio said earlier, Chen Ning had already understood. This was everyone's choice, and he didn't plan to interfere. He also wished him to find happiness soon. Make way, make way. Can't you see I'm busy? Chen Lin's voice came. He was riding an electric tricycle over to collect scrap. Upon seeing him, Chen Ning was very cautious. Because according to Tang Ning's notebook, Chen Lin was the most mysterious among all the wealthy individuals. His often repeated phrase was, even if it's a god or a Buddha, I'll collect the scrap together. Such words were not something an ordinary person would dare to say. Plus, now knowing he had the wisdom gem in his possession, he couldn't easily make a move against him. You must be Chen Lin, right? Chen Ning took the initiative to approach. Chen Lin glanced at Chen Ning. That's me. What do you want? Chen Ning quickly said, Oh, I'm fine. Just came to take a look. Chen Lin smiled. What is there to see in my scrap recycling station? If you like it, I can give it to you. Chen Ning hurriedly waved his hands. No, I don't like it. Chapter 494. Long ago, during the virtual gaming period, the Dragon Rising Group had already connected the national broadcasting system. Wherever there were screens and speakers, there were advertisements from the Dragon Rising Group. It could be said to be the largest group in the Dragon Country. Now it could be used for large-scale promotion. Chen Ning arrived at the broadcasting station and spoke into the speaker. Hello, everyone. I am Chen Ning. A voice echoed, startling everyone who had just been revived from all over the country. They looked around, confused about where the sound had come from. Those who had fought alongside Chen Ning or knew him were astonished. They couldn't believe he was still alive. Most of the modern people among them had been killed or controlled by the lizard people. Now they had all awakened. Regarding Chen Ning, they felt 3 parts respect and 7 parts awe. They also realized that they were likely revived by him. I know you all have many questions. Here, I will explain everything to people from different eras. I will only say it once. I hope everyone listens carefully. Recently, due to the invasion of the alien king, the energy of Blue Star was drained, leading to the underground creatures, the lizard people, returning to the surface, exterminating 90% of humanity, and occupying Blue Star. Chapter 495. Chen Ning casually collected everything here into his space and then turned around and disappeared. The people outside were stunned. What was going on? What just happened with that person? Find out quickly. I am not your subordinate. Why should I listen to you? Have you all finished arguing? This country was established by me. Listen to me. What are you? Chen Ning didn't rush back. Instead, he stayed in the sauce country to observe the situation here. Hey, you there. Stop. What are you sneaking around for? I'll give you 2 choices. Join us or die. Behind him, people in armored vehicles arrived in the city, aiming machine guns at Chen Ning. It seemed they had entered a situation of warlords fighting for power. Chen Ning looked at them. With just you few, what can you do? The armored vehicle crew was taken aback. They didn't expect Chen Ning to not fear their machine guns. He was the first person to respond this way. You think you're tough? You think you're something special? Let me tell you, you're trash. Go die. His armed forces had just been established, and he wouldn't allow anyone to offend his authority. Chapter 496. As the president of Longting Group, Su Qi would not go without bodyguards. Lai Run, Chun Haojia, Luo Tianhua, Tiger Head, and Gun King all revealed themselves. Our President Su is here to inform you of the meeting, not to seek your approval. Please be aware. If anyone is dissatisfied, come and fight. The blade of Lai Ren's short knife ignited with flames. He showed no fear facing the hostile crowd around him. I've heard that the gifted of Dragon Country are invincible. Today, let us witness it. After saying that, the people ambushed their charge forward quickly. Lai Ren struck down one person outright. Tiger Head and Gun King held back the attackers coming from both sides. Chun Haojia and Luo Tianhua attacked the enemies coming from above, surrounding Su Qi's vehicle. They fended off wave after wave of attacks. Su Qi sat in the car, closing her eyes. She knew that with Chun Haojia and the others present, She would be safe. 10 minutes later, the car slowly started and drove forward, leaving a field of corpses behind. After this incident, no one from other countries dared to obstruct Longteng Group's construction of the propulsion device. Instead, they proactively arranged personnel to work. Chapter 497. Upon hearing this, Tao felt a bit awkward. He had also come here after seeing this coordinate. Fortunately, Blue Star has a guardian like you. Otherwise, we would really be doomed. Tao flatteringly said. Chen Ning glanced at him and handed him the energy box. Go ahead, open the portal. I will go back with you. Tao nodded and took the energy box to the outer uninhabited area. He placed it on the ground and silently recited the incantation. Whoosh! A purple light descended from the sky. It was the same light he had descended with. People all over the world could see this beam of light. Curious about its purpose, Tao stood first in the light circle. His body slowly rose, then accelerated, going faster and faster until he disappeared. Chen Ning also walked over, stood in the light circle, and was instantly sucked in. After a bout of dizziness, the two appeared in the realm of the Thunder God, surrounded by white buildings. Below were clouds. Wow, heaven is really in the sky, Tao said, standing alertly and looking around. Didn't they say the Thunder God clan was in trouble? Why are there no signs of it? Tao, your place is so clean. Do people come to clean often? Chen Ning asked as he looked around. Tao explained, here, many things are generated by thought, so there's no need for cleaning. Chapter 498. Boom. A massive sound shook the entire palace. Puff. A woman was directly blasted away by lightning. Tao stared at Chen Ning in shock. He didn't expect this weapon to be so powerful in his hands. The woman fell to the ground, looking terrified at Chen Ning. Thunder Sword. This is impossible. How do you have the relic of the former king? Tao. Who is he? Who exactly is he? The woman couldn't believe Chen Ning's identity, feeling that he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Chen Ning teleported to the woman's side and stepped on her chest. Who I am is not important. Where's Tao's father? Are you going to tell me? Or should I use the Thunder Sword to slowly torture you? The woman's eyes showed fear. It seemed she truly feared the Thunder Sword. The sky prison. I locked him in the sky prison, she said. Upon hearing this, Tao cursed angrily and quickly ran toward the sky prison. Chen Ning grabbed the woman. Please come with me. Let go. Let go of me. I am a chieftain of the Thunder God clan. You are being disrespectful. Do you know that? Chen Ning ignored her and followed Tao. The guards at the sky prison blocked Tao, but upon seeing the woman following behind, they quickly let them pass. Chapter 499. Who is that person next to the chieftain? He doesn't seem like a member of our Thunder God clan. You should be a friend of Tao, sitting so close to him. Good kid, just arrived and already getting close to the chieftain. His future is limitless. They all envied Chen Ning. Tao said to Chen Ning, this is the main recreational activity of the Thunder God clan. We capture ferocious beasts from various regions and have clan members fight them to hone their combat skills. Chen Ning nodded and looked towards the center of the arena. A person holding a spear and shield is dueling with a lion that has 3 heads. The lion is 5 times the size of this person. However, the person shows no fear, constantly testing the distance between them. Occasionally, he jabs with his spear to distract the lion, then leaps onto its back, trying to stab it with the tip of his spear. Unfortunately, the lion's skin is too thick, rendering such attacks ineffective. The lion shakes vigorously, throwing the person off. Seizing the moment, it bites down. The person raises his arm to block with his shield, but the lion bites down fiercely, trying to break through the shield. He is struggling to hold on. Chen Ning says from the sidelines. Tao looks towards the center of the arena. Do not underestimate our Thunder God clan. The giant, who had been slammed into the ground, quickly shakes his head and climbs out of the pit, looking up at Chen Ning in the air, revealing an excited smile. This is a desire for battle. He gathers strength in his legs and charges at Chen Ning in the air. Chen Ning's laser eyes shoot out, hitting the giant, but it has no effect. In that case, Chen Ning accelerates, moving faster than the giant, and crashes down on him. Boom! Another wave of powerful air spreads through the air. The giant is slammed back to the ground. Before he can get up, Chen Ning quickly rushes over and starts punching him. Only when the giant spits out blood does Chen Ning draw the Thunder Sword, delivering a fatal blow to his throat. He directly decapitates him and lifts the head up. Upon seeing the giant's head, the crowd erupts in cheers. Amazing! Mighty! The Thunder Sword! Did you see that? He is holding the Thunder Sword. Hearing this, the audience finally notices the weapon in Chen Ning's hand. Upon realizing it is the Thunder Sword, they all kneel. Giants hiding in the audience jump down, charging at Chen Ning. Seeing this, the members of the Thunder God clan rush forward, with tens of thousands of them jumping down from the audience to engage in melee with the giants. Chapter 501. Suchi monitors this scene and immediately sends people to guard the propulsion device. She wonders how things are going with the boss. Another group of aliens has invaded Blue Star. It's just us now. I don't know if we can hold them off. Suchi looks at the surveillance screen, worried. Beside her stand two gifted instructors, Cobra and Tigerhead. They have now also become gifted individuals. One is skilled in assassination, able to double the critical hit on the same spot. The other excels in area attacks. Each has its strengths. These aliens look extraordinary. They're so big that regular attacks are ineffective against them. Yes, our people have already tested them. Only the flame blade can penetrate their flesh, while all other attacks are ineffective. Suchi furrows her brows. This is not good news. Even the flame blade only grazes their skin and cannot sever their limbs like before. Unfortunately, their bodies are just too robust. Is there a way to inform the boss about the situation here? Suchi turns to ask. The two look at each other. Even as gifted individuals, they feel powerless against the extraterrestrial threat. Chapter 502. Tao has underestimated Chen Ning's determination. Those who offend our dragon country shall be punished no matter how far they flee. This saying has never been mere words. To dare to attack the dragon country is to cross one's bottom line. They must be exterminated. Chen Ning has already arrived at the Giant Clan star system based on this coordinate. It consists of 7 artificial planets. It seems their technological development is more advanced than Blue Star's. But this does not hinder Chen Ning's mission to eliminate them. After all, defeating a stronger opponent brings a sense of achievement, right? Soon, Tao leads 1 million members of the Thunder God clan to this place. A massive fleet of battleships gathers in the Giant Clan star system. It can be said to be an all-out mobilization. The Thunder God clan has never deployed such a large force. However, upon hearing it involves Chen Ning, everyone's enthusiasm is ignited. After all, Chen Ning has helped their race before. The Thunder God clan is a grateful race. Meanwhile, the giants are baffled. What is going on? Why have all our giant warriors sent to Blue Star gone missing? Also, were those battleships outside the planet? Why are the Thunder God clan people here? Are they tired of living? Someone below immediately states, it's Chen Ning from Blue Star. He has come with the new leader of the Thunder God clan, Tao. Chapter 503. How deep underground is it? Not deep, just at the surface. The surface? How is that possible? With their towering stature. Wouldn't they have seen it by now? The people on the ship zoom in on the footage and realize they're indeed on the surface. Their bodies are tiny, about the size of ants. This discovery shocks Tao. No way. This is the Giant Clan? What a joke. Seeing the image sent by Tao, Chen Ning pauses. So the Giant Clan is actually miniature people. To avoid being bullied, they develop technology to enlarge their size. Quite interesting. Hearing Chen Ning's words, Tao finds it reasonable. After all, for thousands of years, the Giant Clan has invaded other races and has been very difficult to deal with. Thus, no one dared to invade the Giant Clan's planet. Naturally, no one knew the specifics of their planet situation. Today, it's truly eye-opening. Faced with this situation, Chen Ning scratches his head. What should we do? This makes it harder to deal with. The Giant Clan tribe is also discussing countermeasures. Warning, warning. The planet is under invasion. We are surrounded. Luckily, they have not yet discovered our presence. Chapter 504. Chen Ning places a hand on Tao's shoulder. Do well. And perhaps we will need your Thunder God clan's help in the future. Tao immediately promises, always ready, always on standby. Chen Ning smiles and instantly returns to Blue Star. He sees the giants working under Su Chi's supervision, gradually repairing the previously damaged areas. Not to mention, these big guys may not be good at anything else, but they are quite effective at work. One person can handle the workload of an entire project. Chen Ning lands beside Su Chi and inquires, how is the propulsion device preparation going? Su Chi, startled to see Chen Ning, quickly replies, Boss, all propulsion devices have been installed and are currently being debugged. They are expected to be operational in 3 days. Additionally, there are 2 things I need to report to you. Chen Ning put his hands in his pockets and said, Go ahead, what's the matter? Su Chi said seriously, I found all the people you asked me to investigate. They are in various places in the Dragon Country. If needed, I can provide their exact locations at any time. Chen Ning nodded. Good, well done. What about the other matter? Suchi's expression became serious. Boss, take a look at these images. Chapter 505. Chen Ning nodded again, saying, yes, the lizard men have wiped out 90% of humanity, and I resurrected them all. As a result, even those who died before were brought back to life, which has put a heavy burden on Blue Star. Resources are already depleted, and if this continues, in less than 3 months, humanity will face a major crisis. Therefore, we must send out a portion of people to relieve the pressure on Blue Star. Wu Mengdai was very excited. Is this what the Longting group is doing? Chen Ning smiled. Of course, there are many other things, and you'll have the chance to learn about them gradually. Wu Mengdai looked very happy. Chen Ning took her to a manor. This is the place left for me. You will live here from now on. There are servants inside. Just call for anything you need. Here, I make the decisions. Wu Mengdai felt Chen Ning's domineering affection and happily nodded. After settling Wu Mengdai, Chen Ning went to the control room of the Longting group. Various projects were underway there. How is the outer space migration plan coming along? Chen Ning asked the relevant person in charge. Report, boss. It is ready. We can migrate at any time. Chapter 506. That's right. It's the Hades you imagined. I could have just taken them back directly. But I think this might be more interesting, making you accept your defeat willingly. So what do you say? Will you agree? Chen Ning looked into Hades' eyes. I agree. Of course I agree. It is my honor to confront Hades. Hades adjusted his hat brim. Very good. I like young people like you. It's as if I see my younger self. Tomorrow, at this place, I will bring people over. Please be prepared. After Hades finished speaking, he disappeared. Everyone present froze. Originally, it was a battle between ancient generals and gifted individuals. Now, it has turned into a battle between the gifted and Hades. And no one knows who he will bring to fight. If they're all god-level figures like him, then they might as well not play. After Hades left, Chen Ning immediately returned to the Longting group headquarters to discuss tomorrow's strategy. Su Qi and the others also received news from the scene and rushed back to headquarters. They saw Chen Ning already standing at the conference table. Other gifted individuals arrived one after another. Boss, we've heard about the arena situation. Chapter 507. After seeing the live footage, they all expressed their feelings. They felt it was too unfair to die at the hands of a few individuals. It's really unjust, but they felt powerless. Chen Ning returned to the rest area, and Su Qi hurriedly approached him. I guess correctly, so let's proceed as planned. In the first match, no matter who the opponent sends, we will let Lai Ren go. Among our gifted individuals, only his attack power is the strongest. We can't be like Hades. We can only send our 3 strongest individuals. Chen Ning nodded. That's right, that's the idea. Every battle needs to be fought with all our strength. We can't afford to lose. Everyone present nodded in agreement. The images here were not recorded, and the outside world was unaware of Chen Ning's plan. However, no matter what plan Chen Ning adopted, Hades remained indifferent. In his view, the outcome of this match was already predetermined. Humanity must die. As long as he played his 2 trump cards, they had no reason to live. Just wait, Chen Ning, your good days are over. This time, I will take you down with me. Hades' eyes sparkled with intensity. He no longer presented himself as an old man. Chapter 508. Hades looked at Chen Ning, the corners of his mouth slightly rising. Who said I had to find a god to fight? I designate Medusa to fight on behalf of our god. The audience gasped. Medusa. They had certainly heard of her name. Just by looking into her eyes, one would be instantly petrified. No matter your realm or strength, it could be said to be a no-difference attack. They never expected Hades would send out such a monster without Chen Ning's reminder. Chen Haojia also knew that this monster was not easy to deal with. Chen Ning still said, Haojia, if you can't win, just run. Winning or losing this match doesn't matter. Be careful. Chen Haojia turned to look at Chen Ning and smiled. However, Chen Ning had a bad premonition in his heart. Ever since Chen Haojia acquired the Berserker talent, her personality had changed significantly, becoming more extreme. He didn't know how she planned to deal with this serpent demon. Hiss. Medusa didn't speak, but her eyes were extraordinarily enchanting. As long as one locked eyes with her, they would instantly petrify, with no way to be freed. Chen Haojia whispered, for the complete victory of humanity, this match must be won. Perhaps others didn't hear this voice, but Chen Ning did. Chapter 509. In an instant, the light around Zeus disappeared. Finally, his true form could be seen. He was just an ordinary middle-aged man. The audience was shocked. Zeus himself was stunned. What was happening? Why did his divine light disappear? Instead, Chen Ning's entire body shone brightly. Like a reborn son, everyone couldn't bear to look directly at him. Hades directly flew to the center of the arena. In disbelief, he looked at Chen Ning. "What'd you do to Zeus?" Chen Ning stood in the light and slowly said, "I merely replaced him." Swish! The light pierced through Zeus's body, turning him into fragments, vanishing in the arena. Next up was Hades. At this moment, Hades truly felt fear. He retreated continuously, extending his arm. "Chen Ning, let's talk. Tell me what you want, and I can agree to anything. Don't act impulsively." Chen Ning looked at the pleading Hades and said, "I want you to disappear." Hades' body began to break into pieces, gradually disappearing. "No, no," Pluto shouted loudly, but it was of no use. Words spoken would become reality. This is the truth of the universe. Chapter 5:10. Yang Li was completely stunned. She stared blankly at Chen Ning. Ninga? How'd you come here?" Chen Ning smiled and said, "I came to see you. What's wrong with that?" Yang Li was dumbfounded, not knowing how to respond. "Aren't you learning to be a host with Zhang? Inua? Why are you back at the bar?" When this was mentioned, Yang Li seemed to have a lot to say, but it was her working hours now. The people below also didn't allow her to chat for long. "Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and spin the records. Stop chatting. Don't you have any professional ethics?" The duty manager also came up from below and said to Yang Li, "Who is this person? Tell him to leave immediately." Chen Ning spoke up. "Sorry for interrupting your business. I'll take her away now." The manager paused. "Take her away? On what basis? She is one of us." "Taking her away. Did you get my permission?" Chen Ning looked at the manager again. "Sorry, taking her away does not require your permission." After saying that, he vanished in a flash. The people in the bar were stunned. Could it be that person was a gifted one? After Chen Ning sent Yang Li back to the villa, he disappeared.